At the public bathroom of the men's dormitory at Zhanghe University, Chen Fu was showering one moment, and the next he froze. What the hell, am I not a guy? He stared at himself in the mirror. Medium-length hair, a large bust, and where the hell is my appendage? When did it disappear? Chen Fu cried out in alarm. He had no idea when he had turned into a plump, sweet-looking girl. And his voice, too. It was a petulant, crisp, almost pleasant female cry. Is this right? She panicked, covering her mouth with her small hands, then tried to make a sound. She barely uttered a syllable before stopping abruptly. The voice was indeed her own. What's going on? No. A crisp, loud female scream echoed through the entire men's dormitory building. What the hell, why are you shouting? A shirtless male student pushed open the bathroom door, clearly startled by the noise. The newcomer was Lin Su, a classmate of Chen Fu's and a dorm neighbor across the hall. It was Friday, and all those in relationships had gone out to exchange life philosophies with their girlfriends, leaving only these two unlucky souls in the dorm. Chen Fu let out another startled, crisp cry. Then she quickly pressed her legs together, lowered her head, and turned her back. Lin Su was clearly startled by her voice. Though it was sharp, he could still vaguely recognize it as Chen Fu's. What's wrong? Lin Su suddenly recalled that at the start of the semester Chen Fu often used a fake female voice online to trick sexually frustrated middle-aged men into buying him game skins. Was he giving some voice reward to a big spender today? What? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Lin Su sized up the Chen Fu before him. Don't come any closer. Chen Fu's voice was still that pleasing soft girl next door sound. Lin Su stared at her back, utterly bewildered. What's wrong? Today's Chen Fu seemed off in every way. What was going on? Not only was Chen Fu using a fake voice, but his body also seemed to have shrunk significantly. He looked doubtfully at Chen Fu, who had her back to him. What, you're putting on a new act today? Classmate bursting into the bathroom. Avi. Lin Su pretended to take a step forward. Bro, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. Chen Fu hugged her body tightly, head down, afraid to look back at Lin Su. What's wrong? Can't get it up. If it's that bad, I'll take you to the hospital. Bullshit. Forget about getting it up, it's gone completely. Gone. Lin Su took a closer look and finally realized something was seriously wrong. Hey, wait, your hair? Lin Su exclaimed. Chen Fu's hair had transformed from a trendy perm into long, soft strands that curled gently at the ends, now lying softly against her cheeks. Since her classmate had already noticed Chen Fu no longer hid, she slowly turned around. It was a scene Lin Su never dreamed he would see in a men's bathhouse. Her face had become cuter, but upon closer inspection, one could still recognize Chen Fu. Not just her face, but Chen Fu's entire body had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was a truly bizarre sight. Although she was still wrapped in a towel, the curves of her body were faintly visible. Holy shit, bro, you've changed sex. Can you stop making fun of me? She said, pointing at her body. I was fine while showering, and then all of a sudden it was gone. Then you must have scrubbed way too hard. Can you take off the towel so I can see? Absolutely not. Chen Fu was on the verge of tears. Please stop joking around, boo-hoo, help me think of something. Lin Su wanted to comfort her, but as he stepped forward he retreated. Chen Fu had just turned into a girl. Was it really okay to get close? He stood still, not daring to move, just quietly observing her from the doorway. As he watched, a strange feeling began to stir within him, and his expression became quite interesting. Seriously, bro, you're so white. Get lost. Are you lusting after my body? You're despicable. Dream on. Chen Fu quickly tightened her towel. Dream? Lin Su seemed to have an idea. Am I really dreaming? With that thought, he slapped himself across the face. Slap. A sharp pain shot through Lin Su's cheek. It hurts. A dream. Chen Fu also considered the possibility and raised her hand to slap herself. Slap. It's not a dream. Both of them stood frozen, and it took a while before they snapped out of their shock. I know. Lin Su exclaimed. Not a dream then. It must be that my sincerity moved the heavens and they sent you to reward me. Lin Su was both surprised and delighted. Get lost. Chen Fu stumbled back a few steps, wrapping herself tightly in the towel, but it still accentuated her graceful curves. I treat you like a brother, and you treat me like a piece of meat. Hee, after all, we're good brothers. Lin Su's eyes twinkled as he smiled. He rubbed his hands together. Chen Fu, we're so close, what's the harm in helping me out? You wouldn't want me to spill the secret of you turning into a girl, would you? Hey, what are you doing? Realizing the danger, Chen Fu frantically grabbed a toothbrush and aimed it at Lin Su at the door. Don't come any closer. Lin Su chuckled, removed his imaginary glasses. Chen Fu, the more you resist, the more excited I get. I won't hold back. I command you to reward me. No please. After a while, Chen Fu finally managed to drive Lin Su back to his dormitory. Although they had done nothing, Chen Fu was now sweating profusely, evidently having expended much effort to get rid of Lin Su. Before Lin Su left, Chen Fu repeatedly urged him not to reveal the secret that she had turned into a girl. If you don't want me to tell, that's fine. Meet me at my dorm tomorrow at 7, Lin Su said with a sly grin. Still meeting? No way. Chen Fu exclaimed. Lin Su shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, not meeting. Let me see. He then scrolled through the photo album on his phone. 72 poses, 388 photos, not bad. Too bad they're all clothed. Damn you, Lin Su. Too far. Too far. Lin Su smirked. If I weren't afraid you'd call the police, I'd have gone further. I just took some photos and you're still wearing clothes, aren't you? So to make you obediently play along with me for something more fun, I'll take your ID card as collateral. Lin Su shook Chen Fu's ID card in his hand. It's settled. 7 sharp. If you don't show up, I'll post it on my moments. You. Chen Fu clenched her small fists, but she dared not rush at him. At this moment she felt that this Lin Su was utterly detestable. Damn, Lin Su, always taking advantage of others. What does your love for photography have to do with me? Why should I take photos for you? Bullying. This is bullying. Lin Su ignored the adorable and helpless little Chen Fu he had bullied so thoroughly, flashed a smug smirk, and then pushed the door open and left satisfied. He'll be waiting for you. Disgusting. Disgusting, she cursed, hopping on the spot. Her fair, delicate feet stomped on the floor, looking especially small under the light. Her knees were somehow bruised, giving her a strangely appealing Yandere-like beauty. Lin Su truly had inexhaustible strength and tricks. Rude Lin Su. So annoying. Chen Fu didn't know if it was due to her sex change, but when she used to play fight with Lin Su, their strength was at least evenly matched. How come today? All of Lin Su's tricks were used on her. All she could hope now was that the shower photos Lin Su took wouldn't really be spread by that guy. She walked to the full-length mirror in her dorm and began to seriously study her reflection. Her body had several red marks left by Lin Su, and her knees were even a bit swollen. Pervert, she cursed again. Even though he didn't do anything too extreme, I still want to call the police. After her gender change, even her angry pout carried a hint of childish coquettishness. Oomph. Her little face was now round and plump, glowing with fresh pinkness. Her soft hair hung by her ears, the ends gently swaying as she shook her head. Her facial features hadn't changed dramatically, but the soft girlish traits were very obvious. Even she felt an urge to reach out and roughly pinch herself. She thought previously her roommates teased her for being suited to be a sissy, and now this. She had completely transformed into a girl. She looked at this unreal version of herself in the mirror, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What do I do? Should I call an ambulance? Chen Fu felt like crying, but had no tears. She extended her soft little hand, took out her phone, but then put it down again. Call an ambulance, but what would I tell the doctor? I can't just say I've turned into a girl, can I? What do I do? Whoa woo. Chen Fu hopped around in place anxiously, her fair and smooth body trembling uncontrollably from tension and helplessness. Trouble, trouble, trouble. A feeling surged within Chen Fu. It was an uncontrollable sense of despair. She never thought that in just one night she would be reduced to such a humiliating state. But then she reconsidered. Was it only tonight's humiliation? Tomorrow, who knows what Lin Su would do to her? Would it still be just simple photos? So where did the problem lie? She needed to save herself. She must save herself. So why did I become a girl? She thought of her name, Chen Fu. The name was given by her grandmother. Originally, it was supposed to be Chun Fu, the character for blessing, a rustic name, but due to a registration error by the clerk, it became Chen Fu, the character for hibiscus. Later she wanted to change it back, but after several attempts she discovered how troublesome the name change process was, and eventually gave up. Could it be that because my name sounds like a girl's name I became a girl? She tugged at the soft wisps of hair by her ear, muttering softly. No. Then she instantly dismissed the possibility of that conjecture. Is that plausible? If that were the case, I should have become a girl long ago. Then she began to recall recent events. Her week had been nothing but ordinary. 7:55 in the morning, wake up. 8 o'clock class, then sleep in class. After class, eat, sleep. She had almost no entertainment, just scrolling through Douyin or reading mindless gender-swap novels on the Tomato platform. These 5 days were just like every past week, very routine. Had anything major happened these days? Chen Fu pondered. If there was one big thing, it seemed to be the meteor shower she watched a few nights ago. 5 nights ago, Chen Fu was as usual buried under the covers scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly a message caught his attention. Friends, tonight at 2333, a once-in-a-century meteor shower will pass over our city. Please go to an open, unobstructed area to watch and make a wish with sincerity. Maybe it will come true. Hey guys. Chen Fu instantly sat up straight. The 3 roommates were startled by the sound, and all turned to look at him. What do you want? Trying to trick your dads into buying you a skin, huh? A roommate chimed in. Get lost, Chen Fu said with a speechless face. Have you guys seen the news? It says there might be a meteor shower tonight. Come on, I see such videos every day. It's bullshit, don't believe it. One roommate from the diagonal bed said. Even if there's a meteor shower, I won't watch it. I don't have any wishes to make. But you? Are you thinking of making a wish to win over Han Shuang from our class? The chubby roommate across from him laughed, teasing Chen Fu. Chen Fu was shut up instantly. Han Shuang, the class beauty whom he had pursued for a year, had said he looked like a little zero, effeminate, and felt uncomfortable, so she decisively rejected him. This incident had been laughed at by the roommates who had egged him on to confess for a long time. Oomph. If these guys won't go, hell, go check it out himself. He pulled the covers over his head again, opened a certain 4-character game, and played for a while. When the time reached 1120, Chen-Fu got dressed and headed downstairs. The dormitory building was mostly dark with only a few rooms still lit where students seemed to be gathered around computers diligently studying on strange websites. She walked to the storage room on the first floor, familiarly retrieved the key from the door frame, and jumped out through the storage room window. Chen-Fu walked to the playground and lay down on the grass. 2330, 3 more minutes. If there's no meteor shower, it'll go back. Chen-Fu comforted herself, then looked up at the sky. Time ticked by second by second. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly the pitch-black sky was lit up and streaks of silver light tore across the heavens. Holy crap, there really is a meteor shower. Chen-Fu sat up abruptly from the grass. Make a wish, make a wish. What wish should I make? Chen-Fu spun around in place anxiously. Please God, turn me into the kind of person Han Shuang would like. With a thud, she knelt down on the ground, looking utterly devout. The surroundings were very quiet. Chen-Fu could only hear the chirping of crickets. The meteor shower had already vanished. She gazed at the sky for a long time before finally walking back to the dormitory. She thought, will my wish come true? Chen-Fu was pulled back from her memory. A thought surged into Chen-Fu's mind. Could it be? Could it be that my wish came true? A wildly absurd thought struck her. Could it be that Han Shuang's type is girls? She's a lesbian. Damn it, this setting is way too cruel. Then how am I supposed to save myself? If this goes on, it'll turn into a Yuri story. A mechanical voice suddenly exploded in Chen-Fu's mind. Huh. What's that sound? The system has detected that the host's body transformation is complete. The reward your brother's system is now officially activated. Holy crap. A system? And why is it a reward your brother's system? Initiating host information query. Please wait. Damn it. Who the hell looks forward to rewarding their bros? Host name Chen-Fu. Host gender male. But not anymore apparently. You didn't need to emphasize that. Chen-Fu clenched her small fists and pounded the blanket in frustration. Host age 19. Host status a second-rate college student and an otaku who wished to become a girl. When did I ever wish to become a girl? Host experience 0. Note first-time self-service count 114514 times. Hey, can't you leave a guy some privacy? Did I use your toilet paper for that? And that number is obviously made up. Please choose whether to bind with the system. No binding. Who would bind with such a weird and perverted system? Just give me back my manhood. Beep. Detected host refusal. Initiating forced binding. What a... No. Forced binding is a thing. Beep. Binding successful. Damn it. Chen-Fu put her hands on her hips and puffed out her cheeks angrily. You bastard system. Did you turn my body into this? So what? So what? Give it back. Uff. Dream on. Not happening. Why not? Just because. It's already been destroyed. What a... Destroyed? How could you destroy it? It's been with me for 19 years. I never even got it a girlfriend, and now it's gone. However, there is a chance to get it back. I can get it back. How? Chen-Fu was instantly pulled back from the brink of despair. Complete system tasks to earn points. You might be able to buy your little accessory in the points mall when it refreshes. Tasks. Are they easy tasks? Super easy. That's great. Chen-Fu's smile froze instantly as the name of the system hit her. Reward your brother's system. Wait. Don't tell me it's going to be that kind of thing. Get ready. The system is issuing the first task. Chen-Fu fell silent, thinking that the first task couldn't possibly be that hard. She'd do a simple task, get her manhood back, and then scrap this damn system. Task 1, find a male and bind him as your master. Huh. Chen-Fu stood frozen in place. Master, what the fuck are you on about, you dog system? Time limit 24 hours. Completing the task rewards 30 points. Failure. What happens? Chen-Fu asked warily. The punishment is turning you into a black guy. The system immediately started playing Sunshine Rainbow Little Black Horse for Chen-Fu. No, that's not okay. Can I switch tasks? Any other task. Task issuance complete. System entering hibernation. What a... No. System. Holy crap. Chen-Fu started crying again, but no matter how much she called out, the system remained silent. Oomph. She let out a soft snort and flopped back onto her bed, completely defeated. If she hadn't already turned into a girl, she'd think the whole thing was a hallucination. This is so messed up. No, I have to find a way to earn points and buy back my male body. Otherwise I'll be at Lin Zu's mercy tomorrow night, and hell torment me again. The thought of having to deal with that pervert Lin Su tomorrow made her want to cosplay as a Sunshine Rainbow Little Black Horse herself. Forget it'll sleep first and figure things out when my roommates get back. My roommates will protect me. She pulled up the blanket and unconsciously made a move that the sensors wouldn't allow. A strange sensation spread through Chen-Fu's body. Sigh, huh? Her expression shifted from grievance to confusion. Huh. How is it kind of addicting? 30 minutes later, Chen-Fu got up to take another shower. She had to admit the body after the sex change was incredibly realistic both in sensation and form. Chen-Fu even thought to herself, forget it, being a girl isn't so bad. This body doesn't seem to have any downsides. Beep. System detects host is exploring pleasure for the brothers in advance. Awarding 10 points. Huh. No way. I can earn points by playing the DJ too. And what do you mean exploring for the brothers? This is purely my own scientific research spirit. Initiating reward for host. Reward. Holy crap, don't tell me it's turning me back into a guy. Chen Fu felt a sudden pang of loss. Her initial thought had been to change back, but now, she felt she hadn't quite had her fill of fun yet. After all, playing the DJ was an activity that could easily become addictive. Beep. Awarding host one set of maid outfit. Huh. The space before her twisted, and a very exquisite maid outfit actually appeared on Chen Fu's bed. Chen Fu stared dumbfounded. Maji Yabukin. Is this for real, eh? She looked at the light yellow maid dress before her at a loss. Damn system, you think I'll cross dress? No way. Wear it, and you'll earn 20 points. Hope the host earns enough points soon to redeem your male body. So delicious. Chen Fu practically flew into the light yellow maid outfit. For some reason she was actually a little excited. 20 points. He'll wear it. But as soon as she put it on, a wave of shame washed over her. Am I being too tsundere? Forget it, who cares about shame? I'm only wearing this for the 20 points. It's not like I actually want to. She quickly walked to the full-length mirror, and the sight before her made her tremble. Slightly wavy hair, captivating eyes, fair skin. She puffed out her chest, filling out the exquisite little maid outfit. From top to bottom, she had curves and all. She nodded with satisfaction at her reflection in the mirror. Actually, little me doesn't look half bad. She glanced at the bed where two pale yellow fabric wristbands lay on the sheets. She quickly put them on. Chen Fu had just eaten crab, so her hands still carried the fresh, savory scent of seafood. She instinctively sucked her fingers. They were salty. After all, crab was so expensive. What harm was there in one more taste? Slurp, satisfied. She then lowered her hands, waiting for the system's prompt. Ding. System detected that the host has put on the maid outfit. Reward, 20 points. Current points, 30. Open the system shop. Open it. Chen Fu could hardly wait. She was eager to see what items the shop had to offer. Opening the system shop. Please wait. Immediately a pale blue light screen materialized before Chen Fu's eyes. Currently, only LV1 items can be purchased. Upgrade the system shop later to buy higher level items. As the system's voice faded, the waiting screen transformed into 3 items. Cute animal ears, 10 points. High-tech glasses, view basic info, and favorability of people around you, 20 points. 1,000 yuan red note, 30 points, red note. Chen Fu's eyes lit up instantly. Forget 1,000 yuan red note. Even when her mother gave her allowance, it was in 5 yuan bills. Chen Fu had never seen such a large denomination. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to voice changing online to scam old men. I want money. 30 points for 1,000 yuan red note. System received. Exchanging. With another familiar spatial flicker, a 1,000 yuan red note actually appeared on Chen Fu's bed. She quickly grabbed the red note, a grin stretching from ear to ear. 90% genuine, a rare treasure. Ding dong. Just as Chen Fu was basking in the joy of becoming a 1,000 yuan millionaire, her WeChat notification sounded. Chen Fu instinctively picked up her phone. WeChat group, 4 generations under one roof. Why no chest hair guys? Anyone in the dorm? Don't go to sleep yet. Damn, I got played by a woman. Coming back to stay. Another roommate sent a message. Freshman looking for mom online. Bro, how you're so pathetic. I still have my mommy. Why no chest hair? Your mommy is probably a year younger than you, right? Freshman looking for mom online. Bro, how go die. You don't understand us at all. A message from a standing kitten avatar flashed. Omon Koda, isekai brother Fu, seems to be in the dorm. I left this afternoon. Why no chest hair? Great, he'll be at the dorm soon. Chen Fu's heart skipped a beat. Oh crap, what do I do? What if I get caught in the room? Her mind raced as she quickly typed a WeChat message. Love eating puffs guys, I'm staying out tonight too. My 4th uncle from my grandma's side came to see me. I'm out drinking with him. Why no chest hair? Damn, you didn't lock the door when you left, right? Love eating puffs, no just come back. Why no chest hair? Okay brothers, this is the worst episode for me. They'll tell you the details tomorrow. Omon Koda isekai, tell us now. Tell us now. The group chat seemed lively, but Chen Fu had no time for gossip. She quickly changed into a set of clothes. Quick, I need to bolt. But just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of herself in the full-length mirror. Long hair. No way you'll get caught by the dorm matron like this. I need to cut it a bit shorter. She snatched up a pair of scissors and roughly snipped off part of her hair ends. But the moment she cut, she regretted it. Like this. It doesn't look pretty anymore. The scissors froze midair, but a lock of hair had already been severed. Forget it, I'm done cutting. Whatever happens, happens. She quickly changed into a hoodie, tucking her hair securely into the hood, ready to dash out. But she had barely taken half a step out the door when her roommate, Bai Hao, approached with a miserable expression. Oh no, it's Bai Hao. Chen Fu's heart lurched. She tried to step back and escape, but it was too late. Bai Hao was already right in front of her. Seeing Chen Fu, he froze. Bro Fu, weren't you going out to see your 4th uncle? He stared at her, confusion in his eyes. I was just leaving. Chen Fu forced herself to stay calm, lowering her voice as much as possible. She put on a forced smile, keeping her head down, the hoodie covering most of her face. Just leaving, huh? Bai Hao frowned slightly and nodded. All right, get going. The dorm's about to lock up. He waved and prepared to enter the room. Chen Fu took a deep breath. She had made it through. She quickly walked forward. Whooshed. But just as she took a step, Bai Hao suddenly yanked off her hood. What are you doing? Panicked Chen Fu turned around. Her face was flushed, and she looked like a startled little kitten. Holy! Bai Hao exclaimed. Hey, don't shout. Chen Fu quickly covered his mouth. Let's talk inside. With Bai Hao still in shock, Chen Fu grabbed his arm and dragged him into the room. Once inside the dorm, she quickly shut the door and let out a sigh of relief. Bai Hao, you idiot. What were you yelling for? You're acting like you've never seen anything in your life. Bai Hao, still reeling from shock, gaped at Chen Fu before him. Was this still the Chen Fu he knew? This was clearly a girl. A real genuine girl. Since you've seen it, I won't hide it from you anymore. Chen Fu shrugged with a look of resigned defiance. I've turned into a girl. Bai Hao was even more stunned. He instinctively stepped back twice, then closed, and opened his eyes again to confirm the scene before him wasn't an illusion. Chen Fu, is it really you? Bai Hao's voice trembled as he asked. Who else would it be? Chen Fu replied helplessly. How did you? Don't ask. Even if you do, I won't tell you. Anyway, no matter what, you have to keep this secret from me. Before she could finish, Bai Hao seemed to instinctively pull out his phone and open the 4 Generations Under One Roof WeChat group. Hey, what are you doing? Of course, telling the guys. Why would you tell them? Is this something you can just casually share? Damn it, Bai Hao. Beep. System detects host addressing master by full name. First warning. One more warning, and you'll turn into a black person. Huh. Chen Fu's delicate frame jolted, but just as she was about to say something, she saw Bai Hao staring at her. No, I can't let anyone know about my system. She quickly dashed to the restroom, slipped into a stall, and locked the door. System, what are you doing? Why did you warn me? I didn't do anything wrong. The first mail the host sees after binding the system is default bound as the host's master. Now you can't address Bai Hao by his full name anymore. Why didn't you tell me about this rule earlier? And shouldn't I be the one to choose something like a master? Huh, you never asked. Chen Fu was speechless. She crouched in the restroom for a long while before finally seeming to make a decision. Well, compared to the other 2 roommates, Bai Hao had always been the kindest to her. He brought her breakfast, answered for her when she skipped class. What was so bad about binding with him? Chen Fu clenched her little fist. Binding it is. Excellent. The system's voice rang out again, rewarding host 30 points. Now issuing a new quest. Chen Fu braced herself, her fists tightening instantly. Next step, kiss him, silly. Huh, isn't this a bit too fast? What? Readers of Foreign Tomatoes love fast-paced, genderbender stories. Who has time to wait for you two to fall in love step by step? Hurry up. This quest has a 12-hour time limit. Fail and you lose an eye. You damn system, are you from the Myanmar borderlands? Gouging out eyes now. Then just play along. Off. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chen Fu stomped around the restroom in frustration, but what could she do? The system could take away her manhood, so it definitely had the power to take her eye. Losing her manhood was one thing. At least it wouldn't affect her daily life. But if she really lost an eye, forget it. Kiss him, silly. She stood up ready to head out and face Bai Hao. But just then Bai Hao's voice came from outside. Chen Fu, are you in there? Odd. Chen Fu yelped, then quickly covered her mouth with her small hand. Why did you suddenly run off? Bai Hao's voice drifted in from outside, warm and somewhat concerned. Bai Hao, you first. Beep. System detects violation. Deducting 10 points. Remaining points 20. Oh no, I can't call him Bai Hao now. But what do I call him? I can't really call him Master, can I? He'll be right back. Just wait for me. Oh, okay. Bai Hao's voice replied, and after a while she heard his footsteps gradually fade away. Chen Fu let out a sigh of relief and finally opened the stall door. Back in the dorm, Bai Hao was sitting upright at his desk, curiously eyeing Chen Fu up and down. You're okay. I'm fine, Bai. She caught herself just in time and changed it to "I'm fine, Master." Mas. Bai Hao seemed frozen to the floor, his mouth wide open. Chen Fu could even see what had for dinner. He looked as if he hadn't heard clearly, or perhaps he had, but couldn't comprehend it. Bai Hao thought to himself, I'm going to post on Little Red Book later. Family, who gets this? Came back today, and my roommate called me Master. Chen Fu's face flushed bright red. She wished she could tear the system apart and eat it mixed with cucumber shreds. She hurriedly waved her hands in panic. No. Master, you have to let me explain. What did you call me? Bai Hao's body jolted again, his voice dripping with disbelief. Chen Fu took a deep breath, her mind racing. The system only said she couldn't address Bai Hao by his full name. It didn't say she couldn't explain right. Master is just a form of address. Please don't overthink it. Bro, how can I not overthink this? Bai Hao stood up from his bed and took 2 steps closer. Chen Fu, what's going on with you tonight? Turning into a girl is one thing, but why are you? He stopped mid-sentence, his gaze falling on Chen Fu. Chen Fu was still wearing that loose black hoodie, but Bai Hao could still make out her figure's curves, especially her face. And with that, Master, how could it make a person feel so tempted to commit a crime? Chen Fen gritted her teeth. The system task had only 12 hours, and it was already past 9 in the evening. She had no time to explain slowly. Anyway, I have to call you that from now on, she said, bracing herself. You might not like it, but I need this. This is also. No matter what, tonight, I must do something. For my master. What do you want to do? Bai Hao was startled again. He stepped back a few more paces, but the dormitory was small, and he had nowhere left to retreat. Chun Fin stepped forward. Come on, you beast. A moist, soft sensation instantly appeared on Bai Hao's lips. The surroundings seemed to fall silent abruptly, and the night grew even more tranquil. Startled by the sudden change, Bai Hao nevertheless found it hard to let go of that soft touch, and the curves pressed against him. Both their hearts pounded wildly within each other's chests. No. Bai Hao finally suppressed his inner panic and pushed Chun Fin away. What are you doing? Chun Fin, who had just gotten into the mood, was clearly displeased at being pushed away. I'm rewarding my bro, and that's not allowed. But what? Chun Fin looked puzzled, but then seemed to recall something. Oh, I get it. Master likes it when the woman is strong and the man is weak, right? Chun Fin put on an innocent expression, her smile growing even brighter. No. Less nonsense. Chun Fin pulled Bai Hao into her arms and pushed him down onto his desk. The hardness of the desk contrasted sharply with Chun Fin's softness, and the sensation that stirred within Bai Hao finally burst forth. In his 20 years of life, Bai Hao had never experienced such a situation. He had thought he might finally bid farewell to his virginity today, only to be toyed with by a woman and forced to return to the dormitory. But who would have guessed that back in the dorm such a fine feast would be waiting for him? To hell with it. The last shred of Bai Hao's reason collapsed instantly. I'm sorry. Bai Hao could no longer hold back. Just as he was about to be completely conquered by Chin Fin. Did I dad pick up the phone? Did I dad pick up the phone? The ringtone of his phone suddenly rang out. Damn, Chun Fin cursed under her breath. Ruining my fun. The perfectly timed WeChat ringtone seemed to restore a sliver of reason to Bai Hao. Why did you stop again? Chun Fin grumbled, crossing her arms in accusation. What am I doing? How did I lose my mind? He immediately stood up, adjusted himself, and picked up the phone. Chun Fin also heard the call. She glanced at Bai Hao's phone. The video call was from Wang Juji, their other roommate. She quickly sucked in a breath, afraid of appearing in the video frame, and pointed a warning finger at Bai Hao, signaling him not to reveal her transformation. Whoa, bro, how I'm dead. Wang Juji's wailing voice came from the other end. What's wrong? Bai Hao steadied his voice and asked. My mom asked me to do something. You have to help me. What is it? She said she wants to invite you to join our love so the three of us can live happily. I thought it made sense, so I called you. Bai Hao's face turned green. Get lost, cuckold. Bai Hao shouted into the phone and quickly hung up. Chun Fin, who had been listening, burst into laughter. That guy really never changes. This was the third time Fatty Wang's so-called mother had asked him to bring a friend into their relationship. Chun Fin had even received an invitation before, but she had decisively shot it down. She never expected Fatty to target Bai Hao this time. Bai Hao set the phone aside, clearly having lost his earlier excitement. He still sat on the desk, leaning forward slightly, looking at Chun Fin before him. Bro, I think this isn't right between us. Not right. A mischievous impulse surged in Chun Fin's heart. Whether it was because she had become a girl or something else, she now found Bai Hao in this moment to be somewhat gentlemanly. She deliberately made her voice ethereal. Right now Fufu just wants to be close to Master. Don't. Bai Hao quickly scrambled off the bed. Now you're playing the upright man. Weren't you always talking about how I should use my female voice, or better yet, just become a girl for your benefit? Now that I'm a girl, you're not satisfied. That's different. What's different? Isn't this kind of plot common? It's not common at all, okay? This is clearly unhealthy. You still want healthy. Of course. Bai Hao immediately put on a righteous expression. I believe that if we all focus our efforts and follow the path set by the tomato novel convention, we can build a great harmonious platform. We can read healthy novels and have happy love. Chun Fin frowned. That speech is not exactly common. But then she reconsidered. Wait a minute, aren't you always watching that kind of movie? The night before last at 1:1 a.m. you were watching that kind of stuff under your covers. Those girls do the same things I do. I think they go even further. Bai Hao seemed to blush slightly at Chun Fin's words. But this is different. Bai Hao struggled to find the right words. They're not normal humans. Not normal humans. Chen Fu was stunned by Bai Hao's astonishing remark. Exactly. They're bodhisattvas. How can you compare yourself to a bodhisattva? Chen Fu nearly choked on the word bodhisattva and laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe. She laughed for over 10 seconds, but then something occurred to her. Wait, why didn't the system alert me? Chen Fu's face soured. This was no time for laughter. The task progress bar was still stuck. That kiss just now clearly didn't meet the system's requirement. I don't care what they are. Chen Fu stepped forward, and Bai Hao instinctively stepped back until his back hit the cabinet. I have to finish this now. That one just now doesn't count. Doesn't count. What doesn't count? Bai Hao looked baffled. It means I have to kiss you now, and that one didn't hit the mark. Chen Fu said it as if it were only natural. Bro, good roommate. Just cooperate, and we'll get this over with quickly. Otherwise, she narrowed her eyes with a mischievous grin. Otherwise I'll tell Wang Juji and Lu Ran that you try to make a move on me tonight. Bai Hao's eyes widened. Chun Fu, be reasonable. Who's actually making a move on whom here? Who do you think they'll believe? Chun Fu deliberately put on an innocent, harmless expression. By then they'll have found out I've turned into a girl anyway. So tell me, will they believe Chun Fu, who just became a girl, or you? This bad guy with a history of being pervy and always watching weird movies. Bai Hao was speechless. If he really got framed like that, had never be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into a cesspool. Chun Fu glanced at the time on her phone. Time's running out. Just cooperate. ITLL, only take a few. Bai Hao was already frozen in place. He could only watch as Chun Fu, her cheeks flushed, and her hair falling neatly around her face, slowly drew closer. He was forced to accept his fate. Just tell me how to cooperate. Just stand still, don't move, and open your arms. As Chun Fu spoke, his heart began to race wildly. Talking about it was one thing, actually doing it was entirely another. Bai Hao nodded. Chun Fu moved closer, the distance between them shrinking even further. She stood on her tiptoes and their lips met once more. This time Bai Hao didn't pull away, but he didn't respond either. He just stood there frozen like a fool. Chun Fu grew a bit anxious. How was this supposed to count as kissing him thoroughly? She recalled various videos she had seen and tried to move gently, brushing against his lower lip. Bai Hao seemed to tremble slightly. So early. Chun Fu grumbled reluctantly, pulling the blanket tightly around herself. Bai Hao's eyes darted away. Seeing that Chun Fu was about to change clothes, he turned his back to her. I haven't slept all night just thinking about things until now. Chun Fu curled her lips in disdain. Damn, last night when she came back from the bathroom, he was almost snoring himself into suffocation, and now he had the nerve to say he hadn't slept. Chun Fu glanced at her phone again. 7:30 a.m., she hadn't misread it. On weekends, she'd usually sleep in until at least 2 p.m. No, I'm sleepy, she said, about to lie back down. They'll treat you, Bai Hao added. Order whatever you want. Oh, that piqued Chun Fu's interest. Bai Hao was the quintessential miser in the dorm. If not for that trait, he wouldn't still be single. She even suspected that the reason he got ditched by a woman last night was probably because he took her to eat malatang on their first date. This guy actually offered to treat her today. Well, wait for me. She climbed down from the bed, slipped into a black hoodie, and put a maid outfit underneath. She wore the maid outfit out of fear that the system would inexplicably deduct points again. She walked to the full-length mirror and studied her reflection. Her ahogue stood up high and her disheveled appearance had a certain lazy charm. She put on the black-rimmed glasses she'd redeemed yesterday, turned around, and noticed Bai Hao already waiting at the door. Chun Fu stared at Bai Hao for a moment. Name: Bai Hao. Relationship with host roommate bound. Target current status awake, anxious affection 48, experience 0 times. Experience is 0. Wasn't this guy bragging about having 3 girlfriends before college? Let's go, Chun Fu said. When did you get glasses, eh? Hee, do I look like a cute sweet girl? Chun Fu grinned. The hallway was dead silent. On a weekend morning, the entire floor seemed asleep with only a few rooms stirring. Probably because some twisted teacher had scheduled an 8 a.m. class on Saturday. As they went downstairs, Chun Fu noticed Bai Hao seemed to deliberately keep a distance from her, which inexplicably annoyed her. Such a phony. Yesterday you were all about that kiss, and today you're playing the gentleman. But then she reconsidered and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Still, I'm lucky it's Bai Hao. If it were those perverts from the online platform, they'd have devoured me by now. They stepped out of the dorm building, and the morning air was refreshing. Chun Fu admitted she'd never woken up this early except for those 8 a.m. classes. Before, she'd always raced downstairs at 7:55 for an extreme challenge. Waking up early once in a while actually felt pretty good. Chun Fu took a deep breath of the morning air, and her chest's rise and fall felt different somehow. After becoming a girl, even the sensation of breathing had changed. A bit lighter, yet a bit heavier. Chun Fu, what do you want to eat? Bai Hao pulled out his phone. There are a few malatang places near the campus entrance. Chun Fu was speechless. This guy really never changed. Inviting a girl for malatang in the morning. What was he thinking? Let me think. Chun Fu said, hands in her pockets, pretending not to be annoyed. Breakfast sounds good. Nothing else appeals. Bai Hao opened a map app and searched for nearby breakfast spots. This bun shop, wanna try it? It's a 10-minute walk, he said, pointing at his phone. Bun's nice. Perfect for breakfast. Can I hold your hand? Hold hands? I don't think. Ahem. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Chun Fu's brow furrowed into a frown. Okay. The two walked hand in hand along the path in front of the dorm, with only a few people passing by occasionally. No one paid them much attention. They looked like a perfectly normal couple. As they passed the basketball court, Chun Fu instinctively glanced inside. She used to play ball there with her roommates. She probably wouldn't get to play ball with them again, though playing something else with them was more likely. They fell silent, the atmosphere a bit awkward. After walking another street, the aroma of flour-based food wafted through the air. Chun Fu's nose twitched, and then her stomach let out an embarrassing growl. After last night's kiss, she'd forgotten to have a late-night snack. Hungry? Bai Hao asked. A bit. Bai Hao pointed to a small shop across the street. Shin Guifeng's buns. The storefront was modest with steam rising from the steamer baskets at the entrance. This place is famous. They went inside and saw only a few tables occupied. The owner, a woman in her 50s, was busy behind the counter. What'll it be, young lovebirds? The owner greeted warmly. She sneaked a glance at the owner behind the counter, staring for 3 seconds. Name Shun Guifeng, gender female, age 53, relationship with host owner, customer, current status working, affection 5. Chin Fu then looked at the other customers in the shop. Their values were mostly around 5 or 6, or even a baseline of 0. So this was the affection level of ordinary people. Beep. Mission loaded successfully. Holy crap, a new mission. Chin Fu jolted. Next mission, raise a random male's affection to 100 points within 24 hours and receive a mysterious gift pack. Failure penalty, sensitivity of a random body part multiplied by 10. Multiplied by 10. Chin Fu's heart raced. Please don't let it be something weird. No choice, I've got 24 hours to max out. Bai Hao. The buns arrived quickly, steaming hot, with soft white skins. Hee, watch me play you. When Bai Hao picked up a bun for her, she quickly took it, brought it to her lips, blew on it, and took a bite. She thought, he'll pretend it's delicious to boost Bai Hao's ego and earn affection points. But this bun was actually really good. Oh damn. Chin Fu swore that before finding this bun shop, she'd been eating like a total barbarian. Bai Hao saw Chin Fu's expression and looked at her expectantly. The fragrance of the meat bun filled her mouth. Chin Fu's eyes darted. Can't waste this chance. Fu Fu's mouth is full of master's flavor. Chin Fu's eyes turned into starry shapes. Such an irresistible taste. What terrible lines. Bai Hao rubbed his forehead. Affection 1, now 47, what the hell? How does it drop? Are you frigid, or what? I say that, and you still deduct. Glad you like it. Chin Fu's eyes darted again. Maybe she should cater to his tastes. She thought of Bai Hao's favorite movie genres. Brother, I love the buns brother picked for Fu Fu. Br. Brother. Bai Hao seemed to get an electric shock, his brain freezing for 30 seconds. Brother is so good to me. I wish Bai Hao were Fu Fu's real brother. Hey. Affection 52, Chin Fu squinted. So she didn't have to call him master. Brother worked too. And what was this guy's deal? So Bai Hao is a wolf in sheep's clothing. So he's into that incest vibe. Chin Fu quickly finished 2 steamed buns. Brother, I want more. Can I have another? Of course you can. Bai Hao's excitement was palpable. Clearly the title brother pleased him greatly. How many more do you want? Chin Fu glanced at the menu listing 6 types of buns. Having tried one, she now wished to sample the other 5. 5. Yes, one of each of the other 5 flavors. Bai Hao paused briefly, then went to the counter to order 5 flavors of buns. Once ordered, you must finish them all. No wasting food. True to form, the miserly habit resurfaced, but Chin Fu dared not complain, fearing it might undo the hard-earned favor she had built. Got it, brother. I promise to eat every last bite. What brother gives I cannot spit out. Bai Hao frowned, sensing something odd in her phrasing. Chin Fu picked up another bun, and seeing no increase in favorability, decided to administer a stronger dose. From now on, Fu Fu wants to eat buns with brother every day. I want to eat buns with brother daily. Devour buns. Relish buns. Favorability 54. Indeed, this pervert. He loves this act of a fake sister with such strange dialogue. Chin Fu continued eating the buns heartily, though they were indeed quite doughy. She picked up another and took a large bite. But this time her expression shifted. Odd. She spat the mouthful back onto the plate. This one tastes bad. Bad. Bai Hao's expression changed abruptly. Tui. Chin Fu spat out all the bun from her mouth onto the plate. Bai Hao glanced at the plate. It was a mushroom-filled bun. Bai Hao instantly relaxed. He wasn't fond of mushroom buns either. The commotion drew the attention of nearby patrons, including 2 thugs who had just entered the breakfast shop to pick up their orders, both sporting dark circles, as if fresh from an all-night internet cafe session. One, a scrawny man resembling a monkey, stood up first and nudged his fat companion. Fatty, look your type. Whoa, a short-haired cutie. If only we could have some fun with her. The scrawny man's eyes roamed over Chin Fu, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Bai Hao noticed the 2 men's leering gazes and shot them an unfriendly look. Chin Fu observed this, thinking this guy seems quite possessive. The scrawny man caught Bai Hao's hostile stare. Hey kid, what are you looking at? Bai Hao's expression remained unchanged, and he said nothing. No way. Is Bai Hao chickening out? I can't have a man like that. The 2 men ignored Bai Hao's glare and swaggered over. Bai Hao watched them coldly. Hey beautiful, can I get your number? The scrawny man leered, pulling out a battered OQQO or 5 phone and looking at Chin Fu. Chin Fu immediately fixed her gaze on him. Name Shun He, gender male, age 21, experience 49 times, currently seeking a mate, hobby bridge camping, family orphan. What a despicable person is Shun He, even his name is irksome. Truly someone like Shun He deserves to be parentless. The fat man crowded in and she turned her gaze to him. Name BNG, gender male, age 20, current status pervert, health herpes zoster, genital warts. This one is no good either, and his name is just as detestable. BNG. The name alone suggests he should be riddled with disease. Chun Fu's disgust for the two grew. The fat man didn't seem to mind her contemptuous gaze, but in fact he appeared excited. He looked her up and down, licking his thick lips. He then pointed at the bun she had spat out. Little sister, food is precious. How can you waste it? What business is it of yours? Chun Fu retorted with disgust. How about this? He'll eat what you spat out, and we can be friends, what do you say? Nearby diners glanced over, but quickly averted their eyes upon seeing the duo's tattooed appearances. Eat it. You really live up to your pervert title. Chun Fu was about to curse when she noticed Bai Hao stirring, and she held her tongue. She wanted to see what Bai Hao would do. Bai Hao's gaze grew colder. He rose slowly, extending an arm to shield Chun Fu. She didn't like it, so she spat it out. What's it to you? Bai Hao said calmly. Chun Fu was startled. She hadn't expected her timid roommate to be so assertive. Strangely, he seems a bit cool, she thought secretly. Oh kid, are you her boyfriend? The scrawny man drawled, his breath reeking of stale tobacco and betel nut. No. Then why are you butting in, you idiot? Get lost. The scrawny man shoved Bai Hao, who seemed on the verge of retaliation, but was stopped by the fat man. Hey buddy, no need to get angry. We can talk, the fat man said with an oily smile. Bai Hao paused, his eyes narrowing. I just want to eat a bun, the fat man said, eyeing the bun Chun Fu had spat out. Get lost. Bai Hao's patience snapped. He raised his hand, swiftly gripping the fat man's thick dark wrist. What the hell? The fat man yelped, trying to retreat. But Bai Hao didn't give him the chance. He yanked the fat man forward, causing him to stumble. The movement was fluid, startling the scrawny man, who quickly backed away. Bai Hao ignored the scrawny man, fixing his gaze on the fat man. Eat a bun. His voice was low but icy. Who gave you the right? With that, he squeezed the fat man's hand. The fat man let out a strange cry, feeling as if his hand had been jammed in a door and slammed shut. Damn, this guy's strong. The scrawny man paled and turned to flee, trying to escape. Bai Hao delivered a flying kick, sending the scrawny man crashing to the floor. Up. The scrawny man shrieked, clutching his stomach, but he dared not utter another word, and scrambled away. The other patrons had already fled, leaving only the timid shop owner cowering behind the counter. Bai Hao turned to the fat man, who was writhing in pain, and said with a low chuckle, You want to eat what she spat out? Fine. He tightened his grip, and the fat man's cries grew louder. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't free himself from Bai Hao's hold. Chun Fu was stunned. Her buddy was this strong. Why had he never shown it before? The fat man let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. If you want to eat, you have to do it the right way. With one hand restraining the fat man, Bai Hao used the other to yank down his pants, then scooped up some bun remnants from the table with a spoon. Before he finished speaking, Bai Hao twisted his wrist. Squelch. You want to eat? Then use a different mouth. Bai Hao delivered a swift kick right onto the fat man's oversized posterior. Ouch! The portly man yelped in agony, stumbling forward and crashing into a table. It took him a long moment to steady himself, and with a grim resolve he pulled out a red spoon from behind. In a split second, he hurled the spoon straight at Bai Hao. Instinctively, Bai Hao raised his hand to block, but the sharp edge sliced his wrist. Ah, you little brat, just you wait, the fat man shouted over his shoulder as he bolted out the door, leaving behind a threatening remark. Chun Fu rushed over and quickly dabbed the blood from Bai Hao's hand with a tissue. By then the fat man had barely managed to pull up his pants and was already far away. Boss, do you have any alcohol? Alcohol? Chun Fu's voice trembled with panic, remembering that the fat man carried 2 virus kings on him. If Bai Hao got infected because of her, she would blame herself for life. Hearing the commotion, the shop owner popped her head out from behind the counter. She hurried over, examined the cut on Bai Hao's hand, and her face filled with gratitude. Young man, thank you so much. Auntie, I'm sorry for making such a mess here. Don't mention it. She quickly rummaged through the front desk drawer and pulled out a bottle of iodine and a tube of alcohol. Come, let Annie disinfect that for you. Thank you, Auntie. Chun Fu remained by Bai Hao's side, still reeling from the shock, her mind echoing with one thought: Bai Hao is amazing. Yet beyond the shock, she fixed her gaze on Bai Hao through her glasses. This time she looked for a long while, and the information on the panel grew increasingly detailed, even revealing Bai Hao's medical history. She scrolled through it for a good while before finally breathing a sigh of relief. He didn't have those 2 conditions. She took a deep breath, looking at the man who had protected her, and felt that calling him master over the past 2 days hadn't been such a bad deal after all. The shop owner Andy finished cleaning Bai Hao's wound and let out a sigh. Alas, all the neighbors around here are used to it. A bitter smile flickered across her face. What do you mean? Bai Hao looked up, meeting her eyes. The shop owner shook her head. I don't ask. Listen to me, you'd better leave now. Those 2 might come back with their gang. They'll have to close up shop and hide for a while too. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. Trouble? You've relieved a lot of my anger, the auntie said, applying a band-aid to his wound. They're notorious thugs around here. They freeload at several nearby shops. Freeload? Bai Hao looked at the still worried shop owner. They always eat without paying. She nodded. Yeah, they come to my place 5 or 6 times a month. They don't dare bother the big restaurants, so they pick on small shops like mine. I see. Bai Hao casually grabbed a pen and paper from the counter and jotted down a string of numbers. If they dare come again, call me. He handed the note to the shop owner along with 300 yuan. This covers the meal and the damages. The shop owner was taken aback, but before she could say anything, Bai Hao had already pulled Chen Fu out of the breakfast shop. It was nearly 9 o'clock and the sun had risen high, making it hot outside. Following behind Bai Hao, Chen Fu admitted to herself that her roommate was growing more impressive by the minute. Not only had he protected her, but he also possessed such a strong sense of justice. Most of all, the miser had actually been willing to fork out 300 yuan in compensation. This truly made Chen Fu see him in a new light. She prepared to compliment him, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Big brother, you were really amazing just now. Bai Hao smiled, clearly basking in her praise. Oh really? Big brother is so strong. I really like strong big brothers. To her surprise, Bai Hao actually blushed, suddenly feeling shy. Chen Fu was startled by his reaction, thinking, why are you blushing like a teapot? It's the first time a girl has complimented me like this. Actually, I'm not sure if I should even call you a girl anymore. By the time they returned to the dormitory building, it was past 9 o'clock. Chen Fu still had her long hair hidden beneath a black hoodie, careful not to be recognized. Pushing open the dorm door, the beds of the other two roommates were empty and nothing in the room had changed. Clearly Wang Juji and roommate Lu Ran still hadn't returned. Your hand. Is it okay? Chen Fu finally asked. It's fine. My wounds heal quickly, Bai Hao said, walking over to sit on his bed. So did I impress you just now? The heroic image Chen Fu had built up in her mind instantly crumbled at his words. Seeing Chen Fu speechless, Bai Hao curled his lips into a smirk, seemingly savoring the moment. Instead of answering directly, Chen Fu muttered under her breath. By the way, where did you learn all those skills? At the gym. Damn, when did you even go to the gym? You're so competitive. Tell me which gym made you this awesome. Which gym, eh? Bai Hao thought for a moment. I can't remember the name. He looked up at Chen Fu, his gaze now tinged with complexity. So, what is it? Chen Fu felt uneasy under his stare. It was the same look had given her last night before the kiss. I was thinking, Bai Hao mused, in your current state. What are you going to do? Chen Fu froze. What do you mean? About you turning into a girl, Bai Hao said bluntly. You can't keep hiding it forever. Wang Juji and Lu Ran will come back eventually. How will you explain it? Chen Fu had already pondered this question, but it still took her a moment to respond. Since I could tell you, I don't mind telling those two brothers too. But you said yesterday. Yesterday was yesterday. With you around, I'm not afraid of what they might do to me. Chen Fu smiled, her sweet expression making her even more adorable. Bai Hao nodded. Affection value 60. Damn. That line really hit hard. You still haven't answered me. Was I impressive just now, eh? Bai Hao returned to his earlier question. Honestly. Yeah, pretty impressive, Chen Fu admitted sincerely. So is there a reward? Bai Hao seemed to muster all his courage to utter those words, then looked at Chen Fu with hopeful eyes. Reward? What kind of reward? Well, Bai Hao hesitated. I mean, I want to kiss you again. Chen Fu spat a mouthful of blood toward the ceiling. He thought to himself, is this guy addicted, or what? Playing the hero to save the damsel in distress. Could it all be just for this move? Only now did he realize that what the fitness flyer distributor had said was indeed true. Who said fitness was useless? Just look at his own roommate, effortlessly putting those gym results to good use. Chen Fu cast a scrutinizing gaze at Bai Hao. Bai Hao, however, still looked back at him with eager anticipation, making no inappropriate moves. At least he's more of a gentleman than that Lin Su. Chen Fu mused. Still, this is a golden chance to boost my favorability. He thought of the system's percentage mission and mystery gift pack. A sly glint flickered in his eyes. Want more? Chen Fu dragged out his voice, lacing it with allure. Brother, are you looking for a reward? Bai Hao nodded. Yeah, I want a kiss. Chen Fu thought, this guy sure is straightforward. Well, since you ask so nicely, how could I bear to refuse? Chen Fu rose with a smile and padded softly to Bai Hao's bedside. Instead of leaning in immediately, he tilted his head and looked at him. Brother, what kind of kiss do you want this time? Just a normal one. Normal. Chen Fu deliberately softened her voice further. Teach me, want you. I'm not very good at this. Bai Hao swallowed hard. Just like yesterday. Before he could finish, Chen Fu had already closed and brushing a light kiss against his lips before pulling back. Is this it? Yeah. She glanced at the numbers. Favorability 62. Only 2 points up. Chen Fu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed peckish kisses weren't cutting it. He needed something more substantial. Don't you like it, brother? Chen Fu batted her eyelashes and leaned in again. This time Chen Fu intended to linger longer. She tentatively touched Bai Hao's chest. She could feel him forgetting to breathe again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. She pulled back, looking at Bai Hao, now reduced to a flustered mess by her antics. Favorability 65, progress at last. Again. Chen Fu resolved, and this time she sat directly on Bai Hao's lap, gently cupping his face with both hands. Brother, I really like you. The kiss deepened. Drawing from last night's experience, she had mastered the rhythm of handling Bai Hao. This time, nearly a minute passed before Chen Fu pulled away. Favorability 68, Chen Fu what? I think I'm good now. Bai Hao felt the same limpness wash over him, instinctively shrinking back. Good now. Brother, is this enough? Bai Hao's gaze flickered. A what? Chen Fu didn't answer. Her fingers found the zipper of her hoodie and pulled it down a fraction. The maid outfit beneath peeked out. Bai Hao's eyes locked onto the spot. Favorability 74, it went up. Hee, it works. Encouraged, Chen Fu grew bolder. She leaned forward. But Fu wants to make brother even happier. Bai Hao was already a limp mess. He tried to raise his hand several times, but failed. Favorability 75, almost there. Chen Fu's heart raced as the little demon within her seized control once more. Brother, you can do it. Chen Fu kissed him again, this time more passionately. The kiss stretched on for 3 full minutes. Chen Fu glanced at the data. Favorability 75, still 75, stuck. What? How is this happening? No. I have to try harder. She made several more attempts, but no matter how deeply their lips locked, the number stayed stubbornly at 75, refusing to budge. Chen Fu sensed trouble. Oh no. Could this be a critical point? No way. I can't accept the system's punishment. I'm going all in. Chen Fu's hand reached for Bai Hao's pocket. Oh, what are you doing? Bai Hao's pupils dilated as he shoved Chen Fu away. Favorability 73, it dropped. Chen Fu was stunned. How pretentious. I'm the one going all out and you're acting coy. Don't come begging me later. Bai Hao had already composed himself. Not now. It's not right. Galajimu, that's not how it works. Chen Fu froze, suddenly reminded of a certain TikTok creator. Mu. This kid was treating her like the one being romanced, wasn't he? But when he thought about it, that perspective wasn't entirely wrong. He was indeed trying to win over his roommate for rewards. So the strategy is off. Like Galajimu, I need to take it step by step. Going too far only backfires. Chen Fu had an epiphany. He had to cross out such aggressive tactics from his playbook. His mind raced. First, recover the lost 2 points. Switch tactics. Then, he stepped forward, pressed himself against Bai Hao again, gently guiding him back onto the bed, his face lowering. Just one more kiss, just one. He looked up at Bai Hao with a pleading, almost suppliant gaze. This seemed to work on Bai Hao. Indeed, only wit not force would prevail. This time Chen Fu's kiss was tender, a soothing, passionless caress. Bai Hao didn't resist, he simply accepted it. They parted. Chen Fu nervously checked the favorability score. Favorability 75, it was back. Chen Fu breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed he would have to put in more effort today. Raising the score from 75 to 100 was no easy feat. Click. The sound of the door lock suddenly rang out. Huh. Both of them froze. The door swung open, and their roommate Lu Ran walked in with a backpack and a grin. Guys, you won't believe what happened in class. He stopped mid-sentence, frozen in the doorway. Before him, Bai Hao lay on the bed, while Chen Fu was practically halfling in Bai Hao's arms. Their lips seemed to have just parted. Time appeared to stop for a few seconds. None of the three in the room moved like actors in a time-stop film. What the hell? Lu Ran's expression was even more exaggerated than Bai Hao's when he discovered Chen Fu had turned into a girl. Bai Hao, you. And is that Chen Fu? Chen Fu sprang up like a shot, frantically straightening his clothes as he came to his senses. His mind went blank. It's over, it's over, it's over. Bai Hao scrambled to his feet, his face burning like a furnace. Brother Ran, if I said we didn't do anything, would you believe me? They'll believe you when pigs fly. Lu Ran was still in shock, not yet fully recovered. He pointed at Chen Fu. Is this really Brother Fu? No way. How did Chen Fu turn into a girl? Wait, did I have too many drinks last night, and now I'm seeing things? Chen Fu forced himself to calm down. He looked at Lu Ran, standing dumbfounded at the door. 3 seconds. Name Lu Ran, gender male, age 19, relationship with host roommate, favorability 41, experience 3 times, current status extremely shocked, questioning reality, wants to join in. What the hell does wants to join in mean? I've got it. Lu Ran exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. This plot, I think I've seen it in genderbender stories. Genderbender stories. Chen Fu was struck speechless. This guy's imagination is way too wild, isn't it? Yet upon second thought, her own experience did resemble those genderbender tales she had read before. But the heroines in those stories always ended up miserable. Wasn't that different from her own situation? Those heroines were usually bullied by their roommates first, then forced to reward them, gradually sinking deeper. Damn it, who says it's different? It really does seem like a genderbender story. The more Chen Fu thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Isn't this just a copy-paste? Could I really be living inside a genderbender story? Lu Ran's theory convinced her. Hell, following this progression, am I doomed to become my roommate's cosmic rage? No way. That's practically a royal uncle, isn't it? No one would want to read a genderbender story with this theme, right? If this were truly the case, she must steer toward a pure love direction. Bai Hao stood up and walked over to Lu Ran. I don't think it's a novel. It could be a gal game. Chen Fu is the heroine and we're the NPCs. A gal game. Lu Ran quickly accepted this premise. What? You wonder why Lu Ran's worldview wasn't shattered? Impossible. Bro Ran never had a worldview to begin with. A gal game sounds great. So can you bind with me too? Tell me, don't you have a system or something? Come on, romance me. Romance your ass. Chen Fu's temple bulged into a vein. You really think him some eroge heroine, huh? Bro, even if the setup says the protagonist can bind with multiple romance targets, you already have a girlfriend. Give me this chance first, by how interjected. No way. The two bickered at the door, leaving Chen Fu somewhat relieved. She hadn't expected Lu Ran to adapt so quickly to her female identity. What would Fatty Wong think when he saw her transformed into a girl? Lu Ran was in the middle of a friendly exchange with Bai Hao when Chen Fu interrupted, prompting him to remove his size 42 Northern Barbarian foot from Bai Hao's face. That's your reward for today? Lu Ran flashed a sly grin. Screw off. Grudges dissolved in laughter. Lu Ran booted up his computer and dragged Bai Hao into a game of Minecraft. Though he invited Chen Fu as well, she had no heart for playing. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of raising affection points. 75 points. How do I fix this? She knew the hallmark of Minecraft all too well. Either you don't touch it for a month, or you play it for a month straight. It seemed Lu Ran wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. She climbed into bed and drew the curtain. Chen Fu clenched her small fists, clearly unwilling to accept this. I can only pin my hopes on that pervert Lin Su. At 6:50 p.m. the two had already assembled netherite armor sets, and were preparing to fight the Ender Dragon. Lu Ran, did you switch to creative mode? Slander. I never play in creative. I grind everything legit okay. I found 63 enchanting tables in the river by my house. The survival world instantly turned into PvP. Chen Fu climbed down from her bed and looked at their backs. Going out tonight. Bai Hao's heart skipped a beat. Where to? Something to take care of. Something. Lu Ran turned around too, sizing Chen Fu up with a smirk. At 6:55. Lin Zu's dorm was right next to Chen Fu's, so she arrived quickly. She took a long moment to steel herself before pushing the door open. Lin Zu's face looked even more despicable than yesterday. Tonight he wore a black short-sleeved pajama top and a pair of shorts, the front of which was already tinted. Clearly he had been waiting for a while. He was alone in the dorm. Where's your roommate? Jin Shenzhen. He went back to Yinbian and won't be returning. Since 2 of the 4 originally assigned to Lin Zu's dorm had switched majors at the start of the semester, only Lin Su and Jin Shenzhen were left living there. It's perfectly safe. Ready. As agreed. After today, give me back my ID card. They'll give it to you right now? Generous enough, huh? Chen Fu snatched her ID card from his hand and stuffed it into her pocket. Chen Fu glanced deeper into the room and noticed it was strangely arranged. One bed was draped with an enormous green screen, a professional camera sat on the study desk, a fill light stood on the floor, and beside it was a clothes rack lined with various small outfits. You? Chen Fu's expression shifted. Yesterday was too limited. Lin Su locked the door. Just be a good girl and shoot a few more sets for me, bro. I swear I won't leak them. I've been wanting to find someone to shoot these characters for ages, but I never found the right person, until yesterday. Chen Fu clenched her fists. She looked at the clothes inside. She even recognized several of them. Outfits from famous eroge heroines of a certain country. Damn. First set, convenience store style. Lin Su pointed to a green and white outfit. Change into this. Hurry up. Chen Fu gritted her teeth so hard they nearly cracked, but she had no choice but to slowly shed her jacket, revealing the maid uniform underneath. Wait. Lin Su was instantly captivated. Bro, you didn't prepare this for me, did you? Screw off. I was forced into this. No, don't move. Keep that expression, that look of disgust. Don't move. He quickly grabbed his camera and aimed it at Chen Fu. Corners of your mouth down, further down. Click. No, it's not natural enough. Lin Su lowered the camera, walked over, and suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist. Relax, bro. Chen Fu's body trembled, and her expression grew even more repulsed. Yes, that's it. The shutter clicked repeatedly as Chen Fu was posed into a myriad of positions. After every few shots, Lin Su demanded a new pose or a change of clothes. Chen Fu put on each outfit only to be forced into humiliating stances. An hour later, her eyes were rimmed with red. She swore she was completely done with Lin Su. He had utterly disrespected her. What are you crying about? Lin Su stopped shooting. Isn't this fine? I'm not doing anything too extreme. He reached out to wipe the tears from the corner of her eye. Chen Fu turned her face away, ignoring him. Still throwing a tantrum, huh? Lin Su cupped her cheeks with both hands, forcing her to look back. Didn't we used to mess around like this all the time? That was before. It's different now. What's different? Lin Su chuckled. You're still you, I'm still me. You're just more convenient now. He lowered his head, his face drawing close. Chen Fu's heart jolted violently, and she shoved him away. Don't touch me. Lin Su just smiled and stepped back. Through tear-filled eyes, Chen Fu looked at him. 3 seconds later, data materialized. She had been photographed for so long that she had forgotten about her glasses' function. She focused her mind. Name Lin Su, gender male, current status excited, sadistic urge, experience 0 times affection value 65 from the start. Is it because we were already close before? Chun Fu gritted her teeth, vowing that she would rather face the system's punishment than raise Lin Zu's affection the way she had with Bai Hao. Ready? Let's continue shooting. 67 photos, so far 33 more to go. I promise, after this I'll never ask you to do this again, deal. He picked up the camera again. Come on, turn around, arch your back, stick out your butt. Chun Fu complied. Click, click, click. After 3 shots, Chun Fu glanced at Lin Su. Affection value 66, huh? Taking photos raises affection too. Does this guy's affection not need to be increased through that method? A flicker of joy sparked in Chun Fu's heart. If that were the case, could she earn a full 100 affection points from Lin Su? She silently calculated roughly every 3 photos raised the value by 1 point. There are 21 left. Lin Su said. 21. Chun Fu mused silently. If 3 photos can increase affection by 1 point, then at most it could rise to 76. No, I finally found a chance to break through 100. How could I let this slip away? We have to take more. Lin Su. Chun Fu interrupted him. I feel like taking photos is actually quite fun. How about we take a few more? Huh? More? Lin Su was clearly taken aback. But we've already finished all the normal ones. If we take more, there's only that kind left. That kind, oi. Hee, just private photos only for us two to see. Want to give it a try? No way. No way. Absolutely not. Chun Fu refused decisively. She dared not take such a risk. If that guy Lin Su tried to force himself on her, she wouldn't even know where to cry. Lin Su put down the camera, seemingly regretful of Chun Fu's response. Then let's just finish this set first. The affection value was gradually increasing. Lin Su glanced at the photos in the album. 99 photos, just 1 more left. A soft click sounded. Chun Fu then turned her gaze toward Lin Zu's affection meter. Wait. 75 again. Why is it still 75? Like by how Chun Fu's heart trembled. Could 75 be an insurmountable threshold? Am I about to be punished by that wretched system? Ding. Detected that the host has raised the affection of both bound targets to 75 points. Hidden achievement double agent unlocked. Reward achievement mall self-select gift pack. The system's chime suddenly rang out. Huh. There are achievements too. Chun Fu, both surprised and delighted, quickly calmed her excitement and turned to Lin Su. Lin Su will be going now if there's nothing else. Yeah, go ahead. If you want the photos, I'll send you a copy later. Lin Su was admiring his work, seemingly losing interest in the Chun Fu before him. Chun Fu responded perfunctorily, then dashed into the restroom, locking the stall door. Wretched system. Open the achievement mall. Received. The host may choose 2 items from this achievement reward. 2 items. Chun Fu was overjoyed. Suddenly, a golden light panel unfurled. Chun Fu looked at the interface, which displayed 5 grids, each containing an item. Divine Chef Enhancement Candy. After consuming this candy, culinary skills will be greatly enhanced for 1 hour. Pet Invisibility Cloak. When worn by a pet, it renders the pet invisible. This. Chun Fu frowned at these 2 prizes. How are they both so useless? What's the point? She pouted and continued scrolling. 1 Huami 17 Pro Max. A phone. I kind of want that. But she still hadn't found what she was looking for and continued downward. Gender swap pill divided into 2. After taking them separately, the user and the target will swap genders for 1 hour. Strength potion. After consumption, gain a 10-fold increase in strength for 1 hour. These 2 seem really useful. Chun Fu looked at these items, and a little devil once again seized the high ground of her heart. A plan began to take shape in her mind. Since I can't get past 75 points, they'll take this chance to properly repay classmate Lin Su. What a wonderful idea. I choose the 4th and 5th. Chun Fu couldn't suppress her grin. Lin Su. Submit. Perish. Selection successful. Rewards have been delivered to the system space. The host may use them at any time. System space. Chun Fu gave it a try. With a thought, the 2 items appeared in her hand. With another thought, they vanished from her grasp. So portable. A surprised smile touched Chun Fu's lips. High-tech. Truly high-tech. Lin Su. Your master is back. Chun Fu adjusted her expression, washed her face, and finally transformed herself back into a pitiful, helpless look. She examined herself in the mirror, nodded, and then returned to Lin Zu's dormitory. Lin Su was sitting at his computer editing photos. Seeing Chun Fu return, his expression was one of surprise. Why are you back? Chun Fu walked quickly into the room, moved behind Lin Su, and gently wrapped her arms around him. Lin Su felt a strange sensation. Lin Su, you said earlier. Didn't you mention taking those? Really cool. Private photos. Chun Fu leaned on Lin Zu's shoulder, using her breath to tease him. Lin Su squinted, turning his head to look at Chun Fu's shy, yet yearning expression. What, you want to take them now? I really do want to. Chun Fu nodded, pretending to be shy. Actually, I've wanted to since earlier. Really? Lin Su was overjoyed. Hey, I've always wanted to shoot them too, but I was afraid you'd call the cops. I won't call the cops. That's great. When do we start? Now. We can start right now. With that, Chen Fu immediately retrieved the strength potion from the system space along with a pill and downed them in one gulp. A surge of power instantly filled Chen Fu's entire body. Lin Su watched in disbelief. What are you drinking? An energy drink. Chen Fu smiled sweetly. Then she took out the gender swap pill and held it in her palm. Lin Su opened wide. Chen Fu leaned in, her voice soft and sticky. Lin Su was confused. What for? As Lin Su spoke, Chen Fu flicked the pill into his mouth. Cough cough. What was that? Lin Su clutched his throat and quickly stepped back. You'll find out soon enough. Chen Fu put on an innocent smile, looking at Lin Su with great anticipation. Then Lin Su's frame seemed to shrink, his Adam's apple vanished, and his chest began to swell. The most obvious change was his face, which had softened considerably. What did you do? Lin Su spoke, but heard a crisp female voice. Stunned, he felt his throat. My voice. He quickly looked down at his body. Beneath the loose collar of his pajamas, there was a distinct swell. Further down. Holy crap. Lin Su let out a scream. It's gone. His face turned ashen. Chen Fu, what the hell did you feed me? The scene from last night flashed through Lin Su's mind. Had he turned into a girl too? He tried to rush out to find a mirror, but Chen Fu grabbed him. What? A male voice came from Chen Fu's throat, a voice Lin Su knew all too well. Huh, you. Change back. Chen Fu pushed the now female Lin Su, who stumbled and fell heavily into a pile of clothes. Lin Su looked at Chen Fu in terror. Chen Fu had now reverted to her original appearance. But even if I'm a girl now, there's no way Chen Fu could be this strong. How had Chen Fu become so powerful today? Don't rush off. Chen Fu bent down with a smile, pressing one hand onto Lin Su's left shoulder. Didn't you say we were going to take photos? Fu can't wait any longer. Chen Fu tilted her head, looking at Lin Su with a sweet smile. Now it's your turn. 40 minutes later, Chen Fu stood aside with a smug smile. Lin Su was sprawled on the floor, utterly exhausted, as she had made him strike countless difficult poses. Chen Fu gazed at her handiwork, beaming with joy. Not only had she avenged herself, but she seemed to have stumbled upon an unexpected gain. Affection 100. Who would have thought this guy has a dual attribute? A smirk curled on Chen Fu's lips as she looked at Lin Su lying on the ground. Brother Lin Su still up for photos. No more. He'll dismantle the camera and destroy every piece. And your ID card? He'll hand it over right now. You know what's good for you. Chen Fu snatched Lin Su's ID card, the thrill washing away the earlier humiliation. Humming a tune, she left his dorm. System, didn't you say there's a reward? Where's my gift pack? Congratulations. You've earned a mystery box. Open it now, the system chimed. Yes. Chen Fu stared at the glowing screen with eager anticipation. In the center of the light panel sat a gift box, but its appearance was odd. Beneath it was a dark, gaping hole. Oh dear, the gift box almost opened. But this system reward can only redeem 99 of the box. You'll need to gather the remaining 1 to unlock it. 1%. How is this so scammy? Why does a gift box have a percentage? But the system can grant you 10 free draws. Maybe you'll get a box patch. Fine. Start the draws. Commencing draws. Beep. Congratulations, you've won Air X1. Beep. Congratulations, you've won box patch fragment X9. Draw complete. Almost there. Just gather 1 more fragment to synthesize the gift patch. Damn. A patch has fragments too. Where do I get the last one? Don't lose heart, host. You can purchase more draws with points. Every 10 points buys you 3 draws. Chen Fu glanced at the 30 points remaining in the top right corner. He'll trust you 1 more time. Buy 3 draws. Chen Fu thought, last time I got 9 out of 10 draws. How can I miss this time? Beep. 10 points exchanged for 3 draws. Starting now. Beep. Congratulations, you've won Air X1. Beep. Congratulations, you've won 0. 4 gift patch fragments. Beep. Congratulations, you've won 0. 5 gift patch fragments. Draw complete. Almost there, host. Just gather 0. 1 more fragments to synthesize the gift patch. Chen Fu squinted, a familiar feeling washing over her. Same recipe, same taste. Damn system. Tell me, do you have another name like Pinduoduo? Chen Fu fumed, jumping in anger. 0. 1 fragments, huh? Why not just say a missing 0? 00000000001 fragments. The system is considering your reasonable request. Please wait. Wait your ass. Chen Fu finally realized. This system must be tied to some 2-word corporation. Chen Fu wailed inwardly as she reached her dorm door, having transformed back from a boy to a girl. The sounds of gaming echoed inside, mixed with 2 voices shouting. Ahem. I'm back. She coughed, greeting the 2 engrossed in their game. They started a new map with Bai Hao as the host. Fume. Lu Ran quickly dropped his computer and approached. Brother Ran missed you so much. He moved to hug her, but Bai Hao dashed over, blocking him. Get back to your game. Beep. Detected host successfully raised a random male's affection to 100 within the time limit. Now issuing a new mission. Why the late notice? The Spring of Hope series mission begins now. Now releasing the first part of the series. Huh, another mission. And it's a series. What's Spring of Hope supposed to mean? First mission name I and the Little Central Air Conditioner mission content raise roommate Lu Ran's affection to 75. Note if Bai Hao's affection drops below 60, the mission fails immediately. Mission reward 40 points gift patch fragment x1 PS, that's the 0. 1 you're missing. Bonus haiku kiss a roommate dorm life blooms like spring, make dumplings for the new year. Why is there a haiku? Failure penalty, randomly kill one of your roommates. Chen Fu, you're not even pretending anymore. Before it was gouging eyes, now you're killing people. Does Lin Su count as my roommate? Just take him away. Chen Fu's mind was in chaos. How could she play this? Bai Hao was so possessive. If she boosted Lu Ran's affection in front of him, the hard-earned affection would plummet. If Bai Hao's affection dropped below 60, lives could be at stake. This mission wasn't like the last one with tenfold sensitivity. It was truly life-threatening. Panicked, she looked at Lu Ran and her glasses scanning function activated. Name Lu Ran, gender male, age 19, affection 41. She needed 34 more points to reach 75. Would she have to develop lip friendship with Lu Ran too? How could that be? She couldn't bring herself to do it. First, he had a girlfriend, and second, he wasn't her type. As for emotions, it was strange. Even before becoming a girl, Shed had such thoughts. Shed once read a gender swap novel and fantasized about what Shed do if it happened to her. The answer, find a handsome guy like Bai Hao. In Chen Fu's view, pure straight men didn't exist. Men just liked good looks. Only those who liked someone like Sister Yu from the Northeast were truly straight. Chen Fu was making excuses for herself. Fu, may have you been frozen? Lu Ran blinked, seeing her motionless. Then he'll make a move. Chen Fu didn't move, still lost in thought. But 3 seconds later she saw Bai Hao's affection shift slightly, from 75 to 74. Holy crap. It's starting already. I haven't even said anything. Why is it dropping? Where's the psychological counselor? I'm not okay. Was it because she didn't refuse decisively? No, she had to act immediately. Her mind raced, and she instantly thought of a plan to soothe Bai Hao while boosting Lu Ran's affection. Clever me. Master Brother Ran, do you two want to play something more thrilling? Something even more thrilling. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Fumier, you want to play a group game with me and Brother Hao, huh? Get lost. Chen Fu clenched her little fist, suppressing her rage. I can't lose my temper, I need to boost the affinity points. Chen Fu forced a smile. Ranga, haven't you always wanted to buy that game? Game? Chen Fu opened Lu Ran's computer, quickly found that adult game on a certain website, and purchased it. WeChat payment successful. Chen Fu felt a bit of a sting. 225 yuan. Lu Ran looked at the payment interface. Holy crap, fate's hell. Fumier, did you strike it rich? He was both surprised and puzzled, as before Chen Fu was someone who would hesitate for half a year over a 6 yuan first recharge. Chen Fu didn't answer, but instead quickly looked at Lu Ran for 3 seconds. Sure enough, the numbers materialized before her eyes. Affinity points 60. It jumped straight to 60 points. Not a waste of my 225 bucks. Chen Fu rejoiced inwardly. Ding. Detected host's first time boosting of the target's affinity by gifting a valuable item. Hidden achievement, loves generous offering unlocked. The system's chime startled Chen Fu. Her first instinct was to dash to the restroom, but just as she was about to rise, she suddenly remembered that the system could be communicated with through thought. She quickly focused her mind. Achievement reward has been issued. Please check and accept. Accept. The interface expanded and 3 reward slots popped up. The host may choose one of the 3 rewards. Nice. Chen Fu looked at the rewards. Proficient in English, proficient in Japanese, proficient in Russian, huh? Chen Fu stared at the 3 options, both shocked and overjoyed. Damn, a language pack, huh? Which one to pick? Chen Fu's gaze darted among the 3 languages. She did need English, as she was currently preparing for the college English test band 4, and her progress had reached the heartwarming abandon. Choose English. Chen Fu was very hesitant, but somehow she ended up selecting the Japanese language pack. What true otaku can resist Japanese? A clear stream instantly flowed into her brain, and every one strange kana became instantly clear and comprehensible. Maji Yamakani, I actually know it all. Chen Fu was overjoyed. Coming back to her senses, she saw that Lu Ran had already downloaded the game, and was pulling Bai Hao to look at the computer screen with eager anticipation. I'm dying for this. The game started and several cool figures appeared on the game interface. But soon both boys frowned. Damn, how come I can't understand a single word? No localization. Where's the fan translation group? My fan translation group. Lu Ran exclaimed. And it seems like there's no sound. Bai Hao also noticed the problem. After fiddling for quite a while, they discovered it seemed to be a problem with the game itself. The computer had sound, just this game didn't. Damn. Did Fu go buy a pirated copy? For this kind of game, losing the sound was like losing half the fun. What do? I'm all geared up and you give me this. Chen Fu was also at a loss, but, I can understand a bit. How about I translate and voice act for you guys? Voice act. But this is an adult game, you. This is my forte. Lu Ran instantly remembered Chen Fu's skill at imitating the old man. Chen Fu squeezed between them. The Japanese dialogue on the screen automatically translated into Chinese in her mind. It works now, watch me. Using her normal speaking voice, she began to simultaneously translate the female lead's lines. Wait, that's just a bit you understand. What the hell have you been learning behind your bros' backs? Knowing Japanese, you're trying to outdo us all. Bai Hao murmured on the side. Chen Fu just smiled. She took out her phone, opened a music app, and selected a playlist of pure instrumental music as background. The atmosphere in the dorm instantly became even more peculiar. So fun, love it. Lu Ran was already engrossed. Bai Hao on the side didn't speak, but his eyes never left the screen. The initial plot was relatively ordinary. During the mundane scenes, although Chen Fu's voice acting was still a bit raw combined with the music, it made her seem more like a nervous girl who had never really dated. Lu Ran was enjoying himself immensely, his little brother and affinity points rising little by little. However, Bai Hao was fine at first, but as the plot deepened, his brow furrowed more and more. The game scenes shifted, constantly moving from outdoor settings into private spaces, and the dialogue began to grow increasingly strange. Though Chen Fu was inwardly reluctant watching Lu Ran's affection value slowly rise, she had no choice but to continue translating. Those intimate, explicit words poured out relentlessly, the bizarre dialogue, even causing a faint blush to creep onto Chen Fu's cheeks. Brother, please. Her voice unconsciously took on a hint of coquettishness. Lu Ran grew even more excited, giving Chen Fu a firm squeeze with both hands, and the affection value jumped to 68. Chen Fu's temple twitched with irritation, but she forced herself not to cry out. At that moment, her gaze flickered to the number above Bai Hao's head, and then, his affection value dropped from 74 to 72. Why did it drop again? The story continued to unfold. The murmuring tones in the dialogue grew more frequent. Chen Fu's voice acting became increasingly immersive. She had to match the atmosphere to keep Lu Ran satisfied. No, don't look there. The two men's affection values were shifting in an alternating dance. Lu Ran 70, 72, 74, Bai Hao 73, 71, 68. 65. Bai Hao's expression darkened, his emotions seemed to have long since left the game. Though his eyes remained on the screen, his peripheral vision was fixed on Chen Fu beside him. His face bore an indescribable complexity. In his heart, that voice seemed to have once belonged solely to him. Yet now it appeared to be fully displayed for the pleasure of another man. Chen Fu was deeply tense watching the two sets of data, hoping Lu Ran's value would break through to 75, yet dreading that Bai Hao's affection would plummet below 60. The game reached its most ecstatic part with visuals and dialogue pushed to the extreme. Chen Fu gritted her teeth and mimicked a high-pitched cry tinged with sobs. Lu Ran's affection 75. Bai Hao's affection 60. Both numbers froze almost simultaneously. System confirming in progress. Host must ensure values remain unchanged for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 75. The task was indeed achieved. But 60 was the very bottom line allowed by the mission. One more drop and the task would fail instantly. How can I hold this for 10 seconds? Chen Fu's heart nearly stopped. She saw Bai Hao's value flickering at 60, it dangerously unstable, as if it might plummet at any moment. No. Alarm bells rang wildly in Chen Fu's mind. In her desperation, she seemed to lose all reason. People will die. She hastily stopped the voice acting, and just as Lu Ran was still reeling, and Bai Hao's disappointment was about to crystallize into something tangible, she turned her graceful waist to the right. She cupped Bai Hao's face in both hands, and amid his utter bewilderment closed her eyes, then pressed her lips to his. It was a deep, soft, and refreshing kiss. Bai Hao's body jolted with surprise. This scene following the game's climax brought him even greater relief. 3 seconds later, Chen Fu's cheeks were faintly flushed, her breath utterly disordered. She nervously looked at Bai Hao's affection value. Bai Hao's affection 75. Finally, Chen Fu breathed a sigh of relief. But beside her, Lu Ran. Lu Ran was petrified, taking a long while to recover. What do you mean you were just waiting for that moment to mess with my head while playing a game, weren't you? Lu Ran sprang up in fury. So, I was just a part of your little scheme all along. Chen Fu quickly snapped back to reality. She hadn't expected to do something so absurd at such a critical moment, kissing Bai Hao right in front of Lu Ran. How was she supposed to explain this? Her face blushed a deep crimson. What nonsense are you talking about? This is clearly just an act of love between roommates. Roommate love? Then me. I'm a roommate too. What about me? Kiss me. Learning the reason, Lu Ran hurriedly edged closer to Chen Fu, afraid she might change her mind. Get lost, you're not included. Chen Fu stepped back, crossing her arms and scrutinizing Lu Ran. Lu Ran was clearly unconvinced. Come on, why not? Because you have a girlfriend, and Bai Hao doesn't. You already have your girlfriend's lips to feast on, yet you still covet your roommate. How despicable. Lu Ran was left speechless. Those two mouths. If you looked at it that way, it did make sense. Indeed, he had been feasting all night. The snowy images on the computer screen were still rolling, but the kiss from his roommate still left Lu Ran feeling a pang of discontent. So what if he had a girlfriend? His roommate was no ordinary girl after all. She was a little boy girl. Chen Fu stood there looking at Lu Ran with pride. To make him even angrier, she pressed closer to Bai Hao, hugging his arm tightly. Chen Fu was no longer worried about this guy's favorability dropping because the mission was complete. Even if it did drop, it didn't matter anymore. Ding. Mission, in the central little air conditioner, completed. Rewards 60 points. Treasure chest fragment, X1, now delivered to the system space. Host can open the treasure chest anytime. The system notification sounded. Finally, Chen Fu rejoiced inwardly and immediately wanted to dash out. Although she could open the treasure chest in the room with this mess, she'd have to explain for ages if she stayed. Better to let Bai Hao handle it himself. Brothers, I have a stomach emergency. You chat. With that, Chen Fu gracefully slipped away and ran to the restroom. This. The two left behind stared at each other. A brother Ran. Bai Hao broke the awkwardness first. Don't call me brother Ran, I should call you brother now. I just want to know how far have you two gone by now. Bai Hao scratched his head. What do you mean by how far? Don't play dumb with me, you kiss more smoothly than I do with my girlfriend, still pretending. Lu Ran squinted at Bai Hao, pointing at Chen Fu's trash can. I felt something was off earlier. Tell me, what is this? In the trash can, a tuft of short hair cut by Chen Fu lay quietly. It was a lock of hair she had snipped off when she first turned into a girl, still bearing a natural curl. Lu Ran had accidentally spotted this clump of hair while playing his adult game earlier, but hadn't thought much of it. Now combined with Chen Fu and Bai Hao's strange behavior. What were you two doing in the dorm before I came back? Nothing much. You did nothing, and yet you shaved everything off. He looked at Bai Hao, who had a confused kitten expression. What do you mean by shaved everything off? Bai Hao was utterly bewildered. Confess. Whose is this, yours or hers? Spill it. What do you mean by whose? I don't know what you're. Fine, you don't know, huh? Lu Ran scanned Bai Hao up and down. Then I'll check personally. First, let's see if it's yours. Pounces up. What are you doing? This is against all propriety. Hey. In the restroom on the other side, Chen Fu was staring at the blue light screen, beaming with joy. Open the treasure chest. Beep. Opening, please wait. Rewarding host 40 points, SS level superpower X1. Hope the host enjoys using it. Superpower. Yes. The superpower is available for 1 week, and will weaken automatically after that. So what exactly is this superpower? Chen Fu asked with starry eyes. It's a secret. Explore it on your own. Damn system. I hate riddles. Chen Fu cursed under her breath. But she quickly let it go. Having a superpower was better than nothing, because if the system gave her another fragment this time, she'd have to accept it anyway. Whatever, back to the dorm. As soon as Chen Fu returned to the dormitory door from the restroom, she heard strange noises inside. Pushing open the door, the sight before her left her astonished. Lu Ran and Bai Hao were wrestling together, and what made Chen Fu's face flush was that neither of them had a single stitch of clothing on. Seriously, I've only been gone 3 minutes and you two are already settling things yourselves, huh? Chen Fu clenched her little pink fist. Hearing Chen Fu's voice, both of them stopped their movements and turned to look at her in utter bewilderment. What are you on about? Lu Ran asked in confusion. Chen Fu covered her eyes with her small hands. Why have you both stripped naked? Fu Meyer, have you lost your mind? Did you poop your eyes out? Lu Ran looked puzzled. He glanced at his pajamas. Though Bai Hao had torn them a bit, it was far from being called naked, right? Bai Hao looked somewhat worried. He reached out and touched Chen Fu's forehead. You don't have a fever. What nonsense. Chen Fu peeked through a slit in her fingers. The scene before her remained unchanged. You're clearly naked. Look at Lu Ran, that mole of yours is still showing. Huh. Lu Ran's face instantly changed color. He quickly covered himself. Damn. How do you know? That was because. Just as she was about to speak, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be the superpower? This superpower, it can't be X-ray vision. Oh my. Chen Fu felt both delighted and terrified. Delighted because she had gained such an incredible ability. Terrified because if it really was X-ray vision the next week, she couldn't bear to imagine how she'd get through it. This wasn't a reward, it was clearly a punishment. Who would want a superpower like X-ray vision? Chen Fu felt like crying, and inside, she was already sobbing loudly. Whoa, I was just joking. Chen Fu quickly brushed it off. Lu Ran wanted to press further, his mind full of question marks. You were joking? Then how did you? I'm sleepy. Time to sleep. Without waiting for him to finish, Chen Fu scrambled up to her own bed. She pulled the bed curtain shut, completely isolating herself from Lu Ran and Bai Hao. Sure enough, neither of them said another word. Chen Fu was grateful that Wang Juji had given her a bed curtain at the start of the semester. He had bought one for everyone in the dorm, saying it would let them all freely let loose each night. She never expected that Fatty Wang's bed curtain would save her today. She'd definitely have to thank Brother Juji tomorrow. Chen Fu lay on the bed, quietly listening to the sounds outside. She heard Bai Hao and Lu Ran seemingly climbing into their beds, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Those two fellows were quite sensible. She tossed and turned for a while, but the image of that snowy white scene lingered stubbornly in her mind. Was it really X-ray vision? If so, could I only see through people's clothes? That doesn't make sense. She focused her mind this time, intending to see through the bed curtain. Indeed, the scene beyond the curtain became clear. So, I just need to concentrate to see through things. How wonderful. Someone had turned off the lights earlier. Chun Fu peered toward the two beds using the faint light filtering in through the window. Bai Hao and Lu Ran were indeed already lying down, both propped against their pillows, phones in hand. Chun Fu squinted and saw that the two seemed to be chatting via WeChat. Damn, they're definitely talking about me behind my back. She was annoyed but too lazy to bother with them. Shifting her thoughts, she tried to deepen her X-ray vision, and the two's pajamas began to fade and disappear. Oops, I went too far. She quickly turned her head away. Do not look at what should not be seen. Do not look at what should not be seen. But after a few seconds, she couldn't help turning back toward Bai Hao. Strange, she had seen it all before, hadn't she? After her gender swap, she felt a bit more inclined to sneak a peek. I won't look anymore. It's too dark to see clearly anyway, and I don't even know what I'm looking at. Turning over the next dormitory was Lin Zus. She focused her mind again. Slowly the wall turned into red bricks, then brightened. The light from next door nearly blinded Chun Fu. It took her a while to adjust, and then the scene behind the wall gradually emerged. Lin Su was sitting at his desk holding a screwdriver while dismantling a camera, tears streaming down his face. Lin Su, who had turned back into a boy, was crying like a delicate flower, murmuring something she couldn't hear. Chun Fu's smile widened. So the guy actually did dismantle the camera. Had she left some kind of shadow in his heart? How amusing. Chun Fu, thoroughly entertained, let her gaze continue upward. Above were the senior students' dorms. A few guys sat in a circle on the floor, a case of beer beside them, and an induction cooker in the middle of the table, seemingly boiling hot pot. Seniors sure know how to live. Chun Fu knew she had to stop looking, or she'd really get hungry. She shifted her gaze downward to the first floor. That was the single young teacher's dorm area. Her eyes swept past a few rooms and finally stopped at room 102, diagonally opposite. Her counselor Li Haitao's room. Let's see what the counselor is up to. Her interest piqued. X-ray vision. The wall gradually became transparent. What the a? Chun Fu's pupils shook with a magnitude 9.7 earthquake. Teacher Li was standing in the middle of the room with a girl beside him. Their expressions were strange, their movements bizarre. The girl was also quite adept. One moment, she was in Handan, the next in Tianjin. Chun Fu watched her heart racing. Is this something I should be seeing? Having a midnight snack, huh? Her heart was about to leap into the next room, and a sound was about to escape, but she clamped her hand tightly over her mouth, afraid of making any noise. No, calm down, Chun Fu thought to herself. She concentrated hard, trying to identify the girl crouching on the ground. It's her, class monitor Yang Cici. That usually serious class monitor, the counselor's golden assistant, Yang Cici. The counselor and the class monitor were. She never imagined her own counselor would have her class monitor serve as his assistant. This was too shocking. She wished her X-ray vision could record video so she could capture it. She didn't dare look anymore, only dared to watch for another 40 minutes until the lights in that room went out, then immediately withdrew her gaze. Afterwards, she couldn't calm down. She had heard before about how the class monitor fawned over the counselor, but she never thought she'd witness it so directly. Truly, fawning. How far can this X-ray vision reach? After a while, she came to her senses and continued studying her ability. Her gaze shifted outside the dorm building. There was a lawn, a flower bed, and then the cafeteria. At about 50 meters, the scene began to darken. When she tried to look farther, a sharp pain shot through her brain. So this is the limit. It's enough. Chun Fu beamed with joy. This ability seems quite useful. For instance, maybe she could try scratch off lottery tickets at the shop tomorrow. Lost in anticipation, Chun Fu gradually fell asleep. The next afternoon, the three in the dorm were woken by a commotion. Bang, woo woo. The dorm door swung open, and Wang Juji stumbled in, wailing. Guys, I'm in deep trouble. Oh, I want to die. Lu Ran sat up groggily. What's wrong? Your mom abandoned you again. Chun Fu and Bai Hao also rubbed their eyes and looked toward the door. Wang Juji, snot and tears streaming, began his tale. What mom? It's my dad. What do you mean? Bai Hao chimed in. It turned out that last night he had met his online girlfriend for the second time. The girl was very beautiful and he liked her a lot. This time he was determined to take things further. They went to a hotel and the girl once again suggested that Wang Juji bring another guy. Guys, you know, last time it fell through because I couldn't find anyone. I thought I couldn't fail again this time. So I called Brother Hao. Bai Hao suddenly remembered the call from the night before. He frowned and gritted his teeth. Thanks for thinking of me with such a good thing. As everyone knew, Bai Hao refused. Wang Juji was utterly desperate, and the girl seemed equally disappointed. But in the end, she compromised. Fine, let's just be the two of us, the girl said. Really? Wang Juji beamed with joy. In the darkness, they undressed to get intimate. Wang Juji touched the other's body, and after some exploration realized something fell off. Huh, what's this? Holy shit. She seemed to have the same organ as him. Wang Juji was shocked. He tried to turn on the light, but the others suddenly exerted force and pinned him down. Running away. The person's voice turned into a male voice. Falsetto. Guys, you have no idea how miserable I've been these past 2 days. That guy was a man. He said guys like me are called cute bears in their Sichuan province, a hot commodity. Wang Juji sobbed. He said he planned to drug me for a teacher in every encounter, but he saw I was chubby and weak, so he didn't even bother with the drugs. Wah. And then I was bullied for 2 days. They only let me go today. Wah. The dorm was dead silent. Lu Ran was the first to react. Ha! He rolled on the floor, nearly climbing the ceiling, while Bai Hao laughed so hard, he almost choked. Wang Juji, still wiping his tears, vividly recounted the story, not noticing the gender-swapped Chen Fu. Chen Fu quickly put on her glasses and looked at Wang Juji. Name: Wang Juji, gender male, age 20, relationship with host roommate, affinity 47, current status collapsed, experience 7 times, experience -7 times. Chen Fu was stunned, but given his story it seemed understandable. Brother Jis episode was indeed quite tragic. That person who met him in person, a man, it was also quite formidable. Wang Juji kept covering his rear, his demeanor somewhat unworthy of his name Juji, which implied greatness. He had arranged 2 meetings, yet never had the chance to flaunt his prized possession. Just then a crisp feminine laugh echoed through the dormitory. Ha ha, fatty, you're just too pathetic. Ha ha, I can't even. Huh. Wang Juji's wailing froze. Who? He turned toward the source of the sound, his eyes finally landing on the now gender-swapped Chen Fu. Chen Fu was wearing a loose pajama top, the bunnies inside swinging faintly like a pendulum. The harder she laughed, the wider the swing. Huh. Then Wang Juji's mind went blank. Damn, whose girlfriend is this brought into the dorm? Wang Juji exclaimed, instinctively glancing at Lu Ran, then at Bai Hao. Chen Fu suppressed her laughter, pointing a finger at him. Fatty can't recognize me. Chen Fu. Chen Fu. Wang Juji's gaze swept over her frantically. From her innocent little face to her collar and finally to her chest, which was surprisingly full. What? Gender swap? Wang Juji gasped, instantly recalling the events of the past 2 days. No, this isn't right. Wang Juji clutched his head. Male Chen Fu became a woman. My mom became a man. No, this is wrong. I'm not awake. I must be dreaming. I got broken last night. I'm in a dream, I never escaped. He slapped himself across the face. Slap. Ow. Why does it hurt? The dream's too real. Dream. I don't understand. Fenghua accent. He slapped himself a few more times, even asking Bai Hao and Lu Ran to hit him. Lu Ran never one to refuse such a beneficial request, even threw in a few punches and a couple of sweaty kicks. The stench of his feet hit Wang Juji's senses like a tidal wave, convincing him. This was no dream. No dream could replicate Lu Ran's pungent feet. No, this is real, the real world. It's Earth Online, and there's a glitch. Fix it. Where's the admin? Fix it, damn it. The dormitory filled once more with Wang Juji's howls, a stark contrast to the laughter of the other 2 men and 1 woman. Wang Juji slumped to the floor. After a long while, a thought seemed to dawn on him. Wait. He began to feel that this might not be such a bad thing after all. After all, men were truly terrifying creatures. Now with 1 less guy and 1 more girl in the dorm, his backside might just be a bit safer. Excluding Chen Fu, only Bai Hao and Lu Ran remained as potential threats. If he allied with Chen Fu against the 2, it would be 2 against 2. Clearly the advantage was his. Wang Juji's gaze toward Chen Fu slowly shifted to one of relief. That morning Chen Fu tried her best not to look at her 3 roommates' private parts. Indeed, having X-ray vision was a bit troublesome. Wang Juji was indeed a bit chubby, Lu Ran was indeed a bit lecherous, and Bai Hao was indeed a bit well endowed. At 1130, they decided to head to the cafeteria. Lu Ran and Bai Hao flanked Chen Fu, shielding her in the middle. Wang Juji followed behind, his eyes scanning Chen Fu since they left the building. Chen Fu. It really is Chen Fu. She was now wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and black shorts. 10 minutes earlier, she had secretly taken off the maid outfit the system had given her. No deduction. She cursed under her breath. Damn. I shouldn't have worn it so long. Then she realized that when she called Bai Hao brother, there was no deduction either, and she didn't need to call him master. As long as she didn't use his name, the mechanism wouldn't trigger. The cafeteria was crowded. Chen Fu had just sat down with her tray when she spotted a familiar figure. Huh. Class monitor Yang Cici was walking with a short male student, trays in hand, toward their dining area. Chen Fu thought she recognized the guy, probably an upperclassman who had once inspected their dorm last semester. He had a bad attitude, deducting points upon entering and demanding cigarettes from the younger students. He was likely some sort of life department head. Yang Cici spotted their table, and as if recalling something, linked arms with the guy and walked over. Her gaze swept over the 3 of them before lingering on Chen Fu's face. Bai Hao quickly stood to block her view and greeted her. Class monitor. Yang Cici's throat was slightly red, her voice raspy, clearly from overuse the night before. Oh, it's you, she said with a hint of arrogance. Just remembered something. Your dorm scored 59 on last week's hygiene inspection. Failing. If you don't fix it properly, I won't hesitate to put a disciplinary suggestion in your files. Don't blame me if it affects your graduation. Chen-Fu rolled her eyes internally. This girl really thought she was something. Had she ever actually seen a student's file? Did she think files were trash cans where you could just stuff anything? Lu Ran's temper flared. Yang Cici, don't go too far. Threatening us with files. Think we just started college yesterday. Oh. Yang Cici sneered, tightening her grip on her boyfriend's arm. If you got a problem, take it up with my boyfriend from the student council. Boyfriend. Chen-Fu sized up the guy. He was about 52-inch, with a face neither dark nor fair and a streak of green in his hair. What's more, Chen-Fu's X-ray vision was active. She couldn't help but glance downward. On his belly around the navel, left top and right, were 3 tattoos. A gangster. She looked closer. There were 3 lines of text. First line, Eternal Love Lu Ping Ping. Second, Hand in Hand Zhang Yaling. Third, Marry Only Ma Xinqing. Chen-Fu was speechless. The rhymes were catchy, but what kind of mindset would make someone tattoo names like couplets on their belly? And the worst part, those 3 names weren't even the same person. This guy was short, but had quite the romantic history. So Yang Cici was his current girlfriend. How did she react when she saw those 3 tattoos? The thought amused Chen-Fu. Maybe since the left top and right were taken, Yang Cici would ask to have her name tattooed below his navel, since it was empty anyway. Yang Cici caught Chen-Fu smiling at her boyfriend and shot her a sharp look. Never seen a man before. Yang Cici looked Chen-Fu up and down. Are you Chen-Fu's sister? You look like her. After staring for a while as if her brain was overheating, she finally came up with this plausible explanation. Ah yes. By how interrupted before Chen-Fu could speak. She's here to substitute for class, right? That's absolutely not allowed. If caught, strict action will be taken. She glared at Chen-Fu, her eyes full of displeasure. She harbored an innate hostility toward any girl prettier than herself. Is it not allowed, class monitor? Chen-Fu flashed an innocent smile, staring straight at Yang Cici. Of course, no substituting. It's forbidden. Caught once, 10 points deducted. Twice and you fail. Oh, fail. Just go to the advisor and you won't fail. Chen-Fu lowered her voice. I saw something very interesting last night. Did our dear class monitor go to the advisor for extra lessons? What? Yang Cici frowned. Last night I happened to pass by the advisor's dorm window. There was a crack. You? Before Chen-Fu could finish, Yang Cici's face flushed red as she cut her off. She pointed at Chen-Fu, wanting to say something, but failing. Class monitor, your throat sounds sore. You should drink more hot water. Yang Cici stubbornly retorted. Nonsense. They'll give you 3 days to fix the hygiene. And as for substituting class, don't let it happen again. With that, she grabbed her River Devil boyfriend and hurried away. Chen-Fu watched their flustered retreat, finding it hilarious. Even after they were far away, she could still hear the guy asking, Cici, why are you scared of her? I'm on the student council. By the way, what happened last night? What's your advisor got to do with it? Was he going to fail you? Shut up. Huh. Didn't you say you were tired and went to bed at 6? How'd you go out at night? The guy asked, puzzled. Why do you have so many questions? Oh, by the way, did you think of me when you got up to pee last night? At 11 you called me. I answered, but you didn't say anything. Weird. Just go. Yang Cici barked, her voice echoing through the cafeteria. The 2 figures quickly disappeared into the crowd. Chen-Fu watched them go, regretting not bringing her high-tech glasses. She'd have to make that a habit. Damn, Fu-mei, what did you see? Lu Ran was the first to exclaim in surprise. Wanna know? Chen-Fu turned, deliberately teasing Lu Ran. She glanced at Wang Juji, and Bai Hao, who also seemed eager for her answer. Yeah, of course I do. Lu Ran grabbed Chen-Fu's arm, shaking it back and forth, pleading. Chen-Fu just smiled. He call me daddy, and he'll tell you. Fumi, or stop it please, just tell me. Lu Ran pleaded with his hands clasped together. No. What? Chen-Fu shook her head, enunciating each word deliberately. Damn. Lu Ran slammed the table in frustration as Chen-Fu flatly refused. Chen-Fu felt even more delighted seeing Lu Ran's defeated expression. She knew deep down that getting him to call her dad was about as likely as a certain gaming company announcing all their games would be free to play without microtransactions. It was already a blessing that he wasn't forcing her to call him that. In truth, Chen-Fu wasn't entirely unwilling to share the secret with her roommate. She just didn't want to tell Lu Ran. He was notorious throughout the entire faculty as a loudmouth. If he couldn't keep his lips sealed and ended up spreading Yang Cici's matter all over campus, she'd probably come after her with a vengeance. The loss would outweigh the gain. After lunch, the group returned to the dormitory. 30 minutes remained, enough time to fully charge her phone. She'd need it for the online class this afternoon, where she'd be learning tactics and marksmanship, or so the course claimed. Plugging in the charger, Chen-Fu decided to wash her hair first. After all, she really didn't want to be stuck in a room with 3 naked bodies. Moreover, since she had become a girl, she hadn't taken a single bath, and over the past few days she had turned into quite a stinky mess. Especially the socks on her feet. They had already taken on a yellowish tinge. Every morning she intended to wash them, but whenever she looked for her socks, they had mysteriously vanished. Chen Fu had no idea what was happening and now she was almost out of socks to wear. Her feet, unwashed, her hair of course remained unwashed too. Wash my hair, and while I'm at it wash my feet. She glanced at the clock and in a fluster grabbed a wash basin and rushed toward the communal bathroom. She felt her hair was so greasy it could fry a dish. She grabbed Bai Hao's shampoo and headed to the bathroom she had first appeared in. Since it was Sunday, the bathroom was empty. She filled the basin with hot water, thought it over, and decided to take the hot water back to the dorm to wash her hair. After all, she didn't want to be halfway through washing her hair when some guy like Lin Su barged in again. She scratched her head, picked up the basin, and returned to the dorm. The moment she stepped back and she frowned again. Her 3 roommates were now fully and neatly dressed. Huh, did my X-ray vision disappear? Chen Fu scratched her head in confusion, but just as she did, holy crap, why had it turned transparent again? She scratched her head once more. The X-ray vision suddenly deactivated. Could it be? She tried several times before finally discovering the secret. The switch for X-ray vision is scratching my head. What kind of ridiculous setting is this? That afternoon in the general education classroom. The course was career guidance for college students. It was Chen Fu's first time attending a class as a girl, and she felt a bit uneasy. The room was packed. The entire class of over 60 students was crammed together, making the classroom stiflingly hot. The teacher, a successful middle-aged woman in her 40s, spoke slowly and deliberately. Classmates, silence. Silence. The students all knew this teacher was best at nitpicking to deduct participation points, so they quickly shut up. Standing at the podium, her tone carried the laziness of someone who had ridden the wave of the era's benefits. Class representative. Please take roll call. Chen Fu smiled. Roll call. This lazy teacher's standard trick. She always started every class with it. In truth, she didn't care whether students showed up or not. The main point was that roll call could waste a lot of time. After all, she barely knew how to teach this career guidance for college students course. Having a teacher who had never entered the workforce herself teach students how to get a job. It would be more believable to have a male dog teach how to give birth. Teacher. Yang Cici, sitting in the front row, waved her hand frantically, a triumphant smile on her face. Dear teacher, our class academic representative Han Shuang is on leave. In the class monitor, may I take roll call? All right, thank you, teacher. She quickly grabbed the roster and walked to the front. Li Guanlin. Class monitor. Yang Cici called out names one by one from the podium, holding the attendance sheet, her gaze sweeping across the room, until finally, it landed on Chen Fu. Chen Fu. Yang Cici's voice suddenly rose with a deliberately emphatic tone. She thought to herself, let's see if the teacher kicks you out. Then it won't be my fault. Unfortunately, the teacher on the podium could hardly be expected to recognize a student's name. She didn't even know Yang Cici, the class monitor who slaved over her PowerPoint presentations every week like a dog. In fact, the teacher simply enjoyed having a free laborer to do her bidding. Chen Fu was startled too, not snapping out of it in time. She looked up at Yang Cici, who was shouting her name from the podium, her eyes filled with confusion. What is she up to? Revenge? Isn't she afraid of my threat? Chen Fu. Yang Cici shouted again. Present. 2 voices rang out clearly across the classroom. One male, one female. Moi. The teacher looked up. Bai Hao was dumbfounded. He had assumed Chen Fu was too embarrassed to answer because she had turned into a girl, so why did she answer this time? She had clearly seen Chen Fu's look. Wasn't that a plea for help? Chen Fu was stunned too. What was this guy thinking? Didn't he hear they were calling for Chen Fu? She could have killed Bai Hao. In a fit of rage, she reached out and pinched both his cheeks fiercely. He'll pinch you to death, you stupid Bai. Stupid brother. Chen Fu had originally planned to mumble a quiet answer to avoid attention, but now she was being completely publicly executed. At that moment, the entire class turned their gazes toward Chen Fu and Bai Hao. The two sitting together looked absurdly mismatched, and now they were even playing a cheek-pinching game. After all, in the classroom, there were very few boys and girls sitting together, let alone engaging in such an intimate act. Is this Chen Fu's relative? Looks like Chen Fu. She looks so young, maybe her little sister. I think she looks like her older sister. Look at her chest. None of them considered the possibility of a gender swap, because who else would accept the reality of their transformation as quickly as Chen Fu's 3 brutish roommates? A few girls whispered among themselves, discussing Chen Fu's looks. 9 out of 10. 8.5. A bit less than our sister Shuang. I'd say they're evenly matched. Chen Fu overheard their murmurs and paused her actions. Clearly she felt a hint of smugness. In all her life, this was the first time someone had called her pretty. The most dramatic reaction came from the 4 boys in the neighboring dormitory room, 203. They had already begun whispering about whether they should go ask for her WeChat. Damn, she's a bombshell. I'm going to be Chen Fu's brother-in-law, one of the boys said excitedly. Bullshit. I'm the closest to Chen Fu. She's mine. Another boy from room 201, however, remained quite calm. After all, only 2 people lived in that dorm, and one of them was on leave. Today, only Lin Su was left. He had found a corner to sit in, not choosing to sit with his own roommates. Apparently, he was feeling a bit antisocial. The teacher shifted her high heels and tapped the podium with her textbook. All right, class. Let's begin. Her voice was still languid. She had no idea why the students had suddenly started making a ruckus. Could it be because of that girl Chin-Fu? Well, she was indeed pretty, but she looked a bit like her son's girlfriend, which was irritating. The classroom soon quieted down. For today's lesson read Chapter 7 Regional Development Plans and Career Opportunities in Our Province. You'll need to memorize this. Shortly after class began, Lu Ran couldn't sit still. Damn, this is so boring. Chin-Fu had already started scrolling through Douyin. Oh, by the way, guys, I just remembered something big. Lu Ran suddenly leaned in toward the group. Everyone turned to look at Lu Ran, and Chin-Fu also turned her head. What is it? Lu Ran leaned in closer. Have you guys heard? A pervert sneaked into the girls' dorm bathroom a couple of days ago. Huh, a pervert. Chin-Fu struggled to suppress her gossipy tone. Keep your voice down. Lu Ran raised a finger to his lips. I heard some guy was taking upskirt photos in a stall, got caught, and was beaten to a pulp. No way. I swear. I even suspect that guy uploaded the photos as a video to some gossip site. What? Uploaded online? Duh. You think perverts just keep it to themselves? I immediately searched all the major websites for photos. 8 hours straight, used 20 gigabytes of data, and finally what? Everyone's eyes widened. Finally, still no luck. TCH. The others turned away, the words speechless practically written on their faces. Chin-Fu was also at a loss for words. Damn, listening to your nonsense here is less nourishing than that boring teacher's lecture. Well, you must be really desperate, Lu Ran teased. Enough chit-chat. Let's get started. Wang Juji, who seemed to have been waiting for ages, said. He launched the game, and the 4-player team mode began. Roger. Bai Hao was the first to log in, followed closely by Chin-Fu and Lu Ran. The teacher droned on from the PowerPoint on the podium, apparently oblivious to their actions. What is the definition of college student employment? Occasionally she would call on students to answer questions, all of which were equally insipid. Critical hit. Critical hit. Chin-Fu was downed in the game, and because she had become a girl, she failed to control her volume. The teacher noticed Chin-Fu and frowned. This classmate Chin-Fu, is it? Please answer the question. The teacher's tone carried a hint of irritation. Startled, Chin-Fu quickly put down her phone. Chin-Fu hadn't even heard what the teacher's question was. The teacher glanced at Chin-Fu, then at her own nails, as if she disliked making eye contact with her. It felt a bit like the first time she met her son's girlfriend. Truly unpleasant. The teacher lowered her head. What's the matter? Does this classmate find my question too profound? A few girls in the front row giggled. Chin-Fu quickly flipped through her textbook, but she had no idea which lesson was being taught. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. You don't know, do you? The teacher looked up at Chin-Fu. The girls in the front row even started to jeer. If you don't know, just say so. Don't waste time for other students who want to learn, a girl said with a sarcastic tone. I think she's just one of those useless people who won't find a job anyway, another girl chimed in with a laugh. The front row erupted in laughter. The teacher joined in the laughter. You all should take this as a lesson. Students like her are the scum of society. Don't be like her, right? You're absolutely right, teacher, a girl echoed. Chin-Fu's face darkened. Just then another girl stood up. She was dressed in a black suit as if she had just returned from a student council meeting. Teacher, I know. Her clear voice echoed through the classroom. College student employment refers to higher education graduates through various forms ultimately achieving integration with the labor market, obtaining labor remuneration, or engaging in self-employment. The girl even recited a long string of official jargon, which clearly pleased the teacher immensely. Well said. This is what a student who will find a job looks like. The teacher looked at Chin-Fu. Look at her. Then look at your own level. Students from a school like yours have little employment prospects to begin with, and you don't even bother to learn. What will you rely on for employment in the future? The teacher shifted her tone abruptly. Unlike my son who studied abroad and has just returned to the country to become a corporate executive. She deliberately paused, waiting for a reaction, like a comedian waiting for applause. Wow, teacher's son is so amazing. So envious. The same girls started making a fuss again, their words devoid of substance, filled only with sycophantic emotion. She cleared her throat, evidently basking in their praise. Now then, please welcome my son to give us a demonstration. Huh, come out. Chin-Fu was stunned upon hearing this, frozen in place. What does she mean? Is she calling her son to the classroom? It finally dawned on Chin-Fu that she was being used as a stepping stone. The teacher's whole scheme was to embarrass her and then showcase her own son. Otherwise, who would coincidentally bring their son to class? What the hell? Bringing her son to class to show off. Is she crazy? Lu Ran muttered under his breath. Wang Juji also frowned. Why did she call her son here? To show off, duh. Lu Ran said. The back door of the classroom opened and a young man walked in. The teacher even played a theme song from God of Gamblers for her son. Clearly it was all premeditated. What a painstaking effort. Chin-Fu gritted her teeth. As the background music played, the girls in the front row immediately applauded, uttering oohs and ahs of admiration. Wow. So handsome. So handsome. My idol. My idol. Fu also turned around and took a closer look. The young man bore a striking resemblance to Manshin. The young man walked to the podium and bowed to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Wei. He introduced himself with a hint of pride. I graduated from the University of Finance Japan. Fu almost couldn't hold back a gag. Wei. The name alone sounded unhealthy. And that school's name. She had never even heard of it. Minasan ohei gozaimasu hajimashite. Then Wei rattled off another sentence in Japanese, leaving Fu both amused and exasperated. Fu was now fluent in Japanese. How could she not understand? The guy's accent wasn't even worthy of the Ikebukuro dialect. But she chose to remain standing and watch him show off. I am proficient in various hybrid foreign languages, that is 8 languages. Among them the one I'm best at is Japanese. Then came another long string of Japanese. Wow wow wow. The girls in the front row were having another eargasm. But Fu nearly choked on those Japanese sentences. Because the gist of that Japanese passage was, you have such a high-speed operating machine entering China. Remember the principle I gave when I was young. The principle of researching this thing is that it does not obey due com. Why? Because he is Korean. He belongs to the cooperative party, the partner. Who connected my Bluetooth? Has this guy stopped smoking his pipe and started rambling nonsense? Fu's jaw nearly dropped. She was still being made to stand by the teacher who was now looking at her with even greater smugness. So, impressive, right? The teacher's gaze swept over Fu, whose expression was a picture of complexity. Truly an elite returned from overseas. That Japanese is so fluent. Fu said with starry-eyed admiration, clasping her hands to her chest in a look of envy. Of course it was all an act. Fu's brilliant display of flattery nearly made Lu Ran, who was beside her, fall under the desk laughing. Even though Lu Ran didn't understand Japanese, he knew the guy's accent wasn't authentic. Had he wasted all those years watching anime? An even more smug smile spread across the teacher's face. See, classmate, now you know the difference, don't you? Fu remained standing, smiling sweetly at the teacher. Teacher, may I ask if what your son just said was Japanese? It's really impressive, but why couldn't I understand it? Fu deliberately emphasized the words couldn't understand. Isn't it normal for a student from a low-tier school like yours not to understand? The teacher sneered. Oh, I beg to differ. The entire classroom fell silent, all eyes turning to Fu. What do you mean? The teacher was clearly getting irritated. What do I mean? I should be asking your son the same question. Huh, me, eh? The teacher's son looked visibly stunned. May I ask, senior, what exactly did you mean by that phrase, you have this high-speed operating machinery? Partner. Fu repeated Wei's Japanese words verbatim. Holy crap. Huh, what's going on? A few girls in the front row looked at Fu in surprise. Fu, what are you babbling about? The girl beside her tugged at her sleeve. Hey, what she said sounds just like what the teacher's son said. What? The classroom erupted instantly. Everyone stared at Fu in shock, their eyes darting between her and Wei. You're amazing. Bai Hao whispered to Fu, giving her a thumbs up. The teacher's son's face turned dark. He had come up with the idea on a whim, begging his mother to let him show off at school and find a local girlfriend. He never expected anyone at this shabby school to understand Japanese. He hadn't anticipated Fu actually comprehending him. You're talking nonsense. Wei quickly retorted. Nonsense? Are you saying you forgot what you just said, senior? Fu's smile widened. Or perhaps you don't even know what you said. Fu's tone carried a hint of mockery. The teacher's face darkened completely, her gaze fixed on Fu. You, this student, disrupting the class. Do you think you're funny? Sit down now. Sit down. I find standing quite comfortable. I just wanted to ask the senior what kind of school teaches such profound Japanese. Fu looked at the girls in the audience who had been fawning over the teacher's son. Do you really think his Japanese was fluent? I thought it sounded pretty fluent, a girl shouted. Fu chuckled. That's because you don't understand. I've recorded what I said. Want to hear the translation? She tapped the play button on a translation app. What the senior just said roughly means. After hearing it, the class was stunned for a moment, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Huh, what the hell was that? Holy crap. I'm dying. He's supposed to be a returnee, but that was complete gibberish. Amazing. I can speak Japanese now too. Wei was so mortified he wished the ground would swallow him. The teacher's face was equally grim. She never imagined her supposedly brilliant son would embarrass himself. But wasn't her son an elite? She had spent over $1 million to buy his admission. Was he deceiving her? You? Shut up. The teacher exploded with fury. What? Is the teacher saying I'm wrong? Or do you think that kind of Japanese is impressive? Fu met her gaze. The teacher was left speechless. Mom, you deal with this yourself. I'm out. Wei bolted out of the classroom, leaving his mother stranded at the podium. Wei, get back here. You little brat. The teacher abandoned all pretense of dignity, grabbed her things, and scurried out of the room. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into collective laughter, nearly rolling on the floor. Damn, that girl is incredible. Huh, awesome. A substitute student chased off both the teacher and her son. I recorded this. They'll send it to Chun Fu later to show her what her sister did in class. Huh. But after a minute the atmosphere turned eerie. Everyone fell silent. Do we even need to continue this class? A boy finally spoke. With the teacher and her son gone there was no one in charge. Then let's bolt. What are we waiting for? A few girls grabbed their bags and ran out followed by the rest of the class, all leaving early. On the way out, everyone looked at Chun Fu with gratitude and admiration. Just then a few boys who were friendly with Chun Fu approached. Even though they thought she was Chun Fu's sister, they didn't hold back their praise. You're Fu guest sister, right? You're amazing. Yeah, that comeback was so satisfying. Chun Fu's heart swelled with joy, a bright smile on her face. Little sis, you're way better than your useless brother. Chun Fu was speechless, but then she recalled how useless she used to be. The group saw the teacher leave and filed out of the classroom. Soon only Chun Fu's table, the class monitor Yang Cece, and 3 sycophantic girls remained. As Chun Fu and her friends were about to leave, a voice startled them. Honk! A sound came from the front row, making everyone jump. It was from one of the sycophantic girls. Who do you think you are? A substitute who chased off the teacher. I heard you're her sister. Well, your brother will take full responsibility, and he'll be expelled. Just wait. Another girl chimed in. Exactly. Who gave you a substitute the right to cause trouble here? The class monitor Yang Cece wanted to join in, but held back, intimidated by the secret Chun Fu held over her. Then another girl added, You idiot, you deserve to rot. Bai Hao's temper flared upon hearing them insult Chun Fu. He couldn't believe they would stoop so low. Hey, what are you saying? Bai Hao pointed at them. A bunch of brainless idiots sucking up to the teachers so shamelessly. Do you really think this class teaches anything? With that kind of brain you deserve to be left behind. Lu Ran was taken aback. He wondered when Bai Hao had grown such a spine. Usually so quiet, what had gotten into him today? Oh right, it was because his woman was being insulted. Lu Ran slapped his forehead. Shut your trap. You think I'm an easy target? You're the scum of society, destined to be flushed down the toilet with the dog crap. A girl shot back. A war of words erupted instantly. On the boys' side, Lu Ran led the charge. On the girls' side, it was the black-clad student council member. Lu Ran went all out. Damn. Is your toilet full of dog crap? Are you the little bitch who left it there? If you're hungry, go home and eat. Stop yapping at us. You with your predaboy face, who do you think you are? Even if you begged to be a sugar baby for a rich woman, she wouldn't want you. My face. At least I'm not as pathetic as you. Remember when the teacher dropped an eraser? You searched for it like a dog for 3 days, then wiped it clean and handed it back. Disgusting. If it were a little devil, would you have licked it clean before returning it? The war of words had reached a fever pitch, with both sides trading blows, neither yielding an inch. Just as Chun Fu hurled her 100th insult, a system voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, Shared Outrage. Reward Shared Blessings ability. What's that? Before Chun Fu could ponder it, the shouts from her side abruptly ceased. What the hell? What was happening? The opposing side continued their relentless assault, but the few boys on her end seemed frozen, as if petrified. Then without a moment's hesitation they spun around and bolted out the back door of the classroom. Chun Fu stood dumbfounded as the 3 boys sprinted away, shouting at the top of their lungs. Wang Juji, holy shit. Lu Ran, damn it. Bai Hao, what the hell? The 3 startled cries not only shocked Chun Fu, but also left the girls opposite them bewildered. What's going on? Chun Fu was utterly confused. Hey, you guys. Why are you running? Chun Fu yelled after a few seconds of stunned silence, then quickly chased after them. Don't leave me here alone. Slow down. The girls had no idea what had just transpired. Did we win? They exchanged smug smiles, feeling they had accomplished something significant today, and then happily left the classroom. Only Yang Cece remained in the room, silently pulling out her phone. Hello, instructor. The 3 of them fled back to the dormitory like the wind. Chun Fu followed, gasping for air, and asked, You guys. What happened? Why did you run? Upon reaching the dorm, Wang Juji collapsed onto the floor with a thud. These past few days have been too damn bizarre, he stammered, pounding the floor as he spoke. How the hell could? Before Wang Juji could finish, Lu Ran cut him off. Chun Fu, I finally understand why you said Bai Hao and I were in the nude last night. So you could see through everything last night, right? Chun Fu was startled. What? See through? How did they know about the X-ray vision? Lu Ran shook his head, still panting. Damn. Fume, you have no idea how creepy it was just now. I was cursing up a storm, and then those chicks right in front of me stripped off their armor in a flash. It left me completely speechless. Yeah, Bai Hao added. I never expected the class monitor to be completely bare down there. And the walls, they seemed see-through too. Wang Juji chimed in. Chun Fu suddenly understood. She recalled the shared blessings ability the system had just granted. So that was it. Her X-ray vision had been shared. So shared blessings meant that the blessings of those girls were shared through the eyes of these boys. This was just too disgusting, interjected Bai Hao, looking nauseated. The vivid images of the exposed girls replayed clearly in everyone's minds. Disgusting. Aren't you a lecher? Lu Ran teased. A gentleman has standards for his desires. I wouldn't enjoy seeing just any kind of trash. The nudity of those creatures is genuinely repulsive. I still think there's a special thrill in conquering girls you despise. Imagine if they all went from being unruly to submitting to you. Then why were you the first to run? Bai Hao jabbed. I just got scared, alright. Lu Ran said at a loss for words. He inadvertently glanced at the other two boys, Wang Pengzi and Bai Hao, and saw them naked too. Damn it, how did we get this skill? Is it tied to the feng shui of our dorm? His gaze then shifted to Chen Fu. Huh. Lu Ran was stunned to see Chen Fu still fully clothed, unchanged. What's going on? Why can't I see through you, Fu Mei? Lu Ran asked in astonishment. Everyone else turned to look at Chen Fu, their eyes wide. Hey, I can't either. What's happening? Chen Fu was taken aback as well. She looked at the three before her, scratched her head, and their figures instantly appeared before her. It worked. Could it be that because she was the owner of the ability, they couldn't see through her? Chen Fu inwardly rejoiced. Good, she really didn't want her roommates constantly ogling her feminine form. Who knew if they might lose control one day? That would be a disaster. A sly idea flickered in Chen Fu's eyes. Hey guys, do you want to know how to turn off this X-ray vision? Chen Fu asked with a sweet smile. Bai Hao was the first to react. He stood up and walked over to her. Yes. How do I turn it off? Tell me quickly. His tone was urgent. Clearly he disliked this ability. He was indeed a lecher, but only for goddesses. He had no taste for these ordinary girls. $100. Chen Fu held up a finger. Deal. Bai Hao didn't hesitate, immediately pulling out his phone to transfer the money. Hey, why did you agree to 100 so easily? Lu Ran was dumbfounded. Mind your own business, Bai Hao muttered. Chen Fu received the payment and sent Bai Hao the method via WeChat. Bai Hao smiled, inwardly resisting the urge to try it immediately, as he now fully trusted Chen Fu. Wang Juji hurried over. Bro, me too. I want to be normal again. I'm terrified of constantly seeing men naked. As if recalling a horrific experience, he pulled out his phone to transfer the money. It's 100, right? He'll do it now. Just as he was about to transfer, Bai Hao stopped him. Wait. Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu, then turned to Wang Juji. He'll give you the method for 50. What? Chen Fu was instantly annoyed. He'll tell you the method for 50. Bai Hao haggled. Your miserly nature is so annoying. Go to hell. Chen Fu stomped her foot in anger. Price wars are truly shameless. Both of them learned the method. They then looked at Lu Ran, who seemed completely indifferent. Why turn it off? This is awesome. It's like winning the jackpot. Lu Ran's eyes sparkled. I didn't catch on earlier, but now I need to go out for a stroll. Chen Fu looked at her three roommates, who displayed the full spectrum of human diversity, and felt a mix of emotions. Still, wasn't it a good thing that all four of them had this ability? For instance, they could expand on the idea she had yesterday. Guys, Chen Fu said in a seductive tone, do you want to pull off something big? What? You haven't even gotten your tools back, and you're still thinking about that. Lu Ran looked her up and down. Get lost. Chen Fu snapped. I mean, the four of us should hit up every lottery shop in the Jianghe City area to scratch off tickets. As soon as she made the suggestion, Bai Hao instantly caught on. His eyes lit up. Does that mean we're about to turn our luck around? That one sentence instantly ignited the entire dorm's spirits. Damn. Scratch off tickets. Why didn't I think of that? I really need to clear out all the dirty thoughts from my head. Lu Ran slapped his thigh. So what are we waiting for? Let's go get rich. After dressing, the four of them took taxis to 4 different lottery shops located far from the school. Chen Fu chose a relatively large lottery station. As soon as she entered, she saw a man in his 50s sitting behind the counter. The moment he saw Chen Fu, the man instantly became enthusiastic. Welcome. What kind of lottery ticket would you like to buy, young lady? The man chuckled, sizing up Chen Fu, who looked like a college student. Chen Fu adjusted her glasses. Name Bo Chi, gender male, current status planning to swindle a naive, clueless college student, and then enjoy watching her cry. Chen Fu was speechless. This man seemed harmless on the surface, but could he really be so dark-hearted inside? Sir, I'd like to buy some scratch-off tickets, Chen Fu said calmly, deliberately putting on an innocent air this time. The shopkeeper's smile widened. Which kind would you like, young lady? We have a full selection here. Big, 8 joys, green lanterns, unending happiness, you name it. The man enthusiastically introduced, then pulled out several stacks of scratch-off tickets from behind the counter. Chen Fu looked at the piles of tickets before her, as if they were stacks of cash. She casually pulled 10 red bills from her pocket and slapped them on the counter. Sir, I'm going all in. All in. Uncle Bo Chi's eyes went wide. He had never seen such a bold student in his life. He thought to himself, today is my lucky day. College students really are rich fools. A huge grin spread across his face as if he could already see the generous commission. All right. No problem at all, young lady, you've got guts. Chen Fu pointed at several stacks of tickets, pretending to hesitate. In truth, as her gaze swept over each ticket, she had already seen through them all. This one, and that one. Out of 50 tickets, she deliberately picked 10 that would yield nothing and mixed them in. She scratched the first 10. Unsurprisingly, none of them won. Oh dear, why didn't I win any? Chen Fu put on a pitiful expression, trying hard to look like she was about to cry. The shopkeeper's smile grew even wider, seeing her little act was more satisfying than making money. Still he consoled her. Don't worry, young lady. Luck always comes around. Who knows, maybe the next 40 tickets will all be big winners. The man urged, though inside, he was already laughing hysterically. Chen Fu was practically rolling with laughter on the inside. Was this guy a fortune teller? How could he guess that the next 40 tickets were all jackpots? Boohoo, sir, give it another try then. And then, 100 yuan, 50 yuan, 200 yuan, 500 yuan, 2,000 yuan, 5,000 yuan. Various amounts of winnings piled up on the counter. 10 minutes later, Chen Fu had long shed her pitiful appearance and was now looking at the shopkeeper with a hint of amusement. Uncle Bo Chi had gone from ecstatic to completely stunned, frozen like a statue. See you later, sir. Stepping out of the lottery station, Chen Fu looked at the balance on her phone and felt an indescribable thrill. She had won a total of 2,300 yuan. Today she had become a double-digit 1,000 yuan household. She glanced back at the shop owner, who was still standing there dazed, as if he hadn't snapped out of it yet. Still want to see a girl cry in front of you? Go cry in front of your wife today. Chen Fu suppressed her laughter. It took a while for Uncle Bo Chi to come to his senses. He stared at the table full of scratch-off tickets and muttered to himself, "Did my mouth get blessed today?" Chen Fu walked away, found a bench to sit on, and then everyone in the dormitory group chat. Love eating puffs, brothers, report your results, ASAP. I got 23,000. Then she added an emoji of a cat being greedy for money. Wang Juji was the first to reply. Junior brother looking for mom, online Fuji, you're awesome. The lottery station near me was too small, not many scratch-off tickets, but I still managed to pull in over 10,000. Excited. TCH. Lu Ran then sent a voice message, "Oh man Koda, isekai, you're all useless." Bragging about a measly 10 or 20,000. Let me tell you, the moment I walked in, I went bang bang bang. Just like the king of hell calling the roll, 50 tickets total. Then I went at it with both hands. My heroic posture nearly scared the little girl selling tickets silly. And guess what in the end? I scraped out a solid 37,000. Isn't that awesome? I'm asking you, isn't that awesome? Hearing the number 37,000, Chen Fu almost began to doubt herself. They had all agreed to buy 1,000 yuan worth of scratch-off tickets, each with 10 of them being duds. How the hell did Lu Ran get so much? Love eating puffs, awesome. Let's pop some champagne to celebrate today. Then Chen Fu, by how? Love eating puffs, how's it going on your end? By how slowly sent an emoji of a cat wearing sunglasses followed by a string of numbers. Why no chest hair 128000. The dormitory group chat instantly exploded. Love eating puffs. Oh man Koda isekai. Junior brother looking for mom, online. Holy shit. By how did you cheat or something? Damn, that's insane. Did he just empty the whole lottery station? No way. We have to celebrate. Let's go to the most upscale restaurant in the whole city. Lu Ran's voice almost turned into an ultrasonic wave as he suggested via voice message. Agreed. Soon the four of them gathered and took a taxi to a lavishly decorated opulent restaurant. In the private room, waiters served one exquisite dish after another. Wagyu beef, Boston lobster, and bluefin tuna filled the table. Meanwhile, Lu Ran brought over several large bottles of liquor, apparently of his own choosing. Everyone was in high spirits, pouring drinks and raising their glasses. Come on. A toast to our big fortune today. Cheers. Lu Ran raised his glass with great bravado. After 3 cups of wine, the four of them were all hit with a slight dizzying buff. Chen Fu, in particular, perhaps due to her gender transformation, found her alcohol tolerance far weaker than before. Her cheeks were flushed, carrying a hint of tipsy charm. She remained silent, simply listening to her 3 roommates chat. Brothers, how should we spend this money? Wang Juji asked, letting out a burp. Let's enjoy ourselves first, of course. Lu Ran immediately chimed in. When it's gone well, just hit the lottery again. Chen Fu set down her glass. But we can't keep scratching tickets forever. If we do it too long, trouble will come. You're overthinking it, Lu Ran dismissed. This money will last us a while. In half a year or so we can just move to another city and do it again. From now on our lives are taking off. Chen Fu smirked to herself, thinking that this kid had no idea this ability would only last a week. But surely the system would grant plenty of useful abilities in the future, right? Even without X-ray vision, making money shouldn't be too hard then. How about we rent a place outside? Bai Hao suggested after taking a bite of food. Rent a place. Great idea. Chen Fu's interest peaked instantly, and she eagerly raised both hands in agreement. Now that she had become a girl, sneaking in and out of the dorm like a thief was a hassle, and showering was incredibly inconvenient. If she could rent a place, her quality of life would improve dramatically. Bai Hao pondered for a while before slowly saying, "Yeah, let's rent a villa." They quickly pulled out their phones and began searching for nearby houses. 91 city platform activate. Soon Lu Ran found a promising one and shared the link in the group chat. Hey, guys, check this out. The rent is only 900 a month, just 1 street away from our school. It has 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 3 bathrooms. The extra room can even be turned into a gaming room. And it comes fully furnished. Lu Ran pointed at the listing on his phone, practically trembling with excitement. Holy crap, this is awesome. Wang Juji stared at the pictures on his phone, already envisioning the life of lying in his own private bedroom. This one is really great. Chen Fu was extremely satisfied admiring the minimalist decor of the villa. Even though it was rented, if they could keep renting it forever, what difference would it make from owning it? Book it right away, we'll view the house tomorrow. Bai Hao made the decision swiftly. The group grew more and more excited as if they had already moved into that luxurious villa, living a blissful life of gaming, eating, and drinking every day like immortals enjoying their carefree days. Drink, drink. He'll raise another toast. Lu Ran was already swaying. This toast is to Chen Fu. Huh, me? Chen Fu was startled, looking at Lu Ran with glazed eyes. Yes, thanks to Sister Fu for giving us such a great idea to make us rich. From now on I proclaim Sister Fu as the dorm leader of our 202. Who agrees and who disagrees? Lu Ran waved his glass in front of his eyes, looking at the others. Agreed. Wang Juji and Bai Hao chorused in unison. Great. Lu Ran shouted again, from today onward we shall follow the dorm leader's instructions. If she says go east, we won't go west. We must strive to improve our dorm standards, enhance our welfare, and crush the sinister plots of Gao Shi Zhao Miao. The group fell silent. Did any of those sentences even connect? Ding dong ding dong. A phone rang. Whose phone is that? Who among you? Lu Ran searched for the source of the ringtone. Oh, it seems to be mine. Lu Ran picked up his phone, glanced at it, and seemed to sober up halfway. He answered the call. Hello, darling. His voice turned incredibly tender, and his gaze grew affectionate. Chen Fu squinted her eyes. Glasses activate. Name Lu Ran, gender male, current status awaiting mating. Damn. Chen Fu cursed inwardly at the glasses' overly blunt prompt. Lu Ran hung up the phone, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Brother, sorry, I have to take off now. He raised his glass to Bai Hao. Bro, how this meal is on you. Bai Hao nodded. After bidding farewell to the group, Lu Ran dashed off in a flash. The remaining three had also drunk quite a bit, and Chen Fu was particularly dizzy. Having a small body was really troublesome. Less flesh meant less capacity to break down alcohol. Although she now had 2 extra mounds of flesh, they seemed utterly useless. Humph. Just added weight. Let's go too. Bai Hao stood up and headed to the front desk to settle the bill, while Wang Juji said he needed to use the restroom and scurried off downstairs. Chen Fu found Wang Juji's hunched-over posture amusing, thinking to herself that he was like a wild boar, unable to appreciate fine cuisine. At the checkout, the front desk clerk, seeing they were young people who had spent over 5,000 yuan, gave them a few complimentary snack packs. The two thanked her. Let's go. Bai Hao tugged at Chen Fu's clothes. Chen Fu was puzzled, pointing toward the restroom inside. Isn't Brother G still? Actually, he's already left. I gave him 500 yuan to buy a silicone doll, and tonight the dorm is his. Bai Hao said in a low voice. His face was slightly flushed, whether from the alcohol or something else. Chen Fu was stunned. Oh, then what about us? Walk with me. I want to talk to you. Bai Hao's tone was gentle. The two walked out of the restaurant and strolled slowly along the riverside street. The night was deep, and the full moon hung silently high in the sky, casting shimmering reflections on the river's surface. Throughout the walk, Bai Hao remained silent, just moving forward slowly with his head down, lost in thought. He had drunk even more than Lu Ran tonight, and was unsteady on his feet. Chen Fu looked at him and broke the silence. Didn't you have something to say? Bai Hao didn't answer, just kept walking silently. Seeing this, Chen Fu took a bag of chips from her pouch and handed it to him. Have some chips, Chen Fu said softly. Bai Hao took the chips, quietly opened the bag, and stuffed a few into his mouth. They both gazed at the river, eating chips while watching the moon and the water. After a long while, Bai Hao finally spoke. Chen Fu, have you ever been in a relationship before? Chen Fu turned her head, surprised by the question. Don't you already know? Chen Fu smiled. I used to like Han Shuang, our class study committee member, but she didn't reciprocate. So no. Bai Hao nodded and fell silent again for a moment. Well, let me tell you a secret, and don't laugh at me. What? Chen Fu looked at him curiously. Actually, when I said I'd had 3 girlfriends before, that was a lie. I've never had a girlfriend. Bai Hao's voice was very soft. I know, Chen Fu blurted out. Bai Hao looked at her in surprise. You know, I guess, Chen Fu quickly explained, not wanting to reveal the secret of the glasses from the system. Bai Hao smiled, turned back to gaze at the river. Yeah, you guessed right. He fell silent again for a moment, then suddenly asked Chen Fu, do you have a mother? Chen Fu was speechless, thinking, what kind of nonsense is that? Just as she was about to retort, Bai Hao realized the awkwardness of his words. Sorry, I've had too much to drink. Bai Hao quickly apologized, stumbling and nearly falling. Chen Fu quickly steadied him. Why are you asking that? Bai Hao steadied himself, leaning on the bridge railing, still staring blankly at the distant river. Well, I don't have a mother. I only have a father. Really? Chen Fu was startled, obviously not expecting Bai Hao to bring this up. Yeah. Bai Hao nodded. My mom left very early. My dad, he gambled, got into fights, and ended up in prison. He took a deep breath. Would you say my family is pretty bad? Well, Chen Fu fell silent. She wanted to say no, but could a father who gambled, fought, and went to prison along with a deceased mother really be considered not bad? She thought of Bai Hao's usual miserly behavior in the dorm. How could a child from such a family not be frugal with money? Bai Hao seemed to anticipate Chen Fu's reaction, a forced smile appearing on his face. In all these years my bank account has never had more than 10,000. I lived with my grandmother, and life was always hard. He looked at the chip bag in his hand, his tone tinged with emotion. I never thought my account would have 6 figures today. It feels unreal. Bai Hao turned to look at Chen Fu, his eyes filled with confusion. These past few days have felt so unreal, so incredibly unreal. Chen Fu turned to him and saw an expression in Bai Hao's eyes that was completely different from usual. She tried to analyze that expression with her glasses. The glasses said the expression was called anticipation. It's not just the money that feels unreal. Bai Hao's gaze gradually met Chen Fu's. Actually, it's also you. Bai Hao had already finished one bag of chips and opened another bag of crispy noodles, stuffing several mouthfuls into his mouth. Then he said, so what are we now? On the other side, Lu Ran was simultaneously in pain and bliss. Oh my god. Yeah, Tai. As you might have guessed, Lu Ran's girlfriend Zhang Xuan was scrubbing his back. Hey, I can't take it anymore, my back feels like it's about to be peeled off by you. Lu Ran leaned forward as he endured the scrubbing. Stop talking. Don't move. Zhang Xianxian behind him ignored his complaint and continued scrubbing vigorously. Want me to stop? Not unless you tell me where this money came from. With that, Zhang Xianxian increased her force. Oh my god, Granny, I beg you to stop. He'll confess. Alright. He'll confess. Lu Ran's back was already red and raw as he quickly pleaded for mercy. That's more like it. The scrubber behind him stopped. Lu Ran took a breath. Won it from scratch-off tickets. You're still not in pain. Zhang Xianxian spun him around dramatically and resumed her work with her right hand. Scrub. He'll scrub you to death. Damn it, oh damn it. Lu Ran was at a loss for words. What I said this time is really true. Let me go, yeah. Really? You're telling me you won tens of thousands from scratch-off tickets in one afternoon, huh? Why not say you can use X-ray vision? X-ray vision. Lu Ran latched onto the key information. Right, big sis, I really can see through things now. Damn it. Watch me scrub you to death. Zhang Xianxian never expected Lu Ran to use such a flimsy excuse. Her anger manifested into physical force. Big sis, stop, I really can see through things, let me prove it, alright. Lu Ran turned around and pointed at Zhang Xuan, his back truly raw from the scrubbing. Just pick any object and I'll guess what it is, okay? Lu Ran said, but Zhang Xianxian looked at him as if he were an idiot. You don't believe me. Lu Ran dashed out of the shower and grabbed a box. Watch me see through this box. With that, he tried to activate his X-ray vision. Soon he looked triumphant. Inside is a condom. He pointed at the box and stated succinctly. Zhang Zuangshuan's face turned completely dark. Do I need you to tell me that? I just bought this. Isn't the content written clearly enough on the box? With that, she stepped forward again. Hey, don't. Lu Ran quickly backed away. If you don't believe me, use that box. He pointed at the tissue box on the bedside table. Take out the tissues, put something else in, and he'll guess it for you, alright? Oh. Zhang Xianxian grew intrigued, wondering if this was a delaying tactic. This act didn't seem fake. She sized up Lu Ran, then picked up the box skeptically. Then turn around. After a rustling sound. Alright, turn around. Lu Ran turned and looked at the box in Zhang Zuangshuan's hand. After a moment, he looked confident. Inside is still a condom. What the hell? Zhang Xianxian looked incredulous. You're not just guessing, are you? What do you mean? If you don't believe me, grab another one. Fine. Zhang Xianxian quickly swapped the item. What about this? She held the box to her chest and looked at Lu Ran. Let me see. Lu Ran tried to activate his X-ray vision. But this time he might have overdone it. He saw not only through the box, but also through Zhang Zuangshuan's skin. Damn, I went too far. Lu Ran was startled by the gruesome sight. Yet something flashed by. Wait, what is that? Lu Ran quickly turned his head back and activated his X-ray vision. This time he wasn't looking at the box, but at Zhang Zuangshuan's abdomen. Inside there seemed to be a blurry silhouette. Damn, I'm going to be a father. By the riverside. Hearing this, Chen Fu's heart sank. Why was he suddenly asking about their relationship? Has the trial card expired? I said you don't need to take responsibility, and you're still not satisfied. So what are we now? Bai Hao asked again. Don't ask, just keep eating. Chen Fu brushed him off. Huh, eat what? Instant noodles? Or are you going to eat me? That's not a bad idea. Get lost. Chen Fu stomped her foot in anger. She thought this kid sent Wang Juji away, he must be after my lips again. So despicable. Hopefully he won't come up with some weird task again. Hey, task. Chen Fu suddenly grew suspicious. It seems like there haven't been any tasks for a while. She glanced at Bai Hao beside her. He was obediently finishing his instant noodles. Did the system give itself a vacation? After a moment, she shook her head. No, the system can't be that kind. She suddenly realized that every time the system issued a task, it was either at the end of the previous task or triggered by some specific opportunity. This opportunity was usually very strange. The current situation seemed to be just such an opportunity. If Bai Hao kept asking, a task might appear like raising his affection for her to 100. She needed to find a topic to change the subject. On the moon is quite beautiful tonight. Huh. Bai Hao was stunned and looked up at the moon in the sky. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Yeah, the wind is gentle too. Oh no. Chen Fu sensed trouble. How did she steer the conversation here? She quickly searched for a new topic. Speaking of which, X-ray vision is pretty fun, right? Chen Fu smiled awkwardly at Bai Hao. Bai Hao scratched his head and activated his X-ray vision. But won't using X-ray vision get you banned? Bai Hao recalled using X-ray cheats while playing PUBG. He loved lying prone on the bridge using X-ray vision to launch sneak attacks. He subconsciously looked through the bridge. Sure enough, the reinforced concrete was gradually deconstructed and became transparent. On the water's surface below the bridge, faint ripples spread. A bird was pecking for food on the water. A piece of clothing floated on the surface. On top of the clothing was a head. It looked nice. Wait, what was that? Damn! Bai Hao exclaimed. Chen Fu, use your X-ray vision. Look at that. Bai Hao was a bit nearsighted and wasn't sure if what he saw was a person. What's wrong? Chen Fu was startled by his reaction. She quickly activated her X-ray vision and saw a person too. A person? That's a person? Chen Fu exclaimed in shock and was about to jump into the water. No, it's too dangerous. Let's go down from the side. Bai Hao pointed to the steps nearby and they both rushed over swiftly. After an immense struggle, Chen Fu and Bai Hao finally managed to haul the figure from the water onto the shore. Quick, put him by the roadside. Chen Fu, call an ambulance. Bai Hao said, supporting the rescued young man while glancing at Chen Fu. Chen Fu instinctively pulled out her phone, but it refused to power on. Both of them had rushed into the water so hastily that their phones were soaked and rendered useless. No luck, the phone's dead. The alcohol's effect on Chen Fu had been completely washed away by the cold water. Watching Bai Hao perform CPR on a man in his 20s, anxiety churned within her. He's breathing, it's okay. Bai Hao continued the chest compressions while checking for breath with one hand. They'll keep reviving him. You try to flag down a car by the road. All right. Chen Fu responded and walked to the roadside. Cars sped by one after another, each gust of wind chilling her as it passed. No one was willing to stop. They didn't even glance their way. Chen Fu sighed, realizing no one wanted to get involved. She returned to the pair, watching Bai Hao administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to the young man. That Bai Hao, he always seemed reliable in critical moments. Watching the two men lock lips before her, Chen Fu felt a strange sensation. It's not working. Bai Hao exclaimed. Chen Fu, you do the mouth-to-mouth. I have more strength for the chest compressions. Me. Hurry up. This is no time for hesitation. Fine. Chen Fu set aside all reservations and began rescue breathing. The young man, around 20, was pale, suggesting he had been submerged for quite a while. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted. Chen Fu quickly moved in to help support him. After a long moment, the man began to breathe deeply, and they both exhaled in relief. He's safe. Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu, his face beaming with joy. It was a stroke of luck amidst the misfortune. Am I dead? The young man slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the streetlight's glare, before speaking, his voice punctuated by soft coughs. Dead, my foot. Chen Fu felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She shook off the waterweed clinging to her and glared at the man. You idiot, why jump into the river? What could be so unbearable? The young man, confronted by her fierce expression, merely gasped for air. He tried to speak, but shook his head and turned away. Still being stubborn, huh? Chen Fu's irritation grew. Why save me? Why? The young man buried his face in his chest, his sobs starting soft, but escalating into a wrenching wail. Tears streamed down his face, falling onto his already soaked shirt. Seeing him like this, Chen Fu could no longer scold him. Saving him was still the priority. None of you. Don't save me. The man shouted, and with that he dashed toward the bridge. No. Bai Hao rushed to grab him. Bai Hao was strong, and the man was frail, making it hard for him to break free. Don't touch me, the man said, pushing away Bai Hao's hand from his arm like a bullied little girl. The man looked at Bai Hao, and the moment their eyes met, his pupils dilated violently. You? His voice trembled. Bai Hao. Huh. Both Bai Hao and Chen Fu froze. Chen Fu scrutinized the man, but couldn't recognize him. You know me? Bai Hao clearly didn't recognize the man either. He looked at him with confusion. Who are you? No, you don't need to know who I am. Am not anyway, not you, all of you, leave me alone. With that, the man lunged toward the river again. This time he used all his strength. For some reason, Bai Hao couldn't hold him back. He quickly called for Chen Fu's help. Chen Fu, quick, help. Chen Fu. The man's body trembled. He looked at the short-haired woman before him, unable to speak for a long time. You are Chen Fu. Chen Fu was stunned too. This man knew her as well, but she had never seen him before. He broke free and rushed to Chen Fu. Bai Hao moved to block him, but when the man stopped half a meter in front of her, he held back. You really are Chen Fu. You became a woman. The man stared at her, disbelief written all over his face. The man shook his head rapidly, as if struggling to accept this reality. Then he buried his face in his hands and wept bitterly. No, a dream, he muttered incoherently before finally speaking clearly. I am Han Shuang. Han Shuang. They both stood frozen. Han Shuang, Chun Fu's classmate, the study monitor, who had taken leave, the beautiful girl Chun Fu had pursued for a year only to be rejected. How could she have become a man? The man lifted his eyes and his gaze was unmistakably that of a woman. So you underwent gender reversal too. Han Shuang looked at Chun Fu as if finding a kindred spirit. Chun Fu was still reeling from the shock. This man was actually Han Shuang. No wonder he knew Bai Hao and her. But why had she become a man? Had she also made a wish? Did she have a system too? System? System? Chun Fu shouted in her mind. What? It's Sunday, I'm off. The system replied lazily. What's going on? What's going on? The system's voice drawled. Han Shuang, did you turn Han Shuang into? Oh, that. I told you before, energy conservation. The day you became a woman, he became a man. You bastard. You nearly killed Han Shuang. Chun Fu fumed. She looked at the disheveled Han Shuang, a mix of anger and guilt surging within her. Han Shuang, once considered a campus beauty, one of the most attractive in the class. And now, not only had she become a man, but she had also turned into a very ordinary-looking one. The gap in her heart must be immense. Energy conservation Chun Fu had gone from plain to sweet and beautiful, while Han Shuang had undergone the exact opposite transformation. Indeed, it was perfectly balanced. Thinking this, Chun Fu felt even more guilty. All of Han Shuang's suffering was because of her. If not for her wish that day, Han Shuang would never have ended up in this situation. Han Shuang, don't die. I will help you. Help me. Han Shuang raised her eyes to look at Chun Fu. Chun Fu took a deep breath. Yes, help you. Change you back. Really? Han Shuang's originally dim eyes instantly flickered with a glimmer of light. Change back. Can you turn me back into a girl? Han Shuang's voice trembled, unable to believe it. Yet these bizarre encounters and Chun Fu's current state forced him to place full trust in those words. I can only try. Chun Fu didn't commit completely, for she only knew that the existence of the system might help resolve this trouble, but she couldn't be certain how long it would take or what price it would demand. Bai Hao examined Han Shuang's condition. Aside from weakness and chills, there seemed to be no immediate danger to his life. He looked at Chun Fu. He needs warmth and rest. There's probably nothing seriously wrong. Then let's find somewhere to stay first. He'll book a hotel. As she spoke, Chun Fu instinctively reached for her phone. But after just a second, she froze in embarrassment. I forgot. My phone was ruined in the water. The atmosphere turned awkward. My phone's gone too, Bai Hao said, patting his pockets and shrugging helplessly. Han Shuang also shook his head. I didn't think I'd survive, so I used it to skip stones. Thus the most expensive stone skipping in history. They all gazed at the river. Even if they dove in to retrieve the phones now, they'd likely be beyond repair. The three stood by the riverbank, their soaked clothes clinging to their bodies, the river breeze making them even colder. Bai Hao reached into his pocket and pulled out a few sodden banknotes. Good thing I still carry cash, Bai Hao sighed. There's a Zhongdong shopping center by the bridge. I think there's a budget hotel upstairs. Let's head there first. Indeed, when it came down to it, reliable Hao came through. The three trudged toward the Zhongdong shopping center. At the hotel front desk, the elderly receptionist looked at the three soaking wet young people with a puzzled expression. Oh, young folks been swimming, have you? She asked with a chuckle. Chun Fu was speechless but could only nod awkwardly. Yes, ma'am. What, like a triple room? All right, but it's one double bed and one single bed. That okay? The receptionist looked at them. 2 young men can share a bed and the young lady gets her own. Perfectly fine. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Han Shuang's face flushed crimson. Share a bed with Bai Hao. Though he had become male in his heart, he was still a girl. Once in the room, they all decided to shower first. After a long while, they emerged from the bathroom one by one. Chun Fu was the last to come out, feeling refreshed. After days without a bath, she was finally no longer a stinky mess. Looking up, she saw Bai Hao and Han Shuang sitting stiffly at the head and foot of the large bed respectively, their postures comically awkward. Chun Fu sat on the single bed opposite them. She turned to Han Shuang and finally spoke. Now, can you tell me what really happened? She asked softly. Han Shuang was silent for a long time before finally beginning to speak, looking at Chun Fu as he composed himself. It was Friday night, he recalled. I was working on a group project in the library when I suddenly felt very unwell, dizzy. By the time I realized what was happening, everything had changed. So it was Friday. Chun Fu had also inexplicably transformed into a girl on Friday night. The timing matched. The system's words seemed true. He described how after discovering his physical changes he panicked and ran into a women's restroom stall. He said he covered his face and cried, but felt a completely different bone structure. He told them how in terror he tremblingly pulled out his phone to look at himself with the front camera. I saw a boy's face. Han Shuang's voice quivered. I screamed in fright right then, but it was a boy's voice. The phone made a click sound when I took the photo. And then, Han Shuang's expression twisted in pain, as if recalling something he wished he could forget. And then from the next stall a girl screamed. She thought I was a pervert. A pervert in the women's restroom. Someone's taking pictures. A girl's shriek rang out. Immediately after, the girl rushed out of the restroom and pounded hard on the door of Han Shuang's stall. I was terrified. I didn't dare open the door. I just kept crying and crying. Later they called many people. They shouted about catching a pervert they called the dorm matron. Before long the restroom was packed with people. I was utterly helpless. But the more helpless I felt, the less I dared to speak because I had become a boy. My voice would only enrage them and make them break in faster. But even if they didn't break in, what could I do? I couldn't get out. I was trapped. In the end they forced open the stall door. They dragged me out and pinned me to the ground. The girl who first saw me seeing I was really a boy climbed on top of me and started hitting me without any explanation. She said she wanted to check my phone gallery. Han Shuang grew more agitated as he spoke, nearly sobbing. They took my phone and called me a pervert, said I used a pink wallpaper, a girl's thing. A few of them got even more annoyed and hit me again. I looked at the dorm matron, but she acted as if she didn't see my pleading eyes. She just pretended not to notice. I unlocked my phone and showed them my gallery. There was really nothing there. I was just taking selfies. But they said, Han Shuang paused. They said I had deliberately deleted the photos. They said they'd call the police. I couldn't explain myself, so I just ran. Han Shuang wiped his tears. In front of everyone I managed to escape from the women's restroom. Chen Fu and Bai Hao exchanged a glance. They both remembered the rumor Lu Ran had mentioned earlier. They never expected that the pervert in question was actually Han Shuang. After running out of the school, Han Shuang fell into complete confusion. He had little money and dared not return to the dormitory. He tried seeing a doctor, registered, and described his condition incoherently. But the doctor just said I had gender identity disorder and delusions. Han Shuang gave a bitter smile. He prescribed a bunch of Chinese herbs. I knew they were just placebos. They couldn't help me at all. He realized he might never be able to change back. How could he return to school in this male form? He had lost his student identity as Han Shuang. If he went back, he might genuinely be arrested as a pervert. He had managed to escape this time, but what about next time? He thought about pleading with his parents for help, but that notion was swiftly extinguished. His parents epitomized the oppressive style of parenting knew from childhood. He had seldom received genuine support from them. They would say, Shuang, your father and I can only drop everything to find you, unable to earn money, bankrupting the family to cure you. Han Shuang mimicked his parents' tone, his gaze complex and profound. They can't help me. They'd only feel that I've brought them an enormous burden. After a full day of despairing inner turmoil, he stepped onto that bridge. He believed it was all over, until Chen Fu and Bai Hao pulled him from the icy river. So that's how it was, Chen Fu murmured, a wave of sorrow washing over her heart. Han Shuang's experience was almost a dark mirror of her own, albeit with genders reversed. Yet they were utterly different. Chen Fu possessed the system, her anchor. As for Han Shuang, she had only confusion. She was forced to become a boy, forced to endure unwarranted humiliation and plight. What do you plan to do now? Bai Hao inquired. Han Shuang shook his head blankly. I don't know. I can't go back to school, and I don't want to go home. I wanted to die, but now I don't dare. Chen Fu watched the helpless, tearful Han Shuang, tears streaming down her own face as she spoke softly. Come live with us, Chen Fu offered. My roommates and I are about to rent a house together. There's an extra room just for you. Han Shuang was visibly stunned, lifting his head in disbelief. Live with you? Bai Hao nodded, understanding Chen Fu's intent. You need a place to stay now? The house is near the school, not a dorm, so it's safer. But Han Shuang hesitated. What if I cause trouble? Don't say that. Chen Fu interrupted, her voice thick with guilt. Stay with us for now, and we'll figure things out together. Han Shuang's tears welled up again, but this time the despair was less suffocating. You at least, now, there was a glimmer of hope on the horizon. As for your schooling, leave it to me, Chen Fu declared, her eyes blazing with determination. School? I hadn't thought. No, you must think about it, Chen Fu affirmed. Don't worry. We'll live well. And you will study. What's your plan? Bai Hao asked, clearly puzzled. The rest is a game between me and the advisor. In room 202 of the male dormitory at Zhenghe University, Wang Juji was leering at his newly purchased silicone Sundra loli figurine. Not bad. The quality of this Fivethazandian piece is truly amazing. He glanced down. So lifelike. In preparation for the momentous occasion, Wang Juji tiptoed to the dormitory door and locked it from the inside. After confirming everything was secure, he wiped the sweat from his hands and returned, brimming with excitement. Little darling, your trash big brother is here. He scooped up the figurine and gently placed it on his bed. The figurine felt incredibly real, even the texture was lifelike, and Wang Juji could swear he sensed a hint of warmth, perhaps from a heating function. It's quite warm, let me test it with a thermometer. He scrutinized the figurine from head to toe. Not bad, but there's something off, he remarked, eyeing its outfit. This black outfit just doesn't fit. Wang Juji felt a pang of dissatisfaction as he gazed at the figure's black bodysuit. This was not the image he had envisioned. He imagined that the disdainful expression on its face would be perfectly complemented by an adorable dress, making the idea of being physically disciplined by an elder truly thrilling. I need to change its clothes, Wang Juji resolved. But where in an all-male dorm could he find women's clothing? He scanned the room, his eyes finally landing on Chen Fu's wardrobe. That's right. Chen Fu was now a girl. After transforming, she must have bought some women's clothes, right? Sorry, buddy. With that thought, Wang Juji sprang into action. He climbed down from his bed, strode to Chen Fu's bunk, and yanked open her wardrobe. Inside there were not only no women's clothes, but hardly any decent outfits at all. After becoming a girl, Chen Fu seemed to have never purchased a single piece of women's clothing. How disappointing. TCH. Wang Juji was crestfallen. Just as he was about to give up and settle for what he had, his gaze swept over Chen Fu's bed. What's that? He spotted a set of clothes lying beside her unmade blanket. It was a blue and white maid outfit adorned with lovely ruffles and an apron. Holy crap. Such a treasure. Wang Juji's eyes lit up immediately. He scrambled onto Chen Fu's bed and grabbed the clothes. It was a maid outfit. This is perfect. This is it. His heart raced with joy, or it felt like fate. Now just put on the maid outfit and let my tsundere lowly wakara sigh. He snatched Chen Fu's maid outfit, glanced at the figurine on his bed, and couldn't contain his grin. He scrambled onto his own bed, and within 3 seconds had changed the figurine's clothes. As expected, the blue and white maid outfit looked surprisingly good on the small figurine. Wang Juji stared at his masterpiece, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. Though it was fake, he took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and then slowly leaned down. Forget it, no need to turn off the lights. Everything was as wonderful as he had imagined, even better. Yash! Wang Juji closed his eyes, completely immersed in his own world. But just then he felt something was amiss. He thought he sensed the figurine's body twist slightly. Wang Juji opened his eyes. What's going on? Was it my imagination? He looked at the silicone doll again, yet still wore that disdainful expression. It's fine, right? He shook his head, ready to continue. After all, it was just a silicone doll. How could it possibly move? Yet in the next second a voice echoed in his ear. You trash. Big brother is such a loser. So rude. Humph. Wang Juji's body instantly shriveled in terror, his expression frozen in that moment. It's alive. At 11 in the evening, the scene returned to the hotel. Chen Fu, Bai Hao, and Han Shuang had been chatting for a long time. Chen Fu glanced at the two, who also seemed weary, and stretched languidly. All right, folks, let's wash up and hit the sack. Sleep. Han Shuang, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up at those words. His eyes darted nervously toward Bai Hao, and his cheeks flushed again. Was he really going to share a bed with Bai Hao? Now that both of them were boys, it was only natural to sleep in the same bed. But Han Shuang lowered his head. Chen Fu chuckled, clearly sensing Han Shuang's embarrassment. But this was amusing. Back when Han Shuang was a girl, and she was a boy, she had even pursued Han Shuang, harboring strange feelings for her. Now with Han Shuang as a boy and herself as a girl, and Bai Hao thrown into the mix, watching the masculine-looking Han Shuang blush and stammer, well, it was oddly satisfying. You two can just share a bed, right? It's not like anything will happen. Chen Fu teased deliberately. Han Shuang's face grew even redder. Flustered, he looked at Bai Hao, then quickly averted his gaze. His mind was in turmoil. Though he was now a boy, his thoughts and emotions remained those of a girl. Thus, he seemed to develop strange desires toward handsome boys. Moreover, since becoming a boy, he had discovered that the male body was far more susceptible to such urges. Now that peculiar sensation was rising again. Blood was rushing there. That meant being alone with a handsome guy would trigger that reaction. And with his body being male, how could this be? Han Shuang fidgeted with his fingers, unable to meet their eyes. Maybe I should just sleep outside. Sleep outside. Chen Fu frowned and waved dismissively. Are you kidding? You want to freeze to death out there? Han Shuang kept his head down. But what? Chen Fu's grin widened. Just get in bed. You're a big guy now, so act like one. Take off your clothes. I have to undress too. Han Shuang suddenly covered his flat chest, his face burning like a furnace. Of course, how else would you? Before Chen Fu could finish, Bai Hao quickly interrupted and looked at Han Shuang. How about this? If you're uncomfortable, let me share a bed with Chen Fu and you take the single bed. What? Before Han Shuang could respond, Chen Fu was stunned. Do you even realize what you're saying? Han Shuang also looked up at Bai Hao in surprise. But Chen Fu is a girl now. Are you two really okay with that? It's fine. We were roommates before. A squeezing in together is no big deal. Bai Hao said, casually, shooting Chen Fu a look that said, you understand, right? Chen Fu gritted her molars so hard they might crack. What do you mean squeezing in is no big deal? If I end up pregnant from this, who's responsible? All right. Han Shuang nodded and finally headed to the single bed. Hey, why are you agreeing so easily? Chen Fu thought. Was Han Shuang really abandoning her like this? Bai Hao silently crawled onto the double bed, leaving plenty of space for Chen Fu. He even patted the mattress, signaling her to come over. Unbelievable. Chen Fu leaped onto the double bed and lay down beside Bai Hao. Without their phones, the atmosphere between them grew painfully awkward. This is the boundary line. Don't you dare cross. Chen Fu grabbed a box from the nightstand and placed it in the middle of the bed. Bai Hao stared at the box. Isn't that a condom? Shut up. Chen Fu turned her back to Bai Hao and closed her eyes. Go to sleep. Before long they could hear Han Shuang snoring. He must not have slept well these past few days, falling asleep so early. Without a phone to play with, time dragged painfully. Chen-Fu always scrolled through Douyin for half an hour before bed. What was she supposed to do now? Her hands felt restless, and finally one ended up above the covers, the other beneath. Surprisingly, it kept her hands warm. Soon an idea struck Chen-Fu. Didn't she have the system? Why not treat the system interface like a phone? She quickly called out in her mind, "System. System. What?" The system's voice sounded half asleep. "Open the panel." "Okay." The panel appeared before her eyes. Current system status: on vacation, taskbar, pending assignment, on vacation. Chen-Fu suddenly recalled that by the river the system had also mentioned being on break. Was today Sunday the reason no tasks were assigned? Points 60, oh right. I still have 60 points. Let's see what I can buy. Chen-Fu scrolled down and opened the shop. The usual free items sat quietly in their slots. Cat ears, 10 points, non-removable. Wait. Non-removable? Chen-Fu instantly noticed the fine print beneath the cat ears. Why didn't I see this before? Thank goodness she hadn't been bored enough to buy those damn cat ears, or she'd have turned herself into a furry. Chen-Fu breathed a sigh of relief and continued scrolling. X-ray glasses sold out, red tickets sold out. Wait. Where were her glasses? Hey. Chen-Fu suddenly remembered her glasses and quickly touched her eyes, but found nothing. Oh no. She instantly recalled the scene by the river when she saved someone. It seemed Han Shuang, struggling in the water, had slapped them off into the river. She had been too frantic to notice at the time, only realizing something was missing when she got ashore. She thought it was just her phone, but it was the glasses. Chen-Fu's heart ached as she stared at the sold-out tag in the interface. Damn, this is the worst. Chen-Fu sighed and was about to close the shop when she noticed a tiny line at the bottom. Spend 50 points to upgrade the shop to LV. 2. Unlocking premium items. Chen-Fu froze. Huh. Upgrade. Of course I'll upgrade. Consuming 50 points. Upgrading shop. Upgrade successful. Current shop, level LV. 2 remaining points. 10. The shop interface flickered and the contents reloaded. 3 slots, all with new items. First slot, S-rank skill book, 30 points. Chen-Fu's heart raced. And strength skill book. She quickly clicked for details. S-rank skill book upon use grants a random strength skill. The system supplements and strengthens your weakest area. Chen-Fu's eyes lit up. Strengthening the weakest skill. That was great. She looked at the second slot, high appearance potion, X1, 50 points. High appearance potion drastically enhances appearance from the original. Note: permanent effect, irreversible. This is good too. Make myself gorgeous and looking in the mirror will be even more fun. Third slot. Hey, why are there question marks in this slot? Chen-Fu tried clicking on the question mark, and shortly after a line of text popped up. This item is a superpower blind box. It can be obtained automatically after upgrading them all. This upgrade costs 50 points. Superpower. Awesome. This time I want time stop. To be invisible, to return to a male body, to become happy Superman. Chen-Fu, brimming with anticipation, closed the system after browsing through the mall interface. Time to sleep. Indeed, scrolling through the system felt just like scrolling through Douyin, and it had indeed made her drowsy. However, gurgle gurgle. Chen-Fu's stomach let out a strange growl. What was happening? She seemed a bit hungry. Chen-Fu always had a habit of eating a late-night snack. In her dorm she would stock up on snacks, but what now? There was nothing in the hotel. She glanced at the time in the upper right corner of the system interface. It was almost midnight. Dawn was still far off. What could she do? She turned over and looked at Baihao beside her. Baihao was a sound sleeper, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, and Chen-Fu looked at the box of condoms between them. This guy is quite a gentleman, saying he wouldn't cross the line, and he didn't. On the other single bed, Han Shuang was also sleeping deeply, snoring intermittently. What do? I can't exactly wake Baihao and ask him to spend cash for me, can I? Wake him up to spend money. Then he might make me pay with my body, and that would be a loss. Maybe she could steal a bit from Baihao. Chen-Fu's gaze lowered and she instantly dismissed the thought. Just like my grandmother, Baihao sewed a pocket into the front of his underwear to keep his money. I can't exactly reach in there. If he felt it and thought I was making a move, he'd surely want to teach me a lesson. Her phone was broken and she had no money on her. She was truly at her wit's end. After lying down for a few more minutes, unable to bear it any longer, Chen-Fu sat up, quietly got out of bed, and paced around the room. Host! The system's voice chimed in. Holy crap! Chen-Fu was startled. She hadn't expected the system to speak at this moment. Aren't you on leave? Hee, just working some overtime. I noticed you're hungry. Chen-Fu's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Can you get food? Of course. The system mall offers all kinds of daily necessities at fair prices, cheating both young and old. Damn, love you, old system. Let me see. Wait, what do you mean by cheating both? Switching to system supermarket. Supermarket. Yes, but this is different from the mall. It only sells regular items. The supermarket interface flashed, revealing a dazzling array of nearly hundreds of items ranging from food to electronics, books, flowers, and furniture. Everything imaginable. Chen-Fu quickly began scrolling. Kentucky Duck Family Bucket X10. 3 points. Hualai 2 Set Meal X10. 2 points. Kangshifu Red Braised Beef Noodles X10. 1 points. So cheap. So cheap. Open the Kentucky Duck first. Chen Fu exclaimed excitedly, never imagining the system supermarket could be so affordable. She resolved to live in this supermarket forever. Opening, please select specifications. Selecting. Chen Fu chose the most luxurious family bucket, tears of excitement already streaming from the corners of her mouth. But when she reached the checkout screen. Amount 9. 9 points. Chen Fu frowned. System. Wasn't it 0? 03. How did it become 9? 9 points after I selected everything. Huh. Don't all platforms lure you in with a low price, then jack it up after you've chosen? Chen Fu was speechless. Damn, what he said made perfect sense. The system seemed to have fully grasped the essence of the Pinduoduo app. But then thinking it over, Chen Fu felt something was off. Even so, that's way too shady, she protested. Earlier 30 points could get me 1,000 red bills, and now 9. 9 points only by a knockoff family bucket. Market fluctuations. This system can't help it. The system acted nonchalant. What the hell kind of market fluctuation is that? Want it or not? If not, forget it. Chen Fu gritted her teeth. I want it. If I don't, I'll starve to death. Purchase successful. Remaining points 0. 1. Item delivered. Please check. As the words faded, a large red bucket materialized on the table. Chen Fu's eyes went wide. She quickly walked over and lifted the lid. Inside lay several pieces of fried chicken, 2 burgers, 2 servings of fries, 5 sausages, and 2 cups of cola. So fragrant. Chen Fu swallowed her saliva, picked up a piece of fried chicken, and took a bite. Delicious, sob, so delicious. Tears nearly streamed down Chen Fu's face. Is it good, eh? Chen Fu was so startled, she nearly threw the fried chicken. She turned around. Bai Hao had woken up at some point, and was standing behind her watching. You're awake. Chen Fu still had fried chicken in her mouth, making her speech slurred. Bai Hao rubbed his eyes, and looked at the bucket on the table. Where did this food come from? Chen Fu didn't know how to explain. Bai Hao didn't press further. He stepped closer for a look. Kentucky Duck? Never heard of the brand. As long as it tastes good, Chen Fu said, swallowing the chicken in her mouth. Want some? Bai Hao glanced at the bucket, then at Chen Fu. Only then did Chen Fu notice Bai Hao wasn't wearing a shirt. He stood before her in just his underwear, bare-chested. The hotel lighting was dim, but she could still make out his abdominal muscles. She quickly averted her gaze. Why are you naked? What's the big deal? Bai Hao didn't seem bothered. He reached for a burger and took a bite. Not bad. The two sat by the table eating in silence. Chen Fu picked up another piece of fried chicken and took a couple of bites. I really love eating chicken. Keep your voice down, don't wake Han Shuang. Bai Hao glanced at the single bed. Han Shuang was still asleep, snoring away. Don't worry, he's out cold. Keep eating, Bai Hao said. Chen Fu nodded and continued eating. Little did they know Han Shuang had already been woken by the sound of Bai Hao getting out of bed. But upon hearing their voices, he dared not make a sound. Han Shuang thought to himself, wait, what are they saying? Naked. Love eating something. And saying I sleep like the dead. And keep eating. Han Shuang silently listened to their conversation, saying nothing. As Bai Hao ate, he looked at Chen Fu and chuckled. If Han Shuang woke up and saw us eating like this, don't you think he'd find it strange? Chen Fu thought for a moment. Probably. Chen Fu sucked her fingers, making a smacking sound. The sound reached Han Shuang's ears as he lay with his back to them. He had a vague idea of what was happening. Do you like eating sausages? Bai Hao pointed at the 5 sausages in the box. Of course I do, Chen Fu said. Watch me eat them all. A chill ran down Han Shuang's spine. What was happening behind him was clear. Likes long ones. So what else could she like that's long? No wonder these two showed up together to save him by the river, and no wonder they were so naturally comfortable sleeping in the same bed. So they had that kind of relationship. Chen Fu had even pursued him before, and now she was already someone's wife. But he was still here. How could they start eating like that? He had become part of their game too, boo-hoo. The two of them had nearly finished eating. Bai Hao, who hadn't been very hungry to begin with, felt almost full after just one burger. Oh, I can't take any more, he said, quickly waving his hand as Chen Fu tried to hand him more food, thinking that if he ate any more his stomach would burst. Can't take it anymore. What a waste. Chen Fu pouted, taking the fries back from in front of Bai Hao and stuffing them into her own mouth. Watch how I finish it all, she declared. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang's pupils dilated in shock after being full. She's still going to eat more. Before long, the sound of someone pulling tissues came from behind Han Shuang. Here, wipe yourself clean, Chen Fu said, handing a napkin to Bai Hao, signaling him to wipe his mouth. Maybe I should wash up instead, Bai Hao replied as he wiped his mouth, clearly aware of the grease all over his face. Chen Fu casually wiped her own mouth, tossed the tissue into the trash bin, and complained, wash up. Don't wake Han Shuang. Han Shuang thought to herself, don't blame me for this, isn't it unhygienic not to wash? Let's sleep. Chen Fu cleaned up the trash and threw it all into the bin. By the way, Bai Hao tugged at Chen Fu. Isn't it a bit wrong for us to sneak eat tonight? Han Shuang inwardly lamented, you know it's wrong to sneak eat, sob. I feel like a useless husband. Chen Fu gazed at the bag in the trash as if pondering. True, if he sees this tomorrow morning, he'll definitely say we didn't invite him. Bai Hao nodded. Next time we have something like this, let's include Han Shuang. He'd surely love a late-night activity like this. Oh, look how thin he is. He chuckled. The more Han Shuang listened, the more she wished she had drowned herself in the river today. What on earth were they talking about inviting her along? Saying she liked this kind of activity. How could she possibly like it? And why call her thin? Even though she was a girl turned into a boy, she still looked quite dominant, didn't she? The two of them got into bed ready to sleep. Bai Hao lay in the middle of the big bed, touching his abs, seemingly digesting the food he'd just eaten. Move over. Chun Fu whispered sternly, a surge of inexplicable anger rising as she saw Bai Hao's smug look of having gotten away with it. Bai Hao didn't budge. You stubborn mule, taste my jade foot. Chun Fu kicked Bai Hao in the waist, and he finally scooted back a bit. Chun Fu looked at the bed, satisfied that 70% of it was now hers. She urgently needed a Chu River and Han border to secure her territory. Hey, where's that box of condoms? Chun Fu asked Bai Hao. Condoms? I don't know, it was just here, Bai Hao said, turning over to search frantically. We can't lose that. Chun Fu was speechless, thinking that Bai Hao's miserly nature had flared up again. If they really lost it, he'd have to pay for it at the front desk tomorrow. At that moment, Han Shuang didn't even dare to breathe. What's going on? Why are they looking for that? Haven't they already eaten once? Are they going at it again? Forget it, let's not look anymore. Chun Fu said in a deflated tone, crawling into the covers to sleep. Finally, the room fell silent as Chun Fu and Bai Hao both drifted off to sleep. Only Han Shuang remained trapped in her own imagination, unable to let go. After about half an hour, she finally began to feel drowsy. But just as she was about to fall asleep, a strange sound came from the other bed. It was Chun Fu's voice. Han Shuang snapped wide awake. What the hell? She quickly pricked up her ears, her heart nearly pounding through the blanket as she covered her mouth. Another sound. Han Shuang's whole body went numb. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. That box of stuff, didn't they not find it? Could it be Wu Tao? She dared not turn her head, dared not make a sound, and even dared not breathe. But at that moment, Chun Fu was simply having a dream. In her dream, she was in gym class, panting heavily from an 800-meter run. She turned over, and her leg rested on something. It was soft, warm, and quite comfortable. Bai Hao's body jolted. Huh, what's that? He was startled, but upon seeing that it was Chun Fu's leg draped over him, he fell back into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Chun Fu just woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw that Bai Hao had already left the bed at some point, while Han Shuang sat upright on the bed staring at her with a strange look. Alert, huh? Chun Fu's internal alarm bells rang loudly. She quickly sat up, thinking, does she know that Bai Hao and I sneaked a bucket of fried chicken last night while she was asleep? With this thought, she instinctively glanced at the trash bin. It was completely empty. Even the napkins they'd used to wipe their mouths were gone. Chun Fu snapped to full alert. Could Han Shuang have thrown away the trash? She knew that someone contemplating suicide had the most fragile heart. If he really found out his two friends had eaten behind his back, he'd surely feel hurt, and that wouldn't help him fit into the dorm. Chun Fu looked at Han Shuang, her tone tentative. Shuangjia, or bro. Did you sleep well last night? Yeah, pretty well, Han Shuang stammered. Could Chun Fu have seen through the wild thoughts in her mind? Seeing the abnormal expression on Han Shuang's face, Chun Fu was now certain. Damn, she had to confess the truth to minimize the damage to Han Shuang's heart. Looking at Han Shuang's seemingly hurt expression, Chun Fu was filled with regret. She should have invited her to eat together last night. Chun Fu decided to come clean. You know about last night, don't you? She was about to confess. Han Shuang's face instantly turned red. She hadn't expected Chun Fu to be so direct. No, Han Shuang stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Chun Fu panicked. Was this a stress reaction? Books said that being abandoned by friends could cause emotional disorders, even muteness. Han Shuang's condition seemed more serious than she'd imagined. What to do? Where was Bai Hao? Where the hell was Bai Hao? Can someone come help me? I don't know how to handle this emergency. Han Shuang, I'm sorry, we didn't mean it. Yesterday, I just couldn't resist. At first I only wanted to eat alone, but then Bai Hao woke up and saw I was ready, so he joined in. We didn't mean to exclude you. Han Shuang was even more speechless. She hadn't expected Chun Fu to apologize for not inviting her to join. But who would want to join you too? The image of Chun Fu and Bai Hao in her mind had completely plummeted. She wanted to escape, but her legs had gone terribly weak. Damn it. Han Shuang slapped her thighs hard. But this only terrified Chun Fu even more. Oh no, she's already showing signs of mania. What should I do? Should I call an ambulance? Just then Bai Hao pushed the door open, and behind him followed two police officers. What's going on? Raiding a brothel. The police officer entered the room following the direction Bai Hao pointed, heading toward a socket beside the sofa. It's right there, Bai Hao said. At that moment, a middle-aged woman and a man in work clothes also followed into the room. They both glanced at Chun Fu and Han Shuang, their expressions stern, as if facing a formidable enemy. Chun Fu recognized the woman. It was the auntie from the front desk last night. However, the man in work clothes was a stranger. But why was Bai Hao leading such a group into the room so early in the morning? Chun Fu and Han Shuang stood frozen in place, still not grasping what was happening. Chun Fu followed the crowd over and looked in the direction everyone was staring. On the coffee table lay a small black disc about 5 millimeters in size with a ring of magnets on its back. Is this a camera? Chun Fu frowned as she examined the device. A police officer picked up the camera and scrutinized it carefully. Boss, are you sure this camera wasn't installed by you? The officer asked, sternly looking at the woman behind him. The woman was visibly startled and quickly protested. Oh, how could we dare? Who would plant a camera in our hotel? After speaking, the woman plopped down on the floor with a thud and burst into loud sobs. The group frowned at the sight. An officer quickly helped her up. Boss, is there no possibility that someone else from the hotel installed it? The woman, supported by the officer to the coffee table, looked at the camera and lamented with a sigh. Officer, it really wasn't us. I run this hotel alone, and I check every room after guests check out. Besides, the hallways have full surveillance coverage. Last night no one came in except for these three. She pointed at Chun Fu and the other two, her face etched with wariness as if she feared them. Are you implying we installed the camera ourselves? Chun Fu caught the insinuation and snapped angrily. I didn't say that, the woman retorted, crossing her arms and staring at Chun Fu. But the facts are right here. You stayed one night, and this morning you claim there's a camera. Who knows if you're trying to extort money? She then turned to the officer. Officer, I've heard about these professional scammers lately targeting small hotels like mine. Oh, you must do justice for us. Woo-woo. With that, the auntie wailed again. Damn. Chun Fu clenched her fists, finally understanding the situation. She looked at the woman's smug face and felt like giving her a swift kick. The officer remained silent. Indeed, they had cracked 2 similar fraud cases in the past month alone. He glanced at the 3 college students, and then at the auntie, still wailing on the floor, hesitating. Master Liu, have you seen this before? The officer asked respectfully, turning to the man in work clothes who had been silent. Master Liu approached. All right, let me take a look. He examined the camera closely. Officer, this model is Meow brand, discontinued 10 years ago. He pointed to a small logo on the back of the camera, addressing the officer. 10 years ago. The officer picked up the camera and examined it. Oh dear. This is a 10-year-old camera. The auntie, as if seizing on crucial information, quickly grabbed the officer's hand. Officer, we only took over this hotel 6 months ago. This could be junk left by the previous owner. Junk from the previous owner. The officer quickly searched for images online to compare. After a thorough check, it indeed appeared to be old stock. Is it really old? The auntie pressed her advantage. Besides, this is a triple room. We usually rent it to families or groups of same-sex friends. You say the camera points at the bed, but with 2 beds in here, what's the point? If someone wanted to film, they'd target a double room or a couple suite, right? Who would bother installing one in a triple room? The officer looked at the trio after hearing this argument, which indeed seemed convincing. Who would install a camera in a triple room? Bullshit. If nothing happens in this room, why did you put a condom here? Chun Fu cursed. Condom? Where? I don't see any. The landlady looked around, puzzled. Bai Hao's face turned green. He hadn't dared to mention it last night, but that condom was something he had carried on him for emergencies before buying the lottery ticket. He quickly tugged at Chun Fu's sleeve. Ahem, well, that condom was actually mine. Huh? Chun Fu exclaimed in shock. What the hell did you bring it for? The woman burst into laughter. Haha, you youngsters sure know how to have fun. Bringing your own condom and claiming it's from our hotel. Ha, I think you 3 installed the camera yourselves, filming for kicks. Nonsense. Han Shuang blushed with shame, utterly furious. It was Chun Fu and Bai Hao who were wild last night, so why was he dragged into this? I didn't even get any pleasure. Well, why is this little guy so girly? Are you a bottom? The auntie turned to Bai Hao. Didn't expect you to swing both ways, young man. Bastard. Bai Hao was about to lash out, but the young officer quickly intervened. Stop talking nonsense. Me nonsense? I think. The officer turned. The auntie was about to retort, but fell silent at the officer's unyielding expression. The officer handed the camera to Master Liu. Electrician, this is in your hands. The electrician nodded. Don't worry. He began testing the camera with various instruments, working meticulously. After over 10 minutes, he finally looked up. Officer, this camera was probably broken from the start. Broken? The officer took the camera. Yes, I checked. There's no power, and the lens is so blurry it couldn't capture anything. It's likely very old stock, long out of use. See, I told you it was junk from the previous owner. A 20-year-old relic long abandoned. Who knows how they dug it up to extort money? The woman jumped in. The officer looked at the camera in his hand, then at the images on his phone, feeling troubled. After a few seconds of silence, he said to Bai Hao, this model has indeed been discontinued for years. Meow brand, an old brand from the 90s. As it stands, there's no clear evidence it was installed by the hotel. We'll file a case, but tracking the source of such an old model will be difficult. See, I told you it wasn't us. These people are all scammers. Officer, I request you arrest them all. Chun Fu laughed instantly. Ha, still putting on an act, old hag. The auntie was taken aback. What act? I'm just stating facts. Facts? What if I produce evidence? Do you have anything to say then? Evidence? What evidence? The police officer looked at Chun Fu. Evidence? Huh. The landlady couldn't help but laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Fu. Since your scam failed, you're starting to bluff, aren't you? Let me tell you, officers, time is precious. You'd better actually have some evidence. Chen Fu let out a fake laugh. Unbeknownst to them, the iron drill bit from the electrician's tool bag had somehow found its way into her hand. What are you doing? The electrician was startled, instinctively reaching to snatch it back. Chen Fu dodged backward and casually flung the drill bit away. With a resounding crash, the smoke alarm on the ceiling shattered instantly, and a black metal box fell to the floor. The indicator light on the box was still blinking, and it bore the label receiver. The landlady was stunned, but she snapped out of it in a second and lunged to grab the receiver. Bai Hao, however, wouldn't give her the chance. He dashed forward like a wall of iron, sending the landlady stumbling back. The landlady tumbled to the ground, and realization seemed to dawn on her instantly. You were sent by my ex-husband. She pointed at Chen Fu, then scrambled toward the police officer. Officer, they're framing me. Chen Fu was speechless. She had no idea what conspiracy the landlady was imagining. The officer quickly stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the box, turning it over. Finally, he understood everything. Radio waves. Master. Chen Fu called out, her gaze shifting to the electrician, who was already trying to slip away. Master Electrician, earlier when you did the inspection, you didn't detect any electricity, did you? That's not right. I just didn't detect anything, the electrician quickly explained. Didn't detect it? Could it be that the electricity was blocked by the cash in your pocket? What do you mean? The electrician's face darkened instantly. The landlady's expression also shifted to one of shock, thinking, how does she know? Didn't the old lady just hand you a stack of bills? Actually, she told me all about it. What? The electrician was horrified, quickly clutching the money in his chest pocket. Nonsense, the landlady hurriedly defended herself. Girl, what are you babbling about? When did I ever tell you I gave him money? I never. But she stopped mid-sentence, suddenly clamping her mouth shut. The landlady was completely at a loss for words. So you admit you bribed the electrician? Chen Fu smiled, then turned to the police officer. Officer, the electrician has 5,000 yuan in his chest pocket, the bribe from the landlady. Lies. It's only 2,000. Where did 5,000 come from? The electrician stepped back, instinctively reaching for the money. You're in cahoots with the landlady, trying to swindle my money. Chen Fu smirked, watching the two fools incriminate themselves. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. 15 minutes later, the three stood outside the hotel, watching the police officers shove the landlady and the electrician into the patrol car like they were hauling pigs. They couldn't help but find it amusing. In the taxi, Han Shuang was overwhelmed with shame, thinking about the surveillance footage the police had retrieved and her own sordid thoughts from the night before. She felt like jumping out of the car. So, it was just a bucket of fried chicken. Thank goodness she hadn't told Chen Fu and the others. Otherwise, she'd be the pervert. She looked at Chen Fu, who was staring out the window. By the way, how did you know there was something in the ceiling? Chen Fu thought for a moment, then grinned at Han Shuang. Because I can see through things. Han Shuang rolled her eyes, the words speechless practically written on her face. She then pouted in mock annoyance and huffed. Fine, keep your secrets. Oh right. Bai Hao turned from the front seat to look at Chen Fu and Han Shuang. I bought you two a gift. Bai Hao reached over from the front seat, holding out a bag. For you. Chen Fu took the bag and opened it. Inside were two brand new phones. Huami 17 Pro Max 2 GB edition, Bai Hao said calmly. Top-tier model, 12,800 each. One for each of the five of us. Wait, there's one for me too. Han Shuang turned her head, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at the phone box in Chen Fu's hand, and then at both of them. Could Bai Hao be a secret millionaire? But even so, why would he give one to his roommate, and also to her? What was she to them now? She was just Bai Hao's ordinary classmate. She was just the jumper Bai Hao had saved from the river. She had barely exchanged a few words with Bai Hao before. What right did she have to accept such an expensive gift? I can't take this. Han Shuang quickly waved her hand. Chen Fu immediately understood Han Shuang's hesitation. She pressed a phone box into Han Shuang's hands. What are you talking about? You're an official member of our dorm now. Consider this a welcome gift, okay? But... No buts, Chen Fu interrupted. Unless you have another phone to use. You have to take it, or we'll throw you back in the river. But... Han Shuang looked at Bai Hao, then back at Chen Fu. Don't look at him. He does what I say, Chen Fu stated. Han Shuang looked at Bai Hao again, and he simply nodded. Yes, she wears the pants. Where's the pants? At exactly noon, the three of them appeared at the entrance of the school cafeteria. There was still an hour before class. It was the peak of lunch hour, and the cafeteria was packed with people. Having already called Wang Juji ahead of time, Bai Hao's eyes scanned the hall as soon as they entered. Over there. Soon Bai Hao spotted Wang Juji sitting near the halal section. Oh no, get him over here. Chen Fu's expression turned to alarm when she saw Wang Juji's location. Quick, Brother Ji can't be near the halal section. It's bad for ethnic unity. As soon as she said it, Bai Hao burst into laughter. When the three gathered, the first thing Chen Fu noticed was Wang Juji's dark circles. You managed to wear out a silicone doll like this. Chen Fu frowned. Fu, Sister Fu, brother-in-law, how I really appreciate your generous help, Wang Juji said awkwardly, his voice weak. Cut the brother-in-law, how crap. Chen Fu smacked Wang Juji on the head. Where's Lu Ran? No idea. Wang Juji shook his head. His phone's off. I sent him 100 WeChat messages, and he hasn't replied to a single one. He probably got drained by his girlfriend again last night. Bai Hao muttered. Chen Fu nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Maybe he wanted one last, deep, soulful connection. Yeah, going off the grid is normal. Wang Juji didn't respond. His gaze flickered toward Han Shuang, who was standing beside Chen Fu. And this is a... Wang Juji looked at the unfamiliar guy beside them, puzzled. Han Shuang. Han Shuang. Which Han Shuang? The class monitor Han Shuang. The chicken rice in Wang Juji's hand dropped onto the table. Holy crap. Why? Why was his worldview being shattered every single day? Wang Juji started trembling again. His hand eerily stuffed a chicken claw into his pocket. He was at a complete loss. Then Bai Hao earnestly recounted Han Shuang's story to Wang Juji, leaving his brain in another state of shock. No, I need about 2.5 minutes to process all this. Wang Juji held his head, struggling to accept this reality. Chen Fu looked at the chicken claw that Wang Juji had bizarrely shoved into his pocket and couldn't help but laugh. The tip of the chicken claw was sticking out. She pointed at it and said, "You've revealed your true colors." Chen Fu ignored Wang Juji, who was writhing bizarrely beside her, and buried her head in her meal. The cafeteria had sweet and sour pork today, her favorite dish, and she was devouring it when ding. Detected that the host has achieved the hidden achievement. The maid can handle it too. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Fu paused mid-bite. What the heck? How did I suddenly unlock an achievement? What did I do? She quickly summoned the system in her mind. System, what's this? The maid can handle it too. What kind of achievement is that? Achievement description: helping the master fulfill a psychological need unlocks this achievement. What psychological need? I don't have any. Just now, when you called the police and helped your master, by how out of his confusion you satisfied his psychological needs. That's why you unlocked it. Damn it, but this name is too weird. What does the maid can handle it mean? I'm clearly the one who's like the master here. Chen Fu fumed. Hey, wait, what was this achievement called again? The maid can handle it too. Why is it two? Solving psychological needs. Oh crap, is there? The maid can handle it. 1. Then what need does 1 solve? Hee hee, you'll find out slowly. The system let out a sly laugh. Get lost. Chen Fu cursed inwardly. Achievement reward: 100 points have been credited. Please check. Chen Fu glanced at her point balance. 100. 1 points. With so many points, what can I do? She began browsing the shop. The LV2 shop interface slowly unfolded before her, and familiar items appeared. Strength skill book, 30 points. Learn to gain 1 strength ability. High appearance potion, X1, 50 points. Drink to achieve ultra high looks. Mystery ability blind box automatically obtained after upgrading the shop. Chen Fu's gaze finally settled on the high appearance potion. 50 points permanently enhances looks irreversible. She didn't actually need it herself. After becoming a girl, the face in the mirror was already pretty enough. Though she wanted to be even prettier just to happily admire herself in the mirror. I can't be selfish. Chen Fu thought of Han Shuang. Han Shuang had just been treated as a pervert. Since entering school, Chen Fu noticed had been unconsciously covering his face, afraid of being recognized. If she gave him this potion, it could solve his current predicament and greatly mend his wounded spirit. After all, she had been so beautiful before, and now that he was him, he shouldn't be so lacking. That's settled. I want the high appearance potion. Exchange successful. 50 points consumed. Remaining points 50. 1. Potion has been sent to system space. Chen Fu took out the small glass bottle filled with a pink transparent liquid. She examined it under the table, and a smile spread across her face. Han Shuang, you owe me a big favor. Chen Fu snapped back to reality and looked at the others, only to find that Wang Juji had vanished at some point. Where's Brother Ji? He said he went back to the dorm to get something. Bai Hao replied while eating. Oh, burp. Chen Fu responded, then pretended to hiccup. I'm choking. She looked at Han Shuang across from her, her eyes full of pleading. Shuangjia, could you go to the cafeteria store and buy me a bottle of water? Chen Fu's expression was utterly sincere. Oh, okay. Han Shuang instantly stood up and ran toward the store. So easy to fool. Then Chen Fu poured the pink potion into Han Shuang's food. After stirring it, she nodded in satisfaction. Chen Fu. Bai Hao was stunned. If you're drugging him, shouldn't you do it without me watching? What do you know? Chen Fu snapped. I know. That color, I've seen it on those websites, something called. Get lost. Can't you wash your brain with some detergent? Han Shuang quickly ran back with a bottle of water. She handed it to Chen Fu and sat down. Here, I don't know if you like this brand. Thanks, Shuangjia. Chen Fu said sweetly, taking the water and taking a sip, then looked at Han Shuang expectantly. Han Shuang smiled. After the gender swap, though Han Shuang had a male appearance, his soul was female, so his mannerisms were always a bit effeminate. Han Shuang continued eating. This was the first time in days she had eaten peacefully. Without much thought, she began to wolf it down. So delicious. Why does it suddenly taste so good? Han Shuang muttered, shoveling food into her mouth faster. Bai Hao watched with a pounding heart. This is too much, he thought. Chen Fu after becoming a girl was really too much. She was leading him on, and now she was drugging a young guy. It was so frustrating. Clearly the masculinized Han Shuang wasn't as handsome as him. Why did Chen Fu only drug him? So mad. He watched Han Shuang eat bite by bite, unable to help swallowing. Han Shuang. He wanted to intervene. Han Shuang looked up at Bai Hao. Huh. Bai Hao instantly felt a gaze as cold as -91 degrees staring at him. Never mind. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time ticked by and Chen Fu's heart was in her throat. Nothing happened. What's going on? Chen Fu frowned. This damn system's products can't be fake, right? Han Shuang suddenly spoke. His cheeks were flushed, and his voice grew faint and breathless. Bai Hao also looked at Han Shuang, his mind in turmoil. He had no idea why Chen Fu would feed Han Shuang an aphrodisiac in the cafeteria. Was she planning to? In broad daylight. Han Shuang touched his face. I am so hot. Chen Fu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Really? Anything else? And? Han Shuang covered his face. I can't explain it. Then Bai Hao's expression as he looked at Han Shuang changed drastically. Holy crap! Bai Hao exclaimed, standing up in disbelief. Han Shuang's features were rapidly changing before their eyes. His ordinary eyes became delicate, his nose bridged straighter, the acne scars on his skin smoothed out, and even the curve of his lips softened. Han Shuang's entire face looked like it had been photoshopped. He was almost indistinguishable from a male celebrity. Combined with Han Shuang's female soul, the male version of Han Shuang exuded an indescribable charm. So handsome. With looks like that, even I'd go for it. He's practically a beginner's guide to straight men. Bai Hao exclaimed. Han Shuang was startled by Bai Hao's reaction. He stood up too, feeling his face being stretched, but he didn't know what was happening. What's wrong with my face? He quickly opened his phone camera, and then a manly alluring cry rang out in the cafeteria. The sound was high-pitched, yet deep like tomato. Asked me to delete this. Readers, please fill in the blank yourself. The surrounding students all turned to look. Several girls were instantly stunned by Han Shuang's striking appearance. This is me. Han Shuang stared at her reflection on the phone in utter shock. I've become a celebrity. A girl at the adjacent table gasped. Holy crap, who's that guy? Is he from our school? Too handsome. Is he even real? Look at the girl next to him, she's pretty too. Are they a couple? Another girl covered her mouth, her eyes practically glued to Han Shuang. Haven't you heard? Handsome guys are always gay. I bet he's actually with that guy beside him. Han Shuang remained standing trembling as she looked at herself on the phone, feeling a familiar sensation wash over her. When she was still a girl, walking through campus had always garnered this kind of attention. Now it seemed that feeling had returned, albeit in a different form. Hey, a senior-looking girl approached. Little bro, can I add you on WeChat? The senior had a sizzling figure, clearly a veteran in the game of romance. Her eyes were seductive, gazing at Han Shuang as if he were prey. Seeing Han Shuang's flustered reaction only made the senior find him more endearing. Just want to be friends. He'll take you out for drinks tonight. Han Shuang grew even more panicked. She had often been approached by guys before, but never expected to be hit on by a girl today. Then she nervously uttered 2 resounding words. No deal. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory building, Wang Juji climbed the stairs panting heavily and hurriedly fumbled for his keys. Stupid hands, hurry up. The more nervous Wang Juji got, the more he missed the keyhole. After Han Shuang's gender swap, she would surely come to the dorm any minute. But the silicone doll dressed in Chen Fu's maid outfit was still locked inside the room. What was meant to be a prank on his roommates had turned into a shock for himself. If Han Shuang saw his hidden treasure of a loli, he would be too embarrassed to show his face. Wang Juji burst into the dorm only to find a white-haired little loli standing in the middle of the room with her hands on her hips, staring at him with utter disgust. You loser. Finally back, and you dare to leave Nanako alone in the room. How despicable. The little figurine wagged her finger at Wang Juji, her face flushed with anger. Wang Juji's first thought upon seeing the figurine was to strip off her lowly outfit. Not out of perversion, but because he had discovered a shocking secret. This silicone doll could come to life and transform into a real person when dressed in Chen Fu's maid outfit. And it was so incredibly realistic that Wang Juji found it hard to accept. Wang Juji Now he had to strip off the lowly outfit to turn her back into a silicone doll and hide her. Loser, big brother, are you thinking about playing that game again? If so, hurry up and don't waste my time. The lowly kept chattering, but Wang Juji was in no mood for that. He lunged forward and grabbed the maid outfit, pulling it upward. A loser is a loser, so rough. Don't you know you have to take it step by step? The moment the lowly finished speaking, the maid outfit was yanked off. Instantly, the figurine's eyes lost their spark and her body collapsed to the floor like a puppet. Finally, Wang Juji quickly tossed the clothes onto Chen Fu's bed and stuffed the figurine into his own cabinet. He stared at the clothes on Chen Fu's bed for a long time. He wondered if he put this outfit on a plush toy, would it turn into a furry? The 3 of them walked out of the cafeteria. Chen Fu looked at Han Shuang. Sister Shuang, just go to class with Bai Hao this afternoon. Leave everything to me. Han Shuang fidgeted nervously. Can we really handle the counselor? Chen Fu smiled. Don't worry, I've got plenty of ways to deal with him. Han Shuang nodded and headed toward the dorm with Han Shuang. Chen Fu turned and walked toward the counselor's office in the administrative building. At the counselor's office door, Chen Fu knocked. Come in. Pushing the door open, Li Haitao was sitting behind his desk, writing something seriously. Beside him were two girls from another class apparently helping him with work. Seeing Chen Fu, Li Haitao's eyes darted away. You two can go now? This student needs to discuss something with me, Li Haitao said seriously to the two girls. They nodded and left the office. Only Chen Fu and Li Haitao remained in the office, the atmosphere tense. You're Chen Fu's sister, right? Chen Fu smiled. Counselor, you know me. Li Haitao tapped his fingers lightly on the desk and let out a long sigh. Now how could I not know you? Go ahead, what do you want from me? Chen Fu smiled. It seemed Yang Cici had already told him everything. Li Haitao sat upright, his expression seemingly calm, but inwardly he was a mess. He didn't know how much this sister of Chen Fu actually knew. Yang Cici had mentioned that Chen Fu had seen through the curtain gap. But Li Haitao was sure, through the curtain, absolutely impossible. How could he have made such a low-level mistake? She must have used some other means to uncover his and Yang Cici's secret. Could it be a pinhole camera? If so, how had she installed it, and when? Li Haitao's brow twitched and his hand clenched involuntarily. Actually, it was fine if she knew about Yang Cici. He just hoped she didn't know about the time he called a male student to his dorm. But that day he just couldn't control himself. That student had been sent back to his hometown in Yinbian half a month ago. If the surveillance had been installed only recently, then this secret might possibly perhaps be safe. Li Haitao kept thinking as he looked at Chen Fu. Chen Fu didn't rush to answer. Instead, she sat down opposite him without any of the humility expected of a student. Counselor, ill cut to the chase. I came to the office for two things. Li Haitao's expression turned stern. He clenched his fist and said, as long as it's not too much. Not bad, Counselor. Chen Fu leaned forward. First, I am Chen Fu's sister. Chen Fu won't be coming to school anymore and I'll attend classes in her place. I hope you won't cause me any trouble. Li Haitao frowned. This long-term substitution would be hard to explain to the other students, right? Counselor, what's so hard to explain? Chen Fu smiled. You managed to arrange so many oral therapy sessions for Yang Cici. Surely you can arrange a substitution slot for me too. Li Haitao's face changed color. Final, figure something out. Go ahead, what's the second thing? Refreshing. Chen Fu raised a thumb and said, now on to the second matter. Chen Fu turned to the counselor. Han Shuang won't be coming anymore. Han Shuang, our class academic monitor. The counselor instantly grew wary. Right? A male student will take her place in class. You need to hold a class meeting and tell everyone they're exchange students that Han Shuang has transferred to another school. Then under the guise of an exchange student, you'll bring that guy into our class. Li Haitao was silent for a long time. But this kind of thing, it's unprecedented. Then set a precedent. It shouldn't be hard for you, right? Chen Fu smiled. You're the counselor. It's just a few words. You? Li Haitao interrupted her, his face alternating between pale and red. After a long while he finally spoke. I can help you, but I'm curious. What are you doing all this for? Because Chen Fu and Han Shuang eloped. I had to get my friend and me to take their place. Li Haitao was speechless. The reason was so absurd he didn't know what to say for a moment. Fine, he sighed. Class is at 1 in the afternoon. He'll go to the classroom first to announce this. I just hope you. Chen Fu stood up. I understand. Rest assured, counselor, your secret is safe with me. With that, Chen Fu got up and left the office. At 1 in the afternoon in the classroom, the students gradually arrived. Counselor Li Haitao stood at the podium 5 minutes early. Chen Fu, Bai Hao, and Wang Juji sat in the back waiting for the scene about to unfold. Quiet down. Before class I have an announcement. Li Haitao tapped the table and said loudly. The classroom fell silent. Our classmate Han Shuang, due to personal reasons, has applied for an exchange student program and has already gone to another school. As soon as the words fell, the classroom erupted in a hubbub. Han Shuang became an exchange student. I thought she was on leave. Why didn't she tell us? Han Shuang's former roommate was the first to speak. Han Shuang's gone. What about my final exams? A female student began to complain bitterly. Quiet. At the same time, our class will also welcome a new exchange student. From today on, he is one of us. Li Haitao said, beckoning towards the door. Come on in. The door opened, and Han Shuang walked in. At that moment, the classroom fell silent. Truly not a single sound could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the male student at the door, rendered speechless. Delicate features, fair skin, and an indescribable subtle charm. He stood there like a figure who had stepped right out of a television screen. Holy shit. Someone finally broke the silence. He's way too handsome. An exchange student? Are you sure he's not from Idol Producer? Hello, all you national producers. Mom, I'm in love. Several girls covered their mouths, their eyes fixed on him. Hello everyone, my name is Han Yang. Han Yang. What a nice name too. He looked at me. I think he looked at me. For 3 seconds. I need all his information. Several girls were already smitten. Even those who usually looked down on everyone, the teacher's pet girls, were now completely speechless. The most exaggerated was a guy from 203 sitting in the back row. He stared at Han Yang for a long time, then tugged at his classmate beside him. Buddy, I think something's wrong with me. What's up? I think him. A little attracted. Huh. Dude, wake up, you're straight. But he's just too handsome. The classroom instantly turned into a chaotic marketplace. A teacher walked in and looked surprised to see the class so rowdy today. What's this? The ancient Chinese teacher pushed up his glasses. All right, everyone sit down. The teacher is here, get ready for class. Han Yang walked towards Chun Fu's direction. This time she didn't sit in her usual seat, but in Lu Ran's usual spot. Lu Ran still hadn't shown up. The expressions of the group weren't good, everyone was a bit worried. That guy, he didn't get into trouble, did he? At 3 in the afternoon at the school gate. Chen Fu by Hao Han Shuang and Wang Zhiji stood by the roadside ready to go look at an apartment. There was still no news from Lu Ran. They had called him several times, but no one answered. Forget it, let's not wait for him. Let's go first, Chen Fu said. After we see the apartment, we'll contact him again. A phone ringtone sounded. Chen Fu flipped open her phone and saw Lu Ran. Seeing it was Lu Ran calling, she was furious. Hello, where the hell have you been? On the other end of the line, Lu Ran's voice was weak. Fu Meyer. I've gotten myself into a huge mess. What happened? Damn it. I'm going to be a dad. Huh? Bai Hao quickly leaned closer to the phone. On the phone, Lu Ran's voice was choked with tears. Zhang Xianxian is pregnant. I'm really going to be a dad. Holy shit. How do you know? No shit, bro's got x-ray vision, right? Last night I was trying to get a little frisky, but I used it like an x-ray and saw it. At first I thought it was an illusion. Then I asked her, and hey, Zhang Xianxian has been nauseous and sleepy lately, and she's been craving sour stuff. Later I bought a pregnancy test. No doubt about it, 2 bold lines. The last time I saw 2 lines was when I was a squad leader in elementary school. Now I'm still at the hospital, and I don't even know if I'll be coming back to school. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Wasn't this plot just too damn absurd? Forget it, guys. You go check out the apartment first. Zhang Xianxian is looking for me. After a burst of commotion, Lu Ran hung up in a panic. Chen Fu put away her phone and sighed, but still looked at the others. Come on, let's go see the apartment first. The destination wasn't far. After a 20-minute walk, they were almost there. Just around the corner, Chen Fu said, following the unreliable map's directions leading the group towards the Dijiang Meishu residential community. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw an extremely luxurious community gate. The gate was made entirely of clean, elegant, light-colored stone with a high archway and clean, simple lines that still exuded an air of nobility. On either side stood exquisite metal lamp posts, and in the middle were 4 gold-embossed characters, Dijiang Meishu. There were no messy shops at the entrance, only neatly trimmed greenery and flower beds. The road was spotlessly clean, and even the security guards wore immaculate uniforms and stood perfectly straight. Looking inside, all one could see were low-density townhouses and villas with wide spacing radiating a quiet and upscale atmosphere. This is where we're going to look. Han Shuang stood frozen in place. Didn't expect that, did you? Chen Fu patted Han Shuang on the shoulder while admiring the picturesque architectural style. Yeah, I've been here before for tutoring. It's really expensive. Han Shuang had originally thought they would just rent a 3-bedroom apartment in an old complex, but Chen Fu had led them straight to a villa district. Everyone looked toward the entrance of a neighborhood, where a woman in her late 20s stood at the gate. She had a short butch-style haircut, wore black high heels, and held up a sign, Loving Home Realty Welcome Mr. By 91 for a property viewing. Let's go, the agent is over there. The group walked toward the agent, and Bai Hao greeted her first. Hello. The female agent turned around, scrutinizing the 4 of them with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. And you are? The agent's expression was cold as she looked them up and down, noting their plain attire, and she didn't even lower her sign. We're here to see the property. Chen Fu stepped forward. You? Her gaze swept over them again, finally landing on Bai Hao at the front. Dijiang Mansion. Yes, we're here for the viewing. The woman rolled her eyes again. Your student's right. Look over there, she said, pointing to a residential building behind the school. You must have the wrong place. That complex is also called Meishu, but it stands for 5 virtues and 4 beauty staff housing. What do you mean? Chen Fu's temper flared. Are you saying we can't afford to rent here? The female agent's eyes nearly rolled back into her head. Little girl, it's not that I look down on you, but the smallest unit in Dijiang Mansion is 180 square meters, with a minimum monthly rent of 8,000, deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent up front. Can you even afford that? You bitched. Bai Hao quickly stopped Chen Fu and offered a slight smile to the agent. Sorry, we might have mistaken the place. Huh? Bai Hao, what are you? Chen Fu was stunned by his reaction, but Bai Hao just waved his hand. Let me call our agent. Sorry for the trouble. The female agent just glanced at Bai Hao, turned away without a word, and continued holding up her sign, waiting for a big client. The call connected. Da-da-la-dee-da-da-dee-da, the agent's phone rang. She looked down and saw 3 big characters on the screen. Mr. Bai. She looked up at Bai Hao, who was still on the phone. Somewhat dazed, she answered. Bai Hao's voice came through her phone. Hello, my name is Bai Hao. The agent's hand trembled. Huh? Bai Hao smiled. I've already contacted your company to request a different agent. If you're the one handling this, please refund the 3,000 viewing fee. They'll find another agency. The agent's face turned the color of an eggplant. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Hao had already led the group toward the inner part of the neighborhood. Let's go, we'll take a look around ourselves. With that, the four of them strutted toward the entrance. Hey, Mr. Bai, I was wrong. The agent chased after them, her high heels wobbling, and she stumbled forward, plunging into the fake mountain pond in front of the neighborhood. So cold. She scrambled out and ran after them. The security guard immediately stopped her. Ma'am, where are you going? I am the agent. I'm showing them the property. Huh. The guard looked at the four who had already entered, then back at the agent. Mr. Bai said he doesn't need you anymore, right? The agent stood frozen. The neighborhood's environment was indeed impressive. The greenery rivaled a paid scenic spot, with a massive ornamental lake in the center, its lotus flowers in full bloom. On the shore there seemed to be devices emitting mist, making the entire place look like a paradise on earth. Is this the world of the rich? Wang Juji craned his neck. The group strolled along the lake, flanked by rows of modern villas in gray and white tones, with large floor-to-ceiling windows exuding luxury. Wow, that house has a huge balcony, Han Shuang pointed at a villa ahead. Big enough for dozens of people to party. A standalone villa. We'll get the chance to live in one someday, step by step. Chen Fu walked ahead, confidently swaggering. Just then hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Wait, hold on. The four turned around to see a woman in her 30s running toward them, panting heavily. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. By 91. She was out of breath, clearly in a rush. I'm the business manager from Loving Home Realty. My surname is Zhou. I'm terribly sorry, that girl earlier was new and didn't know how to behave. It's fine, just show us around, Bai Hao said first. Everyone found this agent much more agreeable than the previous one. The agent straightened up, her eyes scanning the group, then fixed on Han Shuang's face. For 10 seconds, she didn't move. Sister Zhou. Hello. Bai Hao waved his hand in front of the dazed agent. Do you know Han Shuang? Huh. Oh, sorry. No, I don't. Sister Zhou snapped back to reality. I'm Han Shuang, right? Please take care. She bowed hastily, leaving the group puzzled. Agent, who am I? Where am I? All right. They're here for the viewing. She quickly recovered. The property is in building 12. I'll take you there. Okay, Bai Hao replied. Along the way, Sister Zhou kept glancing at Han Shuang. How could there be such a good-looking guy? By the lake, a townhouse with an independent courtyard. The agent quickly entered the door code and led them inside. This unit has 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 3 bathrooms. It's fully decorated with furniture and appliances. Just bring your bags and move in. Monthly rent is 9,000. The owner is abroad long-term and needs it rented quickly. As soon as they entered, everyone was stunned. The first floor was a huge living room with floor-to-ceiling windows facing the lake, a Chinese and a Western kitchen, an island counter, a modern-style large sofa, an elevator, and a massive TV wall. Holy shit. Wang Juji collapsed onto the sofa, nearly breaking it. I don't want to leave. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, all en suite with private bathrooms. The third floor had 2 bedrooms plus a large terrace overlooking the entire neighborhood. This terrace is awesome, Bai Hao leaned on the railing. Perfect for a barbecue these days. Perfect for exposure too, Wang Juji added. Can you ever be normal? Chen Fu punched him on the head. Sister Zhou watched Han Shuang from the side, stars in her eyes. Haha, Han Shuang is quite humorous. Han Shuang. Huh, did I say something just now? Chen Fu paced around the entire villa 3 or 4 times, feeling immensely satisfied. Wow, I never thought I'd live in a place like this in my lifetime. Wang Juji exclaimed, pounding the sofa and weeping, which drew laughter from everyone. So how do you like the place? Sister Zhou asked as the others descended the stairs. Han Shuang had remained downstairs the whole time, without touring the upstairs, leaving Sister Zhou, who was supposed to accompany the clients, rooted to her spot. If only he could add her on WeChat, what would Sister Zhou's evening look like? Sister Zhou's husband home from work. Sister Zhou divorce. The house is nice, Bai Hao said, sitting on the sofa. As for the price, can we still negotiate? Mr. Bai, this is already the lowest price, 9,000 is. Sister. Before the agent could finish, Han Shuang suddenly spoke up with a call. Huh. That single sister made the agent already imagine the names of their 2 children. She quickly responded, yes. Han, what's the matter? Han Shuang stepped forward, standing before Sister Zhou. Because Han Shuang had once been female, he was slightly shorter than Sister Zhou. He tilted his head up to meet her eyes, a hint of grievance in his gaze. Sister Zhou, really, can't we talk it over? Han Shuang's expression was full of affection, stunning not only Sister Zhou, but even the 3 others nearby. What was happening? The male version of Han Shuang was just too devastating. Maybe I. Sister Zhou's face flushed instantly, like a naive young girl. But at this price, really, I can't justify going any lower, Sister Zhou struggled. Sister, that 8,005, can we do 8,005? Sister Zhou changed her tune. Only 500 less, Han Shuang said, and then the light in his eyes seemed to vanish instantly. With a pitiful expression, he looked at Sister Zhou and said helplessly, is that so? What a shame. We really love it here, and we were hoping to invite you over often. Invite me? Wait. Sister Zhou seemed to catch a crucial hint. Could it be that the handsome guy wanted to get to know her? Sob, I'm going home to file for divorce. Sister, please, we really don't have much money. Han Shuang pleaded poverty. 6,005, I'll take 0 commission. 6,005. That's the absolute lowest price and the whole complex can't go any lower. 6,005. Chen Fu and Wang Juji were stunned. Just a moment ago it was 9,000 without a single discount, and now it had been slashed by 2,005. Han Shuang instantly looked overwhelmed with gratitude, then actually threw himself into Sister Zhou's arms. Sister, I don't know how to thank you. Sob, how would I survive without you? Holding Han Shuang's Sister Zhou's expression, Omega, 6,000. Just 6,000. Sob, now it's only 6,000. Even after the agent left, they hadn't recovered. Han Shuang. That was incredible. Not a price cut, but a head chop. Wang Juji marveled at what had just happened. Not just Wang Juji, everyone felt the same. This feeling was called contrast. It was such a stark contrast. Was this still the Han Shuang they knew? Han Shuang smiled, just mimicking a green tea type. I have 3 of them in my dorm. Everyone laughed along, then moved on to the exciting part, room assignment. With a place this nice, I'd even be fine sleeping in the living room. Wang Juji exclaimed. Then you sleep in the living room, Chen Fu said. No way. The villa had 3 bedrooms on the 2nd floor and 2 on the 3rd. On the 2nd floor, one was the master bedroom, the largest, with a walk-in closet and an oversized bathroom. Give the biggest room to Chen Fu, Bai Hao suggested. This time the main credit goes to Chen Fu. Chen Fu turned around. That isn't it a bit much? Well then I'll move in first, you guys chat. Aren't you going to decline a bit more? Seeing Chen Fu already entering the room, Bai Hao began choosing his own. Finally he picked the room closest to Chen Fu. They'll take this one, what about you? He looked at Wang Juji and Han Shuang. They'll take the smallest one. The room converted from the study on the 3rd floor is fine, there are plenty of books there, Han Shuang said. He thought it was good enough just to live here, so he shouldn't compete for the bigger rooms. Bai Hao thought for a moment, then nodded. That room indeed had many books, and although it was the smallest, it was still larger than the school dormitory, more than enough for one person. Yeah, okay, Bai Hao nodded. Brother Ji, what's your choice? Bai Hao turned to Wang Juji. Me. Wang Juji paced around the house with 1 bedroom left on both the 2nd and 3rd floors, roughly the same size, leaving him with his decision-making difficulties, deep in thought. At that moment Chen Fu came out of her room and saw Wang Juji wandering around like a husky patrolling its territory, finding it odd. Rabi's acting up. Which one to pick? Which one? He went back to the 2nd floor room. The decor there was quite light-hearted, with some anime wall hangings on the walls and a study desk on the side, looking somewhat like. This room looks like a kid's room. Chen Fu squinted, standing behind Wang Juji. If it's a kid's room, it'd be perfect for Lu Ran since he's a new dad. Good point. Wang Juji clapped in approval. Then he'll take the 3rd floor. With that he dashed off to the 3rd floor room. After admiring their own rooms for a while, they all came out and sat on the sofa, clearly satisfied with their new home. Guys, how about we go on a big shopping spree later? Chen Fu, who had been lazily buried in the sofa, suddenly sat up and suggested. We need bedding, toiletries, and ingredients for tonight. We have nothing. Chen Fu originally wanted to use the system's built-in shop to buy things, but seeing her meager 51 points, she thought might as well use the money power. Let's go. To the supermarket. They all agreed in unison. Let's roll. Go. How strong is the taste of black coffee? One advantage of living in a high-end neighborhood was the well-developed surrounding infrastructure. Not far from the community entrance, there was a massive membership-based supermarket chain with a wide variety of goods, Yamamoto Supermarket. Once inside, Wang Juji was like a wild boar breaking loose, careening through the store in a huge shopping cart. Yes, driving. The supermarket had electric shopping carts that could be unlocked by scanning a QR code, which was a novel sight for them, never seen before. Driving the little cart, Wang Juji tossed items left and right into the basket, while shouting, snack soda, this time I'm gonna spend like crazy. Chen Fu also reminded Wang Juji not to accidentally wander into the Muslim section. Wang Juji wandered off and disappeared from sight, leaving only Chen Fu, Bai Hao, and Han Shuang, pushing their shopping cart toward the household goods section. Han Shuang. Bai Hao called out to the girl idling ahead. Could you go check out the vegetable section? We'll be having a barbecue tonight, so buy plenty of meat. We'll settle the bill together at the entrance. Okay. Han Shuang nodded and headed toward the fresh food area. He'll go too. Chen Fu said, starting to follow Han Shuang, but Bai Hao grabbed her arm. What the hell are you doing? She exclaimed. Where are you going? To buy groceries. Let him handle that. We're going to the household section to get some daily necessities. Huh. Before Chen Fu could react, Bai Hao was already pulling her by the hand in another direction. Hey, explain yourself. Do you want me to go buy daily necessities with you, or something else? Of course it's daily necessities. Bai Hao said with a smile. In the household section, Chen Fu and Bai Hao were pushing a cart, buying frantically. Any 5 sets of bedding, just pack them up and leave them at the entrance. Toiletries 1 set each, make it premium. Not this brand. ITLL make you bald. These are must-buys, they're essential, okay? What do you know? The two of them grabbed one item after another, and soon they had filled 2 large carts. Chin-Fu, should we get this? What is it? Chin-Fu was picking out glass cups and looked over at Bai Hao. He was squeezed into the knitwear section staring intently at something. Come here, Bai Hao called. Oh. Chin-Fu hummed a little tune and walked over nonchalantly, but when she saw what Bai Hao was selecting, her song abruptly stopped. Bro, why are you looking at bras? I don't need. She clapped a hand over her mouth mid-sentence. Right, she had turned into a girl, but she probably should wear one of those. Not wearing one seemed rather inconvenient. First, she couldn't wear thin clothes because it would show certain things. Second, when walking, the friction made the front a bit sore. It seemed she really needed this now. Do you know your size? Bai Hao asked. Chin-Fu actually had no clue. Was one hand covers the chest a valid measurement? No idea. I think I roughly know, Bai Hao said. You know, didn't I personally measure it once before? Bai Hao looked at Chin-Fu with a perfectly natural expression. When did? Chin-Fu suddenly recalled the first night of her gender swap, or it seemed he had indeed. That was over the hoodie, okay? Don't worry about it, leave it to me. Bai Hao led Chin-Fu to the sales assistant. The sales lady in the lingerie section saw the couple approaching and immediately came forward. Young couple shopping for lingerie. No ma'am, this lace one really shows off your figure, the sales lady said, taking a piece off the shelf. And this seamless one is comfortable to wear. What do you think, young man? Bai Hao examined it seriously and nodded. Okay, 2 of those. Chin-Fu, did I say anything? Did I agree? The sales lady smiled and packed 2 pieces. You have good taste, young man. Come take a look at the panties too. They're all matching sets. This one is semi-transparent. Chin-Fu, no, I can pick my own panties. Find 7 pairs for rotation, Bai Hao said, pointing at the top row. Chin-Fu blushed. You're really going too far. In the fresh food section, Han Shuang stood in front of the beef counter carefully selecting meat. This beef looks a bit tough, and this lamb is kind of expensive. If I buy this. Just then an Annie walked by and spotted Han Shuang picking meat. Young man shopping alone. Han Shuang looked up slightly surprised. Yes, that's right. May I ask? The auntie began scanning Han Shuang from head to toe, nodding approvingly. Good. He's got the looks, the smile, and the voice. Truly impressive. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is 24 this year, works in media, and she's gorgeous. The auntie quickly pulled out her phone. Take a look at her photo. Han Shuang, ma'am, mom. A girl rushed over like she was startled, grabbing her mother's hand. What are you doing? Didn't I say I'll never date anyone? Why are you asking for WeChat again? If you keep doing this, I'll uninstall your WeChat. Then she turned around. Hello, sorry, I don't really want to add you on WeChat. Then she saw Han Shuang's face. Could I add you on WeChat? Han Shuang. Inner monologue. Wait, didn't you just swear you'd never date and threaten to uninstall your mom's WeChat? That was way too fast. Han Shuang wanted to refuse. Just add me on WeChat. In the one being proactive as a girl. The girl said, already opening her scan function, waiting for Han Shuang. Come on, I'll scan you. Han Shuang had no choice but to open his WeChat QR code. Beep. Added successfully. At the entrance, Chin-Fu and Bai Hao had already reached the checkout area first. Each of them was dragging 2 shopping carts, all completely stuffed to the brim. They had just taken a break when Fatty Wong came driving a cart loaded with dozens of boxes of snacks toward the checkout area. Chin-Fu and Bai Hao stared in disbelief at the mountain Wong was pushing. What the hell? The amount of snacks Wang Juji had was more than double what Chin-Fu and Bai Hao had combined. Behind his cart, 2 store employees were running, each carrying a large bag, apparently helping Wang Juji. Bro, are you stocking up for a supermarket? What do you know? This is called being prepared. What if an apocalyptic ice age hits tomorrow? I need to stock up. Bro, can you not have such a wild imagination? Chin-Fu complained. Nonsense. You've turned into a girl. Anything's possible. According to normal novel logic, after renting a shelter comes the extreme cold. You'll thank me then. Wang Juji's matter-of-fact attitude made him look like a lunatic to the 2 employees nearby. Chin-Fu couldn't say much more. Let him buy. If they got hungry at night, they could sneak some snacks from Fatty's room. Soon Han Shuang came out from inside and saw Chin-Fu and Bai Hao's cart. A lace bra was quietly sitting inside. She studied it carefully, then frowned. Chin-Fu, now that you're a girl, wearing a bra is normal and understandable, but... Han Shuang paused, looking at Chin-Fu's bewildered expression. But these styles are usually not bought for daily wear because they're sexy lingerie. Sex toys. I thought guys were supposed to know all about this. Han Shuang said with a look of utter surprise. Bai Hao just smirked on the side as if he had known all along. Wang Juji alone contributed half of the total bill. At checkout, the cashier stared blankly at the mountain of bags before them, lost in thought. The cashier wasn't the only one lost in thought. The elderly man behind them, holding just a single scallion and hoping for a quick checkout to head home, also fell into deep contemplation. The old man's inner monologue. Hey dear, don't wait for me for dinner. I probably won't make it home until tomorrow. It took half an hour to finally settle the bill. As the mountain of goods piled up at the entrance, passers-by couldn't help but glance over. How about I call a truck? Chin-Fu suggested. Good idea. At the villa's entrance, the driver helped unload everything. The group fell silent again, staring at the dozens of shopping bags of all sizes before them. How do we move this? Wang Juji scratched his head. Move it. Your pile. You move it yourself. Chen Fu threw a punch at him. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Is that how the saying goes? She followed up with a kick. Nice feet. You bastard, take this. Ow, out. The fat guy winced in feigned pain. Ding. Good evening to you, host. What the hell? Chen Fu jumped in surprise. What's going on? Why did it chime? Wait, isn't it about to issue a task? And what kind of greeting is that? Good evening. What do you want? Chen Fu asked warily in her mind. Nothing, just curious. Why didn't the host use the system space? Why bother with a truck? Huh. System space. She recalled the slick move last time when she stored the transformation pills and strength potions in the space, and then retrieved them. Damn, the system space can hold stuff like this. Of course, the system space can store up to 999 tons. This is nothing. If you wanted, you could even fit this whole villa in there. Then why the hell didn't you remind me at the supermarket? I ended up calling a damn truck. Chen Fu's inner self screamed in fury. I thought you humans had some special ritual, like enjoying the fun of hauling your purchases after shopping. What the hell is fun about that? Chen Fu calmed herself, looked at the small mountain before her, then turned to the others who were about to start hauling things inside. Hey guys, hold off. Take the barbecue ingredients up to the third floor terrace to prep. He'll handle this alone. Huh. Bai Hao was the first to express doubt. You alone? No kidding. How long will that take? Han Shuang added, forget it, let's all do it together. Wang Juji, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Sis Fu, I'll leave it to you then. Chen Fu snapped. I'll move everyone's stuff, but not yours. Wang Juji wailed, huh? Mom, I beg you, I'm sorry, Mom. Seeing Bai Hao about to speak again, Chen Fu waved him off. Just watch your dad perform in a bit. Chen Fu smiled. Go skewer the meat. I'm getting hungry. Though none of them knew what Chen Fu was up to, they picked up the meat and vegetables and headed to the third floor. If you can't manage, give me a shout, Bai Hao said. Get lost. Alone at last, Chen Fu stretched out her hand toward the mountain of goods. Collect. In the next second, everything at the entrance vanished instantly. Awesome. She checked the system space. Sure enough, everything was stored inside. Chen Fu clapped in delight. Now for the placement. Bai Hao's bedding and toiletries. Place. With a thought, the items automatically appeared on the bed in Bai Hao's room. Even the blanket was perfectly spread out. Wang Juji's snacks. Place. In an instant, the glass display cabinet in Wang Juji's room was filled with all sorts of snacks and drinks. Next up, Lu Ran and Han Shuang. So satisfying. I can't believe how convenient this feature is. Now for mine. Bedding place. Snacks swiped from Wang Juji place. Toiletries place. And the sexy stuff. Better keep that hidden in the system space for now. In less than 10 minutes, everything was perfectly arranged in its rightful place. Chen Fu clapped her hands and strolled up to the third floor terrace. By then, Bai Hao and Wang Juji were huddled together skewering meat, while Han Shuang was nowhere to be seen. Wang Juji looked up at Chen Fu with a tearful expression. Done already, sis. You didn't just leave my stuff at the door, did you? Bai Hao stood up with a knowing look. Come on, I'll go with you. Chen Fu sat on the windowsill, looking utterly relaxed. Go where? I'm already done moving everything. You're kidding, right? Huh. A voice came from behind. It was Han Shuang, his face full of disbelief. Chen Fu, I just checked around. You actually finished moving everything this fast. See. Got a witness. Chen Fu pointed at Han Shuang behind her and grinned at the two guys. Sis Fu, spill it. How many more superpowers do you have that we don't know about? Wang Juji exclaimed in awe. Bai Hao added, can you share that Riki sword ability like you did with the X-ray vision? What the hell is Riki sword? As evening fell, the barbecue party on the terrace was about to begin. They had called Lu Ran, who said he'd be there soon. The charcoal was lit and lamb skewers grilled, kidneys and veggie sticks sizzled on the grill, sprinkled with cumin and pepper. Honestly, just smelling this aroma could make you down a whole bottle of beer. Wang Juji couldn't wait any longer. Please, Dad, how just give me one. No, it's not done yet, Bai Hao said. That's fine. Undercooked tastes even better. Wang Juji whined, nagging nonstop around Bai Hao until Chen Fu got annoyed. Say one more word, and I'll stuff my sock in your mouth. Wang Juji froze. Is that a reward? Well, wait for Lu Ran. It should be done by then, and we can all eat together. Bai Hao kept grilling. He actually looked like a pro barbecue chef. Your lord has arrived. A loud shout came from downstairs, startling everyone. He's here. They all got up, leaving Han Shuang to take over the grilling on the third floor. Sure enough, when they opened the door, there stood Lu Ran with several luggage bags, a smug grin on his face. Next to him was a girl also pulling several suitcases. Brothers, I brought the boss. Lu Ran said obsequiously, then turned to introduce his girlfriend. Zhang Xuanshuan, the mother of my child. You're really planning to have it, huh? Of course. That's my own flesh and blood. Lu Ran puffed out his chest. Zhang Xianxian walked and plopped down on the sofa and tossed her luggage aside. She ordered Lu Ran, I'm thirsty. Get me a glass of water. Sure. Lu Ran looked a bit flustered. Bai Hao quickly stepped in to pour the water, seeing that Lu Ran, new to the place, had no idea where to find it. Lu Ran handed the glass to Zhang Xianxian. Hey, we'll have barbecue skewers later. Barbecue. Zhang Xianxian shot Lu Ran a sideways glance. I don't eat that junk food, it's bad for the baby. One of you heat me a glass of milk instead. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. He'll go warm up some milk for you, Bai Hao said. Lu Ran looked apologetic. Zhang Xianxian isn't really into barbecue. It's fine, nothing will go to waste. He'll just eat her share too. Chun Fu invited Lu Ran to the terrace for barbecue, and Lu Ran quickly called for Zhang Xianxian to join them. Even if you're not eating, you should at least keep us company. Oh, got it. Zhang Xianxian held her stomach and followed behind Lu Ran. Damn, this house is awesome. Lu Ran exclaimed, looking around as he walked toward the terrace. Such a huge terrace. I'm gonna get a hammock and sleep out here every night. Hope the mosquitoes don't eat you alive, Bai Hao teased. Bullshit, mosquitoes don't bite me by nature. Then Lu Ran slapped his arm. I got any mosquito repellent. Everyone burst into laughter. Let me take over, Bai Hao said to Han Shuang, who was earnestly grilling skewers. Han Shuang quickly stood up and greeted Lu Ran. Lu Ran. Huh. Hello. Lu Ran's awkward demeanor made everyone laugh. Who was this stranger? Was he a hired grill chef? You? Know me. I'm Han Shuang. Huh. The banquet officially began. Lu Ran was still the most enthusiastic about toasting, quickly downing 3 bottles of beer. Seriously, the past few days have been wild enough to write a book. Lu Ran raised his glass and took another sip. Everyone had just filled him in on recent events, so he was especially excited. X-ray vision, gender swap, lottery tickets, living in a mansion. Man, this is just too bizarre. Come on, one more drink. Everyone raised their glasses too. If I ever have the time, I'll just write a novel. Hey, Fu Meyer. Lu Ran looked at Chen Fu. It'll start from the day you turn into a girl, posted on the persimmon platform. Who knows, it might even get popular. Would anyone even read that kind of plot? Chen Fu questioned. If I know how to spice things up. They'll say you've got a system, throw in some steamy scenes, and people will love it. So you're turning me into a smut novel heroine. That never passed censorship. Lu Ran waved his hand dismissively. Are you kidding? I'm a master at gaming the censorship system. He was about to open another beer when Zhang Xianxian stopped him. Don't drink anymore. Alcohol is for shady people. Everyone was speechless. Zhang Xianxian seemed to realize she'd said something wrong. I mean, just Lu Ran. Then she slapped him again. Yeah, fair enough. Guys, I'm not drinking much today. I've got a train at 11 tonight. Zhang Zuangshuan's mom is coming. So after dinner, Xianxian and I have to head out and discuss the wedding. Wedding? Everyone stared at Lu Ran. We're having a kid, so of course we're getting married. Everyone fell silent again. Yes, it was the logical choice. Starting tomorrow, Xianxian will be staying here with me. Might cause a bit of trouble for everyone. Chen Fu's expression stiffened, but she nodded anyway. Bai Hao suddenly remembered something, pulled out 2 bags and tossed them to Wang Juji and Lu Ran. Here, gifts. Gifts. Wang Juji opened his bag first and saw it was the latest phone endorsed by Hu Chenfeng. He nearly burst into tears. Dad. My real dad. He dropped to his knees with a thud, but accidentally landed on the charcoal, yelping in pain. Holy shit, aha, joy turns to sorrow, sorrow. Lu Ran quickly opened his. Same phone. One for each of us, 5, Bai Hao said. Do you have enough money left? How could I not? This morning, I cashed out another 140 grand from scratch-offs. Holy crap, awesome. I was right in the mall anyway, and since I was passing by, why not? Let me see. Zhang Xianxian snatched the phone from Lu Ran's hands. Oh, pretty generous, huh? Zhang Xianxian unwrapped the package and played with the new phone. They'll take this 17 for now. You can use my old 16 Pro Max. Lu Ran glanced at everyone, then back at Zhang Xianxian. Well, whatever the boss likes. You're the best baby daddy. Zhang Xianxian smiled, contentedly fiddling with the new phone for a while before yawning. I'm tired. I want to see our room. Coming right up. Lu Ran quickly got up and followed her downstairs. Everyone was dead silent. Han Shuang took a bite of his skewer and said quietly, my 3 roommates back in the dorm are exactly like that. Everyone chuckled and clinked their glasses, understanding each other without words. They all thought, how the hell does Lu Ran put up with it? Let's just drink. Bai Hao raised his glass. Come on, let's drink. Today I'll show you guys my little tornado trick. Everyone looked at the fat guy. Wang Juji quickly opened a beer, shoved the bottle into his mouth, flipped it upside down, and shook the bottom, rapidly turning the beer into a whirlpool. Wang Juji spat a mouthful of beer onto the grill. Everyone was stunned, staring at the food on the grill, unsure what to do. Wang Juji, sorry I came. Everyone, I don't think that word is used that way. What kind of crappy room is this? So small, and you expect me to stay here? Zhang Zuangshuan's voice drifted up from downstairs. Everyone's attention snapped to it. Chen Fu, come on, let's go eavesdrop. It's not bad, the lighting is good. They pressed themselves against the elevator entrance on the 2nd floor, hearing what sounded like Lu Ran pleading. Like hell, it's good. Didn't you see Chen Fu's master bedroom? Big and luxurious. Why does she get to live in such a huge room while we're squeezed into this tiny one? I'm carrying 2 people now, and soon it'll be 3. Go tell her to give us the master bedroom. Chen Fu's face darkened. That, Wouldn't be right. What's not right about it? Are you even a man? Can't even handle this. Please keep your voice down. They're still upstairs. Lu Ran sounded panicked. Oh, come on. Am I wrong? They're clearly bullying you. I'm going up there right now to confront them. Everyone was shocked. Shit, get back up there. They scrambled back to their seats waiting for Zhang Zuangshuan's arrival. That was too close. They had never imagined Lu Ran's girlfriend could be like this. But instead of Lu Ran and Zhang Xinxian showing up, they got a WeChat message. Omonko Dei Ski guys, her mom arrived early. We're heading out now. See you tomorrow. Everyone felt a mix of emotions. It was a relief they didn't come up to argue, otherwise they wouldn't have known what to say to her. After a long while the atmosphere eased, Wang Juji broke the silence first. Hey guys, what about our luggage back in the dorm? We've got 4 full classes tomorrow. Yeah, and a ton of daily essentials, Chen Fu realized. Besides necessities, everyone's computers closed and most of their stuff were still in the dorm. What if we go back and pack now? Baihao suggested. No. Wang Juji puffed out his chest and stood up heroically. You all rest here tonight. They'll go back alone and pack everyone's stuff. They'll bring it all over tomorrow. Pretty awesome, right? Chen Fu exclaimed. Jiga, since when are you this generous? Baihao also gave him sincere praise. He opened another beer. Jiga, you're too awesome. I have to drink a whole bottle to show my thanks. With that, Baihao downed the entire bottle in one go. No problem. That's brotherhood for you. Wang Juji, looking noble, drank a glass too. But deep down he was already laughing his head off. A villa to stay in, and he chooses to go back. Why? Only Wang Juji knew the truth. It had nothing to do with brotherhood. There was only one thought on his mind: my little tsundere is still in the dorm waiting for me to battle it out for 300 rounds. After Wang Juji left, 3 people remained on the terrace. Han Shuang, never much of a drinker, had wobbled back to her room after just 3 cups, leaving behind a parting remark. I have an early class tomorrow at 8. Call me when you head down. My phone's dead, no charger, and I still need to pay the electricity bill. Now only Chen Fu and Baihao were left exchanging bewildered glances. Huh? Did you catch what she just said? The evening air had lost the day's warmth, carrying instead a hint of coolness. The atmosphere on the terrace grew delicate. Baihao, never a man of many words, found every gesture awkward in this moment of solitude. Well, I'll have another drink, Baihao said, looking at Chen Fu as he raised the bottle to break the tension. Oh, me too. Their glasses clinked. Chen Fu dared not meet Baihao's eyes. Their relationship had always been ambiguous, and with the alcohol warming her veins, she feared losing control. The skewers sizzled on the grill. As she reached for another, her hand brushed against Baihao's. Oh. She recoiled instantly. Baihao said nothing, merely handed her the skewer and resumed drinking in silence, his gaze lost in the distance. For a long while neither spoke. Only the chirping of summer insects filled the air. Well, they both began at once, then froze, exchanging awkward smiles. You go first. Again their voices coincided. Chen Fu fell silent, lowering her head to bite off the last curl of cilantro from the skewer. She idly held the empty stick between her lips. Baihao looked up, swallowed the words had been about to say, and chuckled at the sight of her. Finished, and you're still chewing on the stick. You look like a punk. You're the punk, she mumbled. Baihao reached out and gently pulled the skewer from her mouth. Startled, Chen Fu stared at him blankly. What was he doing? Why did he have that expression? Was it affection? She quickly turned away, fixing her gaze on the moonlit lake at the center of the complex. The full moon cast shimmering ripples across the water. You like shrimp, don't you? Baihao said. Huh. She turned back. How do you know? Of course I know. I knew back when you were a guy. How many did you have today? Baihao asked. 1. Damn, Wang Juji. Chen Fu cursed, glaring at the pile of shrimp shells under his seat. Not enough, huh? Baihao smiled, then rummaged beneath the grill. Moments later he produced 5 skewers of raw shrimp. What's this? Han Shuang bought 20 in total. Wang Juji ate half by himself, Baihao explained. I figured you hadn't had enough, so I saved these 5 for you. Oh. Chen Fu was stunned. She stared at Baihao, then at the grill. As soon as he placed the 5 shrimp on the fire, smoke billowed up. He brushed them with oil, sprinkled salt, cumin, and sauce. Soon the savory aroma of shrimp filled the air. Watching the 5 shrimp, a strange sensation welled up inside Chen Fu. She couldn't name it. Was it a warmth? Why save them for me? Got a crush on me? She teased, a playful, scrutinizing look on her face as she waited for his retort. But he didn't reply. Damn, why isn't he answering? No. How could I say something so suggestive? Am a girl now? Hell, get the wrong idea. Chen Fu instantly regretted her words. Baihao remained silent, focused on the charcoal. The heat is just right. These 2 are for you first. Huh. Chen Fu was dazed. Was he ignoring her, or hadn't he heard? She took the shrimp and bit into it. The tender, springy texture and savory flavor flooded her mouth. Is it good? Baihao looked at her expectantly. Delicious, she nodded contentedly. Glad you like it. I've never done barbecue before. If you want, I can make it for you often. Chen Fu took another bite. Yeah, it's really good. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange. The moon had climbed to its zenith and the wind grew softer, as if stirring the strings of both their hearts. Music. It seemed there was music. A soft, melodious tune drifted into their ears. They both turned to the right. Was it from the neighbor's house? You're home. Honey, welcome back. The voices of a couple from the adjoining townhouse carried over. It seems new neighbors have moved in next door. They're having a barbecue. Barbecue. A man's voice responded. Yes, I ordered some barbecue for you too, and your favorite Leibafin liquor. Like it? The wife said with a laugh. I do. The soft music grew clearer, and as she swallowed the shrimp, Chen-Fu began to fantasize. If she were the wife, and Bai Hao had just come home from work, what would she prepare for him? Wait, how can I think like that? Why am I automatically putting myself in that role? She shook her head. Am a guy? I'm supposed to change back. Wah. This genderbender story is turning into a marriage plot. Can't think like that, can't think like that. She instinctively reached for a shrimp, but they were all gone. She put the empty skewer back in her mouth, pouting. Not enough. Not enough. Bai Hao looked at the 4 skewers she had devoured, then paused. I still have one in my mouth. He offered her the skewer he was holding, from which had already taken a bite. Get lost, who wants your spit? But you've already had some, haven't you? Indeed, when she first turned into a girl driven by the system's urgency and the novelty of her new body, she had done some things she now found embarrassing. But now, after a few days of calm, she always felt a strange unease. Eat up, it's still hot, Bai Hao said, shaking the shrimp. If you don't, I'll give it to the neighbor for her husband. Chen-Fu laughed. You're such a pervert. Still, she took the shrimp from his hand. Hey, Bai Hao began again. Are you going to find a boyfriend someday? Chen-Fu turned to him, bewildered. Why ask that? Can I ask? He tilted his head. It's not that. I'm just worried you might have designs on me. And what if I do? Bull. Chen-Fu's mind raced. Don't worry, I'd rather give it to a dog than to you. Bai Hao froze. He fell silent. Another bottle of beer went down. Chen-Fu hadn't expected this reaction. They always bantered, and though he was quiet, he was sharp-tongued in their arguments. What was wrong today? Why didn't he fight back? Bai Hao remained silent for a long while. Finally, he stood up, tossing the empty bottle aside. I need to wash my face, he said, and turned to leave. Wash your face. Chen-Fu felt a pang of loss. She watched his retreating figure, her heart growing even more uneasy. Did I say something wrong? She stood there dazed, staring after him. In her hand, she still held the half-eaten shrimp head given her. She took a bite. Indeed, the last morsel is always the tastiest. But Chen-Fu felt awful. Should I go after him? I think he's upset. Ding. Her phone buzzed, a WeChat message. Who could it be at this hour? She quickly opened it. Bai Hao, I think. I really do like you. He likes me. Chen-Fu's face instantly flushed as she stared at the WeChat message. What the hell? Bai Hao must be insane. How could he possibly like her? Although she had long sensed this, she never expected him to be so blunt about it. How am I supposed to respond to this? I can't handle it. Chen-Fu panicked, her first thought being that she absolutely had to confront Bai Hao and clear things up. Although the probability of her turning back into a male was slim, what if, just what if it happened? What would I do if I really became a man again? Isn't that just disgusting? No, I have to make it clear to Bai Hao. That little brain of his must be completely addled, or else he wouldn't spout such nonsense. She entered the room. Ugh. As soon as she reached the bathroom door, Chen-Fu heard retching from inside. Damn, Bai Hao was throwing up. He seemed fine just a moment ago. Chen-Fu rushed into the bathroom. There she saw Bai Hao hunched over the toilet, crouching in an extremely awkward position with a small fountain spewing endlessly from his mouth. Ugh. Gurgle. Bai Hao heaved out another large mouthful, causing Chen-Fu great concern. Bro, are you okay? She looked helplessly at the vomit-filled toilet and quickly patted his back. No, he's drunk way too much. Chen-Fu realized instantly. She calculated mentally. Bai Hao had downed at least 7 bottles of beer tonight, more than double what she had plus 1 extra. She should have stopped him earlier. After vomiting, Bai Hao collapsed to the floor like a lifeless soul. Useless, absolutely useless. Chen-Fu cursed in frustration, but she quickly pulled him up from the ground. Bai Hao was tall and weighed around 130 to 140 jin, while she, after turning into a girl, was only 90 jin. The difficulty of dragging such a behemoth downstairs was unimaginable. Damn it. Get up and follow me. Oh. Bai Hao seemed to regain some clarity, straightening up instantly, but then slumped back down again. Damn. Can you walk? Go back to your room and lie down. I like you, yeah, I like you, Bai Hao murmured. Shut up. Chen-Fu struggled immensely to drag this lump from the 3rd floor to Bai Hao's bedroom on the 2nd. The bed was already made, and she poured him a glass of water, ready to leave. It was already past 11 at night, and she had an early class at 8 tomorrow. She wondered if Bai Hao could even get up in the morning. Don't go. Bai Hao, eyes closed, grabbed Chen-Fu's arm, muttering as if in a dream. Don't go. Hey, what are you doing? Ding. Detected that the host and the bound target are in an ambiguous atmosphere, triggering the 2nd phase of the Hope of Spring series quest. Damn. The quest is here. Chen-Fu was shocked. Too much ambiguity triggers the quest. This is bad. Just as she had thought the quest would be issued in any situation outside Sunday that could trigger it. Hope of Spring, a familiar name. She thought she could safely avoid it today, but Bai Hao had triggered it. Quest name: obedience. Quest content: for the next 6 hours, the host must obey all requests from the nearest target. Bound target locked. Bai Hao. Punishment for failure Dongfeng 12 missile bombardment of this residential area. Chen Fu's expression was priceless. Are you kidding me? A missile bombardment of the neighborhood. Why not just level the entire Jiangha city? Water. Bai Hao groaned again from the bed, reaching for the nightstand and nearly knocking over the glass of water. Damn. Before Chen Fu could even fetch the water, she found her body moving uncontrollably. Wait, why can't I control my body? Headache. Rub it for me. Huh. No, I have to run. Chen Fu instinctively tried to bolt, but after taking one step she turned back and began obediently massaging his head. Damn it, I've been turned into a maid. I'm a bit cold. Bai Hao turned over and pulled Chen Fu onto the bed. Come up and lie with me. Hey, don't push your luck. Chen Fu cursed, but her body obediently climbed onto the bed, even shedding her clothes. Stop, damn hands. Stop. Chen Fu wept silently, her body completely out of control. Bai Hao embraced her from behind, and she tried to move, but couldn't budge. Because she had drunk so much beer earlier, she now desperately needed to use the bathroom, but she was utterly unable to move. Well, what do? I'm going to wet the bed. Water, I need more water, Bai Hao murmured again. The moment he spoke, Chen Fu could move, and she quickly headed to the bathroom to relieve herself. Finally, but her hand involuntarily picked up the glass. Hey, let me go to the bathroom first, okay? Bathroom, okay, I'll go too. Together, bathroom, Bai Hao said drowsily as he sat up. Together. What followed was a bizarre scene, Chen Fu holding the glass in one hand and supporting Bai Hao with the other, headed toward the bathroom. Once at the door, Bai Hao broke free. You, Chen Fu, stay outside. I'll use the bathroom. What a gentleman. Chen Fu sighed in relief. Thank goodness Bai Hao didn't ask her to go in. If he couldn't aim, and made her hold it. The sound of a torrent came from the bathroom, gradually fading. Chen Fu quickly went in to help Bai Hao out. You wait outside with the glass. Chen Fu said to Bai Hao at the door. Bai Hao didn't respond, just closed his eyes as if about to fall asleep standing. Chen Fu tried to hand him the glass, but her hand refused to let go. Damn it. I need to go to the bathroom. How can I with this thing in my hand? Forget it, no more caring. Chen Fu quickly turned and entered the bathroom. Starting. A river, a stream, a torrent, hee. Relief, unprecedented relief. Chen Fu, water, get water. Bai Hao's voice rang out again. I know. Before Chen Fu could finish, her words caught in her throat. Wait, what are my hands doing? She watched as the hand holding the glass slowly descended, and then, hey. Damn, no, this won't work, hey. You can't collect this water. Bai Hao. Quickly say you don't need water. Say it. Chen Fu felt like dying at the sight before her. System. Come out. Don't you understand what water means? This isn't water at all. Wait. Damn, system, say something. Ah, the glass spilled all over my hands. System, in sleep mode, do not disturb. Damn it. Hey, my legs, why are they walking out? I haven't even pulled up my pants yet. Chen Fu exclaimed in panic. Her voice seemed to startle Bai Hao outside. Pull up pants, need to pull up pants. Bai Hao murmured drowsily from outside. Bai Hao's voice became Chen Fu's lifeline. She quickly yanked up her pants and headed towards the bathroom door. Thank goodness. But, she looked at the cup in her hand. But now I'm holding a glass of strange water. What do? I can't possibly let Bai Hao drink it. Chen Fu's mind raced wildly. Water. Drink water. Bai Hao mumbled again, I need water now. Damn it. Say you don't want water. Chen Fu was on the verge of tears as she tried to shout. But when she finally spoke, the words came out completely different. Yes, master. Did I just say that? Damn it, system, you did that on purpose. Hee. Hey, weren't you in sleep mode? Give me a reasonable explanation. Chen Fu felt like dying. She desperately wanted to stop, but her hand naturally handed the cup to Bai Hao. Bai Hao opened his eyes, still swaying uncontrollably, and smiled at the water Chen Fu had poured for him. Water. You've poured it, thank you, Chen Fu. Chen Fu, thank your mother. You won't be thanking me after you drink it. Bai Hao took the cup, but the moment he did, he frowned. No, this is hot water. Pour it out. I don't want hot water. I feel so hot. You're not drinking it. Chen Fu was overjoyed yet a little disappointed. She had already prepared herself for Bai Hao to drink it. So he's not drinking it after all. She had read somewhere that it was sterile with no nutrition, but no real harm either. More importantly, the little devil inside Chen Fu seemed to take over again. Humph. Bai Hao bullies me so much he deserves a punishment. Damn it. Cold water, Bai Hao said. As soon as he spoke, Chen Fu felt her hands regain sensation. I can move. She quickly tossed the cup into the trash can in a perfect arc, then turned to go back to her room. But her body froze again. Damn, system. I was just getting mineral water. Oh. So you were lying about being in sleep mode? Chen Fu clenched her fists. They'll get you water. She dashed into her room and grabbed a bottle of Fisherman's Spring from the snack stash she had intercepted from Wang Juji. She glanced around trying to lock the door to stop herself from going out, but these actions were futile against the system. Forget it, it'll just deliver the water. Host, you really don't know how to enjoy yourself. I searched your memories, these are all things you fantasized about before. Bullshit. Whoever fantasized about that? Shut up. Chen Fu blushed. Being exposed was truly unpleasant. But thinking was one thing, doing was another. She involuntarily walked out of the room and looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30 p.m., and she had an 8 a.m. class tomorrow. How much longer would she be tortured? When Chen Fu returned, she found Bai Hao already lying on his bed. Drink up. She tossed the mineral water onto Bai Hao's chest, but he lay there like a dead man, completely still. Feed me. Damn it. The bottle of water was quickly finished by Bai Hao. He tossed the empty bottle aside, and seemed to fall asleep on the bed. Run. Chen Fu's first thought upon seeing Bai Hao lying still was to escape. She thought, as long as I can't hear Bai Hao's voice, I won't be controlled by unconditional obedience. Take off clothes hot, need to take off clothes. Just as she took half a step, Bai Hao's voice called out from behind. Damn it. Chen Fu was exasperated. She was just 1 second away from escaping, but now she had to go back. Then Chen Fu began to take off her own clothes. Wait, whose clothes am I taking off? Why am I undressing myself? Piece by piece Chen Fu's clothes came off, until soon she was left in a snowy white state. Take off my clothes. Bai Hao mumbled groggily. Why didn't you say that earlier? She quickly put her clothes back on. Thankfully, Bai Hao hadn't opened his eyes the whole time, or she would have been too embarrassed to face him. Clothes. I heard you. Chen Fu reluctantly climbed onto the bed and pulled at Bai Hao's clothes. Bai Hao was only wearing a t-shirt and shorts. Chen Fu was glad it wasn't winter, taking them off wasn't too hard. She tugged piece by piece until soon Bai Hao was left in only his underwear. Done. But her hands didn't seem to want to stop. Hey, this one doesn't need to come off, does it? Hey, stupid hand. Stop. A minute later Chen Fu sat at the head of the bed like a newlywed bride. She swore she would never let Bai Hao drink too much again. Cold, Bai Hao murmured. Are you hot or cold? How can you keep switching? Then Bai Hao swung his arm and pulled Chen Fu into his embrace. The unconditional obedience effect activated again, and Chen Fu's body involuntarily laid down beside Bai Hao. Damn system. Still cold, Bai Hao mumbled, turning over and hugging Chen Fu from behind. One hand naturally found its target. Chen Fu's face flushed crimson. Wait, how can you be so natural? Does your hand have GPS, or what? Chen Fu felt all the blood in her body rush to her face. The warm contact, even through her pajamas, was so distinct. Even worse, a certain part of Chen Fu's body began to feel a strange, irresistible sensation. Damn it, this body is way more honest than my mouth. Indeed, ever since her body became female, estrogen had completely taken over. No, this can't go on. She instinctively turned around, but to her surprise this time, she wasn't controlled by the system and turned successfully. Damn. Chen Fu had used too much force. She lunged forward and her lips met Bai Hao's mouth. Soft and fragrant with a hint of alcohol and a spark of electricity. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Bai Hao felt it, hesitated for a moment, and then naturally leaned in. It was a long-lost kiss. Chen Fu didn't pull away. She didn't know if it was because the system wouldn't let her. She just responded, her heart racing. After a while they slowly parted. Sorry, I didn't mean it either. Bai Hao smiled, his eyes still hazy. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, Chen Fu could see his face clearly. It was a face she had never really looked at before. Now it was incredibly vivid. Perhaps in her heart, Bai Hao was even more handsome than Han Shuang. They stared at each other for a long time before Bai Hao spoke softly. Starting today, will you be my girlfriend? Girlfriend? Like hell, it's good. Her first instinct was to refuse outright, but the system's constraints once again altered Chen Fu's voice. Fine. Chen Fu inwardly, damn it, how did I agree to that? Meanwhile, in dormitory 202, Wang Juji was earnestly laying out a futon on the floor. The single bed in the dorm was far too small to accommodate so many people. Today a new member had joined the dorm, Sakuratari Jasmine. She was the new silicone girlfriend Wang Juji had carefully selected on his way back, and her greatest trait was absolute obedience. Come on, Xiaoying, put on this maid outfit, and you shall have life. Wang Juji took the maid outfit from Chen Fu's bed, his face full of reverence. Immediately after, Sakuratari Jasmine, now clad in the maid outfit, seemed to burst with vitality, bowing deeply to Wang Juji. Master, please command Xiaoying without any hesitation. Wang Juji was ecstatic, just as he had guessed. The vitality indeed originated from Chen Fu's maid outfit. That Chen Fu really is wasting a treasure, just tossing such a precious thing on the bed. Wang Juji muttered. Come, my Xiaoying, let us create miracles. In the time that followed, many things indeed happened in the dorm. The author would love to write about them in detail, but the censors won't allow it. He's so happy. The master is happy, so Xiaoying is happy too. Xiaoying threw herself into Wang Juji's arms. From now on, Xiaoying wants to be with the master every day, never to be separated. Okay, never separated. Master Xiaoying wants more. More. Wang Juji stumbled backward. In just 1 short hour, his experience points had been ground from -4 to -1. No, really can't anymore. Master Xiaoying just wanted a kiss. Xiaoying said innocently. If it's just a kiss, then come. Immediately Xiaoying leaned in, but the moment their lips touched for 2 seconds, Wang Juji pushed her away. His face contorted in pain, as if he had tasted something foul. Damn, forgot you just ate that. Next time we kiss, you have to brush your teeth properly. Xiaoying smiled sweetly. The master is no longer a big bad wolf. Because even a wolf. Smart mouth. Wang Juji pretended to be angry, then patted Xiaoying's head. Alright, Xiaoying, go pack all our luggage. Don't miss a single thing. Yes, master. Mission guaranteed. Watching Xiaoying tirelessly organize the brothers' belongings, Wang Juji's desire for dominance was immensely satisfied. He opened the cabinet and looked at the bratty girl still sulking inside, letting out a sigh. Alas, it's a pity there's only one maid outfit. Otherwise I could experience the joy of having a full harem tonight. He took the bratty girl out of the cabinet, held her in his arms, and finally laid down on the futon. On the futon were 3 pillows. Wang Juji slept in the middle with the bratty girl placed on his left and the right side empty. Xiaoying, once you're done tidying up, come keep your master company for sleep. Sure thing, master. The next morning, Han Shuang woke up on time. She went downstairs and knocked on Chen Fu's door. Chen Fu, time to get up. There was no reply from Chen Fu. Sleeping that soundly. She knocked again, still no sound. Just as she was about to push the door open, a noise came from the opposite room. At that moment, Chen Fu emerged from Bai Hao's room, her hair a mess, wearing only a somewhat saggy pajama top, with nothing underneath, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Behind her was Bai Hao wearing Chen Fu's pajamas. The air froze as never before. You too. Oh. Chen Fu instantly realized something was wrong and dashed back to her own room. No, I just went in. Han Shuang, don't misunderstand. Bai Hao quickly explained. Yes, please don't misunderstand. I just put on Chen Fu's pajamas. Han Shuang. Spring of Hope Series Quest, second ring, obedience completed. Quest reward 200 points. Host's current points 250. 1. Just as Chen Fu was about to curse Bai Hao for making things worse, the system's voice rang out. Hey, damn, 200 points. That much this time. Chen Fu had just felt a flicker of joy when she suddenly recalled last night's ordeal. She instantly felt it was a huge loss. All of this was earned with my blood and tears. Chen Fu, Bai Hao at 730 now. Hurry up and wash up and brush your teeth. He'll wait for you on the first floor. Okay. Chen Fu responded, then quickly entered the bathroom to freshen up. She skillfully opened a new tube of toothpaste. This was her first morning in the villa, making even brushing her teeth feel novel. The toothpaste in the villa tastes better. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a hidden achievement, pacifier evolution. System, what now? Chen Fu sprayed a mouthful of foam onto the mirror. Huh. Pacifier evolution. What kind of bizarre achievement is this? She curiously clicked on the details. The next second her face turned the color of faith. Bai Hao, you bastard. What the hell did you do to me while I was asleep last night? A roar echoed throughout the entire villa. Bai Hao thought, huh? You were awake last night. Achievement reward, Truth Serum Spray, X1. Anyone hit by the spray can only speak the truth for half an hour. Looking at the new spray in the system's space, Chen Fu's anger morphed into scheming. This thing is kind of interesting. Little Bai Hao, just wait and see how I mess with you tonight. The day's classes felt excruciatingly long. Lu Ran was still on leave. It seemed he was still dealing with his mother-in-law. On the way to school, Chen Fu and Han Shuang walked together. Chen Fu, what do you think about me becoming a streamer? Han Shuang spoke up. Streaming? Sure, with your looks you'd definitely be a hit as a beauty streamer. Maybe. Actually, I met a girl at the supermarket yesterday. She said I might be able to make some money. A look of longing appeared on Han Shuang's face. If I can earn money, I could do something for our dorm. At 5 p.m., the two returned directly to the old dorm after school. Wang Juji had indeed packed everything. Chen Fu once again performed her miracle, moving the last of their belongings back to the villa. As soon as they entered, they found Lu Ran and Zhang Xianxian already there with freshly bought vegetables in the living room. Brothers are back. I took another day off today and bought all the groceries. Lu Ran's face was full of happiness. Hey, I was just about to go buy groceries. Han Shuang said, how about we try my cooking today? I'm best at Chinese cuisine. Han Shuang suggested. Great. Everyone raised their hands in agreement. Agreed. Let the ultimate gourmet giant king taste what level of skill the school beauty and heartthrob really have. Wang Juji was the first to raise his hand. I decide to watch you make the food from start to finish. Han Shuang glanced at Wang Juji with a hint of mischief. If you don't work, you don't get to eat. Why are you just like Chen Fu? Boo-hoo. Everyone burst into laughter, and soon they all entered the kitchen on the first floor, starting to cook a communal meal. They'll wash the vegetables. They'll chop the ingredients. Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm except for Zhang Xuanxuan, who remained seated on the sofa. While playing with her new phone, she directed Lu Ran, who was bustling about in the kitchen. Lu Ran, can't you take care of me? The water in my cup has gone cold. Lu Ran, put that down and go upstairs to bring me my charger. Lu Ran, tell your roommate to use less oil and salt. The baby and I can't eat heavy flavors. Everyone was speechless. Sure thing, mother of my child, right away, said Lu Ran. Chen Fu watched Lu Ran, who was serving his partner like a eunuch in abject servitude, and felt a wave of embarrassment. Respect for the sake of my future nephew, she murmured. Bai Hao chimed in from the side. I used to think Lu Ran didn't deserve to die, but now he's living a fate worse than death. The meal was soon ready. 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes, a mix of pan-frying, stir-frying, deep-frying, and braising. Finally time to eat. He'll be the first. Fat Wong could no longer contain his appetite. Before everyone had even sat down at the table, his chopsticks were already reaching for the meat. You're already as fat as a pig, and you still eat. Chin Fu slapped away Wang Juji's chopsticks. Go buy some dog food to match your vibe, she teased. Hee hee, if it's the dog food from Sister Fu and Brother Hao, I'd gladly eat it. Wang Juji grinned. What Brother Hao? Shut up. Chin Fu threw a heavy punch. Damn. Bai Hao posted an official announcement on his moments this afternoon, so I'm not wrong. Huh. Official announcement. Chin Fu looked at Wang Juji in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Huh. Nonsense. Didn't Brother Hao post the official announcement on moments? Once it was out, the comments exploded. You're the one involved, and you don't know. So that was it. No wonder everyone was making a fuss after class today. It was all because of her. Chin Fu turned to Bai Hao in horror. Damn it. What the hell did you do, you idiot? Huh. Didn't you agree with me yesterday? So I posted the announcement. Bai Hao said with utter certainty. Weren't you drunk? Damn it, were you playing me? Who agreed to that? I was forced into it. Chin Fu quickly grabbed her phone and scrolled through the chat, tapping on Bai Hao's profile. There it was, a pinned post on his moments. She hurriedly looked, and 6 words blazed brightly captioned finally were together. Damn. Below it was a photo of the two of them. How is there a photo? Chin Fu quickly opened the image. It showed the two of them in class at school. In the photo, Chin Fu was sleeping on her desk, while Bai Hao secretly had his arm around her, grinning with a row of white teeth. You bastard. Delete it. Chin Fu panicked, jumping onto the chair and kicking Bai Hao hard with her delicate foot. It's useless to delete it now. The likes are already over 99. Bai Hao dodged Chin Fu's attacks with an innocent look. In a moment of carelessness, her foot ended up in his mouth. So salty. Stop talking nonsense. She quickly stopped, jumped down from the chair, and looked at the post again. They had about 30 mutual friends, and sure enough, 28 had liked it. Except for the counselor and Yang Cece, everyone had liked it. Most importantly, even Lin Su was among them. Didn't Lin Su know that she was Chin Fu? This time Chin Fu's heart was truly tangled. She scrolled down, and the comments were really something. Gufeng Lin from dorm 203, huh. Lulu from Chinese language class 2. This is a fake Japanese picture. People without partners all post like this, it's a trend. Psychology rep, Zhao Sini, where's the psychology rep? I'm not feeling well. Oh wait, I am the psychology rep. Bad Abusin from dorm 203, damn, isn't that the Japanese girl? Awesome, I didn't expect Brother Hao to score so fast. Shin Yunhua from group 1, Bai Hao, aren't you afraid Chin Fu will come back and kill you? It's only been a few days, and you've already made a move on her little sister. Lin Su, I choose to respect. Chin Fu was now completely furious. Bai Hao, take this spray. She immediately pulled out a small spray bottle and unleashed a torrent of mist onto Bai Hao's face. PSSSS. Chin Fu had no lethal weapons at hand. The most devastating thing she could think of was the truth serum spray the system had rewarded her with this morning. What is this? Bai Hao was sprayed with droplets of water, completely baffled, and now truly had a head full of mist. In the chaos, Bai Hao could only wipe his face with his clothes. It's not an aphrodisiac, is it? It's still early. Don't be so impatient. Aphrodisiac, my ass. Aunt. A petulant voice also rang out from the side. It was Zhang Xuanxuan, sitting diagonally across from Bai Hao. Chin Fu, what are you doing? You got it all over me. Chin Fu quickly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. What's the use of sorry? I'm carrying a baby. Zhang Xianxian shouted. Let me tell you, if anything happens to the child's real father will never forgive you. As Zhang Zuangshuan's words fell, everyone's faces froze. What? Real father? Lu Ran, huh? Zhang Xianxian was startled by her own words and quickly covered her mouth. Damn, how did I let the truth slip? Xuanxuan, what did you just say? Lu Ran asked in disbelief. No, Lu Ran, don't misunderstand. Zhang Xianxian waved her hands frantically. I mean, you're not the child's real father at all. The whole room turned to stone. By how am I still drunk? Chin Fu instantly realized the problem. It must be the truth serum spray. Zhang Xuanxuan, affected by the spray, was involuntarily telling the truth. But the truth she revealed was way too explosive. Lu Ran was not the child's real father. Oh boy, this was going to be a huge mess. Chin Fu's eyes lit up instantly. She had long disliked Zhang Xuanxuan, and wasn't this the perfect time to strike while the iron was hot? Xuanxuan, you said the child isn't Lu Ran's. So whose is it? Chin Fu asked with a wicked expectant grin. Chin Fu, what are you saying? Lu Ran quickly tried to stop her, but before Chin Fu could respond, Zhang Xianxian answered on her own. Of course it's my master's. My master is Su Chun, a rich second generation at our school. Damn. Chin Fu's jaw nearly dropped. Not just her, but everyone present was frantically processing this revelation. Zhang Xuanxuan, you're too drunk, what the hell are you saying? Lu Ran stood up in panic, covering Zhang Zuangshuan's mouth. But Zhang Xianxian was completely out of control. Her true words were pouring out wildly under the influence of the truth spray. Her face was twisted in agony, yet her hands kept clasping together in a pleading gesture, as if begging everyone to hear her explanation. Everyone, my mouth is out of control. Listen to me, please. Actually, Actually, I am my master's contracted beast. My master told me to find a reliable man to marry for safety, so I chose Lu Ran. The crowd was utterly stunned. Lu Ran, up. Zhang Xianxian trembled in terror at her own words, dropping to her knees before Lu Ran. Lu Ran, I'm sorry, Lu Ran. Whoa, why do I keep saying this? Don't listen to my truth-telling here. I never liked you at all. Zhang Xianxian was on the verge of tears. What she wanted to say was entirely different, but every word that left her mouth was automatically corrected into the truth. Zhang Xianxian kowtowed frantically, her fear overwhelming her as tears streamed down uncontrollably. In her heart, only one thought remained: she had to keep Lu Ran. Lu Ran, you can't abandon me. Lu Ran. This sentence came out fully intact, and indeed it was her true feeling. She thought to herself that if this cuckold really dumped her today, the mission her master had assigned her would truly fail. Lu Ran, let me explain. Zhang Xianxian sobbed even louder. Actually, we met yesterday. When you went to the train station to pick up my mom, I was with my master in the station's restroom. Lu Ran, why can't I explain myself? Whoa. Zhang Zuangshuan's tears fell in heavy drops. Actually, my master and I had quite the wild time in the BDSM scene. The other day during your PE class, my master and I were in your dorm. Everyone was dumbfounded, the atmosphere unbearably awkward. No way. Zhang Xianxian finally broke down, letting out a loud scream as she stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. Abandoning even her handbag, she dashed madly outside. You're all monsters. I'm a slut, woo, I'm a big slut. Lu Ran was frozen in shock. Is this a dream? He instinctively wanted to run out too, but then stopped. Why was he still chasing her? Hadn't Zhang Xianxian made it clear enough? He was now nothing but a cuckold. Staggering toward the door, he saw one of Zhang Zuangshuan's shoes discarded by the flower bed at the entrance, but she was already nowhere to be seen. No, I have to chase her. I have to. Lu Ran cried out, about to run out. Everyone quickly stopped him. Why are you still chasing her? Haven't you figured it out yet? Chen Fu slapped Lu Ran across the face. Slap? Fume, what are you doing? Lu Ran covered his face nearly in tears. My money. The 40,000 yuan lottery winnings are still with her. Barefoot Lu Ran dashed out to chase her, frantically calling Zhang Xianxian on WeChat voice. Dong, friend verification required. You are not yet a friend. Please send a friend request first. Lu Ran stared at the exclamation mark, then at the profile picture of Lu Yifei holding flowers that he chatted with daily, his feet rooted to the spot. The others caught up and stood in silence for a long time. What the hell is going on? A furious roar echoed through the entire neighborhood. 10 minutes later, in the living room. Why is this happening? Lu Ran held his head in agony. Lu Ran, don't be sad, you still have us. Why? Why did she take my 40,000 yuan and also steal my 17 Pro Max? Lu Ran, can you be serious for once? Everyone teased, but they could see he was trying to lighten the mood. His expression betrayed him looking unnatural. Han Shuang looked at Lu Ran, her thoughts more delicate. Lu Ran, how about I drink with you? Drink? Yes. Today I must drink. Lu Ran jumped up. We need to celebrate. I was almost dragged into the grave of marriage, but thanks to Zhang Zuangshuan's madness, I got pulled back out. That's like a resurrection, right, brothers? Everyone nodded. Wang Juji was unusually quick to fetch a case of beer. Come on, drink up. Lu Ran raised his beer. With one gulp, the atmosphere seemed to snap back to normal. Chen Fu suddenly recalled the person Zhang Xianxian mentioned, the biological father of her unborn child. The name felt familiar, though she couldn't place where she'd heard it. What was it? She wanted to ask Lu Ran, but feared reopening his wounds, so she just sipped her beer in silence. Su Chun, I never expected you'd pull this on me, Lu Ran muttered to himself. Right, Su Chun? Chen Fu's memory clicked. Who is this Su Chun? I've heard that name somewhere too, Bai Hao chimed in. He's the student council president of our College of Liberal Arts. How could you not know him? Lu Ran rubbed his forehead. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder he sounded so familiar. Chen Fu felt a burst of clarity. So it's him. Su Chun was indeed the student council president of their college. Relying on his family's wealth and influence, he had replaced a senior student to become the new council head in just half a year. Rumor had it that this guy was no saint. In middle school, he was locked up for forced indecency, but thanks to his family's money, he got out after only 2 years. And apparently he even cooked up some so-called patent while inside, which got him admitted to their school on special terms. Of course, the real reason for his admission was obvious. Money. The dean took his family's bribe, granting him not only a spot at the school, but also the position of student council president for the entire college. These weren't baseless rumors. Lu Ran, the big mouth, had once shared this insider gossip with them. Believe it or not, I heard it from his underlings. Su Chen can't keep his mouth shut when he drinks, and his dad nearly beat him to death for spilling this. A month ago, Lu Ran's words had sparked Chen Fu's memory. An eerie silence fell as everyone seemed to recall certain events, casting sympathetic glances at Lu Ran. Hey guys, meeting Zhang Xianxian. It was all a setup? Everyone had been lost in thought, but Lu Ran's words pulled them back to the dinner table. Do you all remember when the student council came to recruit new members for our class at the start of the semester? Lu Ran stroked his chin looking as if he had finally seen through everything. Bai Hao was the first to chime in. Yeah, they said they were recruiting for the basketball team, right? Exactly. Lu Ran slapped his thigh. Su Chun came to our class in person back, then saying the College of Arts was forming a basketball team, and insisted every guy over 178 centimeters in our class fill out a form. Right, I remember that. I filled out the form too, but later the basketball team just vanished without a trace. Bai Hao recalled. Chen Fu also remembered that recruitment drive she had sulked for a long time because her height didn't reach 178 centimeters. In the entire dorm, only she was a mere 160-something. That's the problem. Lu Ran slammed the table. Zhang Xianxian added me on WeChat that very afternoon. She said it was because she fancied the photo I stuck on the recruitment form that she added me. She said I was too handsome and wanted to get to know me. That cracks me up. You. Handsome. Chen Fu teased from the side. What do you know? I'm just not obviously handsome. He turned to the others. At the time I was pretty smug thinking my high-class looks had finally been noticed. But now I recall, Zhang Xianxian isn't even a student at our school. How could she have seen the student council forms? Everyone suddenly understood. So the basketball team was just a front away for Su Chen to find a patsy. Han Shuang analyzed. Lu Ran smirked and opened another beer. Now I've got it all figured out. So when was your first time? Bai Hao asked. Bai Hao had actually been suspicious about Zhang Zuangshuan's pregnancy from the start. Lu Ran had only been dating her for a few months, yet he had already seen a fully formed baby in her belly. He had wanted to take a peek too, but had restrained himself out of courtesy. The baby was already quite big, obviously there for a while. Bai Hao, well, okay, I couldn't resist. No courtesy with a friend's wife. But I swear I didn't look at anything else. Sigh, on the very night I got together with Zhang Xuan, we had some drinks, and that woman slept with me. We didn't use any protection that night. Everyone frowned. No wonder Lu Ran hadn't realized anything was off. That developed way too fast. Chen Fu was shocked. You lost your V-card, bro. Don't even mention it. I'm a total sucker. Now I've lost both the girl and the money. Lu Ran took another gulp of his drink. Why not call the police? She made off with 40,000 yuan. Wang Juji suggested. Lu Ran was speechless. Call the police. Gee, is your head full of crap? You know where that 40,000 came from. When the cops ask how a broke student like me got it, what do I say? That I won the lottery. Guess what they'd think? Yeah, calling the cops would be like walking into a trap, Wang Juji realized. Han Shuang said softly, Su Chen's family is rich and powerful. Even with a legitimate reason, we probably couldn't touch him. Then we'll handle it ourselves. Chen Fu's eyes sparkled with cunning. Teach him a lesson in person. Everyone looked at her. Fu, what do you mean? Lu Ran asked. Chen Fu glanced at her phone. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Normally the student council has a meeting every Wednesday afternoon. Then we'll go confront him. What's your plan? Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu. Just watch me. After dinner the atmosphere relaxed. Lu Ran seemed carefree, showing no signs of having just experienced a family breakdown. Bai Hao yawned first. Alright guys, time to sleep. I want to tease Chen Fu and mess with her head a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly covered it. Damn, why am I speaking the truth too? Bai Hao, what the hell are you saying? Chen Fu's face turned red. Beep system detects host calling out master's full name. Shut the hell up, you stupid system. Don't think I didn't read the task details. That master rule only lasts 48 hours, and it's already expired. Zip it. Whining fine, I want deduct points. How boring. Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Juji's voice was the loudest, clutching his stomach. Haha, that's hilarious. Fu, you two should head to the room. I want some too. As soon as Wang Juji spoke, he froze. No, why am I telling the truth too? He looked at Han Shuang in panic. Han Shuang had just joined the dorm group, and he couldn't let him think he was a pervert. Damn, I didn't mean it. I've fantasized about way more than just the whole class. Everyone, Chen Fu, bro, what are you saying? Are you crazy? That's too perverted. Unlike me, I've only fantasized about Han Shuang. I'm way more normal. Huh, Han Shuang. The air froze. Chen Fu instantly covered her mouth. No, this isn't right. Did my spray spread? Damn, this can't be. Everyone, that was truth-telling spray. We've all been contaminated by it. Huh, truth-telling spray. Han Shuang looked incredulous. Why are you all affected and spilling secrets, but not me? Is it because I have few dark secrets? Besides trying out a new little toy by myself last night, there's really nothing. Everyone. They stared at Han Shuang, utterly stunned. Han Shuang's face flushed completely red. What did I say? What did I just say? Wang Juji, seeing Han Shuang also start to self-destruct, felt instantly balanced. You said, you're Mickey. Han Shuang quickly covered his face with his hands. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to say that. Lu Ran laughed like a donkey, leaning back in his chair so far, he almost fell, then steadied himself. Nice one, Han Shuang. Just turned into a guy, and already. How does it feel? What's the difference from when you were a girl? Han Shuang didn't want to answer, but his mouth was completely out of control. It feels totally different. And afterward you're so zen, like you've become a Buddha. Everyone roared with laughter. Damn. Ha ha, Han Shuang, that's spot on. Chen Fu laughed so hard she pounded the table. I've tried it too, and it's really different. Chen Fu instantly covered her mouth. Damn. Han Shuang's face grew redder. How did we all end up like this? Sob. Actually, last night I searched online for tips, but all I found were a bunch of gay videos, and I watched them all night. Everyone again. Ha 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 ha. Chen Fu, I never knew you had such a contrast. Han Shuang. Let's swap tips sometime. I might be better than you. Next time he'll try it on. By how. Han Shuang. Everyone. By how. Chen Fu was about to cry. Damn. Why am I spouting nonsense again? Sob. Han Shuang was utterly mortified. How could she suffer 20+ social deaths in just 10 minutes? I can't take it anymore. I'm heading back to my room. See you all tomorrow. Before her words faded, she dashed toward the elevator and fled to her room. Wang Juji also sensed trouble brewing and sprinted toward his room. He thought of his own little devil and Sakurioji Jasmine. This must never be leaked by me. I'm out too. Bai Hao glanced at Chen Fu beside him. Are we still staying together tonight? Get lost. Chen Fu swung a beer bottle at Bai Hao, but he had already bolted away. I'm going to sleep too. Chen Fu stood up. Only Lu Ran remained by the table, rolling on the floor with laughter. Ha ha ha, holy crap. I can't, you guys, ah ha ha ha, I'm dead. Lu Ran's laughter grew almost painful, and he had even forgotten his own cuckolding experience. Just then Chen Fu's shout came from the second floor. The last one to leave does the dishes. Lu Ran's laughter stopped instantly. Huh. Oh crap. He stared at the messy pile of stuff on the table, instantly displeased. Wait, have I been set up again? In the end, this man who had just endured a major life blow not only received no warm comfort or soda greetings from his bros, but also got stuck with all the housework tonight. Wah, I hate you guys, wah. On Wednesday morning, only the third and fourth periods were scheduled. Throughout these two classes, Chen Fu could feel countless gazes fixed on her, and Bai Hao making her uneasy. What makes Bai Hao so special? A girl muttered quietly. Maybe it's because Bai Hao is thin. They say thin guys can. You know. Really. For real. Some classmates' loud whispers were clear enough for Chen Fu to hear. She thought, damn, Bai Hao, if it weren't for you, this wouldn't be happening. The teacher's lecture was hypnotic. Classmates, the preliminary discussion on literary reform published in 1917 marks. In the end, Chen Fu didn't catch what the preliminary discussion on literary reform actually marked because she had already fallen asleep by then. Indeed, the history of modern and contemporary literature course was the most sleep-inducing of all. After class and lunch, the group strolled around the campus. Thanks to last night's rain, the air was exceptionally fresh. Everyone was in high spirits except Lu Ran, who felt uneasy about this afternoon's events. The meeting isn't until 1 o'clock. What should we do? Chen Fu checked her phone. Wang Juji had an idea. How about we play Genshin Impact? The group, no. How about buying some clothes for Chen Fu? Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu's oversized clothes and found them oddly amusing. Chen Fu had been wearing her old male clothes for days, baggy and awkward. Everyone else glanced at her outfit and nodded in agreement. We must make our Fu girl look gorgeous. Wait, should I call her Fu sister-in-law now? Lu Ran suddenly clapped. Chen Fu clenched her fist. Bai Hao's unilateral announcement doesn't count. Han Shuang pursed her lips behind them, her opinion of Chen Fu slipping. She thought living in the same room and still denying the relationship. What a player. At Wanda Plaza, Chen Fu launched into a shopping spree. This one. Wrap this one too. This is nice. The clerk said, but this is a children's size. So what? Can't I be a loli if I want? After an hour of shopping, Chen Fu was finally satisfied. She had actually wanted to buy girls' clothes at the mall for a while, but had been too embarrassed to bring it up, fearing mockery. Today she took the chance. At the entrance, Bai Hao carried 10 bags. Lu Ran ate, while Wang Juji and Han Shuang also had their hands full. Starting tomorrow, a new outfit every day. At 1 p.m., in classroom 101 of the teaching building. The student council's regular meeting was underway. President Su Chun sat at the center of the podium wearing a small suit and holding a speech script. So why do I hold this newcomer meeting? As student council members, we must lead by example. Take me. I am a disciplined artistic youth. In a corner of the audience, a student listened intently, but soon frowned. He sniffed and grimaced. Did someone fart? Bang! The door to classroom 101 was kicked open, interrupting Su Chen's speech. Chen Fu and her group of 5 stood at the entrance, each wearing a grin like villains about to strike in a movie. Holy crap! Who the hell are you? Su Chen shouted, but upon recognizing Lu Ran behind them, he understood everything. Oh, it's the cuckold turtle. Su Chen sneered. Hey, isn't this President Su? Did someone leave you here after taking a dump? Get the hell out. Can't you see him in a meeting? Su Chen roared, pointing at them. Chen Fu just smiled. A meeting? I thought you were having an orgy. The newcomers in the audience had never seen such a scene. Damn, who are these people? So bold. Shut up, just watch the drama. Record it. Record it. Several students quickly pulled out their phones, aiming at the podium. Su Chen's face flushed red and pale. He slammed the table. Bastards. Security. Throw them out. As Su Chen spoke, a girl in the audience stood up. She also wore a suit. You're Chen Fu's sister, right? The one who argued with the teacher in class. How dare you barge into the student council meeting room and disrespect President Su? Chen Fu looked closely and laughed. Meeting room. Isn't this just classroom 101? Since when do people like you have a meeting room? You, she turned to Su Chun. President, they're all from our Chinese language and literature class 3. They're always out of line and break school rules. Please punish them and issue demerits. Su Chen's face darkened as he looked at the 5. He often used the threat of demerits like a cheap trick, leading his subordinates to believe he had real authority. Only he knew that the student council's greatest power was managing these gullible newbies. Before Su Chun could respond, Chen Fu stepped onto the podium. You? What are you doing? Su Chun said warily. Su Chun, your good days are over. PSSHD. Chen Fu quickly covered her nose, pulled out a spray, and blasted Su Chun. Off. Off. Su Chun screamed in agony. Damn it, it got into my eyes. What is this? Wang Zhiji, record this. Han Shuang, start the live stream. Chen Fu quickly commanded. Wang Zhiji was instantly on standby. Su Chun, see you in the selfie and voyeur section. Han Shuang hastily opened Douyin and initiated a live stream. He first recharged 500 yuan for dough and set the target audience to the same city. Done, Han Shuang said. Before long, the live stream room was packed. People were about to scroll away, but the moment Han Shuang appeared on screen, the chat exploded. Holy crap, which celebrity is live streaming and they're in the same city? So handsome. Selling stuff. He'll buy anything. Wait, look at that guy on stage covering his face. Why does he look so familiar? Hey, isn't that the young master of the Su Corporation? Is this their university? I heard he's the student council president, accomplished at such a young age. Huh, why is he always covering his face this time? Su Chen panicked. What the hell did you spray, eh? He roared. Too much talk. Let's use it all up. Chen Fu sprayed him again until the bottle was empty. I should have mixed in some chili powder. The crowd below erupted again. The new student council members were dumbfounded. Wait, what is this? Is it the Dai Water Splashing Festival today? Su Chen took a while to rub the liquid out of his eyes. His eyes were completely red. He quickly stepped back and pointed at the group, shouting, What the hell did you spray on my face? You're finished, I tell you. You won't leave Jianghe City alive. If you've got the balls, tell me your name. Su Chen fumed. What's my name? I'm your daddy. Does that ring a bell? Chen Fu giggled. Fair's fair, now it's your turn to tell me your name. Damn it. Su Chen was about to say I'm your grandfather, but what came out was, my name is Su Chun. Su Chun after speaking. Huh, did I just blurt out my name? Chen Fu smiled. The potion was taking effect. Next she would ask about his parents, hoping to dig up some illegal activities of his father's company. Chen Fu's plan was simple. The best way to destroy Su Chun was to target the foundation of the Su family, the Su Corporation. Chen Fu looked smugly at the self-doubting Su Chun. Su Chun, right. Okay, then tell everyone who are your parents. With such an awesome son, they must be legendary figures too, right? What the FCK does it have to do with you who my parents are? Su Chen's face suddenly turned red. Let me tell you, my mom is a huge slut. She got pregnant with me from an affair with some other man. I'm actually a bastard. The entire venue fell into a silence as profound as Hiroshima after the nuclear blast. After saying this, Su Chen thought, wait, what did I just say? Why am I automatically telling the truth? In the live stream room, a flurry of question marks flew across the screen. Holy crap, is it this explosive from the start? Streamer, what kind of stream is this? Please explain. Su Chun was also stunned. He covered his mouth in horror. How could this happen? Why did he say such things? In his panic, Su Chen's first instinct was to curse the woman before him. What the hell did you do to me? Su Chen blustered. I'll have you know, even my mom doesn't know who my real father is. She said there were too many people that day. But I have a cuckold of a nominal father who still doesn't know I'm not his son. He's the boss of our city's Su Corporation, Su Gaiho. Su Chen Sigma, audience Sigma, munching on popcorn. Chen Fu was also shocked. Holy crap. Are you speaking Chinese? I want you to pay me for listening to this. Bai Hao's expression was priceless. This. What an unexpected harvest. Chen Fu had only wanted to dig up some dirt on his parents, but she had ended up unearthing the family's ancestral grave. No wonder Su Chun, that jerk, liked to cuckold others. It was a family heirloom, a matter of genetic inheritance. The new student council members below couldn't sit still. Damn, the Su Corporation. The one that advertises on the big screen in the city center every day. Awesome. Damn, I never knew he had such a background. Awesome. I wonder why he's spilling his own secrets. Is it some kind of hobby? The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Moreover, the number of viewers in the live stream room had reached 7,000. Among those 7,000 viewers was a very special one. Su Chen's cuckolded father in this pleasant afternoon had wanted to open Douyin to watch some live streams and pass the time in his simple yet monotonous wealthy life. But unexpectedly he stumbled upon this live stream room. And then he turned red. Zhao Zuilian, get your ass out here. I will, king, kill you. Su Chen wanted to say more, but he quickly covered his mouth. No. He finally realized something. He remembered what Zhang Xianxian had said when she called him crying last night. Something about not being able to control her mouth. Something about telling the truth about everything. That crazy woman in the end even called him dual short. He understood it all now. Could these people be using some kind of sorcery? Fear instantly seized his mind. He now had only one thought: run. To hell with the image of the student council president. If this continued, not only would his image be ruined, but he might also blurt out something even more explosive. Su Chen turned and tried to jump out the window. I knew you'd run. Chun Fu sneered. Bai Hao, go. Pin him down. Bai Hao was in front of Su Chen in an instant. He grabbed him firmly, rendering him immobile. Let me go. Let me go? How are you so strong? I should have let Zhang Xinshin find you earlier. She likes strong guys. Bai Hao's face darkened. He exerted more force. Damn it. A scream of agony echoed throughout the classroom. The newbies below were utterly dumbfounded. This development was too surreal. Useless. You're all useless. Are you just going to watch? Hurry up, get the counselor. Get the dean. Su Chun was pinned to the podium, writhing frantically. They're rebelling. The woman in the suit who had previously stood up to defend Su Chun was also shocked. She finally snapped out of it and quickly pulled out her phone from her bag. President, they'll call the dean right now. Lu Ran grabbed the phone. Lu Ran dashed forward with lightning speed and snatched the phone from the girl before she could even unlock the screen. Huh. Trying to tattle right under my nose. What are you doing? What am I doing? Lu Ran raised the phone and turned to the crowd. Fellow students, snitching is not welcome here. But if you open your Douyin and record a video to post online, anyone who does so can come find me after we leave, and I'll reward you with 500 yuan in cash. The moment he finished speaking, the room erupted. Really? I've already posted it. Can you pay me now? A male student stood up immediately, and the atmosphere instantly fell silent. Come on, show me your payment QR code. Beep. WeChat Pay received 500 yuan. The atmosphere exploded even more. Damn. What are you waiting for? Post the video online. Good thing I recorded it earlier, or I'd have missed out on 500. Bro, please send me the video you recorded. I want to earn 500 too. A group of people were laughing hysterically, but a dozen or so others wore grim expressions. They had never anticipated that recording would earn them money, and since they didn't know anyone around them, they felt too embarrassed to ask for the videos. A girl who hadn't recorded earlier stood up. If I start a live stream now, can I get the 500? Lu Ran waved his hand grandly. Anyone who starts a live stream now gets 600. The crowd. Start it. Don't stop me. The woman in the suit saw how the situation had turned, her expression shifting. She snatched her phone back from Lu Ran. Give it back, she yelled. Lu Ran was startled. Oh no, she's going to tattle. Just as he was about to grab the phone again, he witnessed a scene he never expected. The girl had swiftly opened Douyin livestream and shouted into it. Everyone look. The young master of the Su group is actually a bastard. This is absolutely explosive. Lu Ran, huh? Then the girl turned to Lu Ran with a fawning smile. I'm live streaming too. Can I get the 600? Lu Ran was stunned. Damn, this is the first time I've seen such a vivid example of he who adapts is the true master. Su Chun was dumbfounded by the scene below. 30 or 40 phones were pointed at him, and a few people were even shouting his name. Everyone looked, this is Su Chun. What a bombshell, his mother. Chun Fu watched the lively scene with delight. Seeing Su Chun pinned to the ground by how she felt overjoyed. Alright, President Su, time to continue. Chun Fu walked up to Su Chun, her smile appearing demonic in his eyes. Stay away. Don't come near me. Chun Fu just smiled faintly, pulled up a chair, and sat down. You're so arrogant. Have you ever done anything earth-shattering before? Like, been in jail? Chun Fu recalled the rumors. If she could expose this, it would surely stir up massive public opinion. Su Chun shook his head frantically in fear. How do you know? You've been investigating me. In middle school, I had a forced indecency incident. Later, my cuckold father spent money to get me out, and I only served 2 years. Han Shuang's live stream audience instantly surged past 10,000 with comments flying so fast the content was illegible. Holy shit. A rapist. How the hell did he become student council president? How did he even get into this school? The admission score isn't low. Streamer, be careful. This bastard will definitely retaliate. Chen Fu grew even more delighted. Your dad is so capable, spending money to get you a rapist out. Are his funds legitimate? Of course not. Su Chen roared. My green-haired dad's company evades taxes every year at least 100 million. Otherwise, where would he get the money to clean up my mess and bribe the dean? Oh, bribing the dean too. Chen Fu pressed. What kind of bribe? He bought my enrollment for 3 million. The dean handled it personally. Otherwise, with my grades, I couldn't even get into a vocational college. The students below gasped again. Where was the righteous Su Chun from the meeting earlier? A girl who had once had a crush on him muttered. I need to search on Bing 6E for amnesia potion. No luck. Then he'll go to the rooftop for some physical amnesia. So who knows about your dad's tax evasion? Any evidence? Several top executives in the company know. The account books are in the safe in my dad's study. The password is my slutty mom's birthday. Your dad treats your mom while using her birthday as the password. Good my ass. She's a bitch. She keeps young lovers outside and even brings them home. I caught her once. He was pretty handsome, so I slept with him too. The crowd. If this weren't in the same city, I'd think it was a live stream from Chengdu. Impressive. This is too much info, bro. My CPU is about to fry, folks. So did your dad arrange for you to become student council president? Yeah. He gave the advisor 100,000 yuan in gift cards, and the advisor rigged the selection. Which advisor? Our class advisor Niu Xiaoxia. Nice. Chen Fu clapped in satisfaction. Thank you for your candid confession, senior. I'm sure the citizens of Jianghe City will love your story. Bai Hao released his grip and Su Chun collapsed like a deflated tire. Screwed Hua. That night, Jianghe University's name shot to the top of every major platform's charts in the most disgraceful way. Top of Dahongshi's trending list, Jianghe University Student Council President confesses. Top of Weibo's trending list, Su Group tax evasion. Top of Zimaha's trending list, Dean accepted so much bribe. People clicked on every platform, even adult sites where gossip videos had been uploaded. Awesome. I didn't expect such a huge impact. Su Chen must be having a blast, haha. Wang Fatty laughed as he scrolled through the comments. Sweet. This is the best episode of my life. 40,000 yuan is nothing, just the price of a ticket to watch a monkey show. Ding dong. Bai Hao's phone rang, and his expression instantly turned serious. Oh no. The advisor is calling me, telling me to delete all the videos immediately and do a live stream to clarify. It's the dean's orders. Those bastards. They're absolutely infuriating. Chen Fu had just started to feel cheerful when the counselor ruined her mood. Bai Hao continued. The counselor said, Han Shuang, and I need to start a live stream to clarify things. He said the dean is waiting. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. Lu Ran said, right? You two were the only ones showing your faces, and now that you've stirred up such a huge mess, of course they'll come after you. So what do we do? Broadcast or not? Chen Fu smiled. Broadcast. Of course we will. Since the dean is waiting, we shouldn't make him wait in vain. Are we really going to clarify things? Wang Juji's face was etched with reluctance. Of course not. Chen Fu revealed a row of small white teeth. At a time like this, wouldn't pouring oil on the fire make the public opinion even bigger? I knew my Fuer wasn't a coward. I support this. Han Shuang, by how do you dare? Chen Fu looked at the two of them. Bai Hao immediately thumped his chest. Of course, as long as the wife gives the order. Get lost. Everyone burst into laughter, then turned their gazes to Han Shuang. Han Shuang's eyes curved into crescent moons. What do I have to fear? I've already died once. If I'm not afraid of death, why would I be afraid of this? Refreshing. Let's do this. Chen Fu was overjoyed. She had thought Han Shuang might shrink back, but he was surprisingly straightforward. Han Shuang quickly opened his phone to start the live stream. As soon as he opened Douyin, he frowned. Hey, look at my WeChat messages. Han Shuang pointed at a notification. The group skimmed past a flood of questions from curious onlookers and messages from admirers asking for his WeChat, finally spotting this one. Su Group, delete all videos immediately, or you'll be sorry. Chen Fu glanced at it and snorted, humph. Threatening us. We're not falling for that. Han Shuang, start the live stream. Let's make them look even worse. Okay. Han Shuang nodded. Preparing to start the stream, Bai Hao and Han Shuang sat at the front, while Chen Fu, Lu Ran, and Wang Juji took up roles as cameraman, lighting technician, and lounging on the sofa. You're so damn lazy. Can you do something useful? Chen Fu kicked him. Wu will go pour everyone some water, okay? Wang Juji wiped his tears and shuffled toward the tea table. As soon as the stream began, viewers flooded in. Streamer, was today real or a skit? It feels so unreal. Of course it's real, 100% genuine, Bai Hao said. Wow. The guy's voice is so magnetic. I want to know why Su Chen blew himself up. It's so bizarre. Han Shuang spoke up. It's because Su Chen drank a lot during the meeting today. Alcohol loosens the tongue. So that's how it is. The questions were endless, and their principle was to answer as explosively as possible. Their goal was simple: to solidify everything that had happened today. Bai Hao's WeChat calls never stopped during the stream. He guessed the counselor was probably crying in the bathroom. The stream continued, and the questions grew until a single comment shifted the entire atmosphere. Ooh, the guy is so handsome. I left my WeChat QR code in the DMs, why didn't you reply? Holy crap. The guy is streaming again. And it's a duo stream this time. How did I just see this? Damn it. The guy on the left is so handsome. Delicate like a girl. The one on the right is handsome too. I swear I saw his abs through his shirt. I don't care, I'm shipping the CP first. Wait, this looks like a home setting. Are they living together? And just like that, the stream turned into a pure lookism broadcast. Gifts flew across the screen, and the viewer count soared, peaking at over 30,000. The vibe's off. Maybe we should end the stream, Wang Juji muttered on the side. End what? Chen Fu jabbed him. Can't you see we're making money? Half an hour more. Chen Fu thought to herself, so selling bromance really pays off. Han Shuang and Bai Hao answered all sorts of strange questions in front of the camera, from their school to their daily lives. Anything went. Streamer, can I be your dog? Sure, bring your own leash, Han Shuang replied. Streamer, what do I do if my roommate eats my Barrett at night? Close your eyes and enjoy it, Bai Hao answered with a straight face. Streamer, does the Lans Hao pulled noodles at your school pill? Lans Hao pulled noodles don't pill, but they sometimes have loose connections. Streamer, how do you rate farmer singer Zhu Jiwen? By how you're Zhu Jiwen. After the stream ended by Hao and Han Shuang collapsed onto the sofa, Chen Fu checked the earnings in the back end. Wow, over 10,000. Chen Fu exclaimed. Han Shuang smiled lying on the sofa catching his breath. Of course, otherwise would have ended the stream long ago, but those gifts were really tempting. Is money this easy to make now? Lu Ren also looked at the earnings. Han Shuang, there are tons of DMs. Do you want to reply to any? Wang Juji asked. Let me see, Han Shuang said, retrieving his phone. An avatar immediately caught his eye. Hey, it's her. The avatar was the girl Han Shuang had met at the supermarket earlier. Guangyu Media Zheng Yifan. Han Shuang tapped it. Zheng Yifan, you started streaming so quickly, and you brought such a hot topic. If you're willing, I hope you can come to our company to discuss signing as an artist. The terms are negotiable. Huh. Han Shuang stared at the message, lost in thought. This seemed like a good chance to give something back to everyone. The group returned to their rooms. Chen Fu was ready to enjoy her big bed. She had just taken off her pajamas when she dove into the soft covers. Soft, fragrant blankets. I love you. Air conditioner at 16 degrees activate. Just as she was about to roll over, a knock came at her door. Who is it? Chen Fu was a bit annoyed. She had planned to scroll through Douyin for a bit and sleep early tonight. It's me, Bai Hao's voice came from outside. What do you want? I'm scared of the dark. Can I come into your room? Bai Hao said innocently, then pushed the door open himself. Get the hell out. Can your excuse be any more ridiculous? Without a second thought, Chen Fu sprang up like a carp and kicked at him. You're not wearing any clothes. Bai Hao exclaimed in shock. Off. Chen Fu instantly realized and grabbed her pajamas to pull them on. After she dressed, Bai Hao casually walked back in. They'll just stay for a bit, just a bit. Get out. Chen Fu kicked him again. But this time a strange sensation rose from below. Wait, something's leaking. She instinctively covered her bottom. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a hidden achievement every month. So troublesome. Chen Fu was horrified. Oh no. Is it my period? What do I do? What do I do? Chen Fu immediately began pacing around the room. What do I do? What do I do? I wasn't prepared for this either. Reward host disguise pill 10 pieces, wish you a pleasant experience. The system's voice continued its own broadcast. Damn it, can you give me something useful? What I need right now is a maxi pad. Chen Fu ignored the system, rummaging through cabinets to find the medicine box she had brought back from the dormitory yesterday, searching inside for a while. Looking at the contents inside, there were only hemostatic medicine and bandages. These things don't seem useful either. Chen Fu was on the verge of tears. What's wrong with you? Bai Hao asked from the doorway, puzzled. Then he noticed the red patch on the back of Chen Fu's pants. Ah! Bai Hao exclaimed in shock, instantly realizing what had happened. The next second, he dashed out quickly. Chen Fu didn't even pay attention to Bai Hao as she seemed to suddenly remember something. Right, the system store? Store. System, get out here. What? Buy a maxi pad. Do you have one or not? 200 points. Are you trying to kill me? You're such a profiteer. Chen Fu was furious as she wanted to jump up, but dared not, only clenching her fists. Forget it, it'll just go out and buy some. Just as she was about to leave, Bai Hao walked in from outside, holding a black plastic bag in his hand. Chen Fu was about to ask what it was when Bai Hao took out a maxi pad from the bag. Holy crap. Where did you get that? Chen Fu was shocked. The nearest supermarket to the villa was at least 800 meters away. How did he buy it back so quickly? I thought this day might come, so I bought it in advance. I didn't expect it to come so soon. You're so considerate. Chen Fu was so moved that tears nearly welled up in her eyes. She thought that if Bai Hao could see her affection level, it would instantly jump by over 10 points. Bai Hao took out both packs from the bag and explained, I bought 2 packs. The sales lady said one is for before use and one is for after use. That's called daytime use and nighttime use. Oh, I don't really understand. Chen Fu quickly grabbed 1 pack and ran toward the bathroom. I'll remember this kindness. I'll repay you. Chen Fu said. Just as she was about to close the bathroom door, Bai Hao unexpectedly pushed it open from the outside and walked in. Chen Fu was stunned. Bro, what are you doing? She was startled and quickly pulled up her pants. Bai Hao said blankly, didn't you say there would be a reward? Get out. Now. After Chen Fu came out, she found Bai Hao still guarding the bathroom door like a security guard on duty. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Fu said. Bai Hao was instantly a bit displeased. Using someone's stuff and then kicking them out. Chen Fu, you're really. Before he could finish, a video call ringtone sounded. Chen Fu picked up her phone thinking it was the counselor looking for her, but when she glanced at it, holy crap. My mom is video calling me. What do I do? What do I do? She doesn't even know I've turned into a girl yet. Chen Fu was frantic. The video call kept ringing, but she dared not answer. Quick. Turn off the light, only show your forehead, so they can't see clearly. Bai Hao reacted quickly, and in one step reached the switch, turning off the light. But my voice is also. Can't you do voice impersonation? Bai Hao said. Right, voice impersonation. Voice impersonation. Don't talk, I'm going to answer. Chen Fu quickly aimed the camera at her forehead, trying not to reveal any feminine features in the video. On the other end of the video, He Shujuan, seeing only Chen Fu's forehead, frowned. Chen Fu, I told you months ago that showing only your head in a call is very rude. Why don't you ever listen? He Shijuan's voice came through the phone. Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. What's up with you? It's been ages since you called your mom. Why aren't the lights on? Going to bed this early? Mom, I've been a bit busy lately. Chen Fu strained her voice, trying hard to mimic her former male tone. Your voice sounds weird. Have you caught a cold? Ah, a bit of a cold. Chen Fu took the opening. I only gave you $5 last week. How did you survive till today, eh? He Shijuan asked. Why didn't you ask me for money this week? Chen Fu suddenly realized, no wonder her mom was calling. This week she indeed hadn't asked for money. Mom, I've been earning some money by boosting accounts. Bullshit you. Boosting? I remember your cousin said you never even got out of silver rank. Mom, when will you ever understand these things? Chen Fu said with a pained expression. Don't get cheeky with me. Are you coming home tomorrow? Thursday evening is the start of the May Day holiday, isn't it? Have you bought a bus ticket? Holy crap. May Day? Chen Fu suddenly remembered right. After classes, in tomorrow afternoon at 5 or 6, there would be a 5-day holiday. Mom, I'm not coming back. No. Her mother's tone was firm. Your grandfather is passing away tomorrow. You have to come back. How do you know he's passing away tomorrow? Chen Fu was on the verge of tears. If you don't come back, you can explain it to your grandfather yourself. Before He Shijuan finished speaking, the roar of Chen Fu's grandfather came through the phone. If you don't come back tomorrow, it'll really die for you to see. Chen Fu was sweating profusely. Indeed, since school started in March, she really hadn't been home. Normally she should go back for a few days during May Day, but she was a girl now. How could she go back? She couldn't just tell her parents and grandfather. That's right, the procreation visualization has become reality. Alright, the order is placed. Oh, I've already bought your ticket. The bus is at 6 tomorrow evening. He Shijuan said, then hung up. Chen Fu stared at the screenshot of the bus ticket information on her phone, utterly dejected. Bai Hao quickly turned on the light, looking at Chen Fu, who was still standing there in a daze. So you didn't know the holiday was starting tomorrow, Bai Hao said. I thought you were all afraid I had no home to go to, so you deliberately didn't mention it to spare my feelings. Huh. Chen Fu looked up at the somewhat uneasy Bai Hao. She remembered him mentioning his background by the bridge. Don't you still have a grandmother? Yeah, I do, but she was taken to Shenzhen by my aunt. Bai Hao's eyes flickered. So I have no home to go back to. Chen Fu suddenly felt a strange sensation in her heart looking at Bai Hao's sorrowful expression. No home to go back to. Chen Fu murmured, somewhat lost. During the holidays, it'll probably be the only one left in the villa. All of you will be going home, Bai Hao said. So do you have anything to do? What else can I do? Bai Hao let out a bitter laugh. Other than playing games, I guess there's only ruishing. Chen Fu pondered for a moment, realizing it was true. Over the 5-day break, no one would stay at school. I've always dreaded holidays. Before, when you all went home, I'd be alone in the dorm. During winter and summer breaks, I'd take a 2-day slow train to my aunt's place. But these short holidays are too brief. Bai Hao muttered to himself as he walked to the window, gazing at the distant lake view. Today was overcast with no moon in sight. The air outside felt stifling, as if rain was imminent. How about coming home with me? Chen Fu offered. I'd be bored going back alone anyway. The moment the words left her mouth, she froze. Wait, what am I saying? I actually invited Bai Hao to come home with me. Damn mouth. Do you even know what you're saying? But the words were like an arrow shot from a bow. Even before 2 minutes had passed, they couldn't be retracted. Because she saw Bai Hao's body seem to tremble slightly. Bai Hao's eyes seemed to instantly light up. He turned around, looking at Chen Fu with disbelief. Go home with you. Chen Fu furrowed her brow, but then she nodded. Yeah, come back with me. Really? Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu. But it's already tough for you to deal with your family on your own. If you bring me along, they'll figure something out. Chen Fu said firmly. She thought of the disguise pill the system had gifted her when she achieved that accomplishment. Perhaps this thing would come in handy. Yeah, you always have some weird and mysterious items, Bai Hao said with a smile. Chen Fu felt there was no need to hide anymore. She had displayed enough miracles over the past few days. Bai Hao must have caught on by now. Chen Fu opened the system panel on her own, looking at the newly issued disguise pill. Host, do you wish to learn about the pill's function? The system's voice chimed in. Yes. Chen Fu responded in her mind. The disguise pill is an incredible existence. It allows you to transform into anyone you desire, man, woman, old, or young, all with a single pill. Great. It's perfect for dealing with parents when I go home tomorrow. However, each pill's effect lasts only 1 hour, and you only have 10 pills. Host must use them wisely. Got it. Chen Fu closed the system panel with satisfaction. Chen Fu remained silent for a long time, leaving Bai Hao at a loss. He began pacing around her room. By the way, your place is huge. I'd love to know what it's like living in such a big house. Bai Hao remarked. Chen Fu instantly became alert, then quickly covered her chest. Wait, Bai Hao, what do you mean by that? You're not thinking of staying in my room tonight, are you? Chen Fu immediately thought of the mission trigger. She absolutely couldn't afford to trigger another mission today. Chen Fu realized that the tasks given by the system seemed to get more and more outrageous with each one. At this rate, she was certain the next mission would be called Gold Medal Minter. How could I? Do I look like that kind of person? Bai Hao retorted. Damn it, don't you? Chun Fu slapped her forehead, as if suddenly recalling something. I'm embarrassed to even say it. I heard everything last night. Good thing I locked the door, or else you would have sneaked into my room, wouldn't you? You heard that. Bai Hao blurted out foolishly, but immediately caught himself. Wait, what? Me? I didn't come last night. Stop pretending. Who else could it be? Chun Fu lunged at him to hit him. Bai Hao looked utterly innocent. I really didn't come. I slept like a log last night. I swear on the light. Bai Hao raised his fingers. You didn't come. Chun Fu studied his expression. Bai Hao's acting was usually terrible when he lied, but this time his expression seemed so natural. His expression was so natural. Wait, could it be that he really didn't come last night? Then who was it? Chun Fu's expression shifted instantly. I'm telling the truth. Last night someone really knocked on my door. It wasn't you. Bai Hao was also shocked, shaking his head vigorously. They exchanged glances, both their eyes filled with terror. Holy crap, could it have been a thief last night? Quick, tell everyone. Check if anything's missing. Bai Hao urged. Okay. Chun Fu picked up her phone and opened the new dorm group chat for the 5 of them. She looked at the group name. Wait, who changed the group name to Sharing Blessings with Fu? Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Holy crap. Could the thief be back? Chun Fu was startled. Bai Hao immediately pulled Chun Fu behind him. Who is it? A brother-in-law Hao is here too. Are you two dressed? Wang Juji's voice came from outside. Get lost. Chun Fu shouted angrily. You sneaky bastard, you scared me. Hee, what are you two up to that got you so spooked by me? Wang Juji opened the door and poked his head in. He first looked them up and down, then scanned Chun Fu's room, and finally sniffed the air. There's a weird rusty smell in here. Wang Juji said, then seemed to realize something. Holy crap. Has brother-in-law Hao already claimed first blood? Take this kick. Chun Fu kicked Wang Juji out, causing him to lose his balance and fall into Bai Hao's room behind him. Ouch. Sister Fu, why so heavy-footed? Wang Juji wailed, clutching his rear. That was the lightest I could do. What do you want? Spit it out. Wang Juji then remembered something important. He quickly got up, entered Chun Fu's room, and swiftly closed the door. He wore a troubled expression. Sister Fu, I wanted to tell you yesterday, but you were asleep. Wang Juji looked at Chun Fu with a pleading face. Could you lend me that maid outfit of yours for a few days? Maid outfit? Chun Fu instantly recalled the maid outfit she had casually tossed into the wardrobe on moving day. Sister Fu, I know that maid outfit is important to you, but I swear I'll return it exactly as it is. I won't damage it. Huh? Important? Who said it was important to me? Chun Fu was instantly puzzled. Wait, you little rascal, what do you need a maid outfit for? Chun Fu looked at him, curiously thinking that since she had taken it off, the outfit had been lying on the bed. Could this guy have some kind of fetish? I am. Wang Juji felt awkward, thinking that Chun Fu must not know he was planning to use it for a silicone doll. He couldn't let her find out, or she might not lend it to him. He had to make up an excuse. He scratched his head. Well, I'm borrowing it to wear, you know, to wear. Huh? Where? Chun Fu was even more confused. You're wearing a maid outfit. Bai Hao, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded. Could it be? Bai Hao quickly pondered, connecting it to Wang Juji's past experiences, and seemed to deduce a plausible answer. Brother G, have you recently joined some new circle? Are you trying to package yourself as a Sichuan-style cute bear maid? No way, bro. Chun Fu was also shocked, apparently finding Bai Hao's reasoning quite convincing. Huh. Their reactions caught Wang Juji off guard. Could it be that Sister Fu and brother-in-law Hao didn't know the true purpose of this maid outfit? Damn, that was even better. He quickly seized the opportunity. Yes, that's it. I think this maid outfit perfectly matches my vibe, and the style is so unique. I fell in love with it the moment I saw it. Wang Juji slapped his thigh dramatically, his acting utterly shameless. Upon hearing this, Chun Fu's smile stretched from ear to ear. This was hilarious. Great. This is awesome. I must support my brother in realizing his dream. Quick, take it. I'm giving it to you. Giving it to me. You're like my own mother, woo-woo. Chun Fu hastily retrieved the crumpled maid outfit from a corner of the cabinet and tossed it to Wang Juji. Chun Fu thought to herself she was about to throw this junk away anyway. Who knew Wang Juji would actually like it? Indeed, perverts have peculiar tastes. Take it easy, Juji. Your brother Fu respects all orientations. Chun Fu patted Wang Juji's shoulder, her face full of firm resolve. Wang Juji clutched the maid outfit as if he had found a treasure. Thanks, Sister Fu. Thanks, brother-in-law Hao. He beamed with joy and then scampered upstairs in high spirits. Chun Fu and Bai Hao exchanged a glance, both letting out a sigh of relief. Looks like it wasn't a thief. Wang Juji just went crazy for that maid outfit. Chun Fu chuckled. The two sat on the bed, and the room fell quiet again. Well, it's pretty late. Bai Hao suddenly spoke. Chun Fu glanced at him. So, let's take off our clothes and go to sleep. Bai Hao suggested. Get lost. With that, Chun Fu yanked open the door, shoved Bai Hao out, and slammed it shut. Damn, Bai Hao, always trying to take advantage of me. She cursed at the door. Stupid Bai Hao, I knew you had no good intentions. Chun Fu grabbed a fly swatter from the windowsill and fixed her eyes on the doorknob. That bastard will surely come crawling back in a moment. Just wait till I give him a good whack. She raised the fly swatter above her head, ready to deliver a judgmental strike at any moment. Damn, Bai Hao, get ready for my smack. And so Chen Fu stood there waiting for Bai Hao to enter. 10 seconds. The air was still. What's going on? Bai Hao is being so patient this time. Chen Fu raised the fly swatter even higher. I bet you can't hold out for more than 10 seconds. Come on in and take my hit. She remained rooted to the spot waiting. Another 10 seconds passed, but the doorknob remained unchanged. X-ray vision activate. Let me see what mischief you're plotting behind that door. After a while, Chen Fu finally lowered the fly swatter, feeling a bit disappointed. Was Bai Hao no longer at the door? She walked back to the bed somewhat dejectedly. If you want, come in, then don't. Who wants you in here anyway? They'll just watch some Douyin and go to sleep. She opened Douyin, but for some reason, all the recommended videos were sweet romantic couple clips. Damn, the content on Douyin irritated her. Douyin is so boring today. I'm done. She tossed her phone aside and closed her eyes. After tossing and turning for a long time, without sleep, Chen Fu hadn't locked the door. She kept glancing at the doorknob. It was new, gleaming white, perfectly still without a flicker. So boring. Chen Fu muttered. Her stomach ached faintly as she rubbed it while her mind wandered uncontrollably. Why isn't Bai Hao coming in? What is Bai Hao doing? She sat up, unable to resist any longer, and activated her X-ray vision. Layer by layer the walls were penetrated, and finally Chen Fu saw the scene beyond. On the other side of the wall, Bai Hao stood by his window, lost in thought. Sometimes he would walk to the door as if about to open it, but every time Chen Fu thought he would come out, he let go of the handle. Chen Fu's mind was in turmoil. What was Bai Hao thinking? She withdrew her gaze, picked up her phone, and scrolled through her moments. She saw Bai Hao's official announcement post. He hadn't deleted it. She opened the photo and stared at it for a long time. After a long while, Chen Fu whispered to herself, "Why am I so strange today?" The next day, Chen Fu was still asleep when she was jolted awake by Lu Ran's shouts from the living room. "Everyone come out quickly. Big news." "Damn, can't a person get some sleep?" Chen Fu grumbled. Finally, a day with no early morning class, and this racket. She groggily got out of bed and left her room. As soon as she stepped out, she saw everyone else also awakened by Lu Ran staring at him with puzzled expressions. Lu Ran was holding his phone, looking at something with great excitement. "Everyone, check out the news," Lu Ran exclaimed. "What is it?" Chen Fu yawned, asking impatiently. "Big news." Lu Ran pointed excitedly at the headline on his phone. "It's the top story on every platform." Chen Fu took the phone and instantly perked up. "Holy crap, that was fast." Breaking news: Sioux Corporation of Jianghe City, suspected of multiple illegal activities. Irrelevant authorities have launched a thorough investigation. Shocking. Jianghe University Student Council President Su Chen's years-old molestation case has been reopened. All involved parties have been arrested. Massive earthquake in Jianghe City's education sector. Dean of the School of Literature at Jianghe University and implicated counselors dismissed and investigated. The dean wept bitterly before arrest. "I didn't dare spend a single cent. It's all here. I'm a farmer's son, terrified of poverty." Awesome. Fucking awesome. Bai Hao clapped his hands together. Those bastards all deserve to rot in jail. It's not over yet. Lu Ran clicked on another news page. "Look, the mayor heard about our deeds and said after the May Day holiday he wants to meet us and give us awards." Holy shit. Chen Fu was completely stunned. "Is that for real?" Han Shuang asked. "The mayor wants to see us." Bai Hao was shocked. Lu Ran was equally thrilled. "Yeah, and he's bringing the media. By then we'll be the city's outstanding youth." Wang Juji looked pained. I didn't appear on camera, so they probably can't give me an award, right?" Chen Fu slapped him. "Idiot, no way. Over 30 phones were recording videos simultaneously last night. The 5 of us are already famous all over Jianghe." "Huh, that's great. Let's go, guys. 40 minutes left, pack up and head to school." Lu Ran put away his phone and suggested. Everyone went to wash up upon hearing this, leaving only Han Shuang standing still in the living room, staring at Chen Fu. "Han Shuang, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Chen Fu felt uneasy under his gaze, wondering why she wasn't getting ready. "Are you going home today?" Han Shuang asked. "Home?" Chen Fu's eyes widened instantly. "Damn, how could I forget that?" She suddenly remembered Han Shuang had also undergone a gender transformation. How was he supposed to go home? Chen Fu didn't know what to say. Han Shuang's face showed bitterness. I just wanted to ask, would you confess to your family or choose to hide it?" "Hide it, of course," Chen Fu replied. "Just as I thought." Han Shuang smiled. "Same as I imagined. A guy's first instinct after becoming a girl is to hide it." Han Shuang sat down on the chair, lowering his head. "For me, I wouldn't hide it. I'd choose to go back just like this," Han Shuang said. "Just like this? Why?" Chen Fu was surprised. She looked into his eyes, which were dim. "You were a guy before, so it's hard for you to understand my feelings," Han Shuang sighed. "Going back like this might actually make my parents happy, because they've always wished I were born a boy. Maybe I just need to talk a bit more to prove I'm still me, and that'll be enough." "Is that so?" Chen Fu felt a pang of discomfort. Han Shuang's words stung her, reminding her of the suffocating parents he had once described. When will that vile prejudice of valuing boys over girls disappear from this world? But Han Shuang seemed to misunderstand her. It wasn't because her family favored boys that she dared not tell them she had become a girl. In her family, there was actually a bit of a bias toward girls. She thought of her parents who, though traditional, had raised her like a little girl since childhood, buying pink clothes and dolls for reasons unknown. Chen Fu felt her personality had been twisted by her parents' upbringing. If that was the case, should she also confess like Han Shuang? No. The thought was extinguished as soon as it arose. And then there was Grandpa with his heart condition. She couldn't let her confession fulfill his worst fears and scare him to death tomorrow. Before Chen Fu could explain, Han Shuang asked again, "How are you going home today?" "By bus," Chen Fu replied casually. "Oh really? Me too," Han Shuang said with a hint of grievance. "Bus?" Chen Fu was puzzled. "Wait, isn't your home in Guangshan? That's really far. You know quite a bit. Did you investigate where I live?" Han Shuang smiled. Chen Fu blushed. Indeed, when she was chasing him, she had gone to Yang Cici for his information, even paying 100 yuan for it. "It is far and I have to transfer several times," Han Shuang said. "Then why not take the train? There should be a direct one." Han Shuang paused for a long time, then looked up at Chen Fu. He spoke slowly. "ID card." Those 3 words struck like a thunderbolt, jolting Chen Fu awake. Right? The ID card. How could she have forgotten about that? Now the gender and photo on both their IDs were completely different from who they were now. She had been having too much fun these past few days. When she saved Han Shuang, they used Baihao's ID to check into the hotel, and she never thought about it. Now that she did, it was a real hassle. Without an ID, they couldn't take trains or planes, and they'd be unable to do anything important in the future. Even if she got married later, she couldn't get a marriage certificate. Would she and Han Shuang become undocumented? No, she had to find a solution. Chen Fu stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Just then the others had finished washing and came out. Lu Ran saw Chen Fu still in her pajamas and was puzzled. "Fu Meyer, why aren't you dressed?" Chen Fu snapped back to reality. She glanced at the clock and realized there were only 30 minutes until class. "Damn, give me 5 minutes." At the school gate, the 5 of them arrived to find the entrance packed with people like a market. "Hey, did we hit the morning market today?" Lu Ran peered through the crowd. "It's 9 o'clock, no morning market." Baihao said. "Look over there." Baihao pointed to the densest part of the crowd. Pushing through, they saw a man in a hat carrying a camera interviewing a girl surrounded by people. "Hello, I'm Yishi, a reporter from Jianghe TV." A cute female reporter introduced herself. "As the class monitor of the Righteous 5, do you feel you've had a very positive influence on them?" In the center was the class monitor, Yang Cici. She smiled slightly at the camera and said with righteous indignation, "Comrade reporter, hello, you're right. Although these 5 students aren't great academically, as their monitor, I've always guided them with love and justice. I often teach them that a person's value lies not in grades, but in their sense of responsibility to society and others. You could say their heroic deeds are inseparable from my constant teachings." Chen Fu felt like dying on the spot. She pushed through the crowd, snatched the microphone from Yang Cici's hand, and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" The crowd erupted into chaos. "Damn, it's her. It's questioning girl. Control bro, it's control bro. And 500 hero and handsome streamer." Indeed, after a night of ferment, the 5 had earned their own nicknames online. Chen Fu was questioning girl, Baihao was control bro, Lu Ran was 500 hero, and Han Shuang was handsome streamer. Quite catchy, actually. As for Wang Juji, it seemed no one had named him. Wang Juji felt like dying on the spot, while I was diligently recording the whole time. Why doesn't anyone recognize me? Reporter Yishi quickly recovered and directed the cameraman at Chen Fu. "This classmate. You're questioning girl, right? What do you think about the class monitor's statement just now?" "What do I think?" Chen Fu laughed. "My only thought is that some people's skill at gilding themselves is smoother than a plasterer's putty work. What did Monitor Yang teach us? Oral medicine. Oh, so Monitor Yang also has expertise in medicine. That's unexpected." Yishi praised. Yang Cici's face darkened. Humph. She turned and ran toward the school. As soon as they entered the classroom, the 5 became the center of attention. "Damn, isn't that questioning girl in person? Chen Fu has such an awesome sister." "Awesome," a girl exclaimed. A guy from dorm 203 came over and blocked Lu Ran. "Rangu, where are you living the high life now? Spending money like water. How go? You and your wife were so cool yesterday. When you made your move, damn. Su Chen didn't even budge. That was satisfying to watch," another guy from 203 said. "Han Yang, can I add you on WeChat? I screenshotted some cool shots of you yesterday and want to send them to you. They'd make great wallpapers." A crowd of people chatted excitedly around the 4, leaving only Wang Juji aside. "Why doesn't anyone ask me?" "Wah." Class, quiet down. The vice dean of the College of Liberal Arts walked into the classroom with a beaming face, and everyone immediately fell silent, returning to their seats. Seeing this, the 5 tried to find seats, but the vice dean stopped them. "You 5 don't leave." They were stunned. The vice dean approached the 5 individuals, then cleared his throat before the entire class. "Dear students, these 5 students before you have brought honor to our college and our university. Their spirit of defying tyranny and upholding justice is worthy of emulation by all of us. Then applause erupted from the audience. The vice dean on stage beamed with joy while his secretary snapped photos of the group from every angle. The five of them exchanged glances somewhat bewildered. Chun Fu muttered inwardly, "Damn old bastard with the dean locked up, you're certainly the happiest. Looks like you've already planned your coronation, haven't you? I will issue a public commendation on behalf of the college. I hope you remain humble and continue to strive." The vice dean delivered a few more perfunctory remarks and satisfied once the staged photo session ended finally exited the classroom. Secretary send these two to the newspaper and this one to the school administration for their official account. His loud conspiratorial planning outside left everyone speechless. Soon the teacher entered to begin the lesson, an elderly man on the verge of retirement whose teaching style was rather rigid. The classroom atmosphere instantly shifted from fervent to stifling. Just as everyone was drifting into drowsiness, Lu Ran's phone suddenly buzzed with a vibration. Huh. Lu Ran turned over his phone to look. No cilantro has requested to add you as a friend. Damn. Zhang Xianxian. Why is she adding me again? Is she insane? Lu Ran clicked reject directly. Immediately another friend request came through accompanied by a message, add me now. Idiot. Lu Ran ignored it outright. Within 5 minutes a text message arrived. Lu Ran. Open a live stream right now and clarify that everything yesterday was staged. Otherwise, I'll join forces with the Su family to destroy you. Lu Ran stared at his phone. Oh ho. This is like a granny crawling under the covers. You've really tickled me. He typed swiftly. Do you think I was born yesterday? Clarify. Only lies need clarifying. Yesterday was pure documentary literature. Zhang Xuanchuan, you dare come after me. I haven't settled scores with you yet. Bring me the 40,000 yuan and my 17 Pro Max, or don't blame me for being rude. Soon a reply came back. Lu Ran. How dare you threaten me? Let me tell you, I have naked photos and videos of your face. If you don't clarify, I'll post them all on the Dogme community right away, and you'll be ruined. Lu Ran laughed even more heartily upon seeing this. Zhang Xianxian was far more lively in the video than he was. Would she dare to post it? Even in the worst-case scenario, if she actually dared. Didn't she know that even nude loan sharks wouldn't take men? How could that be any kind of threat? Lu Ran's fingers flew across the keyboard. Sure, just remember to put 4 big words on the cover, mighty man. Then he switched his phone to silent mode. At noon, the group ate their last meal before the 5-day break in the school cafeteria. No sooner had they sat down than they were recognized. Ah, it's you. The Justice 5. Can we take a photo with you? A few excited girls rushed over. Sure. Lu Ran welcomed everyone. The girls happily took turns posing for photos with Chen Fu, Bai Hao, Lu Ran, and Han Shuang. When it was Wang Juji's turn, one girl handed him her phone. Big bro, are you just passing by? Could you trouble us to take a picture? Thanks. Wang Juji. A wounded heart is like shards of glass. In the afternoon class, the room was nearly empty. Many had taken early leave or forcibly applied for vacation, leaving only about 20 people. Chen Fu and Bai Hao weren't in a hurry. This class was taught by the only modern Chinese teacher Chen Fu liked, a knowledgeable and witty instructor whose class she felt obligated to attend. Yet for some reason she couldn't focus. The teacher is great, but my restless heart no longer belongs to the classroom, she sighed. Bored, she absent-mindedly opened the system. System store LV22 items remained unpurchased. One was Grade Skill Book, and the other was Mystic Superpower Gift Box. Maybe you'll buy the skill book. Chen Fu clicked confirm. Ding. Consumed 30 points. Grade Skill Book purchased successfully. Learn now. Learn. Learning in progress, please wait. Congratulations, host, you have acquired grade singing skill. Immediately a peculiar warm current surged into Chen Fu's mind, and her throat felt remarkably smooth for the first time. Singing skill, eh? Chen Fu found it novel. She had been tone deaf since childhood, only able to manage the last 2 notes of do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. With this ability, she could add another form of entertainment. They'll try it out at KTV. 2 of the 3 items were now sold out, and Chen Fu turned her gaze to the golden gift box at the end. Mystic Superpower Gift Box obtained by upgrading the store. Upgrading required 100 points, and she still had 221 points, leaving 120. One after use. They'll need to upgrade anyway. Hope it's a power that brings wealth. Chen Fu mused. The X-ray vision will probably last about 3 more days. I can't just live off my savings. Ding. Consumed 100 points. Store upgraded successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received Mystic Superpower Gift Box X1. Open it. Open. A lengthy animation followed, and just as Chen Fu started searching for a skip animation button, a power card appeared in the center of the screen. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the limited time superpower teleportation. Holy crap. Teleportation. This is awesome. She quickly clicked on the details. Teleportation consumes 10 points per use. Allows instant movement to any location on Earth's surface. Duration 7 days. No distance limit. Not bad. Chen Fu was thrilled. She quickly asked the system internally, System, does the share the wealth perk still work? Can I share it with my roommate? The share the wealth is an achievement reward and only activates once. TCH stingy. Shenfu was a bit disappointed then thought of something else. So can I bring someone along when I teleport? You can, but you'll have to pay the fare too. Bringing one person doubles the cost. Shenfu figured it was reasonable. If she could only teleport alone, it wouldn't be much fun. With a 5-day break ahead she could take by how to explore countries all over the world, visiting every kind of scenic spot. Whether exotic coastlines or picturesque lakes and mountains, European charm or Asian wonders. She and by how would experience it all. Revenge tourism charge ahead. After the initial excitement, Shenfu turned her attention to the upgraded shop. Let's see what goodies are in store. Wait, what's going on? Why has the shop changed like this? Shenfu stared blankly at the new shop interface. The LV free shop displayed 10 slots, each containing a treasure chest. From top to bottom, each chest had a different price tag: 100 points, 200 points, 300 points, all the way up to 1,000 points. What's this? System, come out. Why are all the items in the shop blind boxes now? Host, how boring you are. Life needs possibilities to have infinite fun, the system replied in a leisurely tone. Is that so? It does make sense. Shenfu looked at the shop. Unlocking them slowly does seem more interesting. At 4 in the afternoon, only Han Shuang, Bai Hao, and Shenfu remained in the villa. Han Shuang planned to clean the villa before leaving. Although everyone had kept it tidy over the past few days, the law of entropy dictated that without intentional cleaning the house would become dirty. Seeing this, Shenfu quickly joined in to help. Let me handle the cleaning, I'm good at it, Han Shuang said while sweeping the floor. Nonsense. Shenfu picked up various odds and ends from the coffee table. No one is born good at cleaning. It'll be faster if we do it together. Shenfu looked at Han Shuang, who was still wearing a casual t-shirt. This piqued her curiosity. Hey, aren't you in a hurry to leave? They'll take the bus to Changji tonight, stay there overnight, and then take a 5-hour bus ride tomorrow morning. Han Shuang said. 5 hours. Shenfu pondered, frowning after a moment. Han Shuang, I'm thinking if your home is like that, why do you have to go back? The question seemed expected by Han Shuang. He smiled. Because I have a reason I can't avoid. I need to see someone very important. I see. Well, if there were a way to get you home quickly, wouldn't that be cool? Shenfu probed. Han Shuang shook his head, a complex look of yearning on his face. Probably not. I want to go home, but I don't want it to be too fast. The hours of the journey back, the scenery along the way is beautiful. Scenery, huh? Shenfu nodded. Indeed, everyone had their own convictions. All cleaned up. They'll pack my things too, you all should get ready, right? Han Shuang looked at Shenfu. Bai Hao has been ready for a while, you don't seem to be in a hurry either. MML packed too. At 5:30, Bai Hao had already dragged his suitcase ready to leave. He went to Shenfu's room. As soon as he entered, Bai Hao saw Shenfu lying lazily on the bed, enjoying the air conditioning, shouting, mid-lane. Mid-lane. Still not leaving. Bai Hao stared at Shenfu in shock. What's the rush? Oh. Shenfu didn't look up, but suddenly exclaimed, Bai Hao, it's your fault. I almost got killed. Isn't the bus about to leave? Wait a moment. I won. Damn. I finally won a round. Shenfu jumped off the bed in joy, looking at the fully packed Bai Hao. Leaving? Bai Hao asked. Not yet, Shenfu said with a mysterious smile. Today we're taking a new mode of transport. New transport. Bai Hao was curious and about to ask what it was, but Shenfu pulled him onto the bed. Come on, play a few rounds with me first. I must break through to silver today. Silver? In Makinga we can't rank together. Let's talk, just create a new account. Fine. Though confused, Bai Hao opened the game. At 7:30. A booster really makes a difference. It's different now that I'm a girl. Before you wouldn't even play with me when I begged. Shenfu leaned back, thoroughly satisfied. Bai Hao looked at Shenfu, lost in victory, and felt puzzled. He glanced at the time on his phone. Shenfu, are we leaving tonight? Bai Hao asked. Of course. What time? 8:30. Bai Hao frowned. 8:30. But the bus station stops running at 8. You'll see. They played another round, and as it approached 8 o'clock, just as they were about to stop, a crisp sound of a password lock came from downstairs. Beep dong, please enter the password. Huh? Moi. Confusion flashed in both their eyes. Did someone come back? Shenfu asked. No way. Bai Hao whispered. Wang Juji and Lu Ran are already on the train, didn't they just post photos in the group? Han Shuang should be in the provincial capital by now. Who could it be? Shenfu's vigilance spiked as she heard a terrifying sound. The password lock. They're entering the password. Since the lock had a fingerprint scanner, everyone usually used their fingerprints. No one bothered to type in the password. The person unlocking the door was an outsider. Quick use X-ray vision. Both activated their X-ray vision in the next second. Wait, how could it be her? Through the wall they saw a familiar face. Zhang Xianxian. They were all too familiar with Zhang Zuangshuan's annoying face. Beside her was a tall man. The man wore a mask and a black hat, making it impossible to see his face. Who was that? Beep, beep, beep. Shenfu's room wasn't far from the entrance, and she could clearly hear the sound of them unlocking. Unlock successful. Soon the door lock was indeed opened. Damn, How do they know our password? Chen Fu frowned, lowering her voice anxiously. I remember changing the password the day she left. Didn't you change it? Bai Hao whispered back. Impossible. Chen Fu suppressed her anger. I sent a screenshot to the group after changing it. Didn't you see it? Then what's going on? Before Bai Hao could finish, Zhang Xianxian and the man had already stepped into the villa. The man looked around warily. Miss Zhang, are you sure no one's home? Of course I've checked everything. Zhang Xianxian said smugly. That idiot Lu Ran doesn't even know his phone is logged into the same account as mine. His albums and notes are shared with me. There's a screenshot in the album saying they'd all be out of the dorm by 6 tonight. Chen Fu's brows furrowed. That fool Lu Ran probably put the door password in his notes. But what's their purpose? Chen Fu made a shushing gesture. Don't talk, listen first. The man didn't rush to respond to Zhang Xianxian, but looked around. Better to be cautious. Let's check every room first, just to be safe. Then the two began searching the house. Soon they went upstairs. Zhang Xianxian walked to Lu Ran's room, kicked the door open, glanced inside, and said disgusting. She quickly shut the door, now seemingly full of disdain for Lu Ran. Then their footsteps grew closer, heading toward Chen Fu's room. Bai Hao was clearly panicked. Damn, what do we do? They're coming. Should we just rush out? No, it's not safe. Chen Fu refused decisively. Let's hide and listen to what they do after checking. What's their goal? Chen Fu pointed to the wardrobe against the wall, big enough to hide 2 people. Hide in the closet. Okay. They quickly squeezed inside. The closet was cramped, forcing them to huddle together, breathing nervously. Chen Fu was in front with Bai Hao pressed tightly behind her, quietly listening to every sound outside. This room is the master bedroom, right? The man said. Chen Fu's heart tightened. They were about to enter, just as they heard the two about to step into the room. My, what is that feeling? Chen Fu sensed something strange. Wait, why do I feel a gun pressing against my waist? Chen Fu was shocked. Damn. Her face instantly flushed red. Damn it, Bai Hao. Of all times, how can you be thinking about this? Bai Hao stepped back. Chen Fu was practically itching to claw Bai Hao's face off. No, Chen Fu, listen to me, Bai Hao said urgently, lowering his voice as much as possible. It's just that we're too close. It's a normal reaction, alright. What's that sound? Outside the door, the man in the hat, his face concealed, suddenly halted. Huh. A sound. What sound? Zhang Zuangshuan's voice grew closer, clearly indicating that the two had already entered Chen Fu's room. It seems to be over here. The man's voice was tense. Chen Fu could tell he was speaking in her direction. Brother Gui, don't scare me, Zhang Xianxian said. Ignoring her, the man tilted his ear, his gaze finally locking onto the wardrobe. The sound I heard seems to be coming from here. No way. Zhang Xianxian grew alert as well. Chen Fu's heart sank. The footsteps of the man and Zhang Xianxian drew closer to the wardrobe, as if the door would be yanked open at any second. Damn it. Bai Hao panicked, knowing full well what was about to happen. Looks like we'll have to fight. Before Bai Hao could brace himself, the wardrobe door was suddenly flung open. Shit. Bai Hao threw a punch on instinct. Take this. Huh. His fist met only air, and the momentum sent him stumbling forward. What's going on? When he finally steadied himself, he realized he and Chen Fu were standing in a strange place. The surroundings were dim, lit only by a white fire door and a few flights of stairs. Damn it. Where the hell did this take me? Is this even still in the country? Bai Hao was bewildered. He turned to look at Chen Fu, who was peering intently through the crack in the door. Since I moved in, I've never been in here. It's the stairwell of our villa, Chen Fu said while looking out. They've already checked this place. They'll take the elevator later, so it's safer here. Bro, it's not about safety. Bai Hao felt like his brain was about to overheat. This is teleportation. This is way too much. They'll explain later. Chen Fu waved a hand and smiled at Bai Hao. Keep your voice down. They're still out there. In the villa, the man stared at the empty wardrobe, a look of utter confusion on his face. See, I told you there was nothing. Zhang Xianxian breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Gui, you're just too tense. Yeah, am I too tense? The man relaxed his guard. Maybe I was hearing things. So shall we proceed? No, there's still the 3rd floor. Let's check the 3rd floor. Don't leave any room unchecked. The man closed the wardrobe door seriously and turned to walk out. On the 3rd floor, after inspecting every room, the man finally took out various devices from his suitcase. Zhang Xuanxuan, hold these. He'll install this room's first, the man said in a low voice. He skillfully twisted the valve on one of the devices and headed towards Han Shuang's room. By the way, what does this aerosol do? Zhang Xianxian followed behind, looking at the device in her hand with curiosity. The man let out a cold laugh. This chronic poison will kill them all in a month. A month? That's boring. Can't we make them die as soon as they come back? Zhang Xianxian was somewhat disappointed. The man glanced at her and sneered. Hey, you're even more ruthless than our old man Su. Since we're doing it, let's up the dose. Let them die quickly and be reborn sooner. Zhang Xianxian waved her hand nonchalantly. If you can't just add enough for Lu Ran's room, that bastard won't die soon and he'll never get over my hatred. In the stairwell on the 3rd floor, the two heard every word clearly, their faces darkening. What a close call. If she and Bai Hao had left on time, if they had actually installed that device, The consequences would have been unthinkable. The Su family, huh? Zhang Xuanchuan, huh? Her eyes narrowed into slits. It seems you people really are tired of living. How despicable. These bastards using such dirty tricks. Bai Hao clenched his fists in rage. Let me charge out and beat those two scumbags to death. No. Chunfu stopped him. Bai Hao frowned, looking at her in confusion. Chunfu just smiled slightly. Hell, watch me. They'll deal with them. What are you doing? Go to hell. Chunfu shouted, then dashed out of the stairwell. Bai Hao, hey, why are you going alone? He quickly followed. The two were in the middle of installing the device, completely off guard. Before they could react, Chunfu had already grabbed one with each arm. Teleport. Where did you come from? Zhang Xianxian and the man were both startled, but by the time they realized it, the scene before them had changed drastically. On a vast, boundless prairie, giraffes were leisurely nibbling on acacia leaves. Zebras galloped in herds. The scorching heat was almost unbearable, and the setting sun dyed the entire grassland a golden red. A pride of lions seemed to be feasting on a wildebeest lying in a pool of blood. Holy shit! Zhang Xianxian and the man stared blankly at everything before them, their mouths wide open. This? Oh, where the hell is this? What a waste of a good spot for them. Half a minute later, Chunfu's figure reappeared in front of Bai Hao. Bai Hao stood there staring dumbfounded at Chunfu. Wait, where did they go? Sent them on a trip, a once-in-a-lifetime tour of the East African savannah. Chunfu chuckled. Bai Hao was stunned. Dude, I just barely accepted that you can teleport people, and now you can teleport straight to Africa. Huh, so what? I even paid for their tickets. It wasn't a free teleport. Chunfu opened her interface, wincing as she looked at her points. 60 points for them. What a loss. Frustrated with her points, she looked down and saw the pile of devices the man had left behind. System space collect. Chunfu summoned the system again and stuffed all the devices into the system space. They'll find a deserted place to dispose of them safely later. Bai Hao beside her, wait, when we moved a few days ago you didn't use this method, did you? Seriously, what exactly are you? I have a system. Before Bai Hao could finish, Chunfu confessed. Since Bai Hao had already seen so much, she figured she might as well tell him the whole truth. Well, all four of us had a hunch, but we never imagined it would be this extraordinary. All of you guessed it. Chunfu looked at Bai Hao with confusion. What else? We're not fools. How else would you explain all these incredible things? Chunfu chuckled, thinking it does seem to be the case. Alright, there's plenty more astonishing things for you to witness. Grab your stuff, let's go. Huh, so sudden. Chunfu linked her arm with Bai Hao's and headed upstairs where they collected their luggage. Ready? Hold tight. Chunfu gazed into Bai Hao's eyes. Hold where? Hold my hand. What else? Where were you thinking? Do I have a choice? No. Chunfu gripped Bai Hao's hand tightly. With a whoosh, the scene warped and twisted rapidly. When they could see clearly again, they stood at the base of a residential building. Chunfu looked up. It was the very unit where her family lived. Not bad. Chunfu was pleased. Following you always brings new experiences, Bai Hao remarked. What other abilities are you hiding from me? Actually I earned them all from you. Chunfu snickered. What? Bai Hao didn't catch it. Nothing. Chunfu shook her head. Then she retrieved the disguise pill from her system. Next came the moment of truth. Alas, it was a pity that after swallowing it her parents and grandpa would no longer behold her stunning beauty. A twinge of regret lingered. She downed the pill and looked at Bai Hao expectantly, waiting for his shocked expression. Just wait till I blow your mind. 10 seconds passed, and neither moved. Chunfu was puzzled. Huh, had she trained Bai Hao to be so desensitized that he wasn't even startled by her transformation back into the male version? Seriously, don't you have any reaction? Chunfu demanded. Huh, Bai Hao scratched his head. The teleportation was indeed astonishing. No, I mean me. Chunfu pointed at herself. Don't I look different? Huh. Bai Hao studied Chunfu, short hair, sweet face. Then his eyes met hers. Your eyes? Why are they blue? Blue. Chunfu froze. What's going on? Didn't I turn into a guy? And what does blue eyes mean? System, what's happening? Is this pill expired? Oi. Panic crept into Chunfu's mind. Idiot, didn't you think of disguising yourself only from your parents and grandpa? The system's voice dripped with exasperation. Huh. Chunfu finally realized. Does that mean the pill can target specific people, eh? Of course. You can also choose to affect everyone. The system added. Chunfu quickly pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and looked at herself. In the screen she was still the female version, but her eyes shimmered with a blue light. Nothing else had changed. System, what's with my eyes? Don't worry, it's a normal reaction for 3 minutes after taking it. It'll fade soon. Really? Chunfu was skeptical of the system's words. After 3 minutes the blue hue in her pupils gradually dissipated. Alright, let's go. Chunfu led Bai Hao up the residential building. Knock knock knock. Mom, I'm home. Chunfu called as she knocked. Coming. The familiar voice of Chunfu's mother, He Shujuan, echoed from inside. As the door swung open, He Shujuan scrutinized Chunfu. What's this? Chunfu's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Oh no. The system tricked me. I haven't turned back into a guy. This is a disaster. Have you lost weight? He Shuan added. Yes, I have lost some weight recently. Chen Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Gosh, that scared me. I thought she saw through it. Bai Hao listened from behind, utterly confused. Bai Hao thought, isn't Chen Fu's mom curious about her turning into a girl? Chen Fu quickly pulled Bai Hao forward and introduced him. Mom, this is my roommate Bai Hao. It was only then that He Shuan noticed the person behind Chen Fu. Her sour expression instantly turned warm and enthusiastic. A roommate. Oh, how wonderful. He's a fine young man. She turned to Chen Fu. Chen Fu, not bad. You've got your mom's flair. Mom, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Come and don't just stand at the door. Chen Fu's mother ushered them both inside. It had been 2 months since she had been home, and the place had indeed changed. The sofa seemed new, and her grandpa's tea table had been moved to the north side. Hey, where's Dad and Grandpa? Chen Fu looked around and realized neither her father nor grandfather were home. They went to buy hot pot ingredients. They'll be back soon. He Shuan said. Chen Fu sat on the sofa and noticed her mother was deeply engaged in small talk with Bai Hao, asking all sorts of questions with more warmth than she showed her own daughter. Such a fine young man, strong too. You're roommates with my Chen Fu, right? He Shuan looked Bai Hao up and down, her eyes full of approval. Yes, roommates. Bai Hao was a bit nervous. Our roommates, that's good. Are you just roommates? He Shuan suddenly asked. Bai Hao was taken aback. We're also friends. Oh, friends, that's great too. He Shuan said. She chatted animatedly with Bai Hao, not uttering a single word to Chen Fu. Chen Fu felt a bit miffed. Excuse me, but I thought you were my mom. He Shuan finally remembered Chen Fu. All right. She quickly walked over to Chen Fu. Chen Fu thought, see, my mom does miss me. Sniff. Perfect timing. Sweep the floor for me. Her mother casually handed her a broom. Nearing 9 o'clock, the spicy broth bubbled in the pot, sending up waves of steam. Chen Fu, peel another potato. Your dad will be home soon. Oh, we're about to eat. Got it. Before long, Chen Fu's grandpa and father returned laden with bags of ingredients. As soon as they entered, they spotted Chen Fu. Oh, our little Fu is back. Grandpa patted Chen Fu's shoulder with a grin. Grandpa. Chen Fu responded. Her grandpa turned to the sofa and noticed Bai Hao sitting stiffly. And this is Oh, Grandpa, this is a friend I hang out with. Boyfriend, huh? Grandpa chuckled. Not a boyfriend, just a friend I hang out with. Chen Fu shouted again. Can't hear you. Did you say something? Never mind, Grandpa. Take a rest. All right, sure. Chen Fu was speechless. Grandpa heard that perfectly. Chen Fu's father Chen Jiangwo was a man of few words. He glanced at Chen Fu and Bai Hao, greeted them briefly, and headed straight to the kitchen to wash vegetables. The hot pot bubbled away as the family gathered. Chen Jiangwo brought out his treasured liquor and started toasting with Chen Fu and Bai Hao. He turned to Bai Hao first. Young man, come, let me toast you. My little Fu can be reckless, so please bear with him. Bai Hao quickly returned the toast. Not at all, uncle. Chen Fu is wonderful. If Chen Fu does something wrong, just tell him off. If he doesn't listen, give us a call. I won't let him off easy. Chen Jiangwo clinked glasses with Bai Hao again. Chen Fu frowned. Wait, this dialogue sounds oddly familiar. Isn't this the kind of thing you say when meeting the parents? Chen Jiangwo turned to Chen Fu again. Xiao Fu, I like this friend of yours. Come on, you drink too. Dad, I've already had 1 glass. It's fine, drink. I really don't want any more, Dad. Chen Fu's mother looked a bit displeased. How can you make a child drink so much? It's fine. This wine isn't strong, it's homemade from the countryside. Since Xiao Fu's friend is here, we must have a good time today. Then just 1 more glass. Mother poured a glass for Chen Fu without hesitation. Chen Fu was stunned. Mom, are you too easily persuaded? In the following hours, Chen Fu and Bai Hao found themselves trapped in a hellish cycle of being force-fed alcohol by Chen Jiangwo. Grandpa, however, was drinking happily, glancing between Bai Hao and Chen Fu. Xiao Fu, this friend of yours, what's his name? Grandpa raised his glass and asked. His name is Bai Hao. Chen Fu shouted loudly. What? I didn't ask for a nickname. Grandpa was a bit speechless. I asked for his name. Chen Fu. Grandpa's name is Bai Hao. This child. Where am I supposed to find you a pair of white gloves? Grandpa said with some irritation. Never mind, Grandpa, just drink your wine. All right, sure. Chen Fu's mother quickly explained to Bai Hao. Xiao Hao, your grandpa is hard of hearing. He can't hear well. Grandpa leaned in again. What? Who wants to meet online? Chen Fu, one of you is enough. Chen Fu's mother smiled wryly. Ever since Grandpa lost his hearing, he always twists people's words. Oh, good, Chen Fu will give Grandpa a great-grandson. Puffed. Chen Fu nearly spat her wine into the pot. It took her a moment to recover, and she turned to her mother. Mom, when shall we take Grandpa to get his ears checked? After another round of drinks, Grandpa's face was flushed red. He raised his glass and fixed his gaze on Bai Hao. Young man, let me tell you, our Xiao Fu has been popular since she was little. All the neighbors praise her. Bai Hao quickly raised his glass. Yes, Grandpa, she is indeed wonderful, better than any of my friends. What? You want to marry Chen Fu? Isn't it a bit early? Grandpa, you've had too much. Chen Fu quickly helped Grandpa into the room. She couldn't let him drink any more. At this rate, she'd be married off. I'm not drunk. I'm happy. Grandpa stood up. No, my head's a bit dizzy. He'll go lie down for a while. Grandpa, such a turnaround rivals our dorm mate Lou ran. After seeing Grandpa off, Chen-Fu felt she was nearing her limit mainly because the medicine's effect seemed to be wearing off. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, she slipped in and took another pill. Staring at the faint blue glow in her own eyes in the mirror, she couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Damn, I feel like I'm turning myself into a drug addict. 3 minutes passed quickly. The blue glow faded, and she hurried back to the dinner table. At the table, Chen Jingwo and Bai Hao were still exchanging toasts. Though Chen Jingwo was a man of few words, his capacity for alcohol was unfathomable. Bai Hao's tolerance was clearly no match for Chen Jingwo's. But today Bai Hao seemed different. After 4 glasses of strong liquor, his face remained unchanged. What the hell? How has Bai Hao's tolerance increased so much in just a few days? The day he harassed me, he was drunk after just a few bottles. Chen-Fu was stunned. Time flew. Another hour passed, and Chen-Fu could barely steady herself at the table. Seeing that she could no longer control the situation, her mother simply gave up and let them drink their fill. After all, tomorrow was a day off, they could just sleep it off. Dad, I can't take it anymore. I need to. Chen-Fu was already dazed. As the medicine's effect was about to wear off, she had to drag her limp body to stand up. Dad, Mom, I need to go to the bathroom again. Hey, Chen Jingwo called out sternly, picking up the bottle and refilling Chen-Fu's glass. Are you a leaky pipe? How many times have you gone in this short while? That I really can't hold it anymore. Chen-Fu quickly tried to excuse herself. Come on, drink this glass I poured for you. Chen Jingwo's expression was firm. That I really. The two of them ended up in a tug-of-war, one holding the glass, the other ready to bolt. That I really can't. Oh no, it's over. As Chen-Fu tried to resist, her hand slipped, and the pill bottle fell to the ground, rolling a few times before disappearing under the TV cabinet. Holy shit. It's over. Chen-Fu quickly glanced at the time. Only 2 minutes left. She wanted to retrieve it, but her father kept holding her back with the drink, making her unable to move. Drink this. Dad, Chen-Fu was panicked. She turned her face toward Bai Hao, her eyes filled with helplessness. In a rush, she shouted directly, quick. Bai Hao, it's over. I'm about to change. Huh? Bai Hao was startled. What? Change? Bai Hao had no idea what Chen-Fu was talking about because he had never seen her change. Haven't you always been the same? Idiot. I'm about to change. Just then Grandpa's door opened, and he staggered out. Huh? Who wants to play mahjong? Seeing Chen-Fu still struggling with her father, he walked over, grabbed her hand, and pulled her toward his room. Come on, Xiao-Fu, if no one else will play with you, Grandpa will. I don't want to play, Grandpa. Chen-Fu struggled backward, her eyes almost flying toward the TV cabinet. She quickly broke free from Grandpa, dropped to the floor in front of the cabinet, and tried desperately to fish out the bottle. Useless hands. 2 short, useless hands. Even a tank wouldn't want them. But just as Chen-Fu finally retrieved the pill and was about to toss it into her mouth. Ding. System notification, disguise pill effect has expired. Huh. Chen-Fu's vision went dark. When she opened her eyes again, Chen-Fu found herself kneeling bizarrely on the floor in front of the TV cabinet. And Chen Jingwo, He Shujuan, and Grandpa were all staring at her with expressions of extreme terror. It's over. It's all over. Chen-Fu instantly knew what had happened. Right in front of her parents and Grandpa, she had turned back into a girl. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Chen-Fu stammered, unable to form words. The glass in Chen Jingwo's hand shattered on the floor. He stood frozen for a long time, staring at the female version of Chen-Fu. Grandpa was also dumbfounded. I've had too much. I need to sleep. Rubbing his eyes, he quickly turned and went back to his room. In the living room, only the bubbling sound of the hot pot remained. Dad, Mama, now, listen to me, actually I am. The more Chen-Fu tried to explain, the more her tongue tied itself in knots. In the end, she couldn't utter a single useful word. Bai Hao finally understood. The pills. She had been using pills to deceive her family. No wonder Chen-Fu had asked him if he noticed any change after she ate something downstairs. So that was it. So Chen-Fu's family had no idea that she had turned into a girl. No wonder Chen-Fu's mother was so calm when they first entered the house. So, Chen-Fu had been in disguise all along. And now, her disguise had been torn apart in public. Chen-Fu was still pacing on the spot. What to do? What to do? Just as Chen-Fu was still babbling and gesturing incoherently, He Shuan finally spoke softly from the side. I didn't expect you to have changed so early. The room fell into absolute silence. Chen Jingwo casually yanked out the power cord, drawing a bewildered full stop to this drinking session. Sai, it's time for you to know this secret. Chen-Fu had yet to fully process the situation. Her mind raced to analyze, yet it struggled to grasp the complete picture. Wait, what did my mom mean by that? What did she mean I didn't expect you to change so soon? Was I supposed to change later? Had they already been mentally prepared for me to become a girl? Was my gender transformation not a coincidence, but an inevitability? Chen-Fu looked blankly at her parents. Chen Jingwo had calmed down as well. He sat back down in his seat. After a long moment, he picked up a cigarette from the coffee table and lit it. Dad, what did Mom mean by that? Chen-Fu grew even more anxious at the sight of Chen Jingwo's demeanor. Bai Hao was completely frozen in place, not daring to utter a single word. He had never expected such a turn of events today. Chen Jiangwo, pinching his cigarette, took a deep drag, looked at Chen Fu, who had long since feminized, and sighed. Your old dad thought he could still have a drink with the male version of you. Looks like your mother and I miscalculated. Huh. Wait, what miscalculation? This time it was Chen Fu's turn to be dumbfounded. She had previously imagined what her parents' reaction would be if they saw her female self. But she never expected them to react like this. It was far too natural. Dad. You. Sigh, it's a long story. Before Chen Fu could finish, Chen Jiangwo began speaking on his own, taking a puff of his cigarette. Chen Fu, do you know what the relationship between your mother and me was before? College classmates. You've said that before. Yes, but it's more than that. What do you mean? Chen Fu seemed to have an inkling. Old Chen. He Shuan stopped him, glancing at Bai Hao. It's alright, it's better to be clear with the kids. He waved his hand at Shujuan, then looked at Bai Hao. Young man, your name is Bai Hao, right? I believe your relationship with Chen Fu is quite special, so I won't hide it from you too. He paused, took another drag of his cigarette, then sighed as he looked at Chen Fu. Actually, your mother and I were college roommates back then. Huh? Chen Fu's jaw nearly dropped. Is this even Chinese? Your parents didn't want to keep this from you for so many years either. After saying this, Chen Jiangwo seemed relieved, looking at Chen Fu. Your mother on May 20th of her freshman year transformed from my roommate into a girl. Huh? Chen Fu frantically tried to process the words. What? Wait, does this mean my gender transformation isn't an isolated case, but a family inheritance? What kind of plot twist is this? Dad, have you had too much to drink? Chen Fu's intoxication nearly vanished. What do you mean? Mom was your roommate. Literally. Chen Jiangwo took another puff. Your mother, He Shujuan, was my bunkmate in college, known as He Shujun. Why go into such detail about this? The lady He Shujuan looked at Bai Hao, her cheeks flushing slightly. But how did my mom turn from a guy into a girl? Chen Fu was puzzled. Her mother seemed to be reminiscing. That day, I went to watch a meteor shower. A meteor shower? Chen Fu's face was full of disbelief. Mom, I watched a meteor shower too. What? Chen Fu's mother was also stunned, then relieved. No wonder it happened so early. He Jiangwo took another drag. After your mom watched the meteor shower, she turned into a girl. That day she walked back wearing a large vest. Chen Jiangwo pointed at He Shuan. He Shuan held her forehead, wearing an expression of unbearable memories. Chen Jiangwo continued. The other two guys in the dorm were terrified, wondering how a girl got into the dorm. They looked at me, and I said I didn't know. Then your mom said everyone in Shujun. I think I've become a girl. Chen Fu was speechless for a moment. This was too much like a novel, the kind of trashy plot from a cheap online platform. Chen Jiangwo seemed to expect Chen Fu's reaction. My first thought was, damn brother, your new body looks pretty good. Chen Jiangwo laughed after finishing his last puff. Seems like just like me. Bai Hao seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Shut up. Nothing like you. Later, the rest of our college life went from pure brotherly love to, well, pure romantic love. Dad, wait. Chen Fu suddenly recalled some experiences. Is this why grandma and grandpa don't acknowledge mom? Chen Jiangwo smiled bitterly. Yes, after that your mother never went home again. So that's it, no wonder. Chen Fu connected the dots with fragments of her childhood. Those experiences seemed to form a coherent thread at this moment. Why did mom always say she couldn't go back home? Why did uncle always have a strange expression when he visited? So that's it. But how did you know I would become a girl? Chen Fu pointed at herself as if spotting a flaw. The system. Chen Jiangwo said, you might not believe it, but back then something called a system took up residence in your mother's mind. A system? Chen Fu was utterly shocked. That's right, a system. Chen Jiangwo nodded and smiled. I didn't believe it either at the time, but your mom kept showing me magic, so I had to believe. Bai Hao seemed to understand this feeling well. He looked at Chen Jiangwo, started to speak, then turned to Chen Fu and finally chose silence. So that's it. No wonder I have a system. Chen Fu smiled wryly, looking at Chen Jiangwo. But since you have a system, why is our family so? You mean why we're struggling financially, right? He Shuan said, actually at first your father and I traveled all over the world using the system to make a lot of money. Then what? Then one day the system disappeared. Disappeared? Chen Fu was astonished. Yes, the system can vanish along with all the superpowers. He Shuan smiled bitterly. Good thing your dad and I had saved up some money, or else. Mom, why did the system disappear? Chen Fu looked at He Shuan with a face full of anxiety. She was very worried, afraid that her own system might suddenly vanish one day. Although the system was a bit annoying, she now felt like she couldn't live without it. He Shujuan's expression tightened slightly, as if she had perceived something. A glimmer of insight from the depths of a woman's heart. She seemed to understand. Why does it disappear? She walked over to Chen Fu, leaning close to her ear. Then in a very faint voice, she whispered to Chen Fu. On the other side of the earth, on the vast and boundless African savanna, two people clung to a tree. Below them a male hyena crouched, howling furiously at the tree. Brother Guo, I beg you, think of something. I don't want to be eaten. Zhang Xinxian wailed, clutching the tree trunk. Shut up, you damn woman, you're crying is driving me crazy. What can I do? The man holding on higher up was irritated by Zhang Zuangshuan's screams. Where the hell are we? We've traveled through time. We've traveled to prehistoric times. Brother Gua. Zhang Xianxian sobbed loudly. Screw you, you bitch. If you hadn't come up with that damned idea for my old man, I wouldn't be in this mess today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianxian abruptly stopped crying, feeling she was being blamed unfairly. Hey, you're full of shit. Zhang Xianxian flared up, glaring at the man with a sharp expression. After I spoke, weren't you the first to step up in front of old Su and claim you'd take the credit? How dare you say that? Brother Gua's voice was filled with hatred as he struggled to hold onto the trunk. If you hadn't insisted on killing people, would we be in this mess today, eh? What's wrong with killing? Those people deserve to die. I was just carrying out the master's orders. What did I do wrong? Zhang Xianxian shouted. Damn it, you slut, I can't stand your logic. Fine. You kill people, okay. But then don't give false intel saying they'd all left. If it weren't for you, how would we have ended up like this? Without you, I'd be at the club enjoying some young models right now. Damn it. So what? You're the idiot who couldn't tell the truth from lies. How is it all my fault? Huh? Then you deserve to starve to death in a place like this, the man said viciously. And you have to drag me down with you. Starve to death. Zhang Zuangshuan's pupils dilated in shock, and she fell silent instantly. Yes, starvation. She quickly scanned the area. There was nothing around, just endless wilderness stretching in all directions. If things continued like this, wasn't starvation their fate? No, I can't starve to death. I have to survive. A new will to live seized Zhang Zuangshuan's heart. She seemed to have forgotten she was perched on a tree with a hyena glaring hungrily below. Her thoughts now were entirely consumed with how to survive on this land. What should I do now? Zhang Zuangshuan's mind raced. She was in a prehistoric era with no idea how to return, without relying on Brother Gua's abilities. A terrifying thought struck her. No, she mustn't fall out with Brother Gua. She needed him to save her. She had to use him. With that, she quickly changed her demeanor. Brother Gua. I was wrong, Brother Gua. Please think of something. If you save me, you'll find a way to repay you. He'll definitely repay you. Zhang Zuangshuan's sudden shift stunned the man. Huh? How can this woman change her face so fast? Zhang Xianxian continued rambling. Brother Gua, once we get back, he'll make sure old Master Su rewards you handsomely. He'll have him promote you, give you a raise. Gold bars, a mansion. I beg you, think of something. Get back. Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is some movie set where you can come and go as you please, eh? Brother Gua was furious. Damn it, didn't you see how that person disappeared earlier? That was teleportation. Superpowers. We've been exiled to another world, and you still want to go back. The man struggled to explain what had just happened using his own understanding. Impossible. You're lying. Zhang Xianxian couldn't accept this at all. She screamed in anguish. I don't care. If you don't save me when I get back, he'll tell old Master Su that you bullied me and left me to die. Then just wait for old Master Zu's punishment. Ha ha ha. The man laughed hysterically instead. Tell old Master Su. You really think you're someone important? Since we can't go back now, I'll tell you the truth. Old Master Su instructed me before we left. After the villa poisoning was done, the first thing was to kill you to silence you. Did you really think old Master Su would give you a second glance? Huh. Just a plaything for the young master, and you think you're something. What a joke. Zhang Zuangshuan's face paled instantly. She stared at the man above in disbelief. You're lying. I rendered such great service to old Master Su, how could he? She chattered on incessantly, repeating herself for 20 minutes without stopping. Do you understand what credit means? My master always rewards and punishes fairly. His grandfather, my old master. You know nothing. Damn it. So annoying. The man's head throbbed from Zhang Zuangshuan's screeching. Her voice and the hyena's howls below rose and fell, and for a moment, he couldn't tell them apart. And you call yourself a man? What a waste. I'm telling you, if I can't survive, neither will you. Just wait to be eaten by the hyena. Zhang Xianxian kept cursing. Damn it. So noisy. A flash of ruthlessness crossed the man's eyes. Since you love to scream so much, go down and scream with them. Before his words faded, the man kicked Zhang Xianxian right in the face. Ah! With a scream, Zhang Xianxian fell from the tree, hitting the ground hard. Guo Wanlong, ill fuck your mother. You'll die a miserable death. Zhang Xianxian struggled to her feet, hands on her hips, hurling curses at the tree. But after just 2 seconds, she noticed 2 fierce eyes staring at her. They locked eyes and the scene turned awkward. Zhang Xianxian forced a smile and even greeted the hyena. Brother hyena, hello there. The hyena pounced. Hey, hey. Zhang Xianxian was terrified. Hey, don't come near me. You. In desperation, she thought of Guo Wanlong, who was watching the show from the tree. Brother Guo, come save me. Brother Guo, damn it, are you stupid? I kicked you down, and you still want me to save you. Once the hyena's full ITLL leave. A woman as foolish as you doesn't deserve to live in this world. Your life saves mine. You've lived your worth. Brother Guo, if you save me, you'll do anything for you, Brother Guo. Zhang Xianxian ran wildly down the slope, shouting as she fled. But how could she outrun an adult hyena? Before she could even cover 10 meters, the hyenas swarmed her, tearing into Zhang Xianxian with savage bites. It hurts so much. Brother Gua, save me, please. Zhang Xianxian struggled desperately. I beg you, save me, you'll do anything you want. I can do everything, please save me, just try me. I'm really good. Zhang Xianxian wailed in agony. By then the hyenas had already gnawed off half her arm. Gua, Gua. Her struggles gradually weakened. Then a hyena clamped its jaws around her neck. The screams ceased. Abruptly, up in the tree, Guagu looked down at the corpse on the ground, and the retreating hyenas, a wave of relief washing over him. Damn, that wretched woman finally safe. He spat toward Zhang Xianxian. The sun had now set and the light was fading. The man stood on the hillside gazing at the distant scene. From the distant grass, pairs of gleaming green eyes gradually lit up. Occasional overlapping animal calls stirred a sense of dread. How can anyone survive in a place like this? He murmured, a tremor in his voice. He desperately needed a cigarette to calm his nerves. A cigarette. He subconsciously patted his pocket. No cigarettes, only a lighter remained in his pants. Wait, fire. A lighter. The man rejoiced. Heaven won't let Guo Wanlong die. He quickly gathered some dry branches, piled them up, and lit a fire. Fire undoubtedly was the last hope he could ignite. As long as there's fire, beasts won't dare come near. The campfire crackled occasionally, casting light on the nearby corpse of Zhang Xianxian. Guo Wanlong looked over. Zhang Zuangshuan's body was mangled, but her face miraculously remained intact. Her eyes were wide open, filled with terror. Guo Wanlong stared at that face. While the girl was quite pretty, no wonder she was the one the young master fancied. She's only been dead for 5 or 6 minutes, it should be fine. Just making use of waste. Late at night, Chen Fu's parents had returned to their room. Classmate Bai, you can sleep in Chen Fu's room. Yi Shuan said to Bai Hao, then turned to Chen Fu. You get out to the living room. Chen Fu. Woo-woo, stepmom, woo-woo. Well, you get some rest too. Bai Hao scratched his head and turned into Chen Fu's room. Hey, don't you dare touch the cabinet under my pillow. Chen Fu quickly warned. Of course. The door slammed shut, leaving Chen Fu alone in the living room. She sat on the sofa feeling uncomfortable. The after effects of the alcohol slowly surged back, that dizzying sensation. Surely anyone who has ever drunk knows what it's like. Chen Fu dared not close her eyes for the moment. She felt as if she would spin. So she could only waver between opening and closing her eyes. System. Chen Fu could no longer hold back. Do you have any hangover cure? I'm about to throw up. Ding. The mall currently has a hangover lotion priced at 61 points. After consumption, it can quickly break down the alcohol in your body. Are you kidding me? Chen Fu stared at her mall balance of 61 points and cursed. Did you tailor this hangover cure exactly to my balance? Chen Fu held her head and conceded, just take it. Give me the medicine. Roger that. Exchanging now, please wait. Soon a bottle containing a white lotion appeared in her hand. Without a second glance, she poured it directly into her mouth. Strangely enough, the medicine worked instantly. After drinking just half the bottle, she felt her mind clear. Aside from tasting like disinfectant and being unpleasant to drink, there were really no complaints. Phew. I'm alive again. Chen Fu looked at the remaining half bottle of hangover cure, and for a moment felt that the 60 points had been well spent. I wonder if Bai Hao is okay after drinking so much today. She recalled a few days ago when Bai Hao had only drunk 7 bottles of beer and was already dead drunk. Today he had been drinking liquor in an endless amount at that. Maybe I should give him some. Chen Fu muttered, looking at the remaining half bottle. That guy got so much from my dad, he might not be able to get up tomorrow and ruin our plans to go out. Thinking this, she straightened up from the sofa. Fine, I'll be generous for once and give you something good. She crept to her own door and listened. No sound. Is he asleep? Looks like he'll have to pour it down his throat bit by bit. With that, she took the medicine and turned the doorknob. Click. The door didn't open. Damn. Locked. What the hell is he doing in there? She pressed her ear to the door, but there was still no sound from inside. Moi. X-ray vision. The moment she activated it, she saw Bai Hao sitting at the computer desk in her room, playing League of Legends. I haven't played this in so long years. Bai Hao cracked his knuckles in front of the computer. Chen Fu's forehead instantly creased into a grimace. You son of a... Bai Hao, open the damn door. Chen Fu whispered, knocking again. Chen Fu, what's up? Bai Hao opened the door. Chen Fu shoved him into the room and locked the door behind them. Aren't you a lightweight? Didn't you get knocked out after a few beers before? How come you drank so much liquor today, and you're perfectly fine? Right. Bai Hao seemed to suddenly remember something, then quickly switched his expression. His eyes grew dazed, his body swayed, and he stumbled, falling onto the bed. Lying there, he still mumbled, water. Water. Damn it. He was really acting. Chen Fu was furious. That night, she had almost been moved to tears by Bai Hao's fake drunkenness, only to find out it was all an act. She leaped at him, wrapping her legs around his neck from the front, and started pounding her little fists wildly on his head. He'll teach you to pretend. He'll teach you to lie to me. Bai Hao stumbled from Chen Fu's leg chokehold. A leg chokehold. I've never seen this move before, Bai Hao gasped, already struggling to breathe. He quickly adjusted his airway and took a deep breath. Then, he was, well, lucky me smells nice. Get lost. Ding. Detected an ambiguous atmosphere between the host and the bound target, triggering the third ring of the Spring of Hope series quest. Quest name: inseparable quest content. Within the next 24 hours, the host must maintain constant physical contact with the bound target. Upon success, you will receive 800 points and a gift pack. 800. Holy crap. And a gift pack. Bound target locked. Bai Hao. Penalty for failure: must play on your phone for 2 consecutive hours. Chin Fu's fist froze midair. Wait, a new quest. Inseparable. Constant physical contact for 24 hours. That's too much to bear. And the penalty is brutal. If the quest fails, she'd be forced by the system to play on her phone for 2 hours straight. Such inhumane torture. Who could possibly endure that? No, to avoid that torment, Chun Fu must complete this quest. From this moment on, Bai Hao, get ready to connect. System speechless. Just say you want to do it. 2 hours of phone time is even a punishment for you. You usually play for 8 hours straight without a break. Mind your own business. Chin Fu giggled. It's just a connection. It's not like it has to be some weird body part. Holding hands is simple enough. For my 800 points, he'll bear with it a little longer. When I travel the world, I'll indulge myself like crazy. Hee. With that thought, she grabbed Bai Hao's hand without hesitation. Hey. Bai Hao was startled. What are you doing? From now on, for the next 24 hours, you're not allowed to let go of my hand, Chin Fu declared with a serious expression. Oh, why? Is this some kind of domineering CEO forced love scenario? Chin Fu was still straddling Bai Hao, quietly looking down at him. Her hair cascaded slightly as one hand pressed against his. The scene was undeniably awkward. Wait, you're not thinking about that, are you? Bai Hao suddenly had a thought. Was it the alcohol making her bold? Or was it a surge of female hormones? Just then he recalled something. No, didn't you just start your period? Wouldn't that be a bloody battle? Get lost. Chin Fu, hearing Bai Hao's thunderous remark, rained blows on his head with her other hand. Dad? I give up. What do you want? Bai Hao cried out in pain. Nothing, I want to sleep. Chin Fu lay down beside him and tugged at the blanket. Huh? Bai Hao was baffled. I don't get it. What's there not to get? Bai Hao grew flustered. It's just, your parents are still outside. Shouldn't you, keep some distance? It's fine. We'll just get up early tomorrow and head out. Bai Hao frowned. All right. The atmosphere grew tense. After a long while. Hey, Bai Hao said, lying beside her, looking at Chin Fu's profile as she closed her eyes. I usually need to use the bathroom before sleeping. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you, Chin Fu said with her eyes shut. But you're holding my hand, lady. Oh, then I'll go with you. What? Bai Hao was shocked. Wait, did one of your masters give you another order? Chin Fu rolled her eyes and slapped his head. Let's talk. This is for the happiness of all humanity. Hurry up if you're going, let's go. 2 minutes later, Bai Hao stood in the bathroom, Chin Fu outside the door, their hands linked through the gap. The scene was unbearably awkward. Chin Fu, this is really inconvenient for me. Take it or leave it. If you're not going, I'll drag you back to bed. No? Fine, just come in here for a second. Chin Fu laughed. Come in. Might as well just take care of it for you, huh? Sure my ass. A minute later, Bai Hao barely finished. Hey, you should come in after all. Bai Hao said awkwardly. What for? Aren't you done? Chin Fu was getting impatient. It was already 1:30 in the morning, and she was sleepy. I got pee on my hand. Chin Fu. They both lay back in bed. Night deepened, and Chin Fu was finally ready to sleep. Just as she was drifting off, she felt Bai Hao beside her, about to turn over. What is it? Why aren't you sleeping? I can't lie flat all night. It's uncomfortable. So much trouble. If you move, I can't hold your hand. Chin Fu complained. Do you really have to hold hands all night? We'll just separate once we fall asleep. Exactly. Chin Fu suddenly realized something. What if they accidentally let go while sleeping? Then her 800 points would be wasted. No, I need a plan, she mused. Maybe we could use tape to bind them. Huh? Tapey. Bai Hao overheard her muttering and looked at her in surprise. Isn't that a bit over the top? Since when are you so clingy? Let's talk. Chin Fu instinctively opened the system mall. Since there was no tape in her room, she decided to buy a roll from the system supermarket. Tape 0.01 points. Whoa, cheap. Purchase. Sorry, your point balance is 0. Unable to purchase. Please try again later. Damn. Chin Fu suddenly remembered that she had spent all her points on the hangover relief lotion, leaving her unable to afford even 0.01 points. Truly, a single cent can stump a sweet girl. Chin Fu sighed inwardly. No choice, I need to find something in this room that can replace tape. She sat up abruptly, startling Bai Hao. She scanned the room, and by the dim light of the street lamp, her gaze fell under the pillow. Under the pillow? Yes. Chin Fu's bed was a tatami style with 3 large drawers beneath it. She pulled Bai Hao off the bed, crouched down, and opened a drawer. After rummaging for a while, she pulled out a pink skin-friendly rope with a special texture from the very back. Still here. Bai Hao squinted at the rope. Wait, Chin Fu, where did you get that? Is it for legitimate purposes? Let's talk. It was a prank gift from a high school classmate, nothing like your dirty thoughts. Chun Fu shot him a glare and promptly tied their hands together, even adding an ultimate tight knot. There now, we can't separate. Worry-free. The next day shouts echoed from the living room. Chun Fu, where did you go, Ms.? Shuan stood by the sofa looking at the empty blanket in confusion. Strange, I thought she'd sleep until afternoon, but she's up before 11. Chun Fu groggily opened her eyes hearing her mother's call, and answered casually, "Ah, Mom, I'm in here." Her voice carried from the room. The living room fell silent. Ms. Shujuan, why is Chun Fu's voice coming from her own room? Wait, I told her to sleep on the couch last night. Could those two have had a bit to drink, ended up in the same room, and made things irreversible? Bai Hao was also woken up. He picked up his phone. It was 11:30. Time to get up. Your mom's calling you. Oh. They had completely forgotten their plan to wake up early, and naturally stood up, still holding hands, and pushed open the door to go out. What is it, Mom? Chun Fu was still drowsy. Shuan turned around, and was stunned to see them holding hands. Oh my. What surprised her wasn't the hand-holding, but the pink rope still binding their hands together. Chun Fu. Shujuan's expression was complicated. Well, ahem, young people having some fun I can understand. But, shouldn't you keep it from your mom? Huh. Chun Fu hadn't caught on yet, then followed her mother's gaze to see their hands. Then Chun Fu snapped awake. Damn. Let me out. Han Shuang wailed in agony, collapsing in the woodshed, his voice hoarse from screaming. What's all this noise? Shout again, and it'll cut out your tongue. Ah. Han Shuang trembled, tears streaming down his face. How did this happen? 24 hours earlier, on the morning of May Day, Han Shuang sat on the bus heading back to the village, gazing at the rapidly receding street scenes outside the window, his face unable to conceal his joy. Almost home. A hint of delight spread across his face, as if all the weariness from the long journey had been swept away in an instant. The scenery outside the window was swiftly refreshing itself. Before long, the buildings of the small town gave way to rural ridges and low cottages. No, I need to practice quickly. He turned his gaze back to his reflection in the window. He was repeatedly rehearsing what he would say when he saw his parents. Dad, Mom, I've become a man. As soon as he said it, he shook his head. No, if he said that, even his mother would think him insane and kick him out before his father could react. Then he shifted his approach. Dad, Mom, actually this is a scientific miracle. Then he shook his head again. Even worse, his parents hadn't even finished middle school. How could they possibly understand science? Forget it. Head practice later. He closed his eyes, envisioning the joy on his parents' faces when they saw he had become a boy. So good, I've finally become a man. Once he was a man, his father would no longer call him a worthless girl. Once he became a man, his mother would no longer fret every day about not bearing a son. Once he became a man, his father would stop hitting his mother. And my days are finally going to get better. Han Shuang's mindset had long since shifted. From a few days ago, he no longer saw his gender transformation as an illness. He didn't even want to change back. Now Mom and Dad have both a son and a daughter. He closed his eyes in meditation, and soon the face of his sister Han Lu emerged in his mind. His sister was 7 years old, thin and small, with big eyes and 2 shallow dimples when she smiled. Especially adorable. Little sis, big sister is coming home, but she's become your big brother now. He opened WeChat on his phone, where only 2 voice messages were saved in his favorites. He gently tapped one. Big sister, I miss you so much. Where did you go? Big sister, I saw a huge cake on TV. I've never eaten one. Oh, I really want to taste cake. Han Lu's voice was innocent and sweet, making Han Shuang smile again. Scrolling further, there was a picture. The photo showed an old-fashioned TV with a cartoon playing on the screen. A family sat together with a large birthday cake in the middle. Below the image, there was a line of text. Little brother, this is the birthday cake big sister bought for you. Han Shuang stared at the line, lost in thought. The 16th day of the 4th lunar month, May 2nd on the solar calendar. That's tomorrow, my sister's birthday. And my little sister, little Han Lu, will finally get to eat a small cake. He glanced at the birthday cake, placed by his right hand, identical to the one in the picture, his heart full of anticipation. What will my sister's reaction be when she sees this cake? We're here. The driver's shout snapped Han Shuang out of his thoughts. He quickly got off the bus. In the countryside, the weather was neither hot nor cold, and tender green sprouts were just emerging from the fields on either side of the dirt road. He carefully carried the cream cake he had bought for his sister, heading home. As he passed the village's only small shop, he noticed the refrigerator placed outside. Wait, Han Shuang halted. Today isn't my sister's birthday yet. If she sees the cake now, it won't be a birthday surprise anymore. With that thought, he stepped into the shop. It was a typical rural store stocked only with basic necessities. He greeted Aunt Xia, who stood inside. Auntie, could I leave this cake in your fridge for one night? They'll pick it up tomorrow. Aunt Xia was counting money behind the counter. She looked up and saw a handsome young man, her face instantly lighting up with a broad smile. Oh, my young man, sure, go ahead and put it in. She glanced at the cake, didn't even ask whose child he was, and cheerfully took it. Thank you, Aunt Xia. Han Shuang quickly expressed his gratitude and dashed out of the shop. At that moment, his heart swelled with unprecedented anticipation. He thought tomorrow he would bring his sister here, secretly take out the cake, and when little Han Lu saw it, she would surely leap with joy. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with eagerness. As he stepped out of the shop, he saw a group of women gathered at the entrance cracking sunflower seeds and gossiping. Hey, did you hear? That wife of old Hans Dazhuang ran off with someone a few days ago. Really? With who? I'm not sure, but I heard it was with a truck driver from town. That Han boy has been green-faced drinking at home every day. Han Shuang's steps came to an abrupt halt. What are they talking about? A rush of hot blood surged to Han Shuang's head, his face turning crimson. These gossiping old hags are so annoying. He thought to himself his mother might be timid and ignorant, but she didn't deserve to be the subject of such slander. He clenched his fists and stepped forward. Aunties, isn't it wrong to talk about people behind their backs like this? Huh. A plump woman looked him up and down, not recognizing him. Whose kid are you? You sure meddle a lot. What does it matter who I am? Spreading rumors is just wrong. Hey kid, you look good, but you talk nonsense. Where are we spreading rumors? That Han boy admitted it himself, the whole village knows. Could it be false? What? Han Shuang was furious. He wanted to argue further, but held himself back. Forget it, arguing with you is pointless. The innocent are clear at heart. With that, he strode away, heading toward his home, which was just a few dozen meters off. Hey, that kid. The plump woman looked taken aback, then turned to the woman beside her. Who is he? Could he be the new son-in-law of the Han family? Meanwhile, in the yard of Han Shuang's home, a small table was set up. His father was drinking with Uncle Fong, the blacksmith from the neighboring village, both of them flushed red. On the table were various dishes and drinks along with a stack of red banknotes. Uncle Fong raised his glass. Old Han, not bad at all. I envy you for negotiating such a high price. Han Dazhuang chuckled, clinking glasses with Uncle Fong. He got a real bargain. Let me tell you, if it weren't for you as the middleman, I wouldn't have sold it for that price. Han Shuang walked a bit further before reaching the gate of his own yard. He looked inside. Still the familiar small yard, the low cottage. And then he saw two strangers. At that moment, Han Dazhuang also noticed the man standing at the gate, who appeared handsome and imposing. Han Dazhuang furrowed his brow and addressed Han Shuang, who was walking in step by step. Who are you? Looking for someone? Han Shuang felt a knot of tension. He looked at his father and the man beside him, and in an instant all the lines he had practiced on the bus vanished from his mind. Dad, it's me. In the end, he only managed to utter 3 words. Huh, Dad. Han Dazhuang let out a laugh, his face full of disbelief. Kid, are you crazy? Everyone in the village knows I, Han Dazhuang, don't have a son. Coming to my house to claim me as your dad. Are you mocking me? Dad, I am Han Shuang. Han Shuang. Han Dazhuang was stunned. Blacksmith Fong also sized up Han Shuang, his eyes filled with an expression of utter disbelief. Old Han, is this Han Shuang? Huh, is this really Han Shuang? Blacksmith Fong was equally perplexed, his face a mask of incredulity. Bullshit. Han Dazhuang flew into a rage. Do you think I don't know whether I have a son, old Fong? He then turned to Han Shuang. Who the hell are you? Dad, it's really me. I am Han Shuang. Nonsense. Han Dazhuang suddenly stood up, pointing at Han Shuang. Stop spouting bullshit here. I know my own daughter, don't I? Seeing this, Han Shuang hurriedly explained. Dad, your name is Han Dazhuang, my mom is Chi Guimei, and I have a younger sister named Han Lu, right? Han Shuang said anxiously. Han Dazhuang stood frozen, looking at the man before him, then glancing at Blacksmith Fong beside him. Dad, once you were hospitalized when I was in high school. I took care of you for 3 months. Later the teacher got angry and came to the hospital looking for you. Is that right? Well, Han Dazhuang hesitated. That's not right. Half the village knows about those things. Where did you hear them? Dad, your bank card password is 565,854. Your passbook password is 984,155. Our annual farming subsidy is 2,570 yuan, and I withdraw it every December. Is that right? Han Dazhuang was completely stunned. This time he believed it entirely. His bank card password was known only to himself and his daughter Han Shuang. Could it be? This man before him was truly his daughter Han Shuang. Daddy, don't argue. At that moment, a small figure ran out of the house. It was Han Lu. Little sister. Seeing Han Lu, Han Shuang's face instantly lit up with joy. She instinctively rushed to embrace her, but little Han Lu dodged away. Little Han Lu stepped back, a hint of childish wariness in her eyes. Big brother, who are you? Seeing this, Blacksmith Fong quickly stood up, thinking he shouldn't watch this drama any longer. Old Han, look at your family. This is your family affair, right? He'll be off then. We'll talk business another time. With that, he headed for the door, casually grabbing the 10,000 yuan from the table. Hey, why are you leaving? It wasn't until old Fong reached the door that Han Dazhuang reacted. And why did you take the money? Hearing this, Blacksmith Fong turned around. Old Han, I don't even know what to say. Your daughter turning into a son. Now that's something new. He then left with a laugh. Hey, don't go. Han Dazhuang called out anxiously toward the door. Finish talking about this first, we still. Damn it. Don't you dare go around spreading this. Hey, wait. Before Han Dazhuang could finish, old Fong was already speeding away on his motorcycle. Han Dazhuang stood frozen. Dad, do you acknowledge me now? Han Shuang said softly, looking at his father, a glimmer of hope in his heart. Bang! Han Dazhuang slammed the table, glaring at Han Shuang. You've turned into this, and you still come back. To make the whole village laugh at us. Han Shuang was utterly stunned. What's going on? Dad, aren't you happy? He looked blankly at Han Dazhuang, whose eyes were blazing with fury. That look, Han Shuang knew it all too well. It was the look of a father just before he struck someone. Little Han Lu immediately burst into loud sobs. Get lost. Go to your room. Stop bothering me. Han Dazhuang bellowed. Han Shuang was speechless for a long time. He watched little Han Lu stumble back into the house, frightened by her father, and didn't know whether to chase after her or do something else. Wait. What's going on? Why is this happening? Why isn't Dad happy? Didn't he want a son? Hadn't he always dreamed of having a son? Now that he had become a son, why was he still acting like this? Damn it. All of you are useless. What good is a nest of hens? All useless. Dad shoved the table to the ground, sending plates and chopsticks scattering everywhere. Hens. Ever since he could remember, the worst thing his father ever called his mother was a hen that couldn't lay a male egg. But were he, his mother, and his sister all just hens? Maybe they were before, but now he wasn't. Why did his father still call him a hen? I thought. You be happy. Happy my ass. Han Dazhuang was even angrier. He kicked Han Shuang, sending him stumbling back several steps before he crashed heavily to the ground. Dad, if this gets out, the villagers will say our family is cursed, tainted by evil. How am I supposed to hold my head up in this village? Han Dazhuang shouted as he walked toward Han Shuang, who was still on the ground. Get up. Get inside now. Stop embarrassing me out here. He yanked Han Shuang up and dragged him inside before he could even steady himself. Creepy. Damn creepy. Han Dazhuang lit a cigarette in frustration, glaring at Han Shuang, who had just picked himself up from the floor by the door. Dad. Han Shuang looked into his father's eyes. Don't call me Dad. Han Dazhuang shot him a look and pointed toward the com. Go. Wash those clothes. Clothes, eh? Han Shuang followed his father's finger to a pile of clothes stacked on the com. There were shirts, pants, underwear, socks. A huge pile of everything imaginable. Wait. Why were there so many clothes here? Wasn't this his mother's job? Had she not done the laundry these past few days? Or... He thought of another possibility, but quickly shook his head. He hurriedly looked at his father, who was smoking. Dad, where's Mom? Han Shuang looked around the room. There was no sign of his mother. Not only that, but the wedding photo of his parents that had always hung above the doorframe was gone. Han Dazhuang's face changed. He angrily threw his cigarette, but to the ground. Ran away. Ran off with someone. Ran off with someone. Han Shuang was stunned. He hadn't expected the rumor he'd heard at the village entrance to be true. Impossible. It's impossible. Mom isn't that kind of person. Han Shuang shouted. Han Dazhuang slapped him across the face. Fuck your mother. I said she ran off, so she ran off. Stop your fucking yapping. Han Shuang staggered from the blow. Dad, Mom was so loyal and honest. How could she run off with someone? Where did she go? Tell me. Where did she go? Han Shuang was getting frantic. Little Han Lu beside him cried, even louder. Mommy, I want Mommy. Hearing this only infuriated Han Dazhuang more. He grabbed a stick and swung it at Han Shuang. Fuck. They'll beat you to death. Dad? Stop hitting. Dad. Little Han Lu sobbed, trying to block her father. You get out too. Han Dazhuang kicked little Han Lu to the side. He stood up and said to Han Shuang, go wash the clothes right now. Your dad is in the middle of a business deal. If it falls through, he'll come back to settle the score with you. With that, he picked up Han Lu and walked out of the house. Dad. Han Shuang watched his father's retreating figure, and little Han Lu wailing in his arms, momentarily at a loss for words. He stared at the pile of clothes, unable to speak for a long time. That evening, Han Shuang stayed alone in the west room, which his father had turned into a storage closet. Now he was squeezed in with a heap of junk. The signal in the mountains was poured. It took him a while to scroll through his feed until he saw a post from Bai Hao. On the first day of the holiday, I held her hand and climbed the mountain. He tapped the image below. It was a photo of Bai Hao and Chen Fu holding hands, looking deeply in love. Sister. Soon after, the door creaked open and little Han Lu snuck in with a pillow. She approached Han Shuang, looking up at him with innocent eyes. Are you really my sister? Han Shuang nodded quickly, pulling Han Lu into a tight embrace as tears streamed down his face. Han Lu nestled into his arms, her face full of grievance. Sister, I missed you so much. Dad said you went to study in the city and wouldn't come back. Han Shuang smiled. Lu, you're so silly to believe that. See, your sister is back now. But it seems like my sister has changed her skin. Han Lu asked innocently. Skin? Han Shuang was amused by the phrase. He hugged little Han Lu tighter and smiled at her. Sis, do you know what day tomorrow is? Tomorrow? I don't know. Dad said tomorrow is a day to make money. Han Lu said, staring at Han Shuang with wide, innocent eyes. No, tomorrow is your birthday. Birthday? Han Lu's eyes lit up instantly. Is it the birthday when my sister used to buy me snacks? Han Shuang nodded. Your sister has prepared a gift for you. They'll give it to you tomorrow morning. Really? Really? Your sister keeps her word. But I want it now. No birthday gifts can only be received on your birthday. Oh, then I need to sleep quickly so tomorrow comes sooner. With that, Han Lu crawled into Han Shuang's bed. Today I want to sleep with my sister. Han Shuang lay down, as well closing her eyes in contentment. The first day of the holiday had ended. Just after dawn, Han Shuang was yanked out of bed by Han Dazhuang. Get up. Where are we going? Startled, Han Shuang glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only a little past 6 in the morning. Stop talking and come with me. Let me get dressed. Han Shuang quickly threw on a pajama top and instinctively reached for his phone on the bedside table. With a clatter, Han Dazhuang slapped the phone out of his hand, sending it to the floor. What do you need that for? Hurry up, Han Dazhuang said gruffly, then turned his gaze to the phone. It was a brand new device with an orange-yellow exterior and a sleek design exactly like the phones had seen in ads on a short video platform. Well, so you have a phone like this. Han Dazhuang snatched it up. We're eating chaff and swallowing vegetables at home while you're out using such a nice phone. I asked you how much you made from your part-time job and told you to send some home. What did you say? You said you didn't earn much. Now explain this. Dad, it's not what you think. Before he could finish, little Han Lu was woken up by the noise from under the covers. She trembled, not daring to make a sound. Come on, follow me. Han Dazhuang stuffed the phone into his pocket and dragged Han Shuang toward the back of the house. Dad, what are you doing? Shut up. Han Dazhuang was immensely strong. No matter how much Han Shuang struggled, it was futile. Finally, Han Dazhuang hauled Han Shuang all the way to the woodshed in the corner of the yard, shoved him inside, and locked the door from the outside. If you stay in the house, you might run away. Han Shuang, am giving you 3 days to turn back into a girl, or I'll starve you to death. Do you hear me? That I can't change back. Bullshit. I've already consulted a great sage, and he said you can change back on your own. If you still acknowledge me as your father, change this instant. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting rough. With that, Han Dazhuang turned and left. What? Han Shuang pounded on the door. What are you going to do? I can't change back. Let me out, he shouted. But no matter how loudly he yelled, no one paid him any attention. Half an hour later, exhausted, he slumped to the ground of the woodshed. It was dark and damp inside, filled with neatly chopped firewood. He looked at the wood. He and his mother had split it together during winter break. Now his mother was nowhere to be found. Time ticked by and Han Shuang's heart was a tangled mess. How could this be? Not only was his father not happy that he had turned into a boy, but he had also locked him in the woodshed, demanding he change back into a girl. How was that even possible? He thought of his little sister again. Today was her birthday, and he hadn't even picked up her birthday cake. She must be so disappointed. Han Shuang peered through a crack in the woodshed. Through the window opposite, he could see 2 figures. It was blacksmith Fong sitting across from his father, as usual, drinking. So, any progress? Fong asked anxiously, taking a sip. Old Fong, don't worry. When have I ever messed things up? Han Dazhuang thumped his chest. I'm making him change on his own right now. If he can't, he'll find a Taoist priest to drive the male ghost out of his body. You can rest easy. Alright, I'll stall for a few more days. Fong said. Good. Old Fong, once he changes back, come pick up the goods immediately. The girl has had a few sexual encounters before, so she's about 90% new. When the time comes, put in a good word for me. Say it's only been once. Fine, that's easy to arrange. They'll give you a 10,000 deposit now. Once your Han Shuang turns back into a girl and is ready to be sold, they'll give you the other 19,000. Deal. Han Dazhuang agreed readily, quickly pocketing the 10,000. Han Shuang stared at the stack of bills, his pupils dilating in shock. Now he understood why his father had called him and insisted he come back immediately. Why the uncle yesterday had seemed so strange, leaving with 10,000 yuan. Why his father was so desperate for him to turn back into a girl. So he had been sold. By noon, the sun had climbed higher, and the woodshed grew increasingly stifling. Han Shuang's back was drenched, sweat streaming uncontrollably. So thirsty. He slumped to the ground, his face pale and grim. He peered through the cracks into the house. No one was there. Where's Han Lu? Why isn't she here either? He stood up, walked to the door of the woodshed, and pushed hard, but it wouldn't budge. What do I do? He felt as though he had truly become the monster his father spoke of, sealed within this concrete room like a barrier. I can't get out, I just can't get out. So thirsty. Han Shuang was utterly despairing. Is anyone there? Save me. He shouted with all his might, but his parched throat made each cry weaker than the last. The yard was eerily silent. Where had they all gone? Why had everyone left? Han Shuang sank back to the ground. The woodshed grew hotter, and his mind felt increasingly heavy. Save me. Time slipped by and the sun began its descent westward. Han Shuang could no longer shout. He just lay there. Han Lu, little sister. He murmured, the world before him blurring. He thought of the cake. It was his sister's birthday today, she must be waiting for her sister to bring the cake. But she was trapped. Where had his sister gone? Why hadn't she come looking for him? Darkness fell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of a 3-wheeled cart jolted Han Shuang awake. Dad, you said you'd take me to Mom, but where is she? Boo-hoo. It was the cart and Han Lu's sobs. Han Dazhuang slapped her. Stop crying. Shut it. They're back. Han Shuang struggled to his feet and peered through the crack in the door. He couldn't see the front yard, only heard Han Dazhuang dragging Han Lu inside, then the door slamming shut. Let me out. Let me out. I need water. Han Shuang pounded on the iron door with all his remaining strength, screaming hoarsely. But no one answered. Heh. Han Shuang suddenly laughed. He collapsed to the ground utterly defeated. His stomach churned with a hollow rumble. He was starving. Tears fell one by one, and he had never felt such sorrow. How did it come to this? How? He recalled his fantasies of returning from the city to a family reunion, of becoming a son, so his father would treat him better. He dreamed of a harmonious home, of supporting his mother and sister. But what was the reality? His mother had inexplicably run away. And that beast Han Dezhuang had locked him in the woodshed, forcing him to turn back into a girl, so he could sell him off. Han Shuang, are you that foolish? He covered his face, grief-stricken. Did you really think becoming a son would make things better? How naive. A living person only worth 200,000, and he says it's a high price, huh? Han Shuang muttered to himself, almost finding it funny. He looked through the crack. The sky outside was completely dark. There's no way I can turn back into a girl. What do I do? What do I do? Slap, slap, slap. The sound of slippers shuffling approached from outside the door. Han Shuang tensed instantly and sat up. Han Shuang, why are you so quiet? Han Dazwang's voice rang out. He was shining a flashlight inside the harsh white light, stinging Han Shuang's eyes. Have you changed back yet? He squinted, pretending not to see clearly, and frowned. Why aren't you talking? He unlocked the door, then quickly closed it again. Han Shuang turned his head away, refusing to look at Han Dazhuang. I'm asking you. Are you deaf? Han Dazhuang kicked Han Shuang hard. Han Shuang grunted, but said nothing. Damn it. Han Dazhuang crouched down, grabbed Han Shuang by the hair, and yanked him up. He shone the flashlight on his face, scrutinizing him closely. What he saw was still the familiar masculine face. Fucking hell. Han Dazhuang slapped him hard. I told you to change back. Can't you understand, you bastard? The blow sent Han Shuang crashing to the ground, his head striking a stone and drawing blood. He struggled to sit up, glaring fiercely at Han Dazhuang. Han Dazhuang, you bastard. Han Dazhuang froze. What? What did you say? Han Dazhuang. You bastard. Han Shuang screamed at the top of his lungs. You little brat, have you lost your mind? How dare you curse your own father? He'll beat you to death. With that, Han Dazhuang rained down punches on Han Shuang. After a couple of blows, Han Shuang managed to scramble away. You dare dodge. 200,000, right? Han Shuang got up, glaring venomously at Han Dazhuang. Blacksmith Fong gave you 200,000 to sell me off. You're so eager for me to change back, because of that, aren't you? Han Dazwang's face twisted. You eavesdropped on me. Han Shuang laughed, looking at the man he had called dad for 19 years. Recalling everything he had been through, he felt nauseated. Han Shuang, you. Seeing his expression, Han Dazhuang suddenly forced a smile. He took a step closer, baring his teeth. Daughter, dad is doing this for your own good. Han Shuang laughed bitterly. Ha, for my own good. Look, the family blacksmith Fong found for you raises sheep. They're rich. They have several courtyards. Once you marry into them, you'll eat well and live a life of luxury with endless happiness. All you have to do is change back. Fuck you. Han Shuang screamed at Han Dazhuang, tears streaming down his face. Han Dazwang's smile froze. What? You? What did you say? Han Shuang stared at him and repeated word by word, I said fuck you. Han Dazhuang looked incredulous. What was going on today? How dared Han Shuang curse him so harshly? In all these years, Han Shuang had never cursed him. Even when he hit her, yelled at her, she only cried, never swore. But today? Say that again. Fuck you. Han Shuang repeated it 3 or 4 times. Han Dazwang's face darkened completely. You've gone too far. He kicked Han Shuang to the ground, straddled him, and rained down punches like hailstones. He'll teach you to curse. He'll teach you to curse. Han Shuang curled up, shielding his head, silent. Fine, you want to be tough? Stay here then. You're not coming out until you change back. He left the woodshed, locked the door, and his footsteps faded into the distance. The woodshed had turned from sweltering heat to sheer cold in the dead of night. Han Shuang lay slumped on the ground, sobbing. Sister. A timid voice came from outside the door. Han Shuang jolted awake. It was her little sister. Little sister. Han Shuang tried to get up, but the moment she moved, a searing pain tore through her body, as if her wounds had been ripped open again, forcing a stifled groan from her lips. Little sister, she murmured, struggling for a long while before finally managing to rise. At the door, Han Lu stood on a stool, peering through the small opening of the woodshed. Little Han Lu. Han Shuang reached out a trembling hand and grasped Han Lu's tiny fingers. Sister, you're bleeding. Through the gap, bathed in moonlight, Han Lu could see the fresh scar etched across her sister's once beautiful face. It's nothing. Han Shuang shook her head, looking through the crack at Han Lu. Why are you out here? Sister, I can't sleep. Han Lu whispered. I wanted to go find someone to help you, but Dad has locked the whole yard. I can't get out. Guilt filled Han Lu's eyes. Han Shuang gazed at her sister's tear-streaked face, her heart aching. I'm sorry, sister. Han Lu's tears grew larger. I searched for so long, but I couldn't find the key to the woodshed. It's okay, it's okay. Sister doesn't blame you. Not at all. Han Shuang's voice choked with emotion as she tightly clutched Han Lu's hand, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, as if a thought struck her, she asked, Lu, where did Dad take you today? Han Lu looked up at her. Today I went to the county with Dad. To the county? Han Shuang grew alert. What for? To meet someone. Dad talked to a man and told me to wait nearby. Han Lu thought for a moment. That man said he would give Dad money, and then Dad just kept smiling. Han Lu recalled. I didn't understand what they were saying. Something about selling something. A chill ran through Han Shuang upon hearing this. Selling something. What could it be? What else could it be? Herself, of course. She was being kept like livestock in this woodshed priced at 20,000. And Han Dazhuang was naively waiting for her to submit, and obey waiting for her to change, so he could sell her off. Sister, what's wrong? Han Lu asked, seeing Han Shuang's silence. Nothing, Lu. Han Shuang let out a bitter laugh, gripping Han Lu's hand tightly, her gaze burning. You must remember what I'm about to say. What? When you grow up, find a way to leave this home. Han Shuang looked at her sister with a heavy heart, unsure if she would understand. Go as far away as you can and never come back. Han Lu said nothing, staring blankly at her sister's bruised face. Sister, why? She asked, as if not fully comprehending. Han Shuang wanted to speak, but her throat tightened and no words came out. What could she say? She wanted to say that her sister might not live to see her grow up. She wanted to say that if she were sold to that family with the sheep, she might never see her again. She wanted to say that this home was a pit of fire and she should run far away. She wanted to say that when she grew up she might be sold too. Should she say all this? She shook her head. She couldn't. Han Lu was only 7 or 8. She wouldn't understand. And even if she did, there was little she could change. It's nothing. Han Shuang changed the subject. Just make sure you study as much as you can. Okay. Han Lu nodded, half understanding. Sister. Han Lu suddenly remembered something and pulled 2 items from her pocket, slipping them through the crack in the door. Sister, these are for you. Moi. Han Shuang looked at Han Lu's small hands, which held a bag of milk and a bread roll. Did you eat yours? She asked. Yes, Han Lu nodded quickly. Dad bought them in town today, one for each of us to keep up our strength. I've already had mine. These are for you. You've already eaten. Han Shuang took the items, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Had she really eaten? How could that be? And that beast, would he really have bought her a portion too? Han Shuang let out a bitter laugh. In the end, she accepted the milk and bread. She was too hungry. She wanted to refuse to save it for her sister, but the hunger was unbearable. She took a bite of the bread. It was good, dry but truly delicious. Then she drank some milk. It was sweet. Tears streamed down Han Shuang's face uncontrollably as she ate, and wept, her tears falling onto the bread before she swallowed it down. Sister, what's wrong? Han Lu grew anxious, seeing her sister trembling with sobs inside. Is it not good, eh? Han Shuang shook her head, her mouth full of bread, unable to speak. She leaned against the small window, clutching the bag of bread and milk, weeping uncontrollably. The weather in May was like this, scorching during the day and unbearably cold at night. That night there was no moon, and an occasional gust of wind made them both shiver. Lu, she wiped her face. When did Mom leave? Mom. At the mention of their mother, Han Lu's face crumpled with grievance. Dad said it was all my fault. Your fault. That day Dad had too much to drink and argued with Mom. Then they. Han Lu. Where the hell are you sneaking off to in the middle of the night? Han Dazhuang's voice suddenly boomed from inside the house, followed by footsteps. Han Lu jumped in fright. Dad, I'm just going to the bathroom. He'll be right back, she shouted, cutting off her story. Sister, I have to go or Dad will hit me, she whispered fearfully. He'll come back tomorrow morning and bring you more food. Go quickly, Han Shuang urged. Goodbye, sister. He'll find a way to save you. Han Lu's eyes sparkled with determination. Then she jumped down, grabbed the stool, and ran back inside. Han Shuang leaned against the door, listening to the fading footsteps until silence returned. The woodshed was pitch black. She looked down at the milk bag in her hand. It was empty. She crushed it in her palm, the plastic crackling under the pressure. Damn it. Don't you dare go out again, you hear me? Han Lu, be good. You must be good. Han Dazhuang's voice echoed from the front yard. At the sound of that familiar voice, she couldn't help but tremble. Be good. You must be good. How familiar those words were. She remembered that dark night a year ago, the day her college admission results came out. She had stayed behind to use the computer while her mother and sister went to their grandparents' house. She had gone to find Han Dazhuang overjoyed, only to find him drunk and reveling. Dad, I got in. I got into Zhanghe University. Han Shuang exclaimed, waiting for her father's praise. But the praise never came. Instead, a bottle came flying toward her. Smash. Clatter. The bottle shattered on the ground. Got in. What's the use of that? You're not a son. You can't carry on the family line. Han Dazhuang muttered drunkenly. Dad, I won't cost you anything. He'll work and pay for my own studies. Bullshit. Who's going to do the chores around here? You expect me to? Han Dazhuang roared angrily. Dad, but I really want to go to university. Han Shuang was heartbroken, tears swirling in her eyes, but she dared not let them fall, fearing it would only anger him further. University? You want to go to university? What good is wanting? I want a son, and you can't do anything about that, can you? He lifted his gaze to look at her. Han Shuang was speechless. That woman of yours only in her 40s, and she's already hit menopause. What a damn curse. He slammed the table. How am I supposed to have a son now? Han Shuang lowered her head. She truly had no answer. Menopause. Where the hell am I supposed to find another woman to bear me a son? He fumed, his eyes then settling on Han Shuang. Huh. It seemed an idea had struck him. He began to look her up and down, and soon a brilliant plan emerged. Han Shuang, it seems there might be a way for me to have a son after all, he muttered to himself. A flash of delight lit up his eyes. How about this? You want to go to university, right? Let's make a deal. If you agree, I'll let you go. Otherwise, there's no way. Outside rain began to fall, its sound soon growing louder. Han Shuang cried for a long time before looking out at the rain. The thunder seemed to drown out the rain's roar. Finally, she lowered her head, sobbing. Dad, I agree. That night the rain came down in torrents. At her parents' home, Han Shuang's mother was holding little Han Lu and weeping. Han Shuang's grandfather frowned. What's the use of crying? A married daughter is like spilled water. Go back home tomorrow. Don't let the neighbors laugh at us. Dad, but I really can't live with Han Dazhuang anymore. Your child is this old. Are you going to get a divorce? Listen to me. As soon as the rain stops tomorrow, go back home and carry on with your life. If you want to stay here, there's no way. Otherwise, I'll kick you out right now. Han Shuang's mother said nothing. Her father looked at her. Well, go home. Do you agree or not? Han Shuang's mother wept, holding Han Lu in her arms. She looked out at the rain, and soon she too heard the thunderclap. She lowered her head, sobbing. Dad, I agree. In the end that night, Han Dazhuang merely patted Han Shuang's tear-streaked face and smiled. That day Han Dazhuang had used the same tone, saying those same words to Han Shuang. Han Shuang, be good. At high noon, the courtyard was brimming with joy, adorned with flowers and bustling with a crowd. Han Dazhuang stood in front of the stage and looked around. It seemed the entire village had come today, and even the village head and the town mayor had arrived to congratulate him, an ordinary villager. Congratulations. Congratulations. The mayor walked up to Han Dazhuang and bowed to him. Welcome, Mayor. Han Dazhuang was overjoyed and quickly ushered the mayor closer. Han Dazhuang's face was full of disbelief. He had only caused a ruckus in town before and met the mayor once, never expecting that he would take the time to honor him so greatly by attending his daughter's wedding. Fellow villagers, elders, and friends. Today we gather at the Han residence to witness the union of a new couple. A man acting as the master of ceremonies stood on a makeshift platform, hosting with great enthusiasm. Han Shuang's father sat below with the mayor on his left and the village head on his right, his expression brimming with joy. Old Han, you're truly blessed, the village head flattered from the side. You found such a wealthy family for your daughter. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Han Dazhuang patted the village head's shoulder. Once our family is well off, they'll have the mayor promote you. Han Dazhuang chuckled as he watched the scene on stage, then spoke to the village head beside him. The village head was momentarily speechless, choked by the words. Next, let's welcome the groom and bride to make their dazzling entrance. The host announced, loudly gesturing toward the side curtain. Immediately, two figures gracefully ascended the stage. One was Han Shuang, who had transformed back into a woman. She wore a pure white wedding gown, her expression radiant with happiness. The other was a shepherd in his 40s or 50s, also dressed in a suit, but no matter how one looked at it, the attire simply did not suit him. Ms. Han Shuang, do you take this handsome groom beside you to be your lifelong partner? The master of ceremonies asked, handing her the microphone and awaiting her answer. I do, Han Shuang replied with a smile, glancing at the groom and nodding. Mr. Rin Mianshou, do you take this young and beautiful woman beside you to be your wife? The shepherd also grinned, scratching his backside. I do too. As he smiled, his teeth, the color of fresh egg yolk, were exposed. Han Dazhuang watched the couple on stage, unable to contain his joy. Great, a second-hand item sold at such a high price, and the man is even willing to acknowledge me as his father-in-law and hold a wedding. Not bad. The master of ceremonies nodded in satisfaction. All right, next let's invite Han Shuang's parents up to say a few words. Immediately applause erupted from below, as if urging Han Dazhuang to take the stage. A bit embarrassed, Han Dazhuang nonetheless walked up and faced the villagers. The crowd below all fixed their eyes on Han Dazhuang on stage. Fellow villagers, I am Han Shuang's father, and I also served as the matchmaker for my daughter and son-in-law, he said with a smile. Over the years I have devoted myself to raising our Han Shuang, working hard to see her through college. Though it's a credit to our family, it's also inseparable from everyone's daily care for Han Shuang. He deliberately raised his voice as if waiting for applause from below. But the crowd was dead silent. Where is Han Shuang's mother? A voice rang out inappropriately from the audience. Yeah, why haven't we seen Han Shuang's mother? An auntie in her 50s also shouted from below. Han Dazhuang's expression changed instantly. He quickly composed himself. Well, Han Shuang's mother is out of town and won't be back, so ill represent. Who says I haven't returned? An ethereal voice suddenly echoed throughout the courtyard. Before the words faded, the bright sun overhead was instantly replaced by darkness. Then the gentle spring breeze abruptly turned into a howling gale. Within moments, a torrential downpour crashed down upon the entire yard. What's going on? Han Dazhuang was startled. At that moment, everyone in the yard vanished. Han Dazhuang stood rooted to the spot. Why? He quickly turned to look at Han Shuang and the other two. but standing in their places were only 3 paper figures drenched by the rain. What's happening? What's happening? Who's speaking? You. Who are you? Han Dazhuang shouted defiantly at the sky. Then his foot slipped, and he fell heavily to the ground. Han Dazhuang cried out in pain. Han Dazhuang, why did you kill me? What? A plaintive female voice swirled throughout the yard, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact source. Han Dazhuang finally recognized it. It's you. Qi Guimei, it's you. He scrambled under the table, terrified. Why did you kill me? Han Shuang's mother's voice echoed again through the yard. You can't bear a son, and you stopped me from having one. You are a sinner. You deserve to die. Han Dazhuang cried out, clutching his head, too afraid to leave the table. Shall I give you a son? Ha ha ha. The woman laughed loudly. The doctor said just a few days ago that you can only produce daughters. Why do you keep tormenting me? Han Dazhuang was shocked. He then recalled the scene at the hospital on April 27th. Hello, mister. Han, the test results are out. Due to a congenital developmental defect, you are unable to father a son. Sons and daughters are the same. I hope you can change your mindset and accept reality. He remembered everything. He couldn't father a son. Lying under the table, waves of memory seemed to clear his mind. Nonsense. Nonsense. He crawled out from under the table and shouted at the sky. Nonsense. Everything at the hospital is superstition. I've consulted a great sage, and he said I am a man of complete fortune. How could I not father a son? Believe in science. Believe in science. Why can't you face reality? The woman's voice was filled with sorrow and grief. What reality? They'll tell you I found a way to have a son. I saw an ad in the hospital restroom. For just 500,000 they guarantee a son. Scientific surrogacy. Do you understand? He jumped up, pointing at the gradually forming figure of Han Shuang's mother in the sky, and cursing. Is that so? Han Shuang's mother laughed in the sky. Soon her face transformed from its original appearance to one covered in blood. Then the wind around her began to howl as well. Han Dazhuang was terrified by the sight, and quickly ran back. Trying to run. Want a son. Then come down and keep me company. A dream. It was that very dream again. Han Dazhuang sat on the Kong, his face drenched in cold sweat. Why had he been having this same dream for days on end? Damn it. You wretched woman, didn't I burn 5 yuan worth of paper money for you? Why do you still keep haunting me? Han Dazhuang slammed the edge of the Kong fiercely. No, I must find a Taoist priest to deal with this. He glanced at the clock. It was exactly 2 in the morning. He stared blankly, as if recalling the advertisement he had seen in the hospital restroom. 50,000 guaranteed baby boy professional surrogacy team. 20,000, and there's still 30,000 left. What do I do? He pondered, looking deeply troubled. He glanced at Han Lu, who was sleeping soundly beside him. No way. Such a young girl, would anyone want to buy her as a wife? He shook his head. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Los Angeles First People's Hospital on the snack street opposite Old John's Chinese medicine shop, Chen Fu and Bai Hao were leisurely enjoying a freshly prepared bowl of Sichuan-style skewered chicken. They had only taken a few steps when they heard a burst of shouting behind them. Hey, you little rascals. You take the stuff and try to leave without paying, huh? What kind of nonsense is that? An American uncle yelled at Chen Fu and Bai Hao. All right. Chen Fu was quite annoyed by the American uncle's shouting. I just forgot, no need to curse. After paying, she shot the uncle a glare and walked ahead on her own. Bai Hao looked completely bewildered. He tugged at Chen Fu, who was walking in front, his face full of suspicion. Chen Fu, are you sure this is the Los Angeles I wanted to go to? Bai Hao frowned as he looked at the various flamboyant street vendors on Chuanxi Road. Of course, didn't you say you wanted to go to America? Chen Fu replied naturally, then took another bite of the skewered chicken. This is really Los Angeles. It doesn't seem any different from home. Chen Fu ignored him and headed toward a grilled gluten stall. Bai Hao took a step forward and naturally grabbed Chen Fu's hand. So where are we going now? Chen Fu thought for a moment. Let's go to the James Du Fu Thatch Cottage. Damn. 2 days later, back in Zhenghe City. The 5-day holiday was over, and both Chen Fu and Bai Hao returned to Zhenghe City, dragging their weary bodies. These 5 days were amazing. Chen Fu flopped onto the bed, savoring the comfort of her own little bed once more. Bai Hao sat beside her, scrolling through the photos on his phone. There were many pictures of Chen Fu and Bai Hao together. Apply for permission, Bai Hao said to Chen Fu. Moi. Chen Fu didn't open her eyes, drawing out the sound. This one, and these few. I want to post them on Moments. Let me see. Chen Fu reluctantly lifted her eyelids. She looked at Bai Hao's phone. The photos were taken in Chengdu, Yunnan, and Shanghai. You can post them on Moments, but blur my face and swap out the kissing one. After looking, she lazily lay back down, enjoying the big bed. Okay. Bai Hao quickly edited the post and sent it to Moments. Little Master is back. A roar like a dragon's came from downstairs. Everyone come out quick. Daddy brought you good stuff, hey. Lu Ran's voice drifted up from downstairs. Lu Ran. He's pretty early. Chen Fu glanced at her phone. It was only 4 in the afternoon. The 5 of them had originally agreed to meet at the villa at 7 in the evening and have dinner together at 8. She hadn't expected Lu Ran to arrive at 4. She sat up a bit irritably. This was the second time she had been dragged away from her soft, fragrant bed in such a short time. Let's go down and check, Bai Hao said. Once downstairs they saw Lu Ran carrying a mountain of bags drenched in sweat. Brothers, these are all local specialties I brought from home for you. Lu Ran pointed at the piles of bags on the ground. All right, received. Chun Fu waved her hand and instantly stored everything Lu Ran had brought into her system space. Hey, what the hell? It was Lu Ran's first time witnessing Chun Fu's miraculous feat, but he adapted instantly. Received? What did you receive? You've just confiscated my stuff. Cut the chatter, you idiot. Head upstairs. Chun Fu walked ahead. Lu Ran looked at Bai Hao utterly bewildered while Bai Hao wore an expression of complete familiarity. Brother Hao, oh wait, I guess I should call you brother-in-law now. Lu Ran quickly switched his address, pointing at Chun Fu going upstairs. I say brother-in-law, look at how your wife treats your brother here, huh? This is an insult to our brotherhood. Bai Hao looked at Lu Ran, who was wildly exaggerating with a smug expression. Huh? Insult? Exactly. She's practically shitting on your brother's head. Lu Ran slapped his hands together. I'm telling you, if it were me with my hot temper, I'd go up, and wham, slap. 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 3 big slaps. Lu Ran mimed the slapping motion in the air. I gotta teach you, us men, we gotta be tough. Lu Ran's gaze was resolute. Tough? You. Bai Hao laughed, hardly believing what he was hearing. Yeah, tough. If you don't believe me, ask around our alley. I'm famous for being tough. Oh, did you forget about the Zhang Xianxian incident? Bai Hao said calmly. 5 minutes later, Bai Hao and Chun Fu sat on the sofa watching Lu Ran gesture and introduced the large pile of items spread out on the coffee table. Brothers, feast your eyes. This here is soybean milk, made by our mom herself. Delicious and free, I'll let you try it tonight. And this Jean Jude roast duck. Let me tell you, I really splurged this time. These, this and that. That's nearly $500. We'll have it as a dish tonight. They looked at the roast duck. Indeed, the packaging was exquisite, and it looked and smelled delicious. Oh, and this one is for Fatty Wong, Lu Ran said mysteriously, lifting the plastic bag covering it. This is the legendary double pleasure cup with herba sauce. The 2 of them. Huh, herba sauce. This packaging, though it looks like herba sauce on the outside, inside it's a beautiful maiden. Perfectly discreet, just right for my fatty bro. He held the item in his hand, admiring it like a work of art. Hey, is my fatty bro back yet? Lu Ran looked at the 2. Not yet, I think. We didn't hear any noise when we got back, Bai Hao said. What a shame, I wanted him to experience it firsthand. Lu Ran said with regret. This is for Han Shuang. I picked out some badass men's clothes for him. After Han Shuang turned into a guy, he's still wearing his old girl clothes. I can't stand it. Then Lu Ran looked at them again. Hey, why isn't Han Shuang here either? Didn't he say he'd arrive around 5 in the afternoon? Lu Ran checked his phone, a bit puzzled. At that moment, Chun Fu and Bai Hao also frowned. Yes, it was strange. Fatty Wong always got home late after each holiday break, so it was normal for him not to be here yet. But why wasn't Han Shuang here this time? The 3 exchanged glances, a sense of unease creeping over them. Yeah, and Han Shuang hasn't made a peep for days, Lu Ran remarked, setting down his herba sauce chalice and picking up his phone. Maybe we should give Han Shuang a call. Bai Hao suggested. Chun Fu quickly pulled out her phone and found Han Shuang's number in her contacts. She dialed, and the phone rang for a long while. Hello, the subscriber you are dialing is busy, please try again later. Busy. Chun Fu frowned, staring at her phone. Not necessarily. If they hang up, it also says busy, Bai Hao added from the side. Try again. She dialed once more. Hello, the subscriber you are dialing is busy. What's going on? Lu Ran began to grow anxious. If a call went unanswered once, there were normally 2 scenarios for hanging up. The first was that she was about to arrive, stepping through the door any second. The second was that she simply couldn't answer the phone. But after 2 unanswered calls, the first possibility could be ruled out. I have a bad feeling, Lu Ran said, looking at Chun Fu with rising panic. Keep calling. On the 3rd try, the ringtone had barely played when the call finally connected, filling them with relief. Han Shuang, where are you? Chun Fu asked urgently. The sound of mahjong tiles came from the other end, followed by a middle-aged woman's cough. Ahem, who's this? The woman's voice startled them. Who are you? Chun Fu tensed instantly upon hearing an older woman's voice on the line. Who am I? I should be asking you that. The other party grew impatient at being questioned back. Why is this phone with you? Where's Han Shuang? Han Shuang. I don't know anyone by that name. You mean the original owner of this phone? Yes. Chun Fu replied quickly. No idea. I bought this phone secondhand in town today for 2,000 yuan. What? The 3 were stunned. Damn, something's definitely wrong. Chun Fu hung up and began pacing the living room in anxiety, clutching her phone. She recalled the words Han Shuang had said before leaving and her own reaction. Han Shuang had gone home in her male identity. Could it be that her parents refused to accept her as a boy and did something to her? Or something else? Why else would her phone be sold? Chun Fu's sense of dread grew stronger. No, we have to go to her house right now. Chun Fu clenched her fist. Go to her house. But we don't know where she lives, Lu Ran said, his face full of worry. I do, Chen Fu replied, pulling out her phone and opening her QQ photo album. In the album, she found a locked folder named like snow. Thank goodness I didn't delete it, Chen Fu said with relief. This folder contained materials she had gathered while pursuing Han Shuang back when she was still a boy, along with some beautiful photos Han Shuang had posted on social media. Her family is in this village. Chen Fu finally located the specific address. But I don't know which exact house. By how focused? Never mind, let's go now and figure it out when we get there. Huh? Now? There are no more buses. How do we get there? Lu Ran was bewildered. Hold tight, guys. With that, Chen Fu leaped, pulling the other two with her. Seconds later, they appeared on a small hill behind a village. Holy crap, Fu Mei, you're insane. Since when can you teleport? Lu Ran was dumbfounded. Chen Fu smirked. I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve. You'll discover them slowly. She then headed toward the village. It wasn't dark yet, and a group of elderly folks were sitting at the village entrance chatting. Did you hear? Old Han's son Dezhuang has been depressed since his wife ran off, an auntie said. Yeah. I passed by their house the other day and heard him crying, shouting, and smashing bottles in the yard. No idea what's up. Missing his wife, I guess. She ran off with a long-haul truck driver, so of course he's frantic, an old man chuckled. A 70-year-old woman nearby wore a dark expression, clearly embarrassed. Granny Chi, you're related to Guimei. Call her, and tell her to come back. There are 2 kids at home. An auntie teased. The old woman turned away, her face flushing with shame, clearly uncomfortable with the remark. Just then Chen Fu approached, catching snippets of the conversation about Han Shuang's family. She gathered that Chi Guimei wasn't home. Chi Guimei is Han Shuang's mother. Chen Fu whispered to Bai Hao and Lu Ran. You even know that. You did your homework thoroughly when you were chasing her. Lu Ran teased. Keep running your mouth and he'll neuter you. Chen Fu stomped on Lu Ran's foot, making him howl. The noise drew the attention of the elderly group. Seizing the moment, Chen Fu stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Excuse me, elders, can I ask you something? She put on a sweet smile. Do you know where Han Shuang's house is? Han Shuang. The question caught Granny Chi off guard. She scrutinized Chen Fu and the 2 unfamiliar boys behind her, growing wary. Why are you looking for her? Were Han Shuang's high school classmates here to hang out with her? Chen Fu said. Classmates? But Han Shuang hasn't come back this holiday, Granny Chi said curiously. Hasn't come back? Everyone was startled. Elders, what about Han Shuang's mother you were just talking about? Chen Fu asked. Oh, it's like this. An auntie started to explain, but was stopped by Granny Chi. Why are you outsiders asking about this? Granny Chi said. I heard Han Shuang's mother is never home. Chen Fu asked, looking innocent. Oh, well, she went out to work. Granny Chi stammered. Granny Chi thought to herself, family scandals shouldn't be aired. She didn't want to tell strangers, especially Han Shuang's classmates. If word got out that Han Shuang's mother had run off with someone, her grandniece might be mocked at school. Working, Chen Fu pressed. Yes, she's away for a few days, should be back in 2, Granny Chi lied. The others watched silently, not daring to intervene. They didn't want trouble with these unfamiliar faces. Back in 2 days. Great, thanks. Chen Fu quickly expressed gratitude. Just as she turned, she spun back. By the way, where is Han Shuang's house? She asked. After a long pause, Granny Chi pointed up the hill. Over there on the slope, the standalone house, Granny Chi said. With that, Chen Fu led the others away from the village entrance toward the hill. Got a plan? Bai Hao asked. Yes, Chen Fu smirked mischievously. Going straight there might alert them. I have some disguise pills left over. I can pretend to be Han Shuang's mother. She took out a pill. Once I turn into her mom, her dad won't be suspicious. Genius, right? Back at home, Han Shuang's father was holding a wine glass, his right eye twitching. Didn't sleep well last night. In the eastern room, Han Dezhuang was drinking with the blacksmith Fong. Old Han, you've truly turned misfortune into fortune. Fong took a sip of his liquor. Hey, it's just my good luck. Han Dezhuang grinned. I never thought that little girl Han Lu's kidney would match that rich man's. I thought the ages had to be close. It's a pity your little Han Lu didn't make it off the operating table. Otherwise, when she grew up, you could have sold her again. Death is fine. What use is a little girl? After she died, that wealthy family was afraid I'd cause trouble, so they gave me an extra 300,000. Isn't that a good thing? Brother Dezhuang, you've struck it rich. Let me have a taste too. Old Fong took a drink, flashing a mouthful of yellow teeth at Han Dezhuang. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Hey Race, 20,000, take it. Generous. Old Fang's face lit up with joy. Chen Fu, Bai Hao and Lu Ran crouched beneath the window. They had lost their X-ray vision, but just hearing the voices inside sent a chill through their blood. He actually sold his own daughter's organs. Lu Ran's face was filled with disbelief. Han Lu was only 7 or 8 years old. I can't believe she was killed. Chen Fu's expression darkened. I'm going in to beat those bastards to death. Bai Hao moved to rise, but Chen Fu pulled him back. No, you two search the yard. They'll go inside and confront him. Chen Fu said. Be careful. If you can't handle it, teleport back to the village entrance immediately, Bai Hao instructed. All right. The clinking of glasses echoed from inside. Come on, drink up. Chen Fu entered the room, now transformed into Han Shuang's mother. She tried to act naturally, but the loathing and resentment seeping from her very bones were impossible to conceal. Han Dazhuang am back. Chen Fu addressed the man drinking. Han Dazhuang and Fong the blacksmith turned simultaneously. The moment Han Dazhuang saw who it was, he slid to the floor in a heap. Chi Guimei, how the hell are you back? Han Dazhuang's face turned ashen. He floundered on the ground for a long moment before scrambling under the table. Fong the blacksmith was stunned. Old Han, what are you afraid of? That slut ran off with another man and now she's back. Why don't you beat her? He tugged at Han Dazhuang under the table. Chen Fu was equally startled. What was wrong with Han Dazhuang? Was he afraid of his wife? She steadied herself, forcing a natural expression. Why can't I come back? Off. Han Dazhuang screamed in terror, frantically slapping his own face and muttering to himself, nightmare. Wake up, nightmare. Chen Fu found his reaction strange, but she chose to remain calm. She thought this might be a breakthrough. Perhaps she could use the opportunity to extract some information. Nightmare? Ghost? Han Dazhuang wailed. The voice and tone were exactly like Chi Guimei's. Terrified, Han Dazhuang grabbed a bottle and hurled it at Chen Fu. Startled, she instinctively activated her teleportation, vanishing from the floor and reappearing on the Kong. That single teleportation utterly shattered Han Dazhuang's composure. A ghost. It really is a ghost. Old Fong began trembling too. Old Han, what's going on? Guimei, I was wrong. I never meant to kill you. Please spare me. They'll burn paper money for you, I swear. Chen Fu was stunned. What? Han Shuang's mother was killed by Han Dazhuang. No wonder he's so terrified of the woman I've become. She quickly composed herself. Don't blow your cover. Use this moment to ask what you need to know. Why did you harm my daughter? Chen Fu stepped forward, her face fierce. I was wrong. I was wrong, Guimei. He knelt and kowtowed frantically. It was all his idea. He said you wouldn't let me sell Han Shuang, so I killed you. It was all him. Han Dazhuang kowtowed, while pointing at Old Fong beside him. Old Fong was dumbfounded. What are you talking about? How was I supposed to know Chi Guimei was dead? Didn't you tell me to spread the rumor that she ran off with a truck driver? You actually killed Chi Guimei. Old Tian also fell to his knees. Guimei, I never wanted you dead. Think about it. If I told him to kill you, why wouldn't I just have him sell you instead? That wouldn't benefit me at all. You bastard, you sold me out. Han Dazhuang grabbed Old Tian by the collar. Damn you sold me out first. The two instantly began brawling. Enough, Chen Fu shouted, and they froze in terror. Old Fong understood everything now. His first instinct was to flee. Have fun, you two. He bolted for the door. But after just 2 meters, he slammed into thin air and stumbled backward. Then an invisible force pinned him down, his face pressed against the ground in a pathetic heap. Han Dazhuang was scared out of his wits. Guimei, he'll tell you the truth. He'll tell you everything. He kowtowed again, pointing at the pinned Old Fong as he poured out his confession. Guimei, I killed you. It was my fault. In my next life, I'll be your beast of burden to make it up to you. But selling our 2 daughters was never my idea. He found the buyers. He said to sell Han Shuang to the shepherd and Han Lu to the city tycoon. You sold Han Shuang too. Chen Fu seized on the crucial information, clenching her fists as her emotions nearly boiled over. No, not yet. Han Dazhuang quickly denied it. I don't know how, but after Han Shuang came back, she turned into a boy. Then I dropped the idea of selling him. I wanted to find a doctor to cure him. To keep it secret, I hid him in our woodshed. The woodshed, huh? Chen Fu laughed bitterly at his pathetic lie. Hidden in the woodshed. Han Dazhuang continued wailing. And our youngest daughter. I never meant to kill her either. I admit I wanted to sell her kidney, but I never thought she'd die. That shady doctor asked me whether to sell 1 kidney or 2. I figured in for a penny, in for a pound, so I sold both. I never thought Han Lu would die. You beast. Chen Fu's composure shattered. Just then the transformation effect wore off and tears streamed down her face. Finally, she reverted to her original form. Beside her, Lu Ran and the supported Han Shuang had also shed their invisibility cloaks, watching the scene unfold. In Lu Ran's hand, a phone was still recording everything. Bai Hao also removed his cloak, still pinning Old Fong to the ground, immobilizing him. The invisibility cloaks were from one of the 2 gift boxes Chen Fu had exchanged with points during the May Day break. From the 100-point box, she had drawn 5 invisibility cloaks. Han Dazhuang and Old Fong were finally terrified beyond measure. Their eyes rolled back and both fainted. Han Shuang, are you alright? Chen Fu looked at Han Shuang, who seemed almost like a different person, and felt a wave of unreality. How could Han Dazhuang be so cruel? She clenched her fists. Han Shuang was sobbing uncontrollably, murmuring, Mom. Little sister. Chen Fu's eyes narrowed and tears rolled down her cheeks. She made a silent vow. I will make Han Dazhuang suffer beyond imagination. Lu Ran and Bai Hao hurriedly retrieved some discarded hemp ropes from outside and bound the unconscious Han Dazhuang and Fong the blacksmith on the ground. Lu Ran scratched his head in bewilderment as he observed the knots on their restraints. Bai Hao, where the hell did you learn this technique? It's way too professional. Come on, spill it. What's your connection with the BDSM circle, huh? Bai Hao remained calm. Still not quite polished. Ooh, I just learned it during the May Day holiday. Stop your nonsense, both of you. Chen Fu interrupted as she supported the sobbing Han Shuang, trying to console her. Don't cry, Han Shuang. Chen Fu patted Han Shuang's back, attempting to ease her pain. But as soon as Chen Fu touched her, Han Shuang flinched away. What's? Before Chen Fu could finish, she noticed through Han Shuang's torn clothes the bruises, patches of purple and red. Damn it. Chen Fu's anger flared again. Han Shuang, we must take revenge for this. Han Shuang replied, yes, I want him to pay with blood. With tears streaming, she grabbed a pair of scissors from the Kong and charged at the bound men. Chen Fu was startled. She shouted, Bai Hao, stop her. Bai Hao quickly blocked Han Shuang's arm. Stopped. Han Shuang grew even more aggrieved. Trembling, her eyes brimming with tears, she cried, don't stop me. That beast Han Dazhuang. He not only raped me once, but the night before selling off my sister he even. My 7-year-old sister. What? Monster. An absolute monster. Bai Hao was stunned, his face a mask of disbelief. Lu Ran, equally shocked by the revelation, delivered several fierce kicks to Han Dazhuang at his feet. Bastard. They'll kick you to death. Kick you to death. They'll kill this beast with my own hands. Han Shuang stepped forward again. But just as she moved, Chen Fu swiftly snatched the scissors from her grasp. Chen Fu. Han Shuang looked at her in surprise, never expecting her to intervene. Shouldn't he die? No, but stabbing him to death with scissors. Isn't that letting him off too easy? Chen Fu stared at the two on the ground, deep in thought. Then what do you have in mind? Han Shuang asked, puzzled. As for Fong the blacksmith, I'll send him on a trip to Africa later. As for that old beast, I have my own way to deal with him. At the town police station, the group recounted the events. The video Bai Hao had recorded earlier finally proved useful. After the officer on duty watched it, they were all stunned on the spot. Our precinct has never seen such a major case. Murder of a spouse, rape, selling a daughter, illegal organ trade. Each charge was a shocking crime. The officers immediately locked Han Dazhuang in the interrogation room. Please wait. Once Han Dazhuang wakes up, we'll interrogate him through the night, and strive to give you answers soon. Everyone nodded, their faces etched with worry. Only Chen Fu smirked quietly behind them, eyeing the items in her system space, already plotting her next move. Soon Han Dazhuang awoke in the interrogation room. Injustice. Utter injustice. Like snow in June. Like tears in Westlake. Han Dazhuang thrashed and rolled on the floor as soon as he came to his antics, making everyone frown. Watching this, Han Shuang trembled with rage behind the officers. Officer, he. Han Shuang stammered. The more flustered she grew, the less she could speak. In the end, she said nothing, only letting large tears fall. The officers, seeing her wounds, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Officers. I'm innocent. They conspired to frame me. The video is all Photoshop. That person is AI face swapped. Han Dazhuang wailed inside. Outside, Chen Fu was fuming. Damn it, even now he's still putting on an act. What a shameless bastard. She narrowed her eyes and muttered an incantation. Destiny progress bar, activate. Ding. Mission reward for inseparable. Destiny progress bar, starting up, please wait. Note the progress bar can only be used 5 times. Use it wisely. I earned this prize by tying my hand with Bai Hao's for a whole day. Can't waste it. I must maximize its potential. Chen Fu mused. Just then a young officer approached, seemingly noticing the weeping Han Shuang. Miss Hay, race a tissue. The young officer kindly handed her a pack of heartfelt tissues. Thank you. Han Shuang sobbed as she took them. Officer, when will that man inside be executed? Well, the officer pondered. In his case, it's likely the death penalty. But following standard legal procedures, from investigation, prosecution, first trial, second trial, to final review, it'll probably take 1.5 to 2 years. 2 years. Everyone was taken aback. Only Chen Fu paid no attention, her gaze fixed on Han Dazhuang's head. Finally. Ding. Progress bar activated successfully. Host, please use it carefully. Chen Fu saw a progress bar abruptly appear above Han Dazhuang's head in the interrogation room. And on it were the words, Trial Progress, 12-12. Her eyes swept over a slider below the bar, and she chuckled inwardly. Then let me give you an express package. A gleam flashed in Chen Fu's eyes, and she reached out, yanking the progress bar in the air with all her might. Whoosh. In an instant, the bar shot from 12% to 100%. Inside the interrogation room, Han Dazhuang was still shouting wildly, swearing to the heavens. Officer, I swear to you, I'm a law-abiding citizen. If you don't believe me, ask. Ask anyone who doesn't know me. Before he could finish, the door burst open. Chief! Chief! A young officer rushed in, panting, waving something in his hand. What's the rush? The interrogating officer stepped forward. The young officer steadied himself, catching his breath, before handing over the document, his face full of disbelief. Chief! This is huge. The Supreme Court. The Supreme Court just faxed an urgent notice. The interrogating officer was taken aback. Huh? What notice? The Supreme Court. Yes, it says. Approval of the death sentence for Han Dazhuang to be carried out. Tonight. The young officer's voice trembled with incredulity. And the file even includes all his evidence plus evidence from other cases. Huh. What does that mean? Han Dazwang's cries instantly ceased. He was dumbfounded. He had been to the police station before, and each time a tantrum or a threat would get him released after a while. The worst was when he assaulted someone getting a year in prison. Even then it took months to get sentenced. But this? Execution by firing squad. Are you kidding me? The interrogating officer looked at the document, equally shocked. Did you confirm by phone? As he spoke, another young officer ran over his face, also pale with fear. He whispered something to the duty officer, and after hearing it the interrogating officer's hands began to tremble. Then his gaze grew resolute. All right, Officer Zhao, contact the relevant authorities. Take the suspect Han Dazhuang away tonight and execute him. Han Dazhuang cried out, huh? No way. Don't you need to interrogate me? What about due process? Hey. In the dead of night, a glaring searchlight blazed within a certain execution ground. Han Dazhuang, flanked by two bailiffs, was dragged to the center with his legs trembling. Several executioners stood by, their expressions one of bewilderment. First time seeing this. The Supreme Court's death penalty approval came down so urgently they're executing someone even before dawn. Indeed, I had already lain down. A female executioner complained from the side. Next, verify the identity. A uniformed man with an air of righteousness stepped before the already limp Han Dazhuang, glancing at the draft in his hand. Criminal Han Dazhuang, guilty of intentional homicide, rape, and trafficking of women with extremely cruel means, vile circumstances, and severe social impact, is sentenced to death, to be executed immediately upon approval by the Supreme People's Court. On a low rooftop nearby, Chen Fu, Bai Hao Lu Ran, and Han Shuang, cloaked in invisibility garments, watched silently. Huh? Execution by shooting? No. Han Dazhuang struggled violently. I refuse to accept. You're executing me without even a trial. Prepare for execution. At the man's command, two soldiers quickly ran over with rifles raised. Chen Fu watched the scene below with immense delight. First time watching an execution, it's got me a bit nervous. Lu Ran sat on the eaves self-mockingly, then put on an indifferent spectator's expression. Ready. Release the safety. The executioner shouted. No. You can't. Panicking Han Dazhuang yelled, no, you can't execute me. I want to appeal. Appeal. The two soldiers with rifles hesitated, looking uncertainly at the executioner. The executioner's expression stiffened as he quickly waved his hand. Suspend the execution. According to regulations, criminals who have not undergone a second trial are allowed to appeal, said a bespectacled executioner. Han Dazhuang sighed in relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. After a moment, seeing that everyone truly dared not act rashly, he suddenly became cocky. Give me a stool. I need to rest. Han Dazhuang pointed at a young bailiff arrogantly. Damn. The four watched in frustration. Chen Fu. Han Shuang tugged at Chen Fu's sleeve, his expression worried. Chen Fu appeared completely calm. It's fine, watch me. With that, she leaped down onto the execution ground. What are you doing? Bai Hao was startled by her move. Chen Fu turned back with a smile, making an okay gesture. It's fine, just watch my performance. No, I mean there's a ladder over there, why jump? Bai Hao face-bombed. Chen Fu was speechless, turning to approach Han Dazhuang. As she neared him, she saw the judgment progress bar above his head had indeed slipped from 100 back to 20. 20. Nice try at self-rescue. Watch your daddy mess with you. Chen Fu smirked wickedly. She adeptly extended her finger, grabbed the progress bar above his head, and yanked it to the end. 100 okay. She clapped her hands, glanced at the now red progress bar, and returned to the eaves. Fume, what's going on? Lu Ran asked. Wait. Just then a young soldier ran in breathlessly, holding a new document. Sir. What's wrong? The executioner frowned. The higher-ups just sent word that Han Dazhuang's appeal has been rejected. The second instance verdict is out, upholding the original sentence. We're to proceed with the execution. Huh. Everyone present was stunned. The executioner was the most shocked, having experienced too many anomalies tonight. The appeal from filing to rejection took less than 10 seconds. Is this for real? He grabbed the document and read it several times from start to finish. Minutes later, he finally confirmed it. Han Dazhuang looked dazed. What? How? No. The second trial passed in seconds too. Are you kidding me? You're not giving me any process at all. The executioner ignored him, merely waving his hand. Prepare for execution. The two soldiers stepped forward and raised their rifles. No way. Han Dazhuang shouted. I want to appeal. I appeal. A criminal has only one chance to appeal. Once rejected, no further appeal is allowed. Continue with the execution. The executioner said coldly. No. Please. Spare me. I beg you. Han Dazhuang was completely panicked. Ready. Release the safety. The executioner commanded. The two soldiers loaded their rifles and awaited the next order. Fire. Bang. Two gunshots rang out simultaneously, and both bullets pierced Han Dazhuang's chest with precision. His face contorted, eyes filled with terror and reluctance before his body fell heavily to the ground. He died. The scene made the three on the rooftop frown. That's it. Not much to see. Bai Hao said, still unsatisfied. Han Shuang also felt the sight differed from her imagination of an execution, pouting. not as satisfying as stabbing him with scissors. That might be more vengeful. Don't rush. Chen Fu called up to them, smiling even brighter. Dying like this is too easy for him. She narrowed her eyes, then pulled out a regeneration pill the size of a mung bean from her system space. The regeneration pill was one of the treasures Chen Fu had unboxed. 20 pills total. Hey, race one for you first. You're getting off easy. Chen Fu slowly stepped forward. She approached Han Dazwang's corpse, and when no one was looking, slipped the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, and then a miraculous scene unfolded. The bloody hole in Han Dazwang's chest healed at a visible rate, and his complexion returned from pallid to rosy. In less than 3 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up with a swift motion. Holy crap! How? Not dead. He can sit up. The executioner was astonished, staring at Han Dazwang in disbelief. Wait. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just shot? Han Dazwang looked bewildered. Though his body had recovered, the terror of being shot through the brain and the despair of near death were deeply etched into his soul, making him tremble and feel agonized. The entire execution ground fell into dead silence. All the executioners and bailiffs were dumbfounded. A senior officer who had been sitting at the very back stared in disbelief at the scene before him. What's going on? Not dead. And he can still get up. He quickly rose and personally walked to the front of the execution ground. The crowd hastily made way for him. He carefully examined Han Dazwang, who was now bouncing around on the platform, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap. Attention everyone. The target is not dead. Reload and release the safety," the senior officer commanded. Yes, sir. The two soldiers quickly reloaded their rifles. At the officer's order, fire. A gunshot rang out and Han Dazwang fell to the ground once more. Not enough, not enough. Again, Chen Fu flicked another pill into Han Dazwang's mouth. Seconds later, Han Dazwang revived, fully looking around in terror. Don't shoot. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. The crowd exclaimed. How can he still talk? Having experienced death twice, Han Dazwang's pants were already soiled. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed frantically to the soldiers. Please, I beg you. It's too painful. The officer's face grew grim. In his 30 years of military service, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon, nor had he even heard of it. Soldiers, prepare. Again, he commanded sternly. Yes, sir. Another gunshot rang out. Han Dazwang revived once more. Again. Yes, sir. Another shot echoed. And so the cycle continued. Over and over, Han Dazwang was executed 4 times in succession, only to be revived each time by the regenerative pill. The sheer terror of repeatedly experiencing death pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. Please just kill me. I can't take it anymore. Han Dazwang had gone from begging for mercy to begging for death. Unaware of what was happening, he could only kowtow wildly until his forehead turned black. This can't be some kind of demon, can it? The senior officer finally realized, and sweat beaded on his forehead. No, I have to think of something. He immediately shouted into his walkie-talkie, situation change here. The target may not be human. Repeat, the target may not be human. Standard firearms are ineffective. Request heavy fire support. Soon several soldiers ran over carrying grenades and rocket launchers. Throw them. 10 grenades for $6. Let's start with $100 worth. The officer ordered. With a series of explosions, dozens of grenades detonated simultaneously around Han Dazwang, tearing his body into a bloody mess. He let out an agonized scream and collapsed again. Chen Fu pursed her lips and tossed another pill. Han Dazwang reformed amidst the black smoke of the explosions, weeping heart-wrenchingly, "Please let me die. Stop torturing me. Rocket launcher ready." A deafening blast followed. A single rocket reduced Han Dazwang to ashes. Chen Fu snapped her fingers, and a pill flew precisely into the pile of ash. Once again, Han Dazwang appeared completely unharmed. The officer shook his head, his expression turning extremely grave. No wonder the higher-ups were so eager to dispose of him. They wanted us to eliminate a demon. But this demon seems only capable of resurrection with no offensive power. Notify headquarters to dispatch a Type 99, a main battle tank. Within minutes, a formidable tank rolled in, its dark cannon barrel aimed at Han Dazwang, who was now completely mentally broken. Please just give me a quick death. Kill me. Prepare. Fire. A thunderous roar followed. An armor-piercing shell struck, charring even Han Dazwang's bones to black. Hey, race, another one for you to aid your ultimate cultivation. Chen Fu was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. This is your last one, you know. The people on the rooftop were thrilled, with Lu Ran even whistling. Chen Fu could hear them clearly, but the soldiers seemed unable to. The invisibility cloak can also muffle sound. How wonderful. Chen Fu beamed. Watching Han Dazwang rise again from the embers of the bombardment, the officer and all the soldiers felt their worldview shatter completely. What in the hell kind of monster is this? Chen Fu felt the moment was right. She had a sudden inspiration, swallowed a disguised pill she had left over from her trip home during the May Day holiday, and climbed onto the rooftop. By how Lu Ran, lift me up. I need to stand on your shoulders. Chen Fu said. Though puzzled, they complied. Chun Fu stepped onto Lu Ran's shoulder with one foot, and Bai Hao's with the other slowly rising to her full height. Finally, she removed the invisibility cloak. The stealth effect vanished instantly. What is that? A soldier spotted Chun Fu first. Everyone quickly looked toward the rooftop. There, an old man with an immortal aura and flowing white hair appeared out of thin air above the house. Since Lu Ran and Bai Hao were still invisible to the onlookers, Chun Fu seemed to be floating in the sky. All the soldiers were terrified. Dozens of rifles immediately aimed at the old man. What is this? What kind of creature are you? The sight exceeded the senior officer's comprehension, and he shouted nervously. Chun Fu put on a deep and profound act, stroked her beard, and smiled mysteriously. I am the immortal elder Chun Fu. Seeing this demon causing havoc here, I have come to bestow a divine artifact to aid you in vanquishing evil. Immortal. Everyone present stood frozen in place, as if their minds had blue-screened. Holy crap, immortals really exist. The soldiers exchanged glances, then dropped to their knees in droves. Merciful immortal, bless me with promotions and wealth, one soldier shouted from the crowd. Great immortal above, please accept our bow. Bless my family with good health. Another soldier began kowtowing frantically. Rest assured, the Chun Fu version of the immortal nodded with satisfaction. Behold, this is the ultimate demon-subduing treasure I have refined. As she spoke, Chun Fu concentrated her mind. 100 brand new Jiuyang wall-breaking juicers exchanged from the system mall materialized out of thin air and lined up neatly on the execution ground. The sight was spectacular. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of magical artifact was this? Han Dazhuang, kneeling on the ground, saw the 100 juicers and exclaimed, "Huh? What does this mean?" The officer frowned. Though he didn't understand the use of the artifact, the immortal's words must be correct. He waved his hand and gave the final order: men dismember him and juice him. Inside the villa, Lu Ran had just returned from his teleportation and burst into maniacal laughter on the sofa. Damn Fumier, you're absolutely ruthless. A juicer. I admit now 10 of me combined can't match one of you, Chun Fu, the master of mischief. Bai Hao also chuckled along. But seriously, Chun Fu, you used so many new abilities we've never seen before. Lu Ran nodded in agreement. It's mind-blowing. What the hell is the principle behind it? I still can't figure it out. Take your time guessing, Chun Fu said with a satisfied grin. Your daddy here is actually a reincarnated deity. Why don't you kowtow to me? Fuck off, Lu Ran cursed. Then the group dissolved into another round of cheerful laughter. But as the laughter faded, Chun Fu's gaze fell upon Han Shuang. Han Shuang had remained silent all along, sitting motionless, clutching a thick stack of papers he had obtained from the police station from start to finish. It was a detailed dossier from the Supreme Court regarding the case of Han Dazhuang. Chun Fu glanced at the documents. Han Shuang seemed to be staring at an address on one of the pages. Han Shuang. Chun Fu approached him, seeing his face streaked with tears, unsure of what to say. Han Shuang never looked up, just stared blankly at the papers in his hands. Lu Ran and Bai Hao gradually fell silent. They seemed to suddenly realize that although their revenge was complete, those who had been harmed could never be compensated. Han Shuang's fingers trembled and large teardrops fell uncontrollably. A few tears accidentally smudged the handwriting on the paper. Startled, he instinctively reached for his phone to take a picture of the note. But his pocket was empty. The phone was long gone. Han Shuang here. Chun Fu looked at Han Shuang, searched in the system space for a while, and finally pulled out a box. Here, a new phone. She pressed it into his hands. Through his slightly curled bangs, she could see eyes that were already red and swollen. Han Shuang lifted his gaze, meeting Chun Fu's eyes. Chun Fu. He finally spoke, then looked down at the address in his hand, his voice choked with emotion. Can you take me there? Chun Fu looked at him, then at the document in his hand. I want to say goodbye to them one last time. More tears streamed down Han Shuang's face. He struggled to control his emotions, trying to sound natural. All right, let's go now. Chun Fu stood up immediately upon hearing this. Welcome to. Bai Hao rose as well. No. Chun Fu waved her hand. You two stay here. Wang Juji hasn't come back yet. Give him a call first. Then she turned to Han Shuang. Han Shuang, give me the address. Okay. Han Shuang perked up slightly, stood, and handed the note to Chun Fu. Hold tight. The next second they vanished from the living room. When they opened their eyes again, they stood on a barren hillside. Moonlight bathed the sky, illuminating the surroundings with exceptional clarity. This is my family's land, Han Shuang murmured as if lost in memory. Before I went to university, my mother and I used to work the fields together. Chun Fu looked around. It was a patch of land at the foot of the hill, likely reclaimed privately. Now only bare soil lay exposed with no crops planted. This year my mother didn't have time to plant. Han Shuang glanced around again, his voice tinged with melancholy. The May Day holiday is the busiest time for sowing. It's been hot this year. If the seeds had been planted a few days ago, they'd probably be sprouting by now. Chun Fu listened quietly, saying nothing, simply accompanying him in silence. It should be. Just ahead, Han Shuang said. He walked to a tree in the middle of the field and stared at a patch of earth that had been conspicuously turned over. For a long time, he couldn't hold back any longer. His legs gave way, and he fell heavily to his knees. Mom. His voice trembled violently. Lulu. He reached out as if to touch something, but his fingertips met only cold soil. Chen Fu stood behind him, slowly lowering her head. Mom. Little sister. Han Shuang's cries grew more anguished, echoing across the empty hillside, startling a flock of birds into flight. He lay prostrate, his forehead pressed into the dirt, shoulders heaving violently, a heart-wrenching sob long suppressed. After a long while, Han Shuang's sobs gradually subsided into sniffles. Mom, I'm sorry, he choked out. I knew you two had a fight. Han Lu sent me a video, but I always heard you arguing, so I thought it was normal. I never knew it would be this serious. I ignored it. If I had been there that day. He couldn't continue, his voice breaking into fragments. Chen Fu walked over, crouched behind him, and gently placed a hand on his back in silent comfort. Little sister. Little sister. Han Shuang murmured, pulling a piece of cake from his pocket. Little sister, this is the cake big sister owes you. I still haven't wished you a happy birthday. His tears fell in large drops onto the soil, leaving small dark stains. Chen Fu's eyes reddened as well. Watching Han Shuang's back, her heart ached with pity. She pondered for a long moment before making a decision. She touched Han Shuang's shoulder. Han Shuang. He didn't turn around. Chen Fu thought for a moment, and continued, I don't know if this will work. I can only try. Chen Fu then retrieved a regeneration pill from her system space. What's this? Han Shuang finally turned, confusion filling his eyes. A regeneration pill, Chen Fu explained. But they've been dead for a long time. The success rate might be very low. It could easily fail. Chen Fu recalled the item description from the system. The longer the death, the lower the survival probability. Han Shuang froze, his grief instantly replaced by disbelief. But perhaps it might bring them back. Han Shuang looked at Chen Fu, tears streaming down his face, a glimmer of hope finally igniting in his eyes. You? What did you say? He asked, his voice trembling. Chen Fu didn't explain further. She simply walked over, crouched before the mound of turned earth, and reached out. System space open. Under the moonlight, the soil seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, layer by layer, until two rolled-up straw mats, one large, one small, were finally revealed. Han Shuang's pupils contracted sharply at the sight, his entire body trembling. Mom, Lulu, I came too late, I came too late. Chen Fu quickly stepped forward and grabbed hold of the emotionally overwhelmed Han Shuang. Han Shuang, I'm just going to try first. If it works, that's best. Chen Fu's own heart was uncertain, her tone carrying a hint of doubt. If it fails, I hope you won't blame me. Chen Fu. Han Shuang suddenly dropped to his knees before her. Before she could say more, he was about to kowtow. Don't do that. Chen Fu was startled by his reaction and quickly stopped him. Chen Fu, if you can save my mother and sister, I'll do anything you ask. Han Shuang sobbed. You said before. If you don't mind, please. I beg you to save them. Han Shuang. Chen Fu said softly, patting his shoulder. In your heart, have I always been the kind of person who would take advantage of someone's desperation? Han Shuang was at a loss for words, tears still streaming down. Chen Fu forced a smile. Back when I was a guy, I already knew you could never like me. Not even a flicker of attraction. No, Chen Fu, I really did have feelings for you before. Han Shuang quickly explained, his voice urgent and aggrieved. Han Shuang, we're friends now. There's no need to bring that up. Chen Fu interrupted him. The reason I rejected you back then was because I felt I wasn't good enough for you. Alright, none of that matters anymore. Chen Fu put on a cheerful expression. I'm a girl now. I'm not the same Chen Fu from before. But, Han Shuang looked at her, his eyes filled with complexity. But what? No matter what, we'll be friends forever. Let the past just be the past. Chen Fu put on another smile and looked at Han Shuang. Besides, I already have a boy I like now. Han Shuang stared blankly at Chen Fu. And I know a secret. Chen Fu smiled, looking into Han Shuang's eyes. Han Shuang, you're actually bi, aren't you? What? Han Shuang was taken aback. Bisexual? You can like both boys and girls. And you lean more towards girls, which is why you rejected me, right? How do you know? Han Shuang was astonished that Chen Fu had seen through his thoughts. Chen Fu simply shook her head. She recalled the meteor shower that had turned her into a girl, and the day she saved Han Shuang, how he had been too shy to share a bed with Bai Hao. The answer seemed obvious long ago. It doesn't matter. I just want to say I know you said all that to comfort me, afraid I wouldn't try hard enough to save them. Han Shuang's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. I'm sorry. Don't say that. Your mom and sister are lying right here. Isn't it a bit strange for us to talk about this now? Han Shuang scratched his head, then nodded. He took a deep breath, suppressing all the surging emotions, and refocused his gaze on the two straw mats. Chen Fu, I'm counting on you. Chen Fu nodded, her expression turning serious. Han Shuang, listen to me. Chen Fu poured all the regeneration pills from the bottle into her hand, showing them to Han Shuang. I only have 9 regeneration pills left. Under the moonlight, the 9 pills emitted a faint, strange glow in Chen Fu's hand. They have been dead for a while. The required dosage might be very large, and the success rate will be much lower, Chen Fu explained in a way Han Shuang could understand. Lulu is young, her body functions are still developing, and she died more recently, so the chances of saving her are relatively higher. I understand. Save Lulu first, save my sister first. Han Shuang looked at Chun Fu, knowing this was not the time for him to make the decision. Alright. Chun Fu hesitated no more. She crouched before the smaller straw mat, and carefully untied it bit by bit. Inside the mat, little Han Lu lay quietly, still wearing a common hospital gown, her body covered in blood, a testament to the painful torment she had endured before death. Dad, where are we going? To see your mother. Han Dazhuang pointed at the operating table, his voice low. Dad, if I go on the operating table, can I see Mom? Yes, go on now. Mom, Lulu can finally see you. Han Shuang knelt to the side, crying silently. Chun Fu picked up a pill, hesitated for a long moment, then gently placed it into Han Lu's mouth. The pill vanished the moment it entered Han Lu's mouth, emitting a faint glimmer of light. Then, 1 second, 2 seconds. There's a change. Chun Fu frowned. At that moment, a flicker of warmth seemed to pass through Han Lu's body. Her limbs twitched, and a muffled groan escaped her throat. What's happening? It stopped. Chun Fu frowned as the warmth faded quickly. The twitching ceased, and everything returned to silence. It had failed. No. Chun Fu shook her head. She might not be saved. How can this be? Han Shuang's hope shattered instantly. He stared at Chun Fu in disbelief. Chun Fu looked at the pills in her hand, a surge of anxiety washing over her. Don't worry, there's still hope. She tried to comfort him, but her heart held no certainty. She picked up a second pill and repeated the same motion. This time they waited longer. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Han Shuang's breath nearly stopped. His eyes were fixed unblinkingly on his sister. Yet the miracle still did not occur. Wah! Han Shuang could no longer hold back, letting out a stifled sob. On the verge of collapse, she looked at Chun Fu. Chun Fu, is it hopeless? Her voice was filled with despair. She knew that if 2 regeneration pills had failed, it likely meant defeat. Chun Fu's hands trembled slightly. Please, please. She looked at little Han Lu lying on the ground, speaking each word deliberately. You must survive. With a trembling hand, Chun Fu placed the 3rd pill into Han Lu's mouth. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Han Shuang, I'm sorry. Chun Fu lowered her head. Han Shuang finally broke down into loud sobs, knowing this meant utter failure. If 3 pills couldn't save Han Lu, who had only been dead for 2 days, then their mother, who had been dead so much longer, probably. Sister. Mom. I'm sorry. Chun Fu's eyes reddened. Sister. Mom. Sister. Mom. Han Shuang screamed, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. A teardrop fell onto Han Lu's cheek, then trickled down her face. It was as if Han Lu was responding to Han Shuang's cries. A low moan came from Han Lu's throat, and then she opened her eyes. Sister. The light in Han Shuang's eyes blazed up instantly. A miracle had occurred. Sister. Chun Fu. Listen, she. Han Shuang pointed at the change in his sister, his mouth wide open, never expecting the miracle to actually come. In an instant, a soft green light radiated from Han Lu's body, and the small wounds on her began to heal at a visible speed. Chun Fu looked at little Han Lu, seeing that her pale little face was gradually regaining color. She's alive. She's alive. Han Shuang shouted excitedly. Cough, cough. Han Lu coughed twice, slowly opening her eyes, which were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Sister. Han Shuang, throwing all caution to the wind, directly embraced the newly awakened Han Lu. Sister. She looked at the tear-streaked face of Han Shuang, her voice laced with a strange raspiness. Why am I here? It's so cold here. Lulu. My dear sister. Han Shuang wailed, holding little Han Lu, who had no idea what was happening and just sobbed. Sister, why am I here? Han Lu was utterly confused. Wasn't I sleeping in your bed, sister? Han Shuang, hearing this, let go of Han Lu and looked into her eyes. Lulu, you. Sister, I need to sleep early. Han Lu's mind seemed not yet fully clear. She looked at Han Shuang with a dazed expression. Tomorrow is my birthday. Before she could finish, her little head tilted back and she collapsed. Han Lu. Han Shuang was startled and quickly shook Han Lu. Chun Fu. What do we do, Chun Fu? Chun Fu frowned, as while hurriedly crouching beside Han Lu, using both hands to check her breath and heartbeat. Don't panic. Chun Fu probed. Han Lu was breathing steadily, and her little heart was beating healthily. Chun Fu's expression finally relaxed, and she smiled at Han Shuang. She might be asleep, but she's just too tired. Chun Fu chuckled. Asleep? Han Shuang was bewildered. He too placed his hand on Han Lu's chest. Indeed, the heartbeat was strong and powerful. Han Shuang. Chun Fu gently reminded him, there's still Auntie. Han Shuang's body stiffened. He carefully put Han Lu down, and quickly wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve. Right there's still Mom. Read horizontally, a river of wind and moonlight shines 0, dew condenses fragrance and peace. 9 paths of blooming flowers stretch far, 2 springs reflect the moon and orchids. The 4 directions of heaven and earth are clear, the 8-sided spring breeze is gentle. A mile of mist and cloud surpasses all, a straw cloak sails through misty rain. The willows by 6 bridges flourish, the orchids in 9 fields are fragrant and bright. By how good evening, dear viewers. Chinfu, good evening. Today is a certain day in the year 2026, was certain day of a certain lunar month. Now we present to you the Chinfu Family News Broadcast. By how the main contents of today's program are Chinfu, the original title of this novel, starting as a girl my roommate treats me as a Muppet, has sparked controversy. Many netizens feel the author should keep the original name, but the author complains you guys are really not afraid of my book being banned. By how, as the saying goes, even a severed head can grow back. I hope the author will keep up the good work and help me win Chinfu soon. Chinfu get lost kicks him. Now an international news update, the latest update on the East African hyena livestream. It expressed gratitude for the 300 gene of high-quality protein and fat donated by Jianghe City and extended sincere thanks for the local support of African animal survival. By how the child in Zhang Zuangshuan's womb far away in Africa also indicated that after its own death it seemed to have a superior above its head, who did not seem to be aware of its existence. Now for other reports. Chinfu, this morning our reporter visited the first detention center of Jianghe City and conducted an exclusive interview with former Student Council President Su Chun, who is awaiting trial. Facing the camera, Su Chun was emotionally agitated repeatedly, trying to snatch the reporter's microphone and shouting, "My father is Su Gaiho." By how, when asked about his views on family heritage, Su Chun said, "I admit, I also cuckolded my father, who told my stepmother to be so charming. What's wrong with going back to my hometown? But you can't deny my personal efforts just because my mother is a slut. I have also put in hard work in the field of forcible indecency." Chinfu next is a news brief. By how the vice dean of the College of Liberal Arts encountered Han Shuang in the administration building today. He immediately grabbed Han Shuang's hand and expressed his hope that Han Shuang would become the new image spokesperson for the college and shoot a set of recruitment promotional photos. Chinfu, after Han Shuang politely declined, the vice dean settled for the next best thing, hoping he would come to the dean's office for a visit. The reason was that it had just been renovated and needed a student with high aesthetic value to absorb the bad air so the office environment could become good. Han Shuang then asked, what does a good environment have to do with high aesthetic value? By how the dean whispered, hee because. Hi. Nurtures. Good. Chinfu, alright, thank you for watching today's Chinfu Family News Broadcast. The program is over. Goodbye. By how, no goodbye. Chinfu, huh? What are you doing? By how, I want to practice the rope techniques I just learned. Please be my partner. Chinfu, get lost. I'm going to burn this rope right now. Off screen, the roar of Ms. He Shujuan, you too. Come out and eat. And no more locking the door. By how, he tune in tomorrow at the same time for the sequel to the Chinfu Family Evening News. Tied up by the law. Waiting for you, a river of wind and moonlight shines zero. Dew condenses fragrance and peace. 9 paths of blooming flowers stretch far. 2 springs reflect the moon and orchids. The 4 directions of heaven and earth are clear. The 8-sided spring breeze is gentle. A mile of mist and cloud surpasses all. A straw cloak sails through misty rain. The willows by 6 bridges flourish. The orchids in 9 fields are fragrant and bright. Chinfu's reminder jolted Han Shuang back to reality. Right there was still mother. Han Shuang carefully set Han Lu down, his gaze shifting to another larger reed mat. His expression turned solemn once more. Reviving Han Lu had already consumed 3 pills, leaving only 6. And since Han Shuang's mother had been dead longer, her body, more decomposed, the energy required would be even greater. Han Shuang, I can't guarantee anything, Chinfu said softly. That's fine, just do your best. Han Shuang's eyes reignited with hope as he stared at the pill bottle in Chinfu's hand. She nodded, saying no more. She stepped forward and untied the reed mat in the same manner. Han Shuang's mother lay quietly inside her face, bearing little pain, though a trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of her lips. Chinfu took a deep breath and administered a regeneration pill into Qi Gaimai's mouth, using the same method. No response. A second pill. Still nothing. Chinfu's heart sank. She dared not look at Han Shuang's expression beside her. A third, a fourth, a fifth. Chinfu emptied all 3 pills into her mouth in one go. Ugh. This time there was finally a change. Qi Gaimai's body suddenly convulsed, and then a brilliant green light, even more dazzling than the one that had enveloped Han Lu, instantly cocooned her entire form. Within the radiance, her wounds began to heal at an astonishing speed, and her pallid complexion swiftly turned rosy. Mother! Han Shuang watched Qi Guimei anxiously. Seconds later the light faded and Qi Guimei coughed a few times before slowly opening her eyes. Where am I? Her voice was faint, as if it had drained all her strength. Mother! Han Shuang could no longer contain himself. He threw himself into his mother's arms and held her tightly. Where am I? Qi Gaimai's eyes were filled with confusion as she looked at Han Shuang, who had become a boy. Who are you? Mother, am Han Shuang, am Han Shuang. Tears streamed down Han Shuang's face as he embraced his mother, his body trembling uncontrollably. You are Han Shuang. His mother struggled to sit up, but her limbs were too weak. Mother, I've turned into a boy, mother. Han Shuang wept, clutching his mother tightly. But her reaction was like her daughter's as she tilted her head back and fell into a deep sleep. Mother, mother, Han Shuang still held her. Chen Fu quickly stepped forward to support Han Shuang. It's okay, just like Lu, she's too weak and has fallen asleep. Chen Fu looked at the two figures lying on the ground, one large and one small, then surveyed the desolate wilderness. Let's take them home first. We'll talk when they wake up. Han Shuang wiped his tears. Though he hadn't yet emerged from his grief, the fact that his mother and sister were both alive was the best news he could have hoped for. Chen Fu hoisted Han Lu onto her back, while Han Shuang carefully lifted his mother onto his own. At the foot of the mountain is my home. Returning to the dilapidated, yet familiar courtyard, Han Shuang gently laid his mother and sister on the kong and carefully covered them with a quilt. Chen Fu watched the two sleeping soundly, a sigh of emotion escaping her. She couldn't help but ask the system in her mind, "System, how long will they sleep?" "Not sure. Given their recovery rate, perhaps until tomorrow morning." "I see." Han Shuang silently began cleaning up the mess Han Dazhuang had left in the room. He swept up the scattered liquor bottles and broken bowls, then boiled some water. Soon he brought a steaming bowl of instant noodles to Chen Fu. "There's not much in our house to offer you." Han Shuang's voice carried a hint of apology. Chen Fu smiled and took the noodles. "Instant noodles are fine too." Just as she began eating, her phone rang. It was Bai Hao. "Hello." An extremely anxious voice came from the other end. "Chen Fu, come back quick. Wang Juji is." Chen Fu's heart leaped. What happened to him?" She shot to her feet, abandoning her meal. What? Han Shuang, I need to go back first. Something urgent at home." Seeing her alarmed expression, he tensed up. "What's wrong?" "It's a long story, Han Shuang. Take care of your mother and sister first. They'll explain later." "All right. Then, will you come back?" Han Shuang asked. "Probably not tonight. It's late. Take the day off tomorrow, I'll handle things at school." "But," Han Shuang hesitated. "If you're not here tonight, I might be scared." Chen Fu looked at him. He'll come back after I settle things." With that, she activated her ability and vanished instantly. The room was left with only Han Shuang. He gazed at his sleeping mother and sister, then at their mud-stained and bloodied clothes. Silently, he fetched a basin of warm water. He gently cleaned their bodies and changed them into fresh clothes. Watching their chests rise and fall steadily, Han Shuang felt a profound sense of unreality. Everything seemed like a dream. Back at the villa, as soon as Chen Fu appeared, she saw Bai Hao and Lu Ran waiting in the living room with grave expressions. "What's going on? What happened to Wang Juji?" Bai Hao's face was complex. "You? Go check the third floor yourself. Prepare yourself." "Huh?" Chen Fu's heart dropped, and she rushed up the stairs. On the third floor, Wang Juji's door was slightly ajar. As she approached, an indescribable odor mixed with a peculiar fishy scent wafted through the crack. Having been a boy herself, Chen Fu instantly recognized the smell. "Wang Juji, what the hell are you doing?" She flung the door open, but the words died in her throat. She stood frozen in place. Inside, Wang Juji lay sprawled in a star shape, lifeless on the cold floor. His face was deathly pale, lips cracked, eyes sunken, with only a faint rise and fall of his chest. And beside him, neatly arranged, were 10 life-sized silicone figurines. The figurines varied in form and were incredibly lifelike. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying was a living creature perched on Wang Juji's dantian. It resembled a succubus figurine with tiny demon wings, skin as white as snow, and features seductively unnatural. But it was alive. At that moment, this living figurine clung to Wang Juji, and with each breath a strange energy seemed to be continuously drawn from his body into its mouth. Chen Fu stared at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. Chen Fu, save me." Fatty Wang collapsed to the ground, stretching out a hand toward Chen Fu in desperation. Yet the succubus, as if oblivious to the onlookers, continued performing her inherent duties. Chen Fu quickly retracted her maid outfit. "Take it back. After that, she'll lose her vitality." Fatty Wang continued to shout hoarsely. Chen Fu gazed at the bizarre spectacle before her, even entertaining a strange thought. Maybe I should watch it through. Bai Hao behind her poked Chen Fu. "Chen Fu, why are you spacing out? Why aren't you moving?" Chen Fu snapped back to reality. Looking at Wang Juji's sallow, panicked face, she felt a lingering reluctance. "Forget it, it looks like someone's life is on the line." With a wave of her hand, she withdrew the maid outfit from the succubus into her system space. Simultaneously, the succubus figurine seemed to have its soul drained away, its head lolling as it knelt motionless on the spot. "Wang Juji, what on earth is going on?" Gasping for breath, Wang Juji hastily extricated himself from the mire of foam, trembling as he spoke. "Sister Fu, these past few days have been nothing short of a living hell." "What do you mean?" Chen Fu was utterly bewildered. "Actually, I never went home for the May Day holiday." Wang Juji sobbed. "After you all left, I figured the villa was mine alone, so why not find some fun? I bought 10 life-size figurines from the otaku paradise at the entrance, planning to try them all out and experience the joys of an ancient emperor." "You son of a bitch, you really know how to have fun," Lu Ran applauded from the side. This is just too subarashi. For this I even bought some little blue pills ready for a grand endeavor. Wang Juji grew more aggrieved as he spoke, but then, the day before yesterday, I put the maid outfit on this succubus figurine thinking I'd experience her charm. And then she was truly too much. Wang Juji's face twisted in a mix of pain and nostalgia, and she actually had a succubus ability. It took control of me, and I couldn't resist at all. Hiss. Lu ran, and by how both inhaled sharply. She force-fed me the entire pack of pills, all 20 of them. I haven't stopped for a single second since last night. I haven't even eaten a bite. Whoa. Chen Fu looked at Wang Juji, who had visibly shrunk, a sense of disbelief washing over her. Was this maid outfit really that formidable? With a thought, she retrieved the outfit from her system space. This thing was the first reward from her system. Back then, after trying it on, and finding she could take it off, she had tossed it onto the bed. Later, Wang Juji borrowed it, and she assumed it was one of his peculiar hobbies. Little did she know it possessed such an incredible ability. What a waste of a divine treasure. Chen Fu shook her head. Not only could this maid outfit breathe life into things, but it could also bestow the original abilities of a figurine. This was an absolute game-breaking bug. System, get your ass out here. Chen Fu roared inwardly. What? Why didn't you tell me this outfit had such a function? The system's voice remained as nonchalant as ever, uttering those familiar 5 words again. You never asked. Damn it. Chen Fu slapped her forehead. It's been so long since you said that I actually kind of missed it. Then I'll create more situations like this. Go to hell, you dog system. Chen Fu stood with her arms crossed, her mind racing at full speed. Able to give life to dolls, and also carry their inherent abilities. If that were true, theoretically couldn't she get a Sun Wukong figurine, or an Ultraman costume, put the maid outfit on it, and summon a deity on the spot? Think again. The system's voice doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. The energy this outfit can carry is limited. If the being you bring to life has an ability too overpowered, exceeding the outfit's capacity, it will cause data corruption due to insufficient energy, turning into a derp, and the outfit will be destroyed. Derp. But there's a chance it could work normally. Single pull guarantees fan Xiaoqin, 100 pulls guarantees hawking. Chen Fu imagined the classic scenes of little Ma Yun operating an excavator and watching TV, shaking her head vigorously. Forget it. Chen Fu scratched her head then. If it's not that overpowered, what practical things could I make? Like custom ordering a money-printing figurine to churn out cash for me every day. She had another brilliant idea. That's counterfeiting currency. No matter how realistic, it's still fake. Besides, to print money, you'd need raw materials. Even my system's supermarket doesn't carry that kind of paper and ink. Aren't you supposed to be powerful? The stuff in my supermarket doesn't just appear out of thin air. It's actually just items from your local shops. You can think of my supermarket as a faster delivery service. Is that so? Her dreams of getting rich shattered once again. But what if? A new idea sprouted in her mind. She recalled the anthropomorphized version of Windows 11 that had gone viral online a while back. Not long ago, she had even seen a life-sized Windows 11 figurine at Wanda Plaza. If she bought that and put the maid outfit on it, could she in theory create a supercomputer with a human appearance? System, do you have a life-sized Windows 11 figurine? Let me check. Yes, 50 points. Purchase successful. As the words faded, a large, beautifully wrapped cardboard box as tall as Chen Fu materialized in the center of the living room. Lu Ran, Bai Hao, and Wang Juji were all stunned. Holy crap, Sister Fu, what trick are you pulling now? Chen Fu ignored him and swiftly tore open the box. A life-size doll in a blue and white dress with a Windows logo on its chest appeared before them. The craftsmanship was exquisite, though its realism was yet to be tested. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and draped the maid outfit over it. This setting isn't too overpowered, right? Please don't turn into Fan Xiaoqin. The next second, the doll's eyes glowed with a blue light, then slowly opened. Oh! Wang Juji screamed, now traumatized by living dolls stumbling backward. Chen Fu paid him no mind, focusing solely on the animated doll. The doll blinked, then flashed a sweet smile at everyone. Hello everyone, I'm 11chan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm actually alive. Bai Hao scrutinized Shi Jiang closely. Lu Ran also cupped his chin and circled around her. Amazing Fumier, you've turned a perfectly good genderbender story into an object personification one. You don't understand a thing. Chen Fu shot him a glare. This is the key to our comfortable life from now on. She then turned to Shi Jiang. So Shi Jiang, what can you do? Shi Jiang can chat with you, answer all sorts of questions, write texts, process documents. Any reasonable request you make, I can assist you with. Her voice was both sweet and mechanical. Chen Fu frowned. It sounded just like a physical version of a chatbot. Can you make me money? Chen Fu finally asked her real question. No problem, leave it to me. Shi Jiang patted her ample chest confidently. As long as you have capital, I can use global stock market big data to analyze and make the safest investments for you. With my scientific calculations, I guarantee users will make money. Really? Chen Fu was overjoyed. Of course. If you have no capital, Shi Jiang also possesses the world's most advanced hacking system. I can silently infiltrate anyone's account and siphon out a little money for you. No, that's not necessary. Chun Fu quickly waved her hands. So you're still an upstanding citizen. How rare. Shi Jiang smiled approvingly. Who fed you that vocabulary? Chun Fu frowned, then turned to Lu Ran. Lu Ran, how much money do you have left? Me. Only 8,000 left. By how? 40,000. Wang Juji wailed. I don't have a single cent left. I still owe 300 yuan for the adult products store. Damn. Chun Fu sighed. I have 10,000 here. Shi Jiang, take all of it for now. All right. Shi Jiang nodded with a smile. Shi Jiang will automatically transfer the funds from your accounts. Please wait for my good news. With that, she brought her long tail around to the front. Chun Fu finally saw clearly. Her tail was actually a power cord. For high computation tasks like this, I need to be plugged in to maintain stable operation. Shi Jiang explained. May I ask which one of you can plug me in? The group. Shi Jiang quickly waved her hands. No, I mean, can any of you lend me a power strip? I need a place to work. Chun Fu thought for a moment. Then, you can go to my room. Alright, but when I analyze data, the mainframe might make some noise which could disturb your rest. No, it won't. Chun Fu shook her head. I won't be home tonight. Bai Hao looked at Chun Fu in confusion. Not at home. Yeah. Chun Fu nodded, then slung her backpack over her shoulder again. Tonight I'm going to Han Shuang's place. At Han Shuang's house. As soon as Chun Fu arrived, she sensed something off about the atmosphere. Han Shuang was curled up in the corner of the Kong, hugging a pillow and trembling all over. Han Shuang. Chun Fu was startled. What are you doing? Han Shuang, frightened by Chun Fu's sudden appearance, quickly shrank back. Han Shuang, it's me. Chun Fu was taken aback. Chun Fu. Han Shuang cried out. As soon as he saw it was Chun Fu, he jumped off the Kong and buried his head in Chun Fu's arms. Chun Fu was completely thrown off by this. Her hands hung in the air, unsure what to do. Hey, mind your manners. I'm a girl now, you know. Chun Fu, you're finally back. Han Shuang buried his face in Chun Fu's shoulder. Outside, it's Han Dazhuang. He's calling me. Han Dazhuang. Chun Fu's heart suddenly jolted. She warily looked toward the window. You mean? Is her ghost back? Han Shuang still clung to Chun Fu, not letting go. Chun Fu was baffled. Come on, this isn't a fantasy novel. It's true. Han Shuang hugged Chun Fu tightly. A white figure just flew past outside, and someone was crying. I'm so scared, Chun Fu, I'm really scared. Don't be afraid. Chun Fu quickly patted Han Shuang's back, soothing him while glancing at the Kong. Chi Guimei and little Han Lu's chests were rising and falling rhythmically, seemingly fast asleep. Chun Fu turned back to the window. Through the glass, she saw no white figure at all. Come out and drink with me. Han Dazhuang's voice truly came from outside. Damn, could it really be a lingering spirit? Chun Fu's eyes grew even more alert. She quickly freed herself from Han Shuang and walked to the windowsill. Don't worry, you'll go check it out. Chun Fu said. Don't go yet. Han Shuang was nervous. He grabbed a pair of scissors from the Kong and handed them to Chun Fu. Here. Take this for protection. Chun Fu looked at the scissors. No need. With a wave of her hand, she pulled a peachwood sword out of her system space. Han Shuang was stunned by this move. Keep the scissors for yourself. Protect your mom and sister. I'm going to see what's going on outside. Then, carrying the peachwood sword, she strode toward the door step by step. Halt. What demon dares cross my path? Taste your father's sword. Inside the room, Han Shuang's heart was in his throat. He wanted to follow, but his legs simply wouldn't obey. Useless. I've turned into a man, and I still have no courage. Han Shuang cried helplessly, tears streaming down. Suddenly Chun Fu's scream came from the doorway. Chun Fu. Han Shuang threw all caution to the wind. Clutching the scissors with closed eyes, he let out a roar and charged out. You old beast, I'll fight you. But when he reached the doorway and opened his eyes. Chun Fu was squatting on the ground, holding a fluffy white bundle, grinning like an infatuated fool and rubbing her face wildly against it. Chun Fu. What's going on? Why did you scream? Han Shuang quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Han Shuang, look. This little kitten is so adorable. It's a total heartbreaker for girls. Chun Fu pointed at the little creature in her arms. Han Shuang leaned in for a closer look and was instantly stunned. Is this Xiaobai? Han Shuang exclaimed in surprise. In Chun Fu's arms was a pure white kitten with only a tiny black spot on its forehead and a beautiful calico tail. The kitten was squinting contentedly, purring softly. Xiaobai, do you know this cat? Chun Fu asked while petting it. Yeah, I bought it from the market during winter break to play with Lulu. But later Han Dazhuang said it wasted food and threw it into the back mountain. Han Shuang took the now thin kitten, his eyes full of pity. I thought it starved to death. I never thought it would find its way back. I see. Chun Fu looked at the kitten. But that's not right. Han Shuang had just touched the cat when his expression changed again. I clearly heard Han Dazhuang's voice. You mean this? Chun Fu pointed at the ground. Han Shuang looked down and saw a phone on the floor. It was the old phone Han Dazhuang used to use, somehow dropped near the doorway. It must have fallen off when they took him away. The kitten was probably lying on it to keep warm, and its paw just hit the voice message. Chen Fu tapped the screen. Sure enough, it was a voice message Han Dazhuang had sent before his death. Seeing this, Han Shuang let out a long, relieved sigh. Chen Fu, really? If you hadn't come, I would have scared myself to death tonight. Alright, it was just a false alarm. Chen Fu pulled Han Shuang up. Let's go inside. It's cold out here. They went back into the room. Han Shuang sat on the Kong with Xiao Bai in his arms, while Chen Fu settled on the sofa nearby. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Chen Fu, thank you so much. Han Shuang lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. Oh, don't say such mushy things. Chen Fu waved her hand like a big shot. From now on, if there's anything I can help with, just say the word. But, I'm still a little scared. Han Shuang hugged Xiao Bai close. Just now I really heard crying. It wasn't a cat's meow. It was a terribly miserable wail. Chen Fu frowned. Crying. Since she entered the yard, aside from Han Dazhuang's voice message, she hadn't heard anything else. Crying. Yeah. Han Shuang nodded. He bit his lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, Chen Fu, I'm still very scared. Tonight, could you sleep in the same room as me? Chen Fu, huh? Han Shuang lowered her head, her face instantly flushing crimson. Chen Fu, don't misunderstand. It's just sleeping on the same Kong, not in the same blanket. Her voice grew softer and softer. Chen Fu remained silent. Oh no. You take the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa, Han Shuang quickly added. No, Chen Fu scratched her head. That's not what I meant. Han Shuang was taken aback. Let's both stay on the Kong. The sofa is far too cramped. Chen Fu looked at Han Shuang's flustered expression, a complex feeling stirring within her. In the past, when she was a man, she had pursued Han Shuang for so long, yet Han Shuang had never given her a second glance. Now, having become a woman, Han Shuang was inexplicably drawn to her. What absurd twist of fate was this? Let's get some sleep, it's late, Chen Fu said, checking the time. It's already past midnight. Okay. Han Shuang replied cheerfully. In the western room, they spread out their bedding and slipped into their quilts. The temperature had dropped, making the room damp and chilly. After the lights were off, the room was pitch black. Though exhausted, Chen Fu's mind was in turmoil. She closed her eyes, meditating on the day's events, and on Han Shuang beside her. Chen Fu. Han Shuang's voice came from beside her. Are you asleep? Not yet, Chen Fu replied, opening her eyes to look at Han Shuang lying next to her. Han Shuang's eyes sparkled. Why do you think things changed? Han Shuang met Chen Fu's gaze. Chen Fu turned over. What changed? I mean. Han Shuang paused. Us. Chen Fu was at a loss for words. She had never told Han Shuang that it was because of her that he had become a man. She wondered if she should tell him the truth. I never imagined before that I'd talk to you so much, or even share an apartment, and have you stay at my place tonight, Han Shuang said. Chen Fu didn't respond. Back in school you always followed me around, and I found it so annoying, he. But now that I think about it, you were actually quite cute back then. Really? Chen Fu blushed, not knowing how she had been so shameless at the time. It must have been the male hormones at work. You really liked me back then, Han Shuang said softly. Chen Fu's heart skipped a beat. That's all in the past. Why bring it up? But now I feel. Han Shuang hesitated. Now that I've become a man and you've become a woman, it's kind of nice. No, I don't mean it that way, Han Shuang quickly clarified. I mean, since you became a woman, I feel like you've completely changed. You're much more reliable, and much prettier too. Chen Fu lay in her quilt, unsure what to say. Looking at you now, I just feel. It's wonderful, Han Shuang's voice trailed off. Do you want to change back into a man? I don't know, Chen Fu murmured, turning over. Good night, Han Shuang said. The room fell silent. Xiao Bai the cat slept soundly between their pillows, purring contentedly. But Chen Fu couldn't sleep, her mind was even more chaotic. Damn, she cursed herself, turning over and forcing her eyes shut. After what felt like an eternity, she finally drifted into a restless sleep. At 2 a.m, Bai Hao sat on the edge of his bed, staring blankly out the window. He couldn't sleep. Not at all. His mind was filled with the image of Chen Fu going to Han Shuang's house. Han Shuang, the very person Chen Fu had pursued for 2 whole years. Although Chen Fu was now a woman, Han Shuang was a man. What if Han Shuang had feelings for Chen Fu? What if Chen Fu still harbored lingering affections for Han Shuang? What if? Bai Hao walked to the bedside and grabbed his phone, still charging. He hesitated for a long while before finally tapping the video call button. A bold and fearless, stylish revolution, open and honest, an anti-war nation. Hello. Chen Fu's voice came through the phone. She had clearly been asleep, but was woken by the ringtone. Bai Hao looked at the camera. The other side was pitch black. Chen Fu, you were sleeping, he whispered. Chen Fu snapped awake instantly. She glanced at the time, and her sleep-induced anger flared. Bai Hao, are you insane? Calling in the middle of the night? You scared me to death, she said, rubbing her eyes. You'd better have a good reason. No, it's just. Bai Hao scratched his head. I wanted to see what you were doing. What the hell, sleeping? What else? Just as Bai Hao was about to say something, he heard another voice from the other end. Chen Fu. Why are you awake? It was a male voice. Bai Hao's hand trembled as he held the phone. You're sleeping with Han Shuang. Hey, why are you awake too? Chen Fu's voice came through. Before she could finish, Han Shuang grabbed the phone, having heard his name. Hello? Is this for me? Han Shuang's groggy voice came through, followed by his sleepy face appearing on the screen. Bai Hao stared at that face, his expression freezing completely. Hello? Yes, we are sleeping together. Han Shuang squinted, still not fully awake. Who is this? Bai Hao hung up immediately. Chen Fu looked at the disconnected interface, and her mind instantly cleared. Han Shuang. She snatched the phone back. What did you do? Huh. By now Han Shuang had crawled back into his quilt, mumbling something before turning over and falling asleep again. This is bad, this is really bad. Chen Fu quickly opened her phone, staring at the chat interface with Bai Hao. Typing. It appeared for a few seconds, then vanished. Typing. It appeared again for a few seconds, then vanished again. Chen Fu tapped the input box, her finger hovering over the screen. Damn, Bai Hao must have misunderstood. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? No, I have to explain. She quickly started typing, writing, and deleting words in the dialog box. But then, Chen Fu looked at the box, and her hand suddenly stopped. Wait, why did she need to explain to Bai Hao? She had never truly acknowledged being his girlfriend. Chen Fu bit her lip. Back when Bai Hao confessed, she only agreed because the system forced her to. Since then, she had been taken advantage of by Hao in a daze. In truth, she had never actually been in a relationship with him. So why should she have to explain to him? The more Chen Fu thought about it, the angrier she became. So infuriating. Ignore him. Sleep. She shoved the phone under her pillow and closed her eyes. 3 seconds later, she pulled it out again and switched it to airplane mode. Then she shoved it back under the pillow. Morning. When Chen Fu awoke, sunlight had already filled the room to brightness. She fumbled for her phone and glanced at it. It was 1003. Damn, I have class today? How did I not set an alarm? Chen Fu hastily scrambled to sit up, planning to ask her advisor for leave. But just as she was about to tap the search, her hand froze. She pursed her lips. To hell with the advisor, why should I fear him? He'll just skip. Then she lay back down and opened the internet. Ding ding dang ding ding dang. As soon as the connection was live, WeChat bombarded her with a flurry of messages. I knew it, that damn Bai Hao would flood me, Chen Fu muttered disdainfully. She quickly scanned the message list. The first was from Lu Ran. Fu Mei, you're amazing. 11 Chan made us 600,000 in one night. 600,000, holy shit. Chen Fu gasped. I never expected 11 Chan's skills to be this incredible. I've got to bring her some non-Fu batteries as a treat when I get back. She smiled and scrolled down. Next was Wang Juji. Fu Jia, that maid outfit. Am I never getting a chance at it? Chen Fu was speechless. This lecherous dog only knows how to play with silicone. He never bothers to improve himself and find a real girlfriend. Next message. There was nothing else. Wait, where's Bai Hao? She refreshed several times, but alone among the messages, Bai Hao's was absent. Chen Fu stared at the chat window for a long time. She tapped into it and saw that their last exchange was still the video call from the previous evening. Bai Hao, what's going on? Awake. Han Shuang's voice came from the doorway. Chen Fu looked up to see Han Shuang entering with a tray bearing 2 bowls of congee, several steamed buns, and a dish of pickled vegetables. You're up so early. Chen Fu sat up. I went to town, Han Shuang said, setting the tray on the table. I bought some breakfast. I figured we'd eat after you woke up. Oi. Han Shuang smiled. I bought 4 portions. Mom and Lu's are in the East Room. Chen Fu looked at the breakfast on the table and suddenly didn't know what to say. Eat up, Han Shuang said, handing her chopsticks. It won't taste as good when it's cold. Chen Fu took the chopsticks and picked up a bun. It's my favorite filling. After a bite, Chen Fu was almost moved to tears. Bai Hao once mentioned you love this filling, so I remembered. Bai Hao. Chen Fu suddenly felt a pang of sadness. She set the bun back on the plate as if it had lost its appeal. Han Shuang. Her mother's voice came from the next room. Mom, you're awake. Han Shuang's face lit up with joy. She turned toward the doorway, beaming with happiness. Chen Fu turned to see Qi Guimei standing at the threshold, staring at them in bewilderment. Are you really Han Shuang? How did I fall asleep last night? Chen Fu and Han Shuang exchanged a glance, still figuring out how to explain to Han Shuang's mother. Sister has turned into a brother. Han Lu came bouncing over and threw her arms around Han Shuang. Sister, where's my gift? Han Shuang smiled and retrieved a bag from beside her. Inside was a new cake, even larger than the previous one. Wow, such a big cake. Thank you, sister. Qi Guimei looked from Han Lu to Han Shuang, utterly incredulous. Sister. An hour later, Han Shuang's mother finally understood everything. So that's how it is. That beast, it's better that he's gone. She let out a long sigh. Better that he's gone. Chen Fu watched the mother and daughter, a strange unease stirring within her. Meanwhile, at the villa, Bai Hao hadn't gone to class today. He sat on the sofa lost in thought. Suddenly, Lu Ran sent a video call. Bai Hao. Lu Ran's voice came through the phone. You're finally awake, man. I just tried to cover for you in class, but the teacher caught me. You're probably getting marked as absent for those lessons. Oh, Bai Hao replied simply. What should we eat for lunch? Wang Juji says he could eat an elephant right now. I figured we'd just hit up a buffet. We just made 600,000. You tightwad must be over the moon. I'm not going. Lu Ran frowned. What's up? Did you get dumped? You seem off. Bai Hao said nothing. Lu Ran stared at him for a long moment. Damn it, did you really get dumped? Did Chen Fu leave you? No. Then what? Nothing. Bai Hao said briefly and hung up. At school, Lu Ran was baffled. Damn, that's weird. The villa fell silent again. Bai Hao stared at his chat window with Chen Fu replaying last night's scenes in his mind. Why no message? Why won't Chen Fu explain herself? No, I have to ask. He typed rapidly. Chen Fu, what exactly happened last night? He hovered his finger over the send button, but in the end he deleted it. He typed again, what exactly is your relationship with Han Shuang now? Deleted it. Typed, are you there? Deleted it. Damn it. Bai Hao tossed his phone onto the bed. A WeChat notification suddenly chimed. Bai Hao snatched up his phone and looked at the screen. This. Seeing it wasn't a message from Chen Fu, he instinctively moved to toss the phone aside again. Oh, what a fool. What am I even asking for? They must be together now. What a fool. At Han Shuang's home, Chen Fu had already found them a new place. This house was no longer fit for them to live in. The place she found for them was still a rural house. Thank you, Chen Fu. I know you wanted to move my family to Jianghe, but my mother is used to the countryside. Suddenly moving her into an apartment would make her uncomfortable. All right. Han Shuang's family of 3 was inside, catching up, leaving Chen Fu alone, sitting under the willow tree by the door, lost in a daze. Little White was lying at her feet, sometimes squinting and purring, sometimes stretching lazily, utterly content. After a long while, Han Shuang came out and sat down beside her. What are you thinking about? Nothing, Chen Fu said, gazing into the distance. Just thinking about going back. So soon? Yeah, I have classes at school. I need to go back and learn something. Since when did you become so studious? Chen Fu smiled. It's not that. I just feel like if I don't go to school anymore, I'll lose something. What a scholarship, eh? Han Shuang smiled, too casually, stroking the sleeping Little White, then stood up. Let's go inside. Time for lunch. Okay. Chen Fu watched her retreating figure as she entered the house, lost in thought. Just then Little White rubbed against her foot and meowed. She looked at the cat and her thoughts drifted to Bai Hao. Her heart was in turmoil. Gazing at Little White, she couldn't help but ask, Little White, what is wrong with you? At the lunch table, Chi Guimei was incessantly piling food onto Chen Fu's plate with great enthusiasm. Chen Fu, eat more. We're truly indebted to you this time. I don't know how to thank you enough, Chi Guimei said. Chen Fu gazed at the lavish spread before her and quickly expressed her gratitude to Han Shuang's mother. Thank you, Auntie. She picked up a piece of braised pork from her bowl and brought it to her lips. Is it good, eh? Han Shuang asked, eagerly looking at Chen Fu. Chen Fu chewed slowly. Yet that piece of braised pork, which should have been fragrant and delicious, held no taste in her mouth. The meal continued in a subdued silence, and all 4 at the table seemed to sense an awkwardness in the air. Auntie, Han Shuang, am done eating, Chen Fu suddenly said, setting down her chopsticks and standing up. Huh? Han Shuang was taken aback. Little Han Lu also looked at Chen Fu curiously. Chi Guimei quickly urged, Chen Fu, don't be polite. Make yourself at home. You've barely eaten a few bites. How can you be full? Chi Guimei smiled and placed another spare rib on Chen Fu's plate. Auntie, thank you, but I really... Chen Fu's expression turned grim. She turned to Han Shuang. I really need to go back. There's something at school. Before Chen Fu could finish her words, her figure vanished from the spot. In the villa's living room, Lu Ran and Wang Juji were gathered around the dining table, devouring a bucket of KFC family feast. And in the next second, Chen Fu materialized out of thin air in the living room. Holy crap, Fu Meyer, you scared the hell out of me. Next time you teleport, send a WeChat message first. Lu Ran nearly choked. Chen Fu's eyes swept quickly across the room. Where's Bai Hao? Not seeing him, she felt a surge of displeasure. He went out. And he skipped class this morning, Lu Ran said nonchalantly. He looked pretty down in the dumps. Did you two have a fight? No. Chen Fu replied flatly, turning and heading toward her own room. Hey, aren't you eating? We saved you some roast duck from yesterday. Wang Juji called after her. Not hungry. With a slam, Chen Fu's door shut heavily. In the afternoon, Lu Ran and Wang Juji were about to head to class and knocked on Chen Fu's door. Fu Meyer, you coming? Not going. Lu Ran pursed his lips. What's up with those two? They're both acting like they've swallowed gunpowder. Inside her room, Chen Fu lay on the bed staring at the working 11chan, her heart full of irritation. User, I just earned another 30,000 yuan. Aren't I amazing? User, what's your name? 11chan chattered incessantly. User? Shut up. Chen Fu said impatiently. Oh. 11chan pouted, looking a bit aggrieved. Then 11chan will keep making money for the user. Reluctantly, she turned around and got back to work. Chen Fu picked up her phone again, opening and closing the WeChat interface repeatedly. Strange. She couldn't help stroking her chin. How could Bai Hao be so calm? Hadn't he always cared about her? Just then 11chan's analytical voice rang out again, grating on Chen Fu's nerves. So annoying. Chen Fu leaped off the bed, walked straight to Bai Hao's door, and kicked it open. Bang! The door burst open. The room was empty. On the bed she saw Bai Hao's quilt neatly folded, clearly arranged with care. Chen Fu was instantly reminded of a scene from the May Day holiday at home with Bai Hao. Bai Hao, what? You're in charge of folding the quilts these days at home. Got it. Why, oi? Bai Hao looked displeased. Why, oi? Because you eat my food and live under my roof, so you have to fold my quilt too, Chen Fu said with a sense of entitlement. Fine. Bai Hao got up very reluctantly, while Chen Fu left the bedroom and turned on the TV. Done folding. Bai Hao's voice called from inside the room. Really? Let me see. Chen Fu got up and walked back to her own bedroom. There on her bed were two perfectly folded tofu block-like quilts with Bai Hao standing nearby, seemingly awaiting her praise. How about that? Pretty good, huh? Chen Fu was astonished. Bai Hao had never folded so well even during military training. What had gotten into him today? What's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong medicine folding them so perfectly? Chen Fu teased. Hee, since I eat your food and live under your roof, I might as well sleep in your bed too. Folding them into tofu blocks is just the interest. Get lost. Chen Fu punched Bai Hao. If you're so capable, keep folding them like that every day. Let's see how long you last. Chen Fu stared at the tofu block quilt before her, a bitter feeling rising in her heart. I'm folding them so well. They'll just have to ruin your handiwork. With that, she walked straight to Bai Hao's bed, threw open the quilt, and buried herself in his bedding. If I didn't shower last night. Let's see how I stink up your bed. She pressed her face into the pillow, and the faint familiar scent of gardenia from Bai Hao wafted into her nostrils. The fresh fragrance seemed to calm Chen Fu's restless mood a little. If it weren't for the laundry detergent I picked out for you, your quilt wouldn't smell this good, humph. She took out her phone and checked one last time. Still no messages. Forget it, I'll just sleep. Chen Fu tossed her phone aside and fell asleep on Bai Hao's bed. When she woke again, the room was dim, lit only by a sliver of light from outside. She sniffed instinctively and caught Bai Hao's scent, that familiar faint gardenia fragrance. Had he come back? Bai Hao. She sat up abruptly, calling out in surprise. But only silence answered her. No, this is his room. It's normal to have his scent. Chen Fu picked up her phone to check the time. It was 8:15 p.m. Strange, why wasn't he back yet? Even if he was angry, he couldn't be this upset, could he? She opened WeChat, which remained utterly silent. On a whim, she tapped on Bai Hao's profile picture and scrolled to his moments. The latest post had been updated. He posted something. Chen Fu's heart gave a sudden leap. She looked closely. The caption seemed simple, just 2 words: Riverside. The picture was of a shimmering river at dusk. What's he doing at the river? Chen Fu quickly stood up. No way. She recalled the moments they shared during the May Day holiday. So are you my girlfriend or not? Bai Hao asked. No. Chen Fu turned her head away. No, you have to be. Bai Hao sulked. Why I? Chen Fu was annoyed. I don't care. If you ever find another guy, I'll go learn from Han Shuang and jump into the river, Bai Hao said with a pout. Then go ahead and jump. I won't stop you. Chen Fu laughed, then nonchalantly started a game. Wait, Bai Hao, you wretch. Why can't you just let me have some peace? Chen Fu instantly thought of an extremely terrible scenario. Why hadn't Bai Hao come back yet? Why did he have to go to the river? She glanced again at his blanket. I said I'd defold the blanket, so we'll keep folding it. See, I keep my word. Bai Hao's voice echoed in Chen Fu's mind. Keep my word, she murmured to herself. I don't care. Anyway, if you ever find another man, he'll follow Han Shuang's example and jump into the river. Bai Hao's voice rang out again in her mind. Would he really keep his word? Chen Fu's hands began to tremble. Her tsundere attitude vanished as she frantically opened her dial pad and found Bai Hao's number. She dialed the number. Hello, Bai, how are you? Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. The automated prompt hit her like a bucket of ice water, drenching her from head to toe. Bai Hao, you son of a bitch, don't tell me you actually did it. Don't you dare. Chen Fu stood frozen, listening to the prompt tone on the other and unable to react for a long time. She was trembling, truly trembling. No. Without even bothering to put on her shoes, she rushed out of her room barefoot and pounded frantically on Lu Ran's door. Bam, bam, bam. Lu Ran, open up. Hurry. Chen Fu knocked in a panic. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lu Ran was startled. Where's Bai Hao? Did Bai Hao come back earlier? Chen Fu's voice was choked with tears. I don't know. I came back this afternoon and didn't see him either. He mentioned something about going to the river. Lu Ran was bewildered. Oh no. Oh no. Chen Fu's mind went blank. Without a word of explanation to Lu Ran, she vanished from the spot in a blur. Lu Ran was left scratching his head. Huh. What's up with these two? Maybe I should find them a doctor. The next second, Chen Fu appeared on the bridge where she had once saved Han Shuang. Bai Hao. Bai Hao. You idiot, get the hell out here. Chen Fu shouted. But there was no response. Why isn't he here? She quickly pulled out her phone and opened that moment's post again. The timestamp showed it was from 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Chen Fu frowned. He was posting on moments 2 hours ago, so why had his phone been switched off since then? Her mind raced. She had to think of something. System, can you help me travel to a specific person? She called out in her mind. No. Then, can you help me find Bai Hao? Chun Fu changed her request. No. Can you at least tell me his status? She tried again. No, I can't either. The system replied leisurely. Useless. You're completely useless. Chun Fu stomped her foot in anger. What does that have to do with me? The system sounded a bit aggrieved. Wasn't it you who refused to explain things to him last night? Chun Fu was left speechless. You'd better go find him quickly, or he'll drown. The system chuckled. I'll find him myself. Wait, what did you say? Drown. You mean he's going to drown? Chun Fu was shocked. Oops. A slip of the tongue. Don't take it seriously. It really was a slip. The system quickly fell silent. Bai Hao, you bastard. An overwhelming wave of regret and fear instantly drowned Chun Fu's reason. She began running frantically along the riverbank, screaming at the top of her lungs. Bai Hao, where are you? Bai Hao, Bai Hao, come out. The wind howled in her ears, but she showed no sign of stopping. Out of breath, she stumbled and tripped over a stone. Aunt! Chun Fu cried out in pain, then quickly scrambled back to her feet, shouting desperately toward the river. But there was still no reply from Bai Hao, only the mournful wail of the wind and the gurgling of the water. X-ray vision activate. Don't forget your X-ray vision has been weakened. Damn system. She still tried to activate it, pushing the ability to its limits. But in the pitch-black night, the weakened power could barely see a few meters ahead, and the deeper parts of the river were nothing but a blur. The sky grew darker, and so did her heart. What do I do? What do I do? Suddenly she remembered something. Phone location. She had secretly taken Bai Hao's phone before and enabled location sharing. Please don't let it be turned off. Please. She fumbled frantically to open the location app, but the more flustered she got, the clumsier her hands became. She quickly summoned her voice assistant. Risi opened Find My. The map loaded quickly, and an arrow representing Bai Hao appeared right in the center of the screen. Bai Hao. The location data showed his last position from an hour ago, and that position was in the middle of the river. You idiot, Bai Hao. You didn't actually jump in, did you? Chun Fu clenched her fists. Once the thought appeared, it couldn't be suppressed. No, this can't happen. Without a second thought, she vaulted over the riverbank railing and leaped into the water, swimming toward the location marker. The icy river instantly swallowed her. Bai Hao. She struggled and cried in the water, the freezing river mixing with her scalding tears, choking her breath. But all around her was nothing but darkness. Bai Hao, where on earth did you go? The wind kept blowing, the moon hung in the sky, but it seemed the one her heart longed for was nowhere to be found. Bai Hao, I was wrong. I really was wrong, please just come out. Chun Fu sobbed as she desperately searched the water near the location point, looking utterly pathetic. I won't anger you anymore, I swear I won't. Tui tui. She dove underwater, then surfaced for air, going back and forth several times, but still saw no sign of Bai Hao. Bai Hao. Chun Fu was in despair. Just then, Chun Fu. A familiar voice came from the shore. Chun Fu spun around. Under the moonlight, Bai Hao was standing on the bridge, staring at her with a bewildered expression as she thrashed about in the water. Beside him stood a sweet, cute girl, also looking at her with a very strange expression. Chun Fu was stunned. Half of her body was still submerged in the water as she stared in disbelief at Bai Hao before her. And Bai Hao was equally stunned. The two of them just stood there a dozen meters apart, staring at each other with wide eyes. What are you doing in the river? Bai Hao's voice was full of confusion. Swimming. Chun Fu's mind snapped back to reality in an instant. Swimming. Swim your mother's head. I was here worrying that you jumped into the river, and you were on the shore enjoying the view with some woman. Huh. Bai Hao glanced at the girl beside him, then finally caught on. Bai Hao. Chun Fu roared, her voice trembling with tears. Why the hell is your phone switched off? It ran out of battery, Bai Hao said innocently. Then why did you post that moments from the riverbank? Because I was at the riverbank. Then why didn't you come home for 2 hours? Because... Bai Hao scratched his head. Because I was taking a walk with her. Why are you here? Is something the matter? Chun Fu was taken aback. She hadn't expected that response. She looked at the girl beside Bai Hao, and her mind went blank. She stood frozen, the wind still blowing, chilling her body. But her heart felt even colder than her skin. She just stared at Bai Hao on the shore. Bai Hao, you... What did you... I said, what are you doing here? Bai Hao looked at Chun Fu, his tone utterly flat. Chun Fu stared at him, wanting to speak, to retort directly. Yet she suddenly found herself unable to utter a single word. What am I doing here? Yes, what exactly was she doing here? How should she answer? She wanted to say, I waited for you so long, and you never came home. Do you know how worried I was? She wanted to say, I was afraid you might jump into the river, so I rushed over to check. She wanted to say, I feared you might do something rash, actually fulfilling that inexplicable promise. But now she couldn't utter a single word of these thoughts. Because at this moment a girl stood beside Bai Hao, gazing at her with curiosity. Chun Fu was at a loss for words. At that moment the girl beside Bai Hao tugged at his sleeve, her expression toward Chun Fu growing even more puzzled. Who is she? Why did she come up from the river? Her. Bai Hao glanced at Chun Fu and explained to the girl beside him, she's my roommate. Oh, just a roommate, the girl said. Roommate. Those two words struck Chen Fu like ice cubes just thrown into the river, sending a violent shiver through her. Roommate. So she was merely Bai Hao's roommate. Bai Hao. Chen Fu wanted to say something, but again she found herself at a loss for words. She wanted to say, are we really just roommates? Shouldn't we be? What is it? Chen Fu fell into deep thought herself. Yes, if not roommates, then what? Wasn't she and Bai Hao merely roommates? She had never acknowledged any relationship with Bai Hao, so what else could they be if not roommates? Your roommate is quite interesting. The girl chuckled, then turned to Chen Fu. Hello there, Bai Hao's roommate. Nice to meet you. Im Dai Xiaoyu and Im Hao Hao's. No need to introduce yourself. Chen Fu cut her off directly. She wiped the water droplets from her face, quickly climbed out of the river, and shook off the water from her clothes. Well, you two continue your stroll. I'll head back first. Chen Fu cast another glance at Bai Hao, her expression filled with awkwardness. Today Bai Hao was dressed in a meticulously chosen white shirt, clearly prepared specially for his date. Sorry for the interruption. Chen Fu forced a smile and turned around. I'm leaving. At this moment, she felt that Bai Hao had become the most unfamiliar person she had ever known. Why? She couldn't help but recall the past moments, yet at this instant those memories seemed to dissolve into dandelion seeds drifting away with the wind. Chen Fu. Bai Hao called out to her. Chen Fu did not turn back. She only walked forward silently, her head bowed. A few droplets, whether river water or tears, trickled down her cheeks one by one. Are you just leaving like that? Bai Hao's voice came from behind. Chen Fu stopped in her tracks. What else? She replied without turning around. What's there to stay for? You haven't said why you came. Bai Hao insisted. Didn't you already guess? Swimming. That's right. I was swimming, and I even took a bath while I was at it. Are you satisfied now? Bai Hao remained silent. Chen Fu waited a few seconds, then still in tears, she quickened her pace and walked away. After a few steps, she heard Bai Hao's voice from behind. Chen Fu, you're bleeding. Chen Fu looked down. Indeed, her knee was scraped and half of her leg was now stained red with blood. In her haste to jump into the water to save someone she had forgotten, she was already injured. It's nothing, you don't need to worry about it, Chen Fu said, then continued walking forward. Stop right there. Bai Hao's voice instantly turned stern. Chen Fu ignored him, walking even faster. Her tears grew larger, and an errant drop fell into her mouth, leaving a bitter salty taste. Stop. Bai Hao ran up from behind and grabbed Chen Fu's hand. Forced to turn around, Chen Fu looked at Bai Hao before her, then at the girl following behind him. A surge of emotions welled up inside her. What are you doing? Chen Fu shook off Bai Hao's hand. Let me see your knee. With that, Bai Hao bent down. I don't need you to look. Chen Fu quickly stepped back a few paces. Chen Fu. Bai Hao called out. Chen Fu turned her head away, trying her best not to meet Bai Hao's eyes. What? Bai Hao looked at her without a word. Then he tore off his meticulously chosen white shirt, ripped it into strips, and carefully wrapped them around Chen Fu's wound. Chen Fu watched Bai Hao tending to her injury, her heart a whirlwind of complex emotions. What's the matter? Not going to accompany your little girlfriend for a walk? Her? She's not my girlfriend. Oh, Chen Fu nodded. So a love interest, someone you're pursuing then. It's all the same. Having said that, Chen Fu turned her head away again. Chen Fu. Bai Hao called. What? Are you jealous? Bai Hao gazed at her back. Chen Fu froze. The words sent a tremor through her entire body. She spun around, glaring fiercely into Bai Hao's eyes. All her grievances instantly transformed into fury. Jealous? Bai Hao, me jealous of you? Jealous of what? What the hell do you have that's worth me being jealous of? Bai Hao looked at her, saying nothing. Who are you to me? Chen Fu's voice trembled. Are you my boyfriend? Are you my lover? Are you my husband? You're nothing. You're just my roommate. Jealous of you? How? Why would I be jealous of you? Chen Fu screamed, no longer holding back, tears streaming uncontrollably as she roared. But I am jealous of you. At that moment, Bai Hao's tears also broke free. He shouted back, then abruptly turned away. Chen Fu was stunned. She stared at Bai Hao at his bare back. Her mind went blank. She had never expected him to say such a thing. What did you say? I said, I am jealous of you. Bai Hao spun around again, tears streaming down his cheeks in large drops. I've been jealous of you ever since the day you let Han Shuang move into our dorm. What? I was jealous when you talked to Han Shuang, jealous when you helped him become handsome, jealous when you stood up for him. But I could endure it, I could understand it, because it was all within the bounds of friendship. If it were me, I would have done the same. Bai Hao took a step forward, his voice choked with sobs. But yesterday when you slept in the same bed as Han Shuang, did you ever think about how jealous I would be? Chen Fu stood frozen in place, tears still clinging to her cheeks, yet she couldn't utter a single word. Do you have any idea how I spent last night? Bai Hao's voice trembled violently. The moment I thought of you sleeping with Han Shuang, I couldn't fall asleep. I haven't eaten a thing all day today. I'm dying from the pain. But what about you? Chen Fu was left speechless. I didn't even go to class today. I waited at home for you to come back, and I even thought about waiting to go to class with you. Bai Hao laughed bitterly. But you never came back. Chen Fu felt deeply wronged. I woke up late. I originally planned to. What did you do last night that made you wake up late? Bai Hao roared. But nothing really happened, Chen Fu quickly explained. Fine, I believe nothing happened. I've always believed you. But from start to finish you never even gave me a single explanation. Isn't that too much? Even just one sentence would have been enough. You left me hanging like that for an entire night. Chen Fu didn't know what to say again. Bai Hao pointed at himself. Chen Fu, do you know why I asked you that just now? Chen Fu shook her head. Was my blanket folded neatly? Bai Hao asked. Chen Fu nodded. And now it's been messed up by you, hasn't it? Bai Hao smiled wryly. Chen Fu lowered her head, muttering under her breath. Did you install surveillance in the room? Do I even need surveillance? If you had thought to come find me, you would have first seen my blanket, then seen my social media post, and only then guessed I might be by the river. So why was your location in the river? Because my phone is in there. After I posted that message just for you to see, I threw it into the river. Chen Fu muttered under her breath. The rich really are different. Bai Hao continued beside her. You know what? When I saw you coming up from the river, my first reaction wasn't worry. It was happiness. I was happy that you actually came to find me. I was happy that you could actually read my mind. Then why didn't you say so? Because I couldn't. Because I'm still angry. Because I'm still jealous. Because I'm a petty bastard. Chen Fu stared at him blankly. At that moment the wind blew, lifting her hair, which swayed gently in the breeze. Bai Hao's tears were still flowing as he looked at Chen Fu. Chen Fu smiled. So you went out for a walk with another girl? Is this your revenge on me? Yes. Bai Hao admitted without hesitation. I just wanted you to taste this feeling too. He stepped forward. Are you satisfied now? Dai Xiaoyu felt the strange atmosphere. Bro, how just don't. You shut up. Chen Fu suddenly turned her head and glared at her fiercely. This isn't your place to speak. Dai Xiaoyu was so startled, she shuddered, feeling a bit wronged. Hey, why so fierce? Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu's expression and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. See, this is how you are. He shook his head, stepping back. You're always so domineering, never caring about how others feel. Chen Fu turned her head. Chen Fu, I'm tired. I'm tired. Those words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. She looked at the exhausted expression on Bai Hao's face, and an unprecedented panic instantly enveloped her entire being. She couldn't bear to see Bai Hao like this. She didn't want him to be tired. She didn't want him to give up. You're tired. Chen Fu's voice suddenly became very soft as she walked step by step toward Bai Hao. Bai Hao didn't move. He still looked at Chen Fu with that weary gaze. Bai Hao, what did you say? Chen Fu looked at Bai Hao in bewilderment, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. I said I'm tired. Then he suddenly grabbed Dai Xiaoyu beside him. Bai Hao, say that again. Her expression shifted from confusion to fury. She clenched her fists and snarled at Bai Hao. I said I. Before Bai Hao could finish, Chen Fu rushed forward. She grabbed him by the collar, and then she kissed him fiercely. This kiss carried the coolness of the evening breeze, the saltiness of tears, and a frantic, unbridled possessiveness. Bai Hao's mind went completely blank. Dai Xiaoyu was also stunned, covering her mouth in disbelief at the scene before her. After a long moment, their lips slowly parted. Chen Fu gasped for air, her eyes glaring fiercely at Dai Xiaoyu beside her. You, Chen Fu pointed at Dai Xiaoyu. I don't care if you're his fling, or anything else. Chen Fu spoke each word slowly, her tone filled with an unyielding dominance. This man is mine. Then she wrapped her arm around Bai Hao's neck, pressing their faces together. This item is already sold out. You're too late. Chen Fu shouted. The air seemed to freeze. Dai Xiaoyu was dumbfounded for a long moment before finally speaking weakly. Sister-in-law, you've got it wrong. She pointed at Bai Hao, then at herself. I am just his cousin. Then she turned and slapped Bai Hao. You idiot, this was all your idea? I knew sister-in-law would get mad. Chen Fu, huh? Oh. Chen Fu turned to stone. Dai Xiaoyu looked at Chen Fu's petrified expression and carefully added, I am Bai Hao's aunt's daughter, his full cousin. Today was all forced on me by this cheap brother of mine. I really didn't mean to. Dai Xiaoyu scratched her head frantically, looking anxiously at Chen Fu, then back at her still-dazed cheap brother. She instantly felt that standing here, she was a bit superfluous. Bro, how about I just take a taxi, back to the hotel? Or, should I book one for you two as well? No need. Okay, see you later. After saying that, Dai Xiaoyu quickly ran off. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, her big nephew would be born right in front of her. By the river, only Chen Fu and Bai Hao were left. The evening breeze, which had been chilly moments ago, inexplicably turned gentle. Chen Fu's face was flushed. Thinking back to the scene just now, she wished she could just cosplay Han Xuan. So embarrassing. Chen Fu pushed Bai Hao away and turned to run as well. Stop! Bai Hao's voice came from behind, and he grabbed her wrist. His grip was strong, Chen Fu couldn't break free. Bai Hao pulled her back, making her face him, a hint of a smile on his face. You forcefully kissed me, and then declared ownership in front of my cousin, and now you want to run away. Then what do you want? Chen Fu shouted, not daring to look at Bai Hao. Bai Hao said nothing, just looked down at her. He reached out and gently wiped away the still damp tear stains on Chen Fu's cheek. Nothing much. His voice was very soft, very gentle. I just want to tell you sold-out items are non-returnable. 20 minutes later. Oh. Aunt. Chen Fu. No. Inside the tent by the river, Bai Hao was desperately begging for mercy. Please, Chen Fu, I really can't take it anymore. But Chen Fu paid no heed to Bai Hao's cries. You bastard Bai Hao. You even prepared a tent. I see you deliberately set me up. Chen Fu straddled Bai Hao, immediately delivering another set of 8 counts of little punches. I was wrong, Chen Fu. I really was wrong. Bai Hao kept pleading as he was beaten. Chen Fu, stop hitting me. Upon hearing this, Chen Fu's strength instantly intensified. What did you call me? Chen Fu. Chen Fu grabbed Bai Hao by the nape of his neck, causing him to wail in pain once again. Chen Fu. Bai Hao blurted out instinctively. Chen Fu applied pressure with her hand. Outside this tent you can call me Chen Fu, and I won't fault you. But once you step inside this door, what do you call me? Wife. Can I call you wife? Ouch, stop hitting me. Bai Hao quickly changed his tune, complaining bitterly. You jerk. Who asked you to call me wife? Chen Fu slapped the back of Bai Hao's head. Huh. Then what should I call you? Bai Hao, nearly out of breath from Chen Fu's grip, struggled to speak. Call me daddy. Chen Fu demanded loudly. Huh. What? Bai Hao's face was full of disbelief. Hurry up now, no more nonsense. I call you daddy, you're my dear daddy, please stop pinching me. Bai Hao quickly yielded and complied. Say it. Are you still going to find your sister to trick me? Say it. Chen Fu pressed her advantage. No more tricks. No more tricks, I won't dare in the future. Won't dare. Chen Fu pinched Bai Hao's ear again and twisted it wildly. I really won't dare anymore. Really won't dare. Then call him. Chen Fu pulled Bai Hao's phone from his back pocket. Bai Hao's phone had actually been in his pocket all along. His earlier claim of throwing it into the river was merely an act for Chen Fu. Huh. Make a call. Bai Hao struggled to turn his head and look at Chen Fu. This isn't it a bit inappropriate? Will you call or not, huh? Will you or won't you? No, really no, my sister would feel uncomfortable. Bai Hao begged. Bullshit. You still know she's your sister. When you were holding her hand just now, why didn't you say she was your sister? I don't think you did it just to piss me off. I think you've got a sister complex, you pervert. No, Chen Fu, you've misunderstood. Bai Hao screamed as Chen Fu continued twisting his ear furiously. How could I be that kind of person? Misunderstood? Huh. Tell me, is my hand bigger or your sister's hand bigger? Say it. Chen Fu applied even more force. Yours is bigger, yours is bigger. Bullshit. Chen Fu stood up and stomped her foot on Bai Hao's face. Bai Hao, I know I was wrong, I was wrong. He begged for mercy with his mouth, yet made no move to resist. Damn. Chen Fu moved her foot away and kicked him hard. Enjoyed that stomp, didn't you? Chen Fu stepped aside, hands on her hips in anger. Bai Hao quickly covered his face, feigning agony. My handsome face, my good looks. I am disfigured. Boo-hoo. Bai Hao exaggeratedly sobbed. Enough. Stop pretending. She kicked Bai Hao's arm. I didn't even use any force. Bai Hao quickly removed his hands and sat up. But you were too harsh. Stepping on my face. How am I supposed to show my face anymore? Chen Fu rolled her eyes. Show your face. I think you're just a shameless bastard. Let me tell you, don't ever beg me to step on your face again. I won't do it. Bai Hao's face instantly fell in shock, feeling he had suffered an unprecedented loss. That won't do. Oomph. Chen Fu ignored him, yanked open the tent flap, crawled out, and sat at the tent's entrance. She gazed at the river. The moonlight was bright outside and layers of ripples spread across the water's surface. The sound of the flowing river mingled with the ceaseless traffic on the bridge, evoking a unique mood. Bai Hao crawled out after her and sat down beside her. Chen Fu. What? I'm a bit hungry. Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu. You haven't eaten all day, so of course you're hungry. Chen Fu pouted, then waved her hand, and a pile of things clattered to the ground. Whoa, another magic trick. Bai Hao looked down. Lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, shrimp, and enoki mushrooms wrapped in foil were all neatly arranged on the ground. You? He looked at Chen Fu. Why are they all raw? Bai Hao stared blankly at the raw ingredients scattered on the ground. I can't exactly eat them raw, can I? Chen Fu stood up, silly. Hurry up and start the fire. Immediately a box of charcoal appeared out of thin air beside the ingredients. Okay. Bai Hao quickly lit the fire, and soon the grill was set up. Ready. The charcoal gradually glowed red, and Bai Hao placed the skewers on the grill one by one. The fat from the meat dripped onto the coals, sizzling loudly. Chen Fu sat by the fire watching Bai Hao's profile, her mind wandering with thoughts. Bai Hao. Chen Fu suddenly spoke, breaking the riverside's tranquility. Huh. Bai Hao looked at Chen Fu, who was sitting with her knees hugged. Let's make a pact, 3 rules. Bai Hao was stunned. Huh? What 3 rules? Chen Fu's expression turned serious. First, from now on, no lying to me. No matter what, you must never lie to me. Bai Hao nodded. Okay. Second, no overthinking. If I don't reply to a message, it means I'm busy. If I'm talking to someone else, it's just normal conversation. Bai Hao nodded again. Third. Chen Fu paused. What's the third? Chen Fu looked at him. Third is that you can only be good to me, only hold my hand, only grill skewers for me, and only like me. Bai Hao's hand holding the skewers paused for a beat. If you agree, then today I'll officially become your girlfriend, Chen Fu said with a reluctant expression. Bai Hao looked at her and suddenly smiled. Officially only today. Then what was I before? Chen Fu's face instantly flushed red. She searched for words for a long time before finally uttering 5 syllables. Before was a taste test. Chen Fu whispered. Bai Hao smiled, then handed the grilled skewers to Chen Fu. Here. Chen Fu took them and looked. It was grilled shrimp. Your favorite grilled shrimp, how is it? Bai Hao asked. Chen Fu took a bite, and a blissful sensation instantly filled her mouth. Perfect. Chen Fu smiled at Bai Hao. Bai Hao also picked up a skewer, and the two ate facing the grill, remaining silent for a long time. Chen Fu. Huh. What you said just now, I agree to all of it. Chen Fu looked up at Bai Hao. Bai Hao stared at the fire. As for the third rule, actually you don't need to make it a rule. I do it anyway, because I really like you. Chen Fu looked at him, and suddenly smiled. Bai Hao. Huh. What you just said, that was really cheesy. After finishing the skewers, the two returned to the tent and lay side by side. Chen Fu stared blankly at the tent ceiling, while Bai Hao gazed intently at her. Bai Hao, you've been staring at me for half an hour. What are you doing? Chen Fu felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Is it illegal to look at my own girlfriend? Bai Hao chuckled. Mph. Always so glib. Chen Fu pulled the blanket up, hiding her face from him. Chen Fu, Bai Hao called out. Moi. She pushed the blanket aside again, tilting her head to look at him. What is it? Actually, I didn't eat enough just now, Bai Hao said, lying on his side and patting his stomach with a pitiful expression. Huh, not enough. Chen Fu looked at him with astonishment. But you ate all 30 skewers in the back. How could you still be hungry? Yeah, I'm still hungry, Bai Hao replied with a pitiful look, his eyes resembling those of a wronged puppy as he gazed at Chen Fu. The expression softened her heart. Then, what do you want to eat? Chen Fu opened the system supermarket. She thought to herself that boys naturally had larger appetites. After all, when she was a boy she could eat a lot too. But ever since becoming a girl, her eating skills seemed to have diminished somewhat. Tell me, what do you want? I'll order it for you, Chen Fu said, while browsing the system supermarket. Bai Hao suddenly leaned and closed a mischievous grin on his face. Fufu, guess what I want to eat? His forehead pressed gently against hers. Huh, you. What do you want to eat? I. Before Chen Fu could finish, Bai Hao lowered his head, mimicking a hungry baby. A long moment passed before Chen Fu seemed to realize what was happening. She was both embarrassed and furious. Damn, Bai Hao. You're so wicked. Then Bai Hao began to get restless again, but Chen Fu quickly stopped him. Get lost, damn Bai Hao. No more. My period isn't over yet. The next morning. Chen Fu, wake up. Bai Hao shook her. It's 9 o'clock. We have class in the 3rd and 4th periods. Chen Fu opened her eyes, looking utterly drained of energy, and said wearily, Huh? Which periods? 3rd and 4th. That's still early. Let me sleep a bit more. It's not early. We still need to go back and change clothes. Chen Fu sat up, her hair a mess, clearly grumpy. So annoying. With a thought, she prepared to teleport Bai Hao and herself back to the villa. Then she didn't move an inch. Huh? What's going on? She tried again. Still nothing. Ding. System reminder: the teleportation skill has exceeded 7 days and has been automatically weakened. Current teleportation distance, 5 meters. Cost 10 points. Chen Fu. Wow, it's already been 7 days. Damn system, I always feel like you're shortchanging me on the time. Chen Fu exclaimed in shock. Bai Hao looked at her panicked expression with curiosity. What's wrong? Sighed. Chen Fu sighed. My teleportation is useless now. Huh? Useless? What do you mean? I can only teleport 5 meters now. Chen Fu looked like she was about to cry. We have to take a taxi back. Bai Hao didn't fully understand, but guessed it had something to do with the system inherited by Chen Fu's family, so he didn't ask further. Chen Fu couldn't be bothered to explain. The urgent task was to get back to the villa and change clothes. The weather was clear and sunny. They packed up the tent, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the villa. The radio was playing in the taxi. Dear listeners, hey race, a brief news update. Upon learning of the incident at the Zhanghe University Student Council, the city mayor has contacted the College of Liberal Arts, where the 5-person group is based. He will meet with the students shortly. Our station will continue to provide updates on any developments. Chen Fu suddenly remembered something. Hey, right. The mayor is coming. Yeah, but what? Bai Hao whispered something in her ear. Back at the villa, they found Lu Ran and Wang Juji having breakfast. Oh, look who's back. Lu Ran glanced at Chen Fu and Bai Hao, who were holding hands as they walked in, and couldn't help but laugh. Couples who argue really do make up fast, huh? Lu Ran turned away and continued eating. None of your business. Chen Fu shot him a glare. Fine, none of my business, Lu Ran chuckled. Wang Juji chimed in mischievously. Brother-in-law, how I've got 20 little blue pills in my room. I probably won't need them. Want me to give them to you? Fatty. Chen Fu kicked him. I miss those jade feet. Wang Juji yelled happily. Chen Fu was furious. Bai Hao. He's bullying your wife. Get him. On it. Then whether it was Bai Hao's underwear or socks, it ended up stuffed in Wang Juji's mouth. Wang Juji sputtered for a long time before spitting out the object. His face was twisted in agony. Woo-woo. Brother-in-law, what did you do last night? Did you leave some essence behind? Why does it smell like this? The villa was once again filled with cheerful laughter. By the way, Lu Ran suddenly remembered something. 11 made another 200,000 last night. She said to come see her when you get back. She has something important to discuss. Chen Fu's eyes lit up. 200,000. Really? I saw it myself, of course it's true. Chen Fu hurried to her room. Pushing open the door, she saw 11 engrossed in analyzing data on a computer. When 11 saw Chen Fu, she turned and gave her a sweet smile. User, you're back. Chen Fu frowned at the sight. Wait, aren't you a computer? Why are you using a computer? Why waste my own brain power when there's free labor available? 11 replied matter-of-factly. Chen Fu thought about it and found the logic sound, then changed the subject. 11, I heard you made more money. Yep. 11 nodded. 11 analyzed a few short-term trades last night and made 200,000. Total earnings are now 800,000. Chen Fu beamed with joy. Really? Awesome. And 11 has prepared a little gift for you. What is it? Chen Fu asked eagerly. I modified the household registration data in the database, photoshopped a beautiful picture of you, and made you a new ID card. How is it? 11 said proudly, handing an ID card to Chen Fu. Chen Fu was overjoyed. She took it and saw that her photo was stunningly beautiful and the gender column had been changed from male to female. 11, you're amazing. Chen Fu exclaimed. I also made one for Han Shuang. I've already mailed it to her house. So thoughtful. Chen Fu immediately took out 20 non-Fu batteries from her storage and handed them to 11. Here, a reward for you. Wow, such beautiful candies. Thank you, user. Chen Fu shifted her tone. Sure, if you're really that capable, there's something I'd like you to do now. I wonder if you can manage it. Huh, what is it? The user can just tell me. Sure, revealed a sweet smile. Chen Fu, with a mischievous grin on her face, leaned close to Sure Yi's ear and whispered a few words. Then Sure Yi's entire face flushed crimson. User, that's too perverted. So, can you do it? Chen Fu looked at Sure Yi. Sure Yi tilted her head in thought. Though it seems a bit unethical. Sure Yi really likes it. As expected of my AI. Just like me. Chen Fu rejoiced. On the road, the four of them hailed a taxi and rushed to school. Just as they entered the teaching building, their phones rang. Beep, beep, beep. It was a class group message. Chen Fu took out her phone and immediately cursed, damn. Dog advisor students, the teacher is stuck in traffic about half an hour late. You can study in the classroom for now. I should have slept a bit longer. Chen Fu lamented on the verge of tears. Lu Ran chimed in. This teacher has been late nearly 10 times this semester. I'm used to it. Chen Fu pouted, growing even angrier. Bai Hao quickly stepped in to comfort her, patting her head. It's fine. If it comes to it, we can take a nap in the classroom. No too noisy. Chen Fu crossed her arms. Just then her phone rang again. Again. Let's see what nonsense this damn advisor has to say. She flipped her phone over. As soon as she opened it, her thoughts were instantly pulled back into memories. Him? Why is he looking for me? Lin Su. Chen Fu frowned. This name instantly brought back many memories. Lin Su, her former good brother. Later, after she became a girl, he was the first to bully her, making her take a bunch of cosplay photos. Later, she used the system to punish him. After that, she moved out, stopped sitting together in class, and basically hadn't spoken much. Why is he thinking of me today? Who is it? Bai Hao leaned in. Lin Su, Chen Fu said. Lin Su. Bai Hao frowned. What does he want? I don't know, Chen Fu replied, curious. After hesitating for a moment, she opened the message. Rising Sun Beast, Chen Fu, are you in the classroom? I know you kind of hate me, but I really want to talk to you about something. I know only you can help me. Chen Fu frowned. After thinking for a moment, she typed quickly. Love eating, Shu, not another perverted request, is it? Rising Sun Beast, definitely not. You're Bai Hao's girlfriend now, aren't you? I'm not that kind of person. Love eating, Shu, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem so strange? Rising Sun Beast, anyway, trust me. Come to my dorm. Chen Fu looked at her phone at a loss. To be honest, Lin Su had indeed gone too far before, but he only made her take some photos and didn't do anything more outrageous. And she had already punished him. Besides, this brother had been really good to her before. They played games together, skipped class together, and talked about everything. Moreover, Lin Su had never spoken to her so humbly before. But going to his dorm, Chen Fu still felt somewhat uncomfortable. She looked at Bai Hao with a pleading expression. Bai Hao's face turned serious. Arranged to meet in an empty classroom. He'll wait outside. Chen Fu nodded. Love eating, Shu, wait for me in the empty classroom on the first floor of the arts building. In the empty classroom, Bai Hao chose not to go in with Chen Fu, but stood outside the door. Chen Fu pushed the door open. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Su pacing back and forth inside. When he saw Chen Fu come in, he, thud, directly knelt down. Holy crap. Chen Fu was startled. What are you doing? Without a word, Lin Su kowtowed 3 times with a loud bang. Chen Fu, I was really out of my mind before. Lin Su looked up, his eyes full of sincerity. I feel so guilty, really. We had such a good relationship before. I just thought I had read too much genderbender fiction and thought the plot could go that way. Chen Fu. I really don't want this. Lin Su continued. We've always been so close and. All right. Chun Fu quickly waved her hand. Where did all this diplomatic talk come from? Get up. Lin Su didn't move. Get up. Chun Fu glared. If you don't, I'm really leaving. Only then did Lin Su get up, looking at Chun Fu with an extremely unnatural expression. Chun Fu looked at Lin Su. You must have something to talk about. Hurry up and say it. Lin Su stammered for a long time before finally seeming to make up his mind. Chun Fu, we were good brothers before. Honestly, don't laugh at me. Get on with it. If you don't, I'm really leaving. Chun Fu pretended to leave. Wait. Lin Su quickly reached out a hand to stop her. He'll talk. Old Jean, you know, the one from Yinbian. Chun Fu was taken aback. I know him, your dorm roommate. Didn't he? Drop out later. Lin Su nodded. Do you know why he dropped out? Chun Fu shook her head. Lin Su took a deep breath, then said, actually, our advisor is bisexual. Huh? What? He likes both men and women. Lin Zu's face turned grim. He tricked old Jean into his dorm under the pretext of a club task, then forced him. Chun Fu's eyes widened. What? In the end, he said if you keep quiet, he'll let you go home, guarantee you pass all subjects and graduate smoothly. Otherwise. Holy shit. Chun Fu was speechless for a long time. How do you know about this? On the night before he left, old Jean told me. Because we were close, Lin Su said, head bowed. He also told me to be careful because the advisor said he once liked me. Chun Fu fell silent. No way, this is too absurd. Chun Fu looked incredulous. I thought that after so long it was all over. Lin Zu's voice grew softer. But yesterday he still called me to his dorm. Chun Fu's eyes suddenly widened as if thinking of something bad. You mean? Lin Su quickly shook his head. No, not yet. He just asked for my opinion, hoping I would voluntarily agree. And you? Of course I don't want to agree. Lin Su clenched his fists. But then he pulled a room card from his pocket. On the card was a line of text, Xingyi Hotel Room 207. This is the advisor's ultimatum. Chun Fu took the room card and examined it. So why did you come to find me? Chun Fu asked. Lin Su looked up, his eyes filled with complexity as he gazed at her. I just think the changes in you recently are very strange. Everyone says you're Chun Fu's younger sister, but only I know that you are Chun Fu. Chun Fu remained silent. And that day, Lin Su paused. I personally experienced your peculiar ability, so I have reason to suspect that you are an extraordinary person or something with similar powers. Alright, you've been watching under one person too much. Diagnosis complete. Chun Fu slapped her forehead. Lin Su, huh? Nothing. Chun Fu waved her hand. I just can't guarantee I can help you, but I can try. With that, Chun Fu turned to leave. Chun Fu. Just as she reached the door, Lin Su called out to her. Chun Fu turned back. What? Lin Su struggled for words for a moment. Are we still friends? Chun Fu looked back at him and suddenly smiled. Well, let's deal with your issue first. Back in the classroom, the teacher still hadn't arrived. Lu Ran had saved a seat for Chun Fu, and by how? As soon as she sat down, Lu Ran bombarded her with questions. What happened? What did Lin Su say? Lu Ran asked. Oh, Lin Su said the counselor is smitten with your handsome face and wants to date you. Chun Fu teased. Huh. Lu Ran frowned instantly at this remark, as if recalling some bizarre experience. Chun Fu. Did you peek at my diary? Chun Fu, huh? Before Chun Fu could process this, her phone buzzed again. She quickly picked it up and glanced at it. Dog Counselor Chun Fu, please come to the dean's office immediately. Chun Fu frowned. The dean? Didn't he get arrested? Wait, could it be? Realization dawned on her. The vice dean. Right, he should be the dean now. Good news from the delivery room. He got promoted. Who? Bai Hao looked at Chun Fu's phone. It's the dean. He said he wants to see me. Chun Fu mused, then stood up and headed out. Should I come with? No, we'll go alone this time. Wait for me. Dean's office. When Chun Fu knocked and entered, the new dean was sitting behind his desk, beaming with satisfaction. Chun Fu, have a seat, have a seat. Chun Fu sat down, feigning restraint. Dean, what do you need from me? Oh, don't be so formal, the dean said with a grin. You know the mayor is coming to our college this time, right? I've put in a lot of effort. Oh, is that so? Chun Fu smiled politely. Chun Fu thought to herself, damn liar of a dean, if I hadn't heard the broadcast this morning, I might have believed you. It was clearly the mayor who initiated the visit and contacted you. Moreover, the position of student council president in our college is vacant, the dean said, looking at Chun Fu as if waiting for her reaction. So, I thought, why not take this opportunity to make you the student council president? What do you think? Chun Fu rolled her eyes internally. Damn student council president, who would care about such a title? Dean, once you become student council president, you'll also manage and coordinate all the class monitors in the literature department. Chun Fu, huh? Internally, this seems a bit interesting. Dean'll gladly accept. Chun Fu was about to take her leave. Don't rush. The dean stood up and walked over to her. You're a quite pretty little lady. How come I never noticed you in your class before? Chun Fu suddenly grew flustered. I was just a nobody before. No, the vice dean shook his head. I know all the pretty female students in our college, even their names. You. He then turned on his computer and opened the student record system. Could it be that I overlooked your data before? He searched the database. I remember your name is Chun-Fu, right? Chun-Fu. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Dean, found you. He carefully studied the photo, then looked at the Chun-Fu before him. Seems I really didn't notice before. Huh. Chun-Fu couldn't believe it. She hurriedly looked at the database as well. The photo there was the same as the one on her ID card, and even the gender had been changed to female at some point. Damn, 11 really works in silence. Chun-Fu looked relieved to have escaped a crisis. Chun-Fu, the dean called her. What are you thinking? Oh, nothing. I was thinking about the mayor's visit. Chun-Fu rambled. Oh, the mayor. The dean drawled. Little one, getting the mayor here isn't easy. I can make him come or not. After all, he's here to present awards, and who gets them doesn't matter, right? The dean paused, looking at Chun-Fu. Chun-Fu looked bewildered. Huh? If a young lady wants a bright future, she needs to cling to a good patron, don't you think? The dean smiled. Chun-Fu stared at him, saying nothing. The dean's gaze swept over her, seemingly pleased with her figure. Youth is wonderful. He sighed. There was a sensible young lady before. With a word for me, she stayed to teach at our college. Isn't that a future without limits? Damn. No way. Chun-Fu cursed inwardly. She finally understood why the dean had insisted on calling her today. It was nothing but blatant hints of exploitation. She sneered internally but kept a smile on her face. Dean, what do you want? You young people know what I want, the dean said with a meaningful smile. Chun-Fu thought for a moment. Dean, then. How about we see how I perform tonight? The dean's eyes lit up and he beamed from ear to ear. Great, great. Such a sensible girl. He patted her shoulder. He'll announce to the whole college right now. You're the new student council president. Thank you, Dean. He'll do my best. Chun-Fu nodded with a smile and left the office. The moment she stepped out, her face turned icy cold. It's rotten from the bottom up. The counselor is like this, and even the dean is the same. Suddenly an idea struck her. What about this? Hee, my dear Dean, tonight let me show you what a real performance means. Ding ding. Detected that the host has accepted a mating request from another individual. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden achievement promise of love. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Chun-Fu instantly covered her forehead. How? Is there an achievement for this too? And unlocking an achievement with this old fat-bellied guy is really disgusting, you know. Rewarding the host with an amplifying headset. Wear it and no sound will escape your ears. As the words fell, an AirPod-shaped headset appeared in Chun-Fu's hand. She examined it back and forth. Amplifying headset. Won't it be too loud for the ears? Not at all, dear host. You can freely choose the target to amplify. Chun-Fu felt a wave of novelty. Then this headset is basically a tool for eavesdropping on secrets, isn't it? Nice, I'll give it a try later. After speaking, Chun-Fu quickly walked back to the classroom. Upon returning, she found the teacher already standing at the podium. Classmates, today we still won't be lecturing. He'll invite a few students up to give group presentations and read through a lesson's worth of PPT slides. The teacher stated bluntly from the stage. Chun-Fu thought, damn, this teacher isn't even pretending anymore. She walked over and sat down beside Bai Hao. In front of him, a young couple was whispering softly to each other. Taking a closer look, she realized it was Meng Xingye from dorm 203 and his girlfriend from another class. Chun-Fu had seen this girl before today. Meng Xingye must have asked her to attend class with him. Headset activate. Chun-Fu whispered. Immediately, the voices of the two drowned out all other sounds, clearly transmitting into Chun-Fu's ears. Where are we gaming today? On the sofa, in the kitchen, or on the balcony? Pick one. Meng Xingye murmured. The girl hesitated for a moment. I still prefer Luchu Park. Let's go play games in the park. Chun-Fu was speechless. Before long, the class dragged on until the bell rang. Chun-Fu, am heading to the club with Brother G. You two lovebirds have fun. Lu Ran said. Oh, got it. Chun-Fu nodded. Lu Ran had always been the head of their year's crosstalk club. His only hobby was performing crosstalk and playing the clapper. Lately, he seemed to be dragging Fatty along as his straight man. Hey, Chun-Fu, am dying for the toilet. Wait for me in the classroom. He'll be back in about 5, 10, 20. Maybe half an hour. Bai Hao said, clutching his stomach. Are you going to the toilet or to a funeral? Even burning paper doesn't take that long. I must take my leave. With that, Bai Hao dashed off in a flash. A lazy donkey is always full of excuses. I was hoping you'd come with me to buy some lingerie. As Chun-Fu was about to head back to the classroom, she suddenly heard a quarrel coming from the hallway. What do you mean by that? Skipping class yesterday, and you think you're in the right? It was Yang Cici's voice. Chun-Fu halted in her tracks. Sister Cici, I really had something important yesterday. Something came up at home, and I left in a hurry. Another voice said, on the verge of tears. Chun-Fu looked toward the source of the voice and couldn't help but freeze. Su Wanning. Su Wanning always wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and carried a few books in her arms. She was unanimously recognized as the quietest girl in the class, bar none. Spare me the excuses. Yang Cici stood before her with her hands on her hips, surrounded by a few other girls. Something came up. Can't you ask for leave? Yang Cici sneered. Skipping 3 classes is an unforgivable crime. Chun-Fu thought, damn, that's way too dramatic. Sister Cece, I really. Enough. Yang Cece waved her hand and made a shushing gesture. Then she brought her hand to her mouth and leaned close to Su Waning's ear. Headset activate. Chun Fu narrowed her eyes instantly. System not one to push a point. How about $100 as hush money? Chun Fu thought, huh? Yang Cece smiled. Otherwise I'll tell the teacher and get you disqualified from this semester's final exams. Su Waning was stunned. Chun Fu was also stunned. Wait. Yang Cece's habit of extorting $100 hasn't changed yet. Chun Fu recalled the time back when she was male when she bought materials for Han Shuang from her. Just thinking about it made Chun Fu's face burn. Su Waning was about to cry. Sister Cece, I only have 70 left. Can you please not bother me anymore? Wait. Chun Fu quickly walked over. Yang Cece saw Chun Fu and said, what do you want? Her tone was arrogant. Chun Fu ignored her and looked at Su Waning. What are you doing? Su Waning lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. I wasn't doing anything. Nothing. Chun Fu grabbed Su Waning's hand, which was clutching the money into a ball. If you're not doing anything, why are you giving her money? I am not giving her money. Su Waning was extremely nervous. She glanced at Yang Cece beside her as if terrified of retaliation afterward. Yang Cece's face changed. She yelled at Chun Fu, what do you mean by that? I should be asking you that. What's with demanding $100 from someone? Chun Fu said. Who do you think you are? Eavesdropping on people so uncultured. Yang Cece instantly lost her composure. A substitute student dares to meddle in my affairs? Chun Fu retorted, oh, forgotten your little happy moment with the counselor already. Now you dare to talk to me like that. Yang Cece laughed. Crazy. What nonsense are you spouting? By now Yang Cece sensed Chun Fu was bluffing. Even if Chun Fu had seen something, so what? She could just accuse Chun Fu of spreading malicious rumors. Mind your own business. Get lost now. Yang Cece sneered. Why should I? Chun Fu was even more infuriated by Yang Cece's arrogance. She stepped in front of Su Waning. With me here today, you won't get your way. Yang Cece's face turned red with rage. Fine, not leaving, huh? Alright, if you've got the guts, don't you dare leave. Just wait. She pulled out her phone and quickly made a call. Honey, someone's bullying me. Come quick. Chun Fu thought, huh? Honey, that river goblin from the couple. The onlookers immediately began whispering among themselves. What's going on? What happened? A student stopped in their tracks. No idea. They seem to be from Chinese language and literature class 3. Looks like this girl offended their class monitor. Another girl said. She's our class monitor, Yang Cece. I heard her boyfriend is in the student council. Yeah, and he holds a high position. A girl shook her head upon hearing this. Oh dear, then the girl who provoked Yang Cece is in for it now. In less than 2 minutes a man came running over. Chun Fu initially thought it would be that river goblin boyfriend, but this time Yang Cece had called a big tall guy. He was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed around 300 jin, looking exactly like a sumo wrestler from Japan. Chun Fu was astounded. Holy crap, doesn't he crush Yang Cece to death usually? Who's bullying my girlfriend? The sumo wrestler approached, scanning everyone present with a fierce expression. A few female onlookers quickly stepped back. Yang Cece immediately pointed at Chun Fu and said her. She's the one bullying me. The sumo wrestler turned to Chun Fu, sizing her up from head to toe. Which class are you in? Do you know who I am? Chun Fu looked at him. I don't know, and I don't care to. The sumo wrestler was taken aback. What, they are all freshmen this arrogant now? Let me tell you, I'm the vice president of the college student council. From now on, whether you can make it in this school or not, I'll have the final say. Chun Fu sneered. Damn, so Yang Cece had swapped the department head to get someone higher up, huh? Oh really? Really? Chun Fu scoffed dismissively. Don't believe me. The man named Zhao stepped forward, his tone aggressive. Want me to call your advisor right now and get you a disciplinary demerit? Chun Fu looked at him and suddenly found it all rather amusing. The advisor. Chun Fu figured that the advisor was probably most terrified of receiving her call right now. Go ahead, call then. The sumo wrestler was stunned. That cocky, huh? Fine. Wait right here, I'm calling your advisor now. With that, he pulled out his phone to dial. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. Student Chun Fu. Chun Fu turned around and saw the dean. Huh, why is that disgusting bastard here? Spotting the dean, the sumo wrestler quickly pocketed his phone and rushed over with a sycophantic smile. Hello, dean. He extended his hand, but the dean didn't even glance at him, walking straight up to Chun Fu instead. Student Chun Fu, just the person I was looking for. He clapped his hands with a smile, signaling the surrounding students to pay attention. The mayor is coming tomorrow, so you need to dress up nicely. Don't bring shame to our College of Liberal Arts. The dean said earnestly, then looked around at the gathered students. Let me also announce that from today onward, student Chun Fu will officially serve as the president of our college student council. Everyone give her a round of applause. The dean declared. The entire scene fell silent instantly. The dean blinked at the dead quiet. What's going on? Applaud. Bravo. Bravo. The crowd finally snapped out of it and clapped vigorously, with a few guys in the back even whistling. They had only come to watch a quarrel, never expecting to witness a plot straight out of a satisfying novel. Holy crap, that's epic. Look at that guy's face, it's black as coal, ha ha ha, I'm dying. The sumo wrestler's expression froze, and Yang Cece looked utterly incredulous. Chen Fu turned to the sumo wrestler with a smile. What's your name? Never mind, I'm not interested. She walked over and patted his shoulder, her tone laced with mockery. Just remember this. From now on, whether you can make it in this school or not, I'll have the final say. The sumo wrestler's face turned deathly pale, and he was rendered speechless. Chen Fu ignored them and turned to Su Wanning. Wanning, we can head back to the dorm now. Su Wanning nodded blankly and followed Chen Fu. As she passed by Yang Cece, Chen Fu paused. Oh, by the way, student Yang Cece, she said without looking back. According to the rules of the College of Liberal Arts, class monitors must henceforth follow my orders. You, remember that. With that, she strode off. That evening, room 207 of the Xingyi Hotel. Inside, two people were already burning with restless heat. One was our dear advisor Li Haitao, and the other, an old acquaintance, was none other than Dean Guan of our College of Liberal Arts. The two men were locked in a passionate embrace, kissing fervently. After a moment, Li Haitao frowned. What's wrong? Your mouth tastes like an ashtray. Do you usually smoke? He looked at the Lin Su in his arms, puzzled. Hearing this, Dean Guan grew even more excited. You don't get it, do you? This is what they call manly charm. You'll come to savor the joy of this taste in time, and then you'll be begging me for it. Li Haitao frowned, looking at the man before him. I never imagined you'd be this twisted. If I'd known I'd have come to you first. Dean Guan's excitement peaked. Who knew you'd be so quickly won over by my manly scent? Come, one more round of kisses. And then a truly bizarre scene unfolded. In the corner of the room, four people clad in invisibility cloaks were savoring the spectacle. No way, I've got to record this. This is way too epic. Lu Ran clapped and exclaimed in delight. Well, it's all thanks to my precise drugging, or else you wouldn't get to see such a show. Haji Fu was sipping bubble tea and munching on popcorn. Chen Fu, I never expected your disguise pill to bind to just one person, Bai Hao remarked from the side. There's plenty you haven't expected. Actually, I didn't expect it myself at first. The three chatted away as they watched. Only Wang Juji huddled behind them, trembling with his hands over his rear. Why did you drag me to see this? I can't handle this right now. Wah. The chubby Wang howled miserably. Chen Fu, finding amusement on both sides, felt even happier, as if her bucket of popcorn tasted sweeter. Soon the scene shifted. I can't wait any longer, Dean Guan declared. Li Haitao felt a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect Lin Su to be so eager. Truth be told, I've been ready too. Dean Guan reached the peak of his excitement, smiling at Chen Fu. You little vixen, just you wait. Hey, how did you get behind me? Dean Guan was utterly bewildered. Don't you know? Li Haitao grinned wickedly, looking at the Lin Su in his arms. Then let me enlighten you. And then, Dean Guan's scream instantly echoed through the entire building. Just then the disguise pill's effect wore off. Li Haitao chuckled, about to say something, but when he opened his eyes he saw the dean's bald head. Dean Guan's scream still reverberated in the room, but the pitch had shifted from a woman's to a man's. Holy shit! Li Haitao was instantly petrified. He violently shoved Dean Guan away, scrambling backward in a panic, his entire demeanor deflated, as if the shock had rendered him incapable of ever rising to the occasion again. Dean Guan was equally dumbfounded, clutching his rear as he stared at Li Haitao, unable to speak for a long moment. You? Why? How is it you? You? Li Haitao? You? Are you out of your damn mind? I didn't know it was you either. Li Haitao began to question his very existence. No, wait. You said it yourself. You said you couldn't wait any longer. I can't wait for your mother. In the corner, Chen Fu could no longer stifle her laughter, spraying bubble tea from her mouth.